Chapter 1. Uchiha Seiichi. In the 38th year of Konoha, Uchiha Fugaku, newly appointed as the clan leader of the Uchiha family, embraced a new identity father. He and Uchiha Makoto welcomed a child of their own as son. Upon his birth, as the infant opened his eyes for the first time, a vivid hue of crimson captivated Fugaku's gaze. The child had opened his eyes at the moment of birth. Overjoyed, Fugaku regarded this child as the beacon of hope for the Uchiha clan, naming him Seiichi, Uchiha Seiichi. Meanwhile, Seiichi found himself in a state of bewilderment. Had he not perished, dying just moments before the successful development of a miracle drug 5 minutes shy of salvation? He had been born into a prestigious family, one of influence and affluence, thriving with numerous descendants. It is said that children should win at the starting line, and he could claim to have been born upon the winner's podium. With well-defined features and an admirable demeanor, boasting an IQ surpassing 140, Seiichi was amiable, raised in a harmonious household where brotherly bonds flourished. At the tender age of 9, he was accepted into the nation's most elite university's youth program, a life that most ordinary individuals could only dream of, which he had already attained. Yet, fate was unkind. At 10, a fall on the university playground revealed a dire diagnosis: muscular dystrophy. Nevertheless, he did not succumb to despair or self-destruction. Instead, he chose to withdraw from school and self-study biology and medical sciences. Initially, doctors predicted he would not survive to adulthood later. They revised their forecast to 22, then 25, and finally 30 years of age. Time and again, he defied their grim expectations. Ultimately, he led the successful development of the miracle drug to treat muscular dystrophy. Yet his life was tragically halted at the age of 34, frozen just 5 minutes before the culmination of that groundbreaking treatment. However, such matters seemed inconsequential now. Seiichi yearned to comprehend the enigma of his current infantile existence. Rebirth? Transmigration? In his previous life, overwhelmed by pressure, he had indulged in numerous web novels and anime, often pondering the absurdity of such scenarios. Yet, here he was living it. As thoughts swirled, he felt a warmth in his eyes, and with great effort, he lifted his slightly heavy eyelids, only to behold a tall, fierce-looking man with crimson eyes fixated on him. The infant's body could hardly sustain prolonged contemplation, and after a brief glance, he succumbed to a deep slumber. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, it was now the 43rd year of Konoha. The once feeble infant had transformed into a 5-year-old boy, chiseled and exquisite. This boy had inherited the Uchiha clan's striking features, even more pronounced than before. Sporting a small topknot, with a few strands of hair cascading over his forehead, he appeared both handsome and refined. "Father, do not be alarmed. Mother and my younger brother will be fine," he reassured, observing Uchiha Fugaku pacing anxiously in the yard, feeling a tad dizzy. "You're still young, you don't understand. By the way, why do you mention a younger brother?" Fugaku inquired. "Intuition," Seiichi responded. "Congratulations, esteemed clan leader. Mother and child are safe." Upon hearing this, Fugaku beamed with joy, rushing indoors at the earliest opportunity. Seiichi followed at a leisurely pace. "Makoto, look, this is our second son. He's a bit unattractive," Makoto remarked. Seiichi stood on tiptoe to take a peek, his words eliciting laughter from those in the room. Newborns often appear this way. They will grow into their looks over time. In our Uchiha clan, regardless of gender, there are no ugly members. Seiichi pondered this and realized it held some truth at least. In his recollections, he could not recall a single Uchiha who was unattractive. Quite the opposite. They became even more striking upon awakening. Unlike the Hyuga clan, where apart from Hinata and her sister, as well as Niji and his sibling, none were particularly handsome, and those who were appealing somehow became less so after awakening. "I shall name you Uchiha Itachi," he declared, as laughter filled the room, save for Seiichi, who remained solemn. For unbeknownst to the others, he alone understood the weight of the name Itachi. Although the Itachi from the original narrative had been misled into committing unforgivable acts, Seiichi saw him as a figure deserving of empathy. Itachi had scarcely received a proper education and had chosen to graduate early, focusing on martial prowess. In contemporary terms, he would be akin to a dropout, barely literate, capable of recognizing a few characters. It was unreasonable to expect profound insights from him. Thus, this simple-minded, half-illiterate individual, indoctrinated from a young age, would find it difficult to escape such conditioning. Itachi believed it was still early, and there was ample time to shape his younger brother into a toll who was determined. Itachi often requested Fugaku to gather extensive information regarding the bloodlines within the ninja world and to delve into the Uchiha clan's ancestry. Through this, he gradually unearthed some unsettling revelations. The Uchiha clan's lineage appeared incomplete, or rather, flawed. From the final conclusions he drew, he surmised the following. 1. The Uchiha clan required intense emotional stimuli to awaken their eyes, particularly the Mangekyo Sharingan, which necessitated extreme emotional triggers for activation. 2. Prolonged use of the Mangekyo Sharingan often led to blindness. 3. The Mangekyo Sharingan could only be combined into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan through a pair of brothers' eyes. 4. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, representing the ultimate Yin attribute, when merged with the Sage of the Six Paths' ultimate Yang attribute, could give rise to the true sage's either Rinnegan. Through this data, it became evident that the awakening of the Sharingan, including the Mangekyo Sharingan, was intrinsically linked to mental fortitude, or the Yin attribute. Yet, the Uchiha clan lacked methods to cultivate the Yin attribute, resorting instead to crude, emotional provocations. This approach bore its advantageous simplicity in execution, but its drawbacks were severe. Awakening often resulted in drastic personality changes, leading to insanity. Conversely, the Hyuga clan, also descended from the Tsutsuki lineage, did not face such tribulations. The Byakugan had a high ceiling of potential, with the Tenseigan and Rinnegan being on par. However, the Byakugan lacked the convolutions of the Sharingan. Its activation and utilization were stable, devoid of risks. This discrepancy struck him as profoundly odd. Stimulation leading to awakening, blindness, I exchange. I believe I have grasped it. Itachi mused as he sat upon the steps of the courtyard, feeling as though he had overlooked a crucial clue. Suddenly, he witnessed a fruit drop from a tree, squashing a small bug beneath it. Enlightenment dawned upon him, finally recognized the clue he had been neglecting. Itachi retrieved a piece of paper and inscribed his analyses in the ancient script of his previous life. Hyuga, Byakugan Tenseigan, none left. Uchiha, 1 Tomo Sharingan, 2 Tomo Sharingan, 3 Tomo Sharingan, Mangekyo Sharingan, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan Rinnegan. In Itachi's memory, the Sage of the Six Paths had no notion of the Mangekyo Sharingan. His transition had been directly from the 3 Tomo Sharingan to the Rinnegan. However, the sage's sons possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. While the evolution from Byakugan to Tenseigan may have seemed straightforward, it was an insurmountable challenge. No individual had ever succeeded in transforming their Byakugan into Tenseigan. Chapter 2. Identifying the issue and seeking solutions. Conversely, the multifaceted evolution of the Sharingan facilitated the Uchiha clan's advancements. With this perspective, the conclusion became abundantly clear that Uchiha clan's bloodline issues were likely a consequence of the Sage of the Six Paths. The sage's 2 sons inherited his sage body and sage eyes. The sage body was manageable, merely enhancing physical attributes. However, the complications arising from the sage eyes were profound. Without a sage body, an ordinary human could not wield the power of the sage eyes. To forcefully utilize them would consume one's lifespan as fuel. A pertinent example would be Nagato, who had used adult human specimens. With a compromised sage body, his condition was dire. One can only imagine the fate of those devoid of such a body. Thus, in a bid to ensure his son's survival, the sage must have manually diminished the potency of their sage eyes. He would have continuously weakened them until they reverted to their original 1 Tomo state, allowing the sage eyes to grow alongside their wielder's strength. This approach ensured their power remained formidable while alleviating undue burdens on their hosts. Yet, the Sage of the Six Paths likely underestimated the repercussions of such weakening. A sacrifice would render the once complete bloodline incomplete. Consequently, Future generations of the Uchiha clan would encounter significant difficulties awakening their eyes. Even when they did, excessive use could lead to adverse effects, including blindness. To validate this conclusion, one could examine the phenomenon of two brothers Mangekyo Sharingan merging into a pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. This process represented the restoration of the bloodline. Ordinary clan members' blood was insufficient due to its diluted nature. However, upon awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, it would undoubtedly elevate the bloodline of that clan member. Thus, two individuals with elevated bloodlines could potentially rectify the Uchiha clan's hereditary deficiencies. The requirement for brotherly bonds in this merging process likely stemmed from their shared lineage. Given that the method involved direct eye exchange, closer kinship would facilitate success. Among familial ties, the bond between fathers and sons or brothers was the closest and thus most likely to succeed. However, this aspect is not elucidated in the original text. Let us first pose a question mark, leaving room for experimentation at a later opportunity. After this series of analyses, Shunyi surmised that there was an overwhelming likelihood this was the truth. Upon closer inspection, he observed the page filled to the brim with writing. Subsequently, he expelled a diminutive fireball, reducing the paper to ashes. Who? As he beheld the three-tomo Sharingan emerge in Shinji's eyes, the visitor's gaze brimmed with fervor. Master Shinji, the clan leader and the esteemed elders have summoned you. Shinji deactivated his Sharingan and followed the visitor to the residence of the elder. Shinji has arrived. Since Shinji's birth, the infighting among the various factions of the Uchiha clan had significantly diminished. Blessed with innate talent, Shinji awakened his eyes at birth, activated the second tomo at 3 years of age, and the third tomo at 4.5. Now at the age of 5, his ocular prowess was perilously close to that of a genin. Of course, this was still somewhat constrained by his age, as his chakra reserves lagged behind, resulting in a slight deficiency in his ocular strength. Otherwise, all possessors of the three-tomo Sharingan within the Uchiha clan would be of genin caliber. I pay my respects to my father and the esteemed elders. May I inquire as to the purpose of my summons? Upon entering the room, Shinji offered a brief bow, then surveyed the surroundings before choosing a seat at the lower end of the table. The third Hokage has sent word inquiring whether you wish to attend the Ninja Academy. Given your age, it is time to consider this matter, the elder declared, addressing the third Hokage with a tone of disdain. Shinji, I believe attending could be beneficial. The children of other prominent ninja clans have also enrolled. Fyake's words did not surprise Shinji, for Fyake's influence within the clan was presently minimal. Thus, he adopted a moderate stance, neither aligning with the village nor the clan, which ultimately led to his alienation from both sides. Yet, it mattered not with him present. The Uchiha clan would not falter. I shall not attend. Enrolling in the Ninja Academy would merely squander my time. They have little to impart to me. You could also make a few friends. Strength is paramount in the ninja world. Friendships forged at the academy hold little value, and it is not worth my time to waste a year or more on such trivialities. Shinji's words elicited smiles from the hawkish elders led by the elder, while Fyake and several doves frowned in disapproval. However, they refrained from voicing their objections, for Shinji spoke the truth. Since that is the case, let us settle this matter. Should the third Hokage inquire again, simply refuse. While the Uchiha clan basked in satisfaction, there were surely others wearing troubled expressions. In the Hokage's office in Kanahagakure, Dans, we can no longer hesitate. That boy possesses too much talent. Once that wicked child matures, who among us could stand against him? We must act swiftly, the sooner the better. Without needing to look, the content of the conversation made it clear that the only one bold enough to target the Uchiha clan in the Hokage's office was the one-eyed cripple, Shimura Dans. Absolutely not. Moreover, you cannot instigate trouble in secrecy. That is out of the question. Sarutobi Hiruzen was well aware of the consequences of allowing Shinji to grow unchecked. However, he could not move against him at this juncture. In the past, the hawkish and dovish factions of the Uchiha clan had clashed incessantly, with Fyake caught in the middle. The Uchiha clan, as it stood, was already a source of great concern. Now, Shingi was the nerve center of the entire Uchiha clan. Should any harm befall him, the entire Uchiha clan would erupt in rebellion, united against external threats without any internal discord. The ramifications would be far too severe. So severe that even Sarutobi Hiruzen understood that allowing Shingi to mature was akin to a slow death, yet he dared not act. After all, a slow death affords one time. To act against him would mean preparing for immediate demise. Hiruzen, enough. Dans, I will not permit you to engage in any underhanded schemes. Do you understand? Remember, I am a Hokage. Observing the serious expression on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, Dans realized that this time he truly had no opportunity, even for clandestine maneuvers. He gazed intently at Sarutobi Hiruzen for several seconds before turning to leave. You will come to regret this. As he watched Dans slam the door behind him, Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his temples in exasperation. What suggestions do you have? Mido Kazumi and Uzumaki Kushina, witnessing Sarutobi Hiruzen's distressed demeanor, felt equally at a loss. At this moment, there was indeed no viable solution. Neither option appeared favorable, and waiting was tantamount to awaiting death. What to do? The price of indecision was two grown men chain-smoking. Ahem, you two might want to ease up. Uzumaki Kushina could no longer contain herself and rose to open the window. From a distance, she spotted thick smoke billowing from the Hokage's office window. Someone, the Hokage's office is on fire, quick, bring water. We're coming. I'll handle it. I am a water release, ninja water release. Great waterfall technique. All right, it's fine now. Everyone disperse. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood before the window, speaking gently to the villagers below. He had no choice if he did not intervene. They would be inundated with questions about who would repair the dam. Chapter 3. Successful Research. Watching Sarutobi Hiruzen step forward, the villagers of Konohagakure gradually dispersed. The ninja who had half-formed his hand seals also relaxed his grip. There was no choice previously. Using ninjutsu on the Hokage's office could be justified as an act of heroism. Continuing down that path, however, would shift the narrative to one of attempted assassination against the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the water-release ninja, who turned back repeatedly, his back adorned with a conspicuous red and white fan emblem. It is indeed another member of the Uchiha clan. I shall remember this grudge. The expression of Sarutobi Hiruzen was somewhat clouded. Go. Inquire with the Uchiha clan about the enrollment status of their young master. Yes, Hokage-sama. Subsequently, Sarutobi Hiruzen became exceedingly enraged. The smoking pipe, which he always held dear, was contorted in his grip. He had contemplated the possibility of Uchiha Seiichi declining, yet he did not expect that no excuse would be offered, and that all semblance of courtesy would be entirely disregarded. This incident etched Uchiha Seiichi's name firmly in his memory. Upon thorough assessment, he deemed him a potential threat. Although Seiichi truly disdained the power struggles and the moral fabric of the higher-ups in Konoha, he found himself unjustly accused this time. Although Shingi explicitly rejected the proposal at the elder's residence, it was the elder who coordinated with the umbu dispatched by Sarutobi Hiruzen. The elder harbored a profound dislike, nay, a deep-seated aversion, for Sarutobi Hiruzen, and it was inconceivable that he would speak favorably out of consideration for the Hokage's reputation. He would certainly voice his thoughts candidly. The fact that he refrained from resorting to curses was an indication that he had not yet succumbed to madness. Shingi remained unaware of these sentiments. However, even if he were informed, he would remain indifferent. He understood all too well that no amount of ingratiation could alter the fate of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha were akin to a blade in the hands of the Hokage. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama possessed sufficient strength to wield this blade without fear of self-harm. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the third Hokage, lacked the power to control the Uchiha clan, and his own Sarutobi clan was equally incapable. Consequently, the Uchiha, once a weapon against foes, had transformed into a double-edged sword that could inflict harm upon its wielder, regardless of the blade's effectiveness. As long as it posed a risk of self-injury in the eyes of the higher-ups, it was deemed expendable. Thus, from the moment Sarutobi Hiruzen assumed power, the Uchiha clan's fate had been irrevocably sealed. Recently, Shingi found himself preoccupied. He had commissioned Fugaku to procure an extensive array of research instruments. His laboratory was larger than that of Fugaku, the clan leader. The consequences were dire, for Shinji was unable to disclose his intentions, necessitating personal financial investment, which led to Fugaku, a renowned figure in the shinobi world, nearing bankruptcy. Yet, such matters were trivial. Wealth was but a transient concern, easily earned if spent. What truly mattered was the task at hand. With the backing of the clan leader and the elders, Shinji devised a plan to have each clan member contribute 2 drops of blood. Initially, only the ordinary members who had yet to awaken their Sharingan were involved. As for those who had awakened, he was utilizing his own blood as well as that of Fugaku and his accompanying guards. Time flew swiftly while immersed in research. And indeed, this was the opportunity for the Uchiha to rise anew. Holding a vial containing a vivid red reagent reminiscent of flowing rubies, Shinji was overwhelmed with joy. After dedicating an entire year to his research, he had finally achieved a breakthrough. His research direction had been validated. The Uchiha clan's bloodline did possess flaws, but not all individuals lacked the same genetic code. This was encouraging news. An even better revelation awaited him. Over the past year, he had collected blood samples from the entire clan and had now identified all genetic codes. The reagent in his possession encapsulated the essence and genetic codes of 928 members of the Uchiha clan, representing the most comprehensive and unblemished Uchiha bloodline. The reagent in his hands was the key to unlocking a new era for the Uchiha clan. By infusing this complete genetic code into their bodies, the fragmented bloodline could be restored to its former glory. Moreover, the greatest advantage lay in its potential for growth. The gradual transformation would not burden Shinji's youthful body. Without hesitation, he resolved to proceed. The reagent needed to be injected near the heart. Unable to trust anyone else, Shinji created a shadow clone to assist in administering the reagent into his own body. Lying bare-chested on the bed, he felt a sharp sting as he observed his clone slowly injecting the reagent into his being. The vivid red liquid within the vial gradually diminished. Apart from sensing a coolness entering his body, Shinji felt no other sensations. There was no agony akin to the torturous experiences described in novels regarding the refining of one's muscles and bones. Upon reflection, he realized he had overthought the matter. The process of refining muscles and bones is intended to enhance one's physical constitution, akin to a multitude of imperceptibly small blades scraping away impurities within the body. Discomfort would be inevitable. Currently, Shinji was engaged in the process of completing his genetic code, akin to receiving an intravenous drip or a vaccination after falling ill. Moreover, the substance administered was derived from the blood of his kin, ensuring no rejection, rendering the process a harmonious one, thus devoid of pain. During this initial phase of bodily enhancement, it was vital to ensure ample nutrition and rest. He instructed his avatar to procure 2 capsules of the rather unpalatable military rations, specifically concocted nutritional solutions for him to consume. Without even rising from his bed, Shinji soon succumbed to slumber. Throughout that year, he often resided in the laboratory, and both Fuyue and Meichin had grown accustomed to his presence. A sudden, intense hunger pang jolted Shinji awake from his slumber. The discomfort of hunger made him acutely aware of his weakness. His limbs felt feeble, his spirit waned, and a burning sensation simmered in his stomach. Hastily he rose, his bare feet meeting the cool floor, and with unsteady strides, he retrieved a bottle of nutritional solution, trembling hands gripping it as he drank. Gulp. After consuming 1 bottle of the solution, he felt little change. He pressed on. Gulp, gulp. Burp. At long last, Shinji felt a profound sense of satiety, albeit at the cost of a multitude of empty nutrient bottles carelessly discarded after consumption. Nevertheless, it was undeniably worth it. Clenching his fists, he sensed an inexhaustible stream of power coursing through his body. Lowering his gaze to examine himself, he noticed that, compared to his previous perspective, he now stood a head taller. Moreover, he possessed a well-developed musculature, defined yet devoid of the clumsy bulk often associated with excessive training. His muscles were streamlined and robust, epitomizing a healthy physique and the allure of an ideal form. His abdomen was firm and powerful, his back broad, and his shoulders full, all sculpted through long-term dedication to fitness and healthy living. Remarkably, he had achieved this transformation almost instantaneously. His physique radiated a masculine vigor, yet retained an air of elegance and harmony, embodying the ideal body type many aspire to attain. Most significantly, there was a substantial enhancement in both his chakra and ocular prowess. A cursory estimation revealed that his secondary physical attributes and chakra had more than tripled, while the enhancement in his ocular power soared to several times that. He felt that the coveted Mangekyo Sharingan was within his grasp. Glancing at the corner where the nutrient solution was stored, he noted that the last box was still less than half full. He hadn't anticipated that this replenishing process would be so resource-intensive. The nutrient solution was concocted by Shinji himself, as the military rations were far too unpalatable. There were two types of nutrient solutions, one designed for ninjas, containing 10 milliliters of concentrated essence, and another for civilians, available in a 500 milliliter bottle for ample sustenance. Both varieties boasted a diverse array of flavors and were immensely popular in the market, allowing Fugaku's fortunes to rebound from the brink of bankruptcy to unprecedented heights. Shinji consumed the ninja version, which provided a day's worth of nutritional needs along with various trace elements, ensuring that the user remained satiated without sacrificing nourishment. Each box contained 100 vials, and he had already consumed 17 boxes. He needed to devise a strategy, as the average Uchiha clansman did not possess his unique advantages. It would be detrimental if he failed to share this extraordinary enhancement, potentially leading to dire consequences. Alas, the efficacy of the medicine presented its own challenges. Perhaps he would contemplate this further at a later time. Having not returned home in quite some time, Shinji worried about Meichin's concerns. He hastily donned a jacket and slipped on his shoes before heading home, realizing he would need to purchase new clothes and footwear. "Son, what has happened to you?" Meichin stared at her now tall and robust son, momentarily taken aback. Had he truly been away for 7 days, or was it 7 years? "Mother, I have succeeded. Good news should always be shared promptly." Meichin had a vague understanding of Shinji's endeavors, and upon hearing him announce his success, she was overwhelmed with joy, covering her mouth in astonishment. "Is that true, Shinji?" Seeing him nod affirmatively, Meichin hurriedly summoned Fugaku home. When Fugaku returned and beheld the dramatic transformation of his son, he couldn't help but harbor some suspicions, his expression betraying a hint of excitement. He instructed that no one be allowed to disturb them, and, accompanied by his wife Meichin and son Shinji, they retreated to the family's secret chamber. Furthermore, Fugaku established 3 protective barriers to ensure confidentiality. "All right, Shinji, please share your news." Saint nodded slightly, sharing all of his research findings and speculative discoveries with the two. As he described his insights, Fuya and Mikoto gradually lost control of their expressions, and even their Sharingan involuntarily activated. Their minds were flooded with countless thoughts. Once the discourse concluded, they felt as though they were in a different world. In that tranquil chamber, the 3 remained in silence, with only the resounding rhythm of Saint's heart echoing in the stillness. "Are you certain there are no issues?" Fuya's voice bore an inexplicable hoarseness. "I am certain." Shang-Yi nodded solemnly. This was not a moment for frivolity. "Give it a try. Shang-Yi is our son." Meichin suddenly uttered a perplexing statement. Though Saint-Yi maintained a stoic expression, there was a barely perceptible contraction in his pupils. The implication of this statement was overwhelmingly clear. It was likely as he had surmised. Upon hearing this, Fugaku remained silent. However, the 3 tomo within his Sharingan began to whirl, their rotation accelerating with each passing moment. In the end, only a blur remained, and then, in an instant, the 3 tomo coalesced into a singular form, transforming into a new shape. When the rotation of the Sharingan concluded, a curved triangular shuriken, accompanied by 3 small dark dots, manifested within Fugaku's eye. Here, I shall slightly adjust the activation timeline of Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan, shifting it from the 3rd Shinobi World War to the 2nd. Due to subsequent actions of the protagonist, certain less significant details will be modified. For instance, in the Uchiha clan, Fugaku, Shursui, and Itachi will not take to the stage during the 3rd Shinobi World War. Particularly Itachi, who was born in 43, would have been merely 5 years old at the time of the war's outbreak in 45, which ended in 48. With the Leaf Village bereft of its members, and the Uchiha clan similarly devastated, it is utterly implausible to send a 4-year-old child, especially the sole heir of a prestigious clan, into battle. Has Kishimoto lost his mind? Mangekyo Sharingan. Father, indeed, you have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Shang-Yi wore a knowing expression, which left the Fuyao couple somewhat astonished. Did you guess? I have perused the family tomes since my childhood and have encountered numerous descriptions of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. My mother recounted tales of you, my father, when I was young, leading me to form some conjectures though I was not entirely certain. The intellect of Seiichi has always been a source of immense pride for the couple, Fugaku and his wife. Therefore, they harbored no doubts regarding Seiichi's words. Ultimately, what confirmed this matter for me was the revelation that your blood, father, possesses the least genetic defects, significantly fewer than any other clansman. This signifies that your lineage has undergone evolution. The Uchiha clan's evolution is solely manifested in the Mangekyo Sharingan. Fugaku nodded, acknowledging the truth, as he had no intention of concealing this from his son. With that understanding, there was no time to waste. Fugaku began to exert pressure on Seiichi using his Mangekyo. The father and son did not employ any techniques. It was merely a pure contest of ocular prowess. As time elapsed, Fugaku's astonishment continuously mounted. Eventually, upon witnessing Seiichi raise his left hand, Fugaku mirrored the gesture, and both simultaneously retracted their ocular powers. Indeed, it became evident that, regardless of the circumstances, the three-tomo Sharingan fell short compared to the Mangekyo Sharingan. No, you are mistaken. Fugaku's words prompted Seiichi to abruptly glance up at him. Just now, I utilized 90% of my ocular power, which indicates that, purely in terms of ocular strength, your Sharingan has already reached the level of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Fugaku's assertion left Seiichi momentarily stunned, and even Mikoto, who was observing, widened her eyes in disbelief. My ocular power has reached the level of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Upon hearing this, Shang-Yi once again sought confirmation from Fuyu. Fuyu, displaying no impatience, solemnly reaffirmed Shang-Yi's inquiry. Seiji initially bowed his head, murmuring to himself, and then suddenly rose to his feet, his gaze growing increasingly luminous. Father, mother, I was mistaken. Entirely mistaken. This is the truth. Fujiwara and Mikoto exchanged glances, observing their son, who was exhibiting somewhat erratic behavior. After a while, Seiji finally composed himself and resumed his seat. I apologize, father, mother. I was rather rude a moment ago. With great fervor, Shang-Yi proclaimed, Father, from my current example, it can be inferred that the complete evolution of the Sharingan does not include the stage of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Rather, the Mangekyo Sharingan and the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan are, in essence, part of the same phase. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is simply the Mangekyo Sharingan devoid of its adverse effects. Chapter 5. The prelude to the Third War unfolds. The previous emergence of the Mangekyo Sharingan as a half-evolution was due to the deficiencies within the bloodline, resulting in an incomplete evolution, which can be characterized as an inadequacy of the bloodline's power, thereby limiting the evolution to only half of its potential. Consequently, the so-called Mangekyo Sharingan, once highly revered by our kin, harbored significant side effects. To achieve a complete evolution, external forces were necessary, specifically the eyes of siblings of equal caliber to rectify the flawed bloodline. Now, with my bloodline restored, my Mangekyo Sharingan will awaken naturally as my strength increases. At that moment, I shall unlock the most authentic Mangekyo Sharingan, the one chronicled in our ancestral texts, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan possessed by Uchiha Madara, the eye that never succumbs to blindness. Shang-Yi's words struck like a thunderclap on a clear day, leaving both Fuyu and Mei Qin profoundly shaken. Shang-Yi's words have yet to conclude. Moreover, the previous difficulties in awakening the eye due to incomplete bloodlines have now been resolved. As long as one belongs to a family with a complete lineage, they will naturally awaken the Sharingan upon reaching a certain age. While the Mangekyo Sharingan may be uncertain, it can be assured that every member of the clan will possess the three-tomo Sharingan upon reaching adulthood. The scene depicted by Seiichi is truly immense, far beyond what the clan leader, Fugaku, could have ever dared to dream. However, they are aware that Seiichi does not speak idly. With Seiichi as a tangible example, this is not merely a figment of imagination. It is a reality. Both Fugaku and Mikoto understand the implications of this. Should it come to fruition, the Uchiha clan would possess over 20,000 elite shinobi, capable of challenging an entire ninja village with ease. Furthermore, as Seiichi matures, he could very well become another Uchiha Madara, single-handedly subduing the ninja world. Such a feat would not be a mere fantasy. Fugaku inhaled deeply. Seiichi, what are your current plans? Let us keep this matter confidential and continue with your experiments. Additionally, enhance the abilities of your father, mother, and other reliable young clan members. What we lack at present is time. My current training merely tests the patience of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Focus on your experiments, allowing them to believe I am squandering my talent. Once my Mangekyo Sharingan awakens, we will possess the confidence we need. Shang Yi remained unclouded by the victory before him. What he desperately needed now was time. Although he possessed boundless potential, it required time to unleash that potential and subsequently transform it into strength. Presently, despite wielding the formidable prowess of an elite jonin, the number of those who could bring about his demise within Konoha was alarmingly high. In fact, there were numerous individuals who could prevent his escape entirely, certainly exceeding a mere handful. How long do you believe it will take for your Mangekyo Sharingan to awaken? It won't be short. I sense it may take years. As my physical condition is hindering me, if there exists a method to significantly enhance my physical capabilities, I believe it could greatly accelerate my progress. Shang Yi is quite troubled. He is aware of a substance that could significantly enhance physical capabilities, Hashirama cells. However, the issue lies in his inability to acquire them. Neither Orochimaru nor the remains of Hashirama are accessible to him as a mere Uchiha. As for Danzo, it goes without saying that the implications are understood. Presently, he lacks the strength to covertly seize them. Therefore, he must devise alternative strategies or patiently await the opportune moment. With a sense of idleness, Shang Yi began to contemplate ways to generate income, primarily with the intent of improving the living standards of his kin. Consequently, he developed an array of lucrative products. In addition to the previously established nutritional liquid, he introduced new medicinal items, a powdered wound ointment, and a liquid spray for treating injuries. The wound ointment is designed to heal injuries inflicted by sharp instruments, while the spray addresses blunt force trauma and everyday bruises. In the culinary realm, he created various hot pot bases and street snacks. Although he was unfamiliar with the cooking process, it was a trivial matter for the vast Uchiha clan to enlist a few skilled relatives. The family's inherited Sharingan Jinjutsu served as the most effective teaching method. Among the renowned delicacies of Konoha, there were but three: the delightful three-colored dumplings, the grilled meat of the Akimichi clan, and the legendary Ichiraku ramen that echoed throughout the heavens. Saint E had savored every delicacy, and the conclusion was clear. The people of the shinobi world had been deprived of true culinary delights. He had guided the development of various snacks and dishes, ranging from sweet to savory, from humble street desserts to Michelin-starred creations. His culinary innovations spanned from roadside stalls to state banquet dishes, delivering a profound blow to the impoverished food culture of this world. Such disparity evoked imagery akin to modern individuals aboard an aircraft carrier, armed with a cache of nuclear warheads, launching an assault on an ancient era populated by primitive beings clad in animal skins, brandishing wooden sticks, and communicating in rudimentary sounds. The scene would be nothing short of grotesque. Yet, upon reflection, one might ponder, if I indulge in one more bite, you must forgo one. It would be better for you to remain hungry. After all, hunger won't lead to demise. One merely grows accustomed to it. The ordinary members of the Uchiha clan were numerous, and not all were affluent. Many elderly and lonely individuals faced dire circumstances. With Saint E generously distributing his recipes among his kin, he reaped not only substantial wealth and the goodwill of his clan, but also the scorn of the Konoha F4, led by the third Hokage. As Saint E had anticipated, his immersion in laboratory experiments rather than honing his prowess provided a sense of ease to Sarutobi Hiruzen and his peers. Even though the products he created sold remarkably well in Konoha, the land of fire, and throughout the shinobi world, generating immeasurable wealth for the Uchiha clan. Such monetary gains were precisely the behavior Sarutobi found most palatable, whether Saint E chose to elevate his abilities or cultivate factions within the clan. Nothing reassured Sarutobi more than his solitary retreat into the laboratory. The flourishing food and healing remedies appeared significant, yet in the heat of battle, they would prove utterly useless. In fact, should you perish, the recipes and wealth you amassed would rightfully revert to me. Of course, Sarutobi's perspective was comparative. He harbored no desire for the Uchiha clan to advance in any positive direction. He secretly wished for them to encounter perpetual troubles, even to the extent of their complete annihilation over the course of a few days. Yet, such outcomes were implausible. Moreover, the prospect of Saint E focusing solely on enhancing his own power was far more daunting than any monetary conversion of the Uchiha clan's potential. Thus, in this juxtaposition, Sarutobi found solace in Saint Yi's pursuit of wealth. Consequently, this period marked one of the rare instances of contentment for him. Each day, he indulged in leisurely activities, smoking and, when boredom struck, gazing into a crystal ball at beautiful maidens. life seemed to grow increasingly pleasurable. If only the Uchiha were to suddenly meet their demise, he would feel that his life had reached its pinnacle. Report to the Hokage. An umbu suddenly burst in, startling Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ahem, did you not think to knock? Sarutobi coughed, momentarily choked by the smoke. What is the urgent matter? Once he regained his composure, he began to inquire about the reason behind the umbu's hasty arrival. Report to the Hokage. We have just received word that the Raikage has ordered the Cloud Village to attack the Sand Village. The umbu's words caused Sarutobi's pupils to constrict sharply. What is happening? Is the shinobi world on the brink of war again? Immediately summon Danzo, Mito Kazan, and Kurama Kamatsu to see me. Speed is of the essence. Chapter 6. The Outbreak of the Third War. Upon hearing this news, Sarutobi's first instinct was to quickly gather his think tank for a council. Soon, 4 brilliant minds convened in the Hokage's office. Hiruzen, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With their forces stretched thin, Danzo began, yet before he could finish, Sarutobi interrupted. Enough, Danzo. This is not even a consideration. There was no need to hear the rest of Danzo's thoughts. Anyone familiar with him understood his intentions. However, the timing was not right. They were merely away, not in crisis. To provoke them so brazenly was akin to treating them as if they were already dead. Hiruzen, Danzo persisted, yet Sarutobi ignored him, continuing to puff on his slightly deflated pipe. His visage, obscured by smoke, flickered ominously, complemented by his brooding gaze, creating an aura of profound darkness. Hiruzen, we should prioritize fortifying our borders. The Cloud Village's lunatics may not restrict their aggression solely to the Sand Village. Observing the somber atmosphere, Mito Kazan offered his insight. Sarutobi nodded in agreement. Not only the Cloud Village, we must also bolster defenses against the Rock Village. Inoki's ambitions are boundless. Having engaged with the Third Raikage and Inoki for decades, Sarutobi understood the temperament of these seasoned adversaries well. Inoki would never pass up an opportunity to capitalize on a situation. Have Jiku prepare a defense plan, and dispatch 2 teams from the village to provide support. With a decision reached, immediate action ensued. The sudden maneuvers of the Cloud Village disrupted Konoha's plans. However, plans often falter in the face of change. Just as the reinforcements were arriving at the defensive line, before Sarutobi could catch his breath, he was struck by another alarming piece of news. The Cloud Village, having tasted success in the Sand Village, had declared war on both the Rock Village and Konoha. This revelation detonated like a bombshell within the village, igniting widespread panic and concern among the populace. Sarutobi understood the gravity of this conflict. Improper handling could lead to catastrophic losses for the village and threaten the peace and stability of the entire shinobi world, simultaneously declaring war on us and the Rock Village. Sarutobi murmured, anxiety swelling within him. He recognized the formidable strength of the Cloud Village, and with Konoha's reinforcements recently dispatched to the borders, the village's defensive capabilities were relatively weakened, compounded by the unpredictable factor of the Uchiha clan. We must swiftly devise a counter-strategy, Sarutobi resolved. Turning to the ninjas at his side, notify the elders, clan leaders, and captains of the Jounin to convene an emergency high-level meeting. We must collectively discuss our response. With a grave expression, he gazed into the distance, contemplating strategies. Hokage-sama, I believe we need to strengthen our ties with other villages, Nara Shikaku suggested. Indeed, Hiruzen. We cannot face the Cloud Village's aggression alone, Mito Kazan concurred. Sarutobi nodded, promptly dispatching envoys to connect with neighboring villages to unite against the threat posed by the Cloud Village. Moreover, we must mobilize every available resource, he continued. Recall ninjas on missions to prepare for battle. The assembled crowd swiftly responded to the call, for an intense battle was on the verge of erupting. With the issuance of orders, the Hidden Leaf Village fell into a state of heightened preparedness. The ninjas promptly mobilized, reinforcing border vigilance and fortifying defensive structures. Each clan began to rally their members in preparation for the impending conflict. In the Uchiha clan's territory, the situation unfolded thus. This time, we required the deployment of 1,000 ninjas, half of whom would be elite. After attending the meeting, Fugaku returned to the clan grounds and convened a clan assembly. In attendance were the clan leader, the elders, and the elite ninjas of the Uchiha clan. Isn't 1,000 too many? The elder raised an objection, and Seiichi also furrowed his brow. Presently, the Uchiha clan boasted a total population of 20,928, among which there were 11,239 ninjas, comprising 3 756 genin, 5, 789 chunin, and 1, 694 jounin. While the numbers may seem substantial, the majority of these clansmen were members of the security department, each occupied with their respective duties. Mobilizing 1,000 individuals at once, nearly 1/10 of our total, necessitated the compression of other responsibilities and the extraction of personnel. In a conflict of such magnitude, even the jounin faced perilous circumstances, let alone the genin and chunin, who would merely serve as cannon fodder, treated as expendables. Fugaku pondered deeply. This is an order from above. Each clan has a specific requirement, and it is not particularly aimed at the Uchiha. Thus, we possess no reasonable grounds for resistance. Moreover, these are extraordinary times, with the village hidden in clouds declaring war on 3 villages simultaneously. We must exert ourselves to the fullest. The clansmen whispered among themselves, debating the situation. Clan leader, I am willing to lead our people into battle, proclaimed Uchiha Keikai, the elite jounin and deputy minister of the security department, stepping forward with resolute eyes. Fugaku glanced at him, a swell of pride rising within him, though it was tempered by a flicker of concern. This was indeed a fine son of the Uchiha clan. Very well, Keikai. I appoint you as the commander for this operation. Remember to safeguard yourself and our clansmen. Fugaku placed a reassuring hand on Keikai's shoulder. Keikai nodded and turned to the clansmen, rallying them with fervor. My friends, this is our moment to protect our homeland. Let us fight together for the glory of the Uchiha. The spirits of the clansmen ignited, and they collectively shouted, for the Uchiha. Amidst the fervent atmosphere, the ninjas of the Uchiha clan embarked on their journey, prepared to defend the honor of their family and the tranquility of their village with their very blood and lives. They gazed upon the ninjas as they strode forth from the village gates. Shung Isin felt an unsettling discomfort within. He was acutely aware that perhaps only a fraction, or even less, of those present would return. The others would merely become a cold inscription etched upon the village's memorial stone, reduced to a handful of earth in the cemetery. In the village, Shung-I occasionally hears unsettling news interspersed with even graver tidings. It is not uncommon to hear reports of yet more lives lost on the battlefield. Shung-I is, in fact, not well versed in the intricacies of the Third Great Ninja War. He is merely aware that the pivotal moment was the Battle of the Kemui Bridge, a conflict renowned in the annals of history. Those who are familiar with the narrative of Naruto recognize that this battle gave rise to 2 illustrious figures. One is the renowned copy ninja, the white-haired recluse from the Hidden Leaf Village, Kakashi Hatake. The other is the so-called little boss of the Naruto series, a formidable force within the entire Naruto universe, Obito Uchiha, who, upon losing his beloved, chose not to resurrect her, but instead to plunge the world into a dream of his own design. The intertwining fates of these 2 characters resonate throughout the memories of the people, extending into the series' conclusion. Ahem, I seem to have digressed. Let us return to the main topic. Although Shingi is unaware of the exact duration of the Third Shinobi World War, it has indeed spanned several years. Chapter 7. Children need not contemplate so much. During this time, he has reflected on his memories and discovered the war's devastating toll. Initially, the third Kazekage of the Land of Wind was murdered by Sasori, which ignited the conflict. Upon reflection, it seems that this misfortune can be traced back to Konoha's actions. Sasori's vendetta stems from the loss of his parents at the hands of Konoha's White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake, during the Second Great Ninja War, which ultimately led this once promising child down a dark path. Furthermore, the third Raikage of the Land of Lightning fell in battle. In the Land of Earth, the formidable shinobi such as Joki, H-Ka, Ishii, and the members of Awagakure perished. The first 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist provoked Konoha's lower-ranking shinobi, only to incite the wrath of the steadfast Konoha, resulting in 4 deaths and 3 escapes, with all members of the Umbu present meeting their demise. The defensive forces of the Land of Fire were reduced to just Mado Gai and his 3 subordinates, with the remainder of the Konoha shinobi lost. Mado Gai sacrificed himself, transforming the original 7 ninja swordsmen into merely 3, while Obito Uchiha was declared missing and presumed dead by Konoha, though he was actually saved by Madara. Lin Noira perished, willingly sacrificing herself beneath Kakashi's Raikiri to protect the village. Shung-I once again took a fresh sheet of paper and began to write. 1. Uchiha Obito's whereabouts became unknown following the battle at the Kanabi Bridge, and he was presumed dead by Konoha. Kakashi Hatake acquired the Sharingan. earning the formidable reputation of Sharingan Kakashi throughout the ninja world. 2. Uchiha Obito was rescued by Uchiha Madara. 3. The death of Rin Noara led Kakashi and Obito to awaken their Mangekyo Sharingan. Obito, manipulated by Madara, descended into darkness, laying the groundwork for the future establishment of the Akatsuki, the Nine Tails assault on Konoha, and the Fourth Great Ninja War. 4. The young Uchiha Itachi witnessed the horrors of war, which would significantly influence his character development in the years to come. 5. Due to the exceptional performance of Minato Namikaze during the Third Great Ninja War, he was appointed as the Fourth Hokage shortly after the war's conclusion. Uchiha Obito. Upon seeing this name, Shang Yi's eyes narrowed. In truth, Shang Yi had initially contemplated altering Obito's tragic fate. However, after an encounter with Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, and observing their interactions with Obito, he ultimately relinquished this thought. Obito's character flaws were too profound, with the primary issue being his inability to foster relationships. In his life, he cared deeply for two individuals, his grandmother, who had already passed away, and Rin Noara, who also met her demise right before his eyes, pierced through the heart by his close friend. Minato and Kushina treated him with great kindness, particularly Kushina, who regarded him as a beloved younger brother. Shang-Yi acknowledged that he could never surpass the Watergate couple in their relationship with Obito. However, after Obito's descent into darkness, his actions against the Watergate couple were executed with astonishing decisiveness, devoid of any lingering affection. In pursuit of his objectives, he even callously affixed explosive tags to the infant Naruto, the sole progeny of his most esteemed mentor. To an observer, his actions might suggest a profound vendetta against the Watergate couple. Ultimately, the outcome was well known. He succeeded in extinguishing the lives of the Watergate couple, revealing that his intentions were far from mere pretense, but rather a chilling resolve to kill. Consequently, after careful reflection, Shang-Yi chose to relinquish the matter. An individual who could not be nurtured was unworthy of his time and effort. Moving forward, he would ensure that Kakashi's eye was returned to the clan. Obito, with only one eye and lacking even a Gundam, posed little threat. Once Shang-Yi had penned everything, he gazed at the fourth page with a frown, incinerated the two sheets in his hand until they turned to ash, and then plunged into the sewers. As Shang-Yi departed from the laboratory, he prepared to return home. Upon entering his abode, he beheld 3-year-old Itachi seated on the steps of the corridor, gazing up at the sky. He approached the side, brushed off the dust from the steps, and sat down beside him. "Brother, what do you think those who instigate wars are thinking? Isn't it better for everyone to live in peace?" After a moment of silence, Itachi's youthful voice broke the stillness. "Because it is not the scarcity of resources that troubles us, but the inequity of their distribution," Shang-Yi replied, also looking skyward, lost in contemplation. Itachi turned his gaze towards Shang-Yi, his expression one of confusion, as he struggled to comprehend the meaning of Shang-Yi's words. The Land of Fire is situated at the heart of the ninja world, possessing the most resource-rich area of the entire realm. With Konoha situated in the most fertile part of the Land of Fire, we can live well and yearn for a peaceful existence. But what about other ninja villages? Let us not even mention the smaller ones. Consider the other 4 great ninja villages. The Land of Water is surrounded by ocean, lacking in resources, with fish being its sole bounty. The Land of Earth is predominantly rocky, scarce in water and grain. The Land of Wind is similarly afflicted, characterized by deserts where citizens can only selectively inhabit oases, struggling for survival. The Land of Lightning boasts a unique terrain, filled with towering mountains, predominantly composed of stone. The resources of these 4 nations are either scant or exceedingly barren. Thus, the resource-abundant Land of Fire appears to them as a delectable prize. In essence, it is the imbalance in psychology that leads to such conflict. Why should the inhabitants of the Land of Fire and Konoha have an abundance of everything while they possess nothing? If you were in their position, could you tolerate such disparity? Yet, such a situation results in the suffering of many, and even the loss of life. A hint of sorrow crossed Itachi's small face. Indeed, but this is the cruel nature of humanity. Initially, when survival is at stake, thoughts are simple, merely to exist. However, once survival is secured, the desire to thrive emerges. Why should I lack what others possess? The human heart is perpetually insatiable. Shang-Yi sighed. Yet he understood that passivity was not an option. One must cultivate strength to safeguard those dear to them. Moreover, do you not yearn for peace? If one possesses sufficient strength, one embodies peace itself. Take, for instance, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. His aspiration for tranquility ensured that during his lifetime, the shinobi world experienced no wars. Itachi nodded, his gaze resolute, and declared, "I comprehend. I shall strive to grow stronger, brother." As Seiji gazed at Itachi, a surge of responsibility welled up within him, prompting a quiet reflection on the innocence of youth. Itachi, still young, was not yet ready to be burdened with overwhelming ideologies. Instead, Seiji aimed to establish a clear goal for him, providing a sense of direction that would occupy his thoughts, allowing him to focus solely on the pursuit of strength. He affectionately ruffled Itachi's hair and smiled, saying, "I believe you can achieve it." At that moment, a gentle breeze swept by, lifting their hair as they sat in serene silence, savoring the tranquility of the moment. Mikoto, upon Seiji's return home, noticed the harmonious scene between the brothers. A subtle smile graced her lips, and she chose not to interrupt them, instead turning to prepare dinner for the family. From that day forth, Seiji devised a rigorous study plan for Itachi. He began to diligently absorb knowledge, engage in physical training, and refine his chakra. The schedule was meticulously arranged, so much so that one might exaggerate it by saying even the most mundane actions required multiple steps. Each day was filled to the brim, leaving no room for melancholy. As time progressed, the atmosphere in Konohagakure grew increasingly somber. Daily, disheartening news arrived, and fatalities mounted. The Uchiha clan suffered significant losses as well. Chapter 8. The time has come to act. Fugaku received reports from clan members stationed at the front lines. Due to the Uchiha's prideful nature, they had engaged in the most formidable battles. Of the original 1,000 clan members, only 712 remained, with a casualty rate approaching 30. Initially, the contingent comprised 500 jonin, 350 chunin, and 150 genin. Now, merely 469 jonin, 199 chunin, and 44 genin persisted. Among the fallen was the esteemed deputy of Kamae, Uchiha Hikari. The remaining 712 clan members were all wounded. This was still a fortunate outcome, as other clans faced casualty rates nearing 50%. Silence enveloped the meeting room. The elder took the initiative to regain his composure. After all, he had endured harsher realities since the Warring States period. "Leaders, we must care for the families of the fallen. There is no need to wait for the war's conclusion. Let us provide some compensation to the families of those who have gone to battle," he stated. Fugaku furrowed his brow at the mention of compensation for the deceased. He decided to withhold the list of the fallen for now. Instead, he proposed that all families of those who participated in the conflict receive equal subsidies, with further discussions postponed until after the war. The second elder, recognizing that this was not the appropriate moment to reveal the list, interjected to halt Fugaku's remarks. Observing that no one else objected, Fugaku acquiesced. With Seiji's emergence, the Uchiha clan had transformed. They were no longer financially strained, at least for the immediate future. Thus, there was unanimous agreement among those present regarding the distribution of subsidies to the families of combatants. As news of the Uchiha clan's actions reached the village, their reputation experienced a slight improvement. However, this development incited dissatisfaction among other ninja clans. Each clan had sent members to battle, yet none possessed the financial means of the Uchiha. Consequently, the best they could offer was minimal support, while others simply ignored the plight. This was particularly true for the Hyuga clan, who traditionally regarded their branch members as inferior and would hardly extend assistance now. These matters bore little relevance to Seiji, who was preoccupied with the passage of time. Since the onset of the Third Great Ninja War, he had been anticipating this moment. Based on his recollections and the current state of the conflict, he surmised that it was imminent. Though he remained in the laboratory daily, he was no longer engaged in research. Instead, his focus shifted to the development and mastery of ninjutsu. At last, Seiji received the long-awaited news. The Battle of Kaminari Bridge had commenced. With the front lines in a deadlock, Konohagakure continuously mobilized substantial reinforcements to the battlefield. The village's defensive forces had grown alarmingly thin, with only members of the security department visible patrolling the streets. Sheng-Yi understood that his opportunity had arrived. Under the cover of night, he donned a complete set of meticulously concealing attire. His hair, hands, and even the area around his eyes were shielded by a pair of windproof goggles. Once he confirmed that not a single inch of his skin was exposed, he was ready. Saint-E departed the laboratory like a specter, making his way towards Orochimaru's clandestine stronghold. Along the way, he initially employed transformation techniques, followed by his self-developed illusion known as Ordinary Villager, which masterfully concealed his presence. The illusion, Ordinary Villager, was a unique technique meticulously crafted by Uchiha Saint E, tailored to his specific circumstances. Its operational principle involved enveloping oneself in a layer of ocular power, specifically a shadowy mental energy. This illusion does not require the caster to actively select a target for its release. Instead, it is directed inward, affecting the caster themselves. As long as someone lays eyes upon the caster, they will fall under the illusion's influence. Its purpose is to render the caster virtually invisible, significantly diminishing their presence. After its development, this new illusion underwent a series of rigorous tests conducted by Saint E. Remarkably, even when the caster engaged in actions that would typically be deemed peculiar by ordinary standards, onlookers remained oblivious. This technique even influenced memory, causing those affected to completely forget the existence of the caster, leaving no trace of their presence in recollections. Of course, like many illusions, this one possessed a notable flaw. Any sensation of pain could free the affected individual from its grasp. The solution proposed by Shang Yi is remarkably straightforward and rather blunt. Simply disregard it. You heard correctly. Ignore this flaw entirely. This illusion ensnares anyone who gazes upon the conjurer. Thus, for Shang Yi, your escape from the illusion holds little significance. If you do not look at me, I remain unaffected, yet should you choose to gaze again, you will fall victim once more. To evade the influence of the illusion, one must possess mental fortitude that surpasses that of Shang Yi, a feat that currently few within Konoha are capable of achieving. Shang Yi is acutely aware that the only individual in the village impervious to the influence of illusions is Fugaku. The sole exception endowed is the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. All others are merely insignificant. With this illusion as a safeguard, the state of affairs in the village is rendered utterly vacuous. Shang Yi's actions were executed with remarkable decisiveness. Unfazed by the indifference of those around him, he effortlessly arrived at his destination. Standing before Orochimaru's laboratory, Shang Yi took a deep breath, silently praying for a smooth endeavor. After all, the fortuitous alignment of circumstances was indeed a rare opportunity. Unlike its later iterations, Orochimaru's laboratory was not shrouded in darkness and dampness. However, the only drawback was the abundance of serpents lurking within. In his previous life, Shang Yi harbored an intense fear of snakes. However, he has since overcome this fear, for it is illogical to dread a creature that poses no threat to him. Fortunately, his illusions are effective against all beings endowed with chakra. He is grateful to Orochimaru, for there are no ordinary snakes here. Shang Yi swiftly rummaged through the various rooms of the laboratory. Curious ninja techniques? Absolutely. Experimental records? Certainly. Journals of failures? Without a doubt. The Kusanagi sword. In a corner, Shang Yi unexpectedly discovered the Kusanagi sword from the original narrative, the one wielded by Sasuke, capable of harnessing lightning attributes. Very well. Since he bore the Uchiha name in his past life, he might as well embrace the Uchiha legacy in this life. Better to take it along than let it gather dust here. He packed it away. After a thorough search, Shang Yi managed to fill 7 storage scrolls. However, where were the vital Hashirama cells? Such a precious and significant resource was certainly not something Orochimaru would bring to the battlefield. Shang Yi suddenly stood still for a few seconds, contemplating Orochimaru's peculiar habits. Saint furrowed his brow, turning to gaze into the chamber of the laboratory that was exclusively inhabited by snakes. Within that room lay a multitude of serpents, and solely serpents. Among them was the largest of all, a magnificent white python, whose chakra fluctuations were the most intense within the serpentine assembly. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to steel himself and re-enter that chamber. Although the current saint harbored no fear of snakes, he still did not relish the idea of engaging in close proximity with such creatures. Gently, he pushed open the door, peering into the writhing mass of serpents entangled within. Shang Yi felt a tumultuous sensation in his stomach, yet he resolutely suppressed his discomfort. He hurled a cup, carelessly taken from another room, at the white python. By the time the white serpent awakened, with the full power of the Sharingan unleashed, Saint E directed a potent illusion towards the great serpent. After an arduous struggle, the white python finally regurgitated. Observing the chaotic mess on the ground, one could discern several storage scrolls among the vomit. Once more, an illusion was cast, compelling the white serpent to succumb to slumber once again. Chapter 9. The appetizers are ready. Let the cooking commence. The divine elixir is born. If the white python were aware at this moment, it would undoubtedly have much to express. How dare you? How could this happen? You wretched fool. Sainty, suppressing his nausea, repeatedly rinsed with water 3 or 4 times. Once assured of cleanliness, he extended his hand to examine the storage scrolls. After opening 3 without success, he finally located the 4th. The remaining scrolls were deemed unworthy of individual attention, so he gathered all the storage scrolls scattered on the ground into a single bundle. Before departing, he took one last glance around to ensure nothing had been overlooked. Excellent. The area was impeccably tidy. He had no need for Orochimaru's research instruments, as his own equipment surpassed that of Orochimaru's in quality. As for the other items, he left behind a few provisions such as milk and instant noodles for Orochimaru. Oh, and there were also medical supplies and nutritional solutions produced by the Uchiha clan. Shang-Yi remarked that, considering Orochimaru was a loyal user of his products, it would be unkind to impose harsh measures upon him. After contemplating, he decided to conduct a thorough inspection of each room once more, ensuring that he left no trace behind. Yet, he felt a lingering sense of insecurity. Ultimately, he concluded that it was preferable to wrong others than to betray himself. Thus, in various corners of the laboratory, Shang-Yi discreetly placed numerous explosive tags, seized by the Uchiha clan from other ninja villages on the battlefield. Naturally, he did not overlook the explosive tags produced by Konoha. His aim was to maintain a sense of fairness. After reviewing his work, he confirmed that these explosive tags were sufficient to obliterate all traces he had left behind. With a satisfied nod, he set the timers for a delayed detonation and elegantly departed from Orochimaru's secluded laboratory nestled in the village's corner. Having completed the task, he leaves without a trace. Concealing his achievements and name, this sentiment encapsulated his essence, indeed. Upon returning home, Shang-Yi immediately changed out of his attire and discarded it in the yard to be burned. As he firmly pressed his foot into the freshly filled pit, a resounding boom echoed, followed by a cacophony of crackling sounds. Shang-Yi swiftly leapt onto the rooftop, shielding his eyes with his hand as he gazed at the distant scene of flames soaring into the sky. A flicker of guilt momentarily crossed his mind. He then produced a handful of sunflower seeds, settling contentedly on the ridge of the roof as he began to snack. Mei Qing and Yao had not emerged. Upon his return, he had cast a soundproof barrier over their bedrooms, concerned that any disturbances might disrupt their slumber. For Mei Qing, as a woman, poor sleep could hasten the passage of time upon her visage. For Yao, as a child, inadequate rest could hinder his growth. Shang-Yi humbly expressed that, as a son, he shared an intimate bond akin to that of an elder brother. The other villagers of Konoha exclaimed in astonishment. With a sudden whoosh, Ji Shui appeared in Shang-Yi's courtyard. Ah, Ji Shui, good evening, he greeted. Upon arriving in the courtyard, Ji Shui did not raise his gaze. Instead, he merely glanced around before attempting to rush into the house. Shang-Yi hastily called out, urging Ji Shui to lift his gaze. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Ji Shui instinctively looked up to see Shang-Yi seated on the rooftop, casually snacking on sunflower seeds. In a swift motion, Ji Shui joined him atop the roof. Sit down and indulge. Shang-Yi did not regard Ji Shui as an outsider. As a member of the Uchiha clan, known throughout the realms as Shunshin Ji Shui, Sandy would undoubtedly not let go of such a fully developed tool. Moreover, Tawanzi Shui does not possess the kind of temperament that is difficult to cultivate. Like that of Tuzu Go, if he were to truly bond with Ji Shui, he could shield you from missiles. Brother Sandy, are you still awake? Shang-Yi and Ji Shui were born in the same year, yet Shang-Yi is a few months senior. Moreover, Ji Shui has never triumphed over Shang-Yi, which naturally led him to become Shang-Yi's loyal subordinate. If the elder brother refrained from attending the ninja academy, so did he. The so-called will of fire elicited nothing but a shake of the head from Danzou. Of course, Shang-Yi devoted himself wholeheartedly to nurturing Ji Shui, fully deserving of the title brother that Ji Shui bestowed upon him. With such a commotion, how could one find rest? Ji Shui's words caused a twitch at the corner of Shang-Yi's mouth. He began to question whether his kindness towards Ji Shui had resulted in the boy's lack of growth. As Ji Shui had only awakened his Sharingan upon the death of his father, having faced little adversity since. If he were to inadvertently stifle the potential of this gifted child due to his good intentions, it would indeed be a grave misstep. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Ji Shui scratched his head. Let us eat. The village was in disarray due to the explosion. The Uchiha clan had yet to relocate, so their location in the heart of the village meant they were significantly affected. Meanwhile, Sheng Yi, the instigator of the chaos, leisurely occupied the highest point of the Uchiha clan, accompanied by his followers, munching on seeds while watching the tumult unfold with a smile. Such a life was truly enviable. The situation had yet to reveal any clarity. Soon, news spread throughout the village that the Third Great Ninja War was on the verge of victory. This uplifting announcement improved the atmosphere within the village. As for the explosion, the culprits remained elusive, and with the recent triumph on the battlefield overshadowing it, the urgency to investigate had waned. After all, the Uchiha, responsible for security, had no intention of aiding the Hokage's faction. The Uchiha thought, "If I don't create trouble for you, you should be grateful to your ancestors for their blessings. Do you expect me to do your bidding? How much liquor did you consume yesterday? Is your bloodstream now running with industrial alcohol?" Thus, the previously sensational fireworks display that had shaken the village in the dead of night quietly faded into oblivion. Sheng Yi has once again reverted to the previous state of residing and working within the confines of the laboratory. Fortunately, he is not entirely alone. At least he has Ji Shui to keep him company. Although Ji Shui's contributions are rather limited, merely providing him with nutritional fluids and a small amount of blood, the presence of a conversational partner offers some semblance of emotional solace. Nonetheless, this sense of companionship may be but an illusion for Sheng Yi. "Brother Sheng Yi, what is this? Oh wow. Brother Sheng Yi, you are truly remarkable. Brother Sheng Yi, is this edible? Brother Sheng Yi, my stomach hurts. Am I going to perish?" Sheng Yi suddenly realized that this person, serving as an emotional value provider, was better left aside. "Ji Shui, why not attempt to develop a ninjutsu? Any type will suffice. This is the challenge posed to you by your elder brother. Though one may feel inclined to scold, it is hard to let go. As for fighting, Sheng Yi, I cannot bear to scold him, so why would I resort to striking him? Alas, I must simply assign him some tasks to occupy his time." Previously, Ji Shui was greatly impressed by the unique illusion of ordinary villager that Sheng Yi had developed. Therefore, let us now encourage him to explore ninjutsu. I do not seek any remarkable results. I merely wish for Sheng Yi to remain quiet for a while. Subsequently, tranquility returned to the laboratory, with both individuals engrossed in their respective endeavors. Ji Shui, renowned as a prodigy within his clan, is now 9 years old and has recently activated his 3-tomo Sharingan. Although this achievement pales in comparison to Sheng Yi's, it still positions him among the elite geniuses in the history of the Uchiha clan. It is often said that one is influenced by their companions. Thus, being in close proximity to someone like Sheng Yi has undoubtedly accelerated Ji Shui's mental maturity. "Brother Sheng Yi, I have succeeded." Early one morning, Ji Shui eagerly pushed open the door to Sheng Yi's laboratory, only to find Sheng Yi intensely focused on the experiment at hand. He gradually lowered his voice and softened his footsteps. Approaching Sheng Yi quietly, he observed the experiment on the table, where a peculiar dish contained a stratified liquid, green at the top and red at the bottom. Suddenly, the thin layer of deep green and bright red liquid began to merge, creating a violent boiling reaction. After a period of time, the liquids fully amalgamated and settled into a serene state. Subsequently, the color of the liquid began to transform. Chapter 10. The injection of the divine elixir under Ji Shui's watchful gaze. The mixture gradually evolved into a vibrant yellow. When the transformation concluded, the liquid in the dish had completely morphed into a strikingly brilliant golden hue, leaving Ji Shui in awe. Sheng Yi found himself somewhat perplexed. Logically, the amalgamation of red and green should yield yellow. How then could gold materialize? Alas, they had traversed dimensions, still entrenched within the inescapable realms of Naruto. His scientific understanding could tolerate a degree of irrationality. Ultimately, the results of the experiment held paramount significance. Sheng Yi extended his hand to grasp the petri dish, activating his Sharingan to scrutinize the golden liquid within meticulously. Sheng Yi discovered that within this environment, there existed cells exhibiting remarkably heightened levels of activity. The cellular vitality, in stark contrast to the cells he had previously experimented with, was astonishingly elevated. He estimated it could potentially surpass previous measurements by several dozen times. Saint's eyes narrowed slightly, aligning closely with his expectations. The celestial eye amplifies the attributes of the Ein, which corresponds to the realm of the mind. Consequently, his ocular prowess experienced a significant enhancement. As for his physical form, it too underwent a remarkable transformation, primarily because he had been too small and his constitution too frail. resulting in a proportional augmentation of his physique. The recently successful golden liquid, which Saint has aptly named divine elixir, is fundamentally designed to propel the development of physical attributes. Most importantly, it bears no side effects and offers a comprehensive enhancement. Sheng-Yi is acutely aware that high cellular activity signifies that cells are in a state of vigor, capable of executing their physiological functions with remarkable efficacy. This condition bestows a multitude of advantages upon any organism. 1. Metabolic enhancement. Elevated cellular activity accelerates the rate of chemical reactions, thereby enhancing metabolic rates. This implies that cells can more efficiently generate energy, break down nutrients, and expel waste. 2. Expedited wound healing. Highly active cells are quick to respond to injury signals, facilitating the generation of new cells and the repair of tissues, which accelerates the wound healing process. 3. Augmented immune functionality. The activity of immune cells is directly linked to the body's defense capabilities. Highly active immune cells can swiftly identify and eliminate pathogens, thereby bolstering the immune system. 4. Aging mitigation. As one ages, cellular activity often diminishes, correlating with the aging process. Maintaining elevated levels of cellular activity aids in decelerating the aging of cells and tissues. 5. Enhanced athletic performance. The activity of muscle cells determines the efficiency of muscle contractions. Highly active muscle cells can generate greater strength and endurance, thereby improving athletic performance. 6. Tissue regeneration promotion. Certain cells, such as stem cells, possess high activity levels, enabling them to differentiate into various cell types, thereby fostering tissue regeneration and repair. 7. Support for normal growth and development. During the growth and development phase, high cellular activity is crucial for the formation of organs and the growth of the body. 8. Increased adaptability. Cells have the capacity to adapt to varying environmental conditions. Highly active cells typically exhibit superior survival capabilities, thriving and reproducing in changing environments. 9. Facilitation of complex functions. The execution of intricate functions, such as those of the brain, necessitates the collaborative efforts of numerous highly active neurons to support cognition, memory, and learning. In summary, elevated cellular activity is vital for maintaining the normal physiological functions of an organism, adapting to environmental changes, combating diseases, and promoting healthy aging. Hence, Sheng-Yi places such importance on this miraculous elixir. Observing the physique of Senju Hashirama compared to the rather feeble constitutions of others in the ninja world reveals a stark contrast, as if they belong to entirely different species. The success of the miraculous elixir has illuminated for Sheng-Yi the possibility of transforming a fragile assassin into a formidable tank. Brother Sheng-Yi, what is this? My goal, as you know, is precisely this. Although Shizue is somewhat unclear about Sheng-Yi's intentions, he understands that Sheng-Yi's aim is to establish peace within the ninja world. Previously, Sheng-Yi implied that he intends for the ninja world to bear the Uchiha name henceforth. Shizue, have you prepared a sufficient quantity of the nutrient solution? I have cleared out 4 rooms to store the nutrient solution, approximately 10,000 boxes. Excellent. Follow the steps I have taught you and inject this serum for me. However, Brother Sheng-Yi, are you certain this is safe? Don't you typically conduct trials first? Why not this time? I have already conducted experiments and ensured there are no issues. Do not worry, I am quite fearful of death. The words of Sheng-Yi were not mere comfort for Zhishui. He had indeed conducted experiments to ensure there were no safety hazards. Unlike other common medications, the divine elixir had already proven successful. However, the agony of fusion within the human body was excruciating. This predicament caused Sheng-Yi some distress. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he thought, why not allow the elixir to fuse externally rather than within the body? Thus, the final step in the creation of the divine elixir involved incorporating the user's blood. This served 2 purposes. First, to allow the elixir to merge with the external environment and acclimatize to the variations in blood before being injected into the body, ensuring a gradual transformation. Second, it was a measure of safety, granting the elixir a uniqueness that permitted only its rightful blood owner to utilize it. Should anyone else attempt to use it, they would face rejection, ranging from the mild consequence of meridian rupture and paralysis to the severe fate of cellular dissolution leading to death. Observing the unwavering determination in Sheng-Yi's eyes, Zhishui placed his trust in this elder brother, who had repeatedly performed miracles, as he injected the divine elixir into his heart. Sheng-Yi lay on the bed, clad solely in an exceptionally elastic pair of oversized shorts, deeply ensconced in slumber. According to Shang Yi's previous instructions, Ji Shui was to administer a nourishing solution at the slightest change in Shang Yi's complexion. Initially, it was manageable, despite the continuous need for sustenance. Ji Shui was able to cope alone. However, as time progressed, the situation became increasingly untenable. Shang Yi's physique visibly deteriorated, losing weight before the naked eye. Ji Shui created 3 shadow clones to assist him. He also produced a funnel and inserted it into Shang Yi's mouth. Ji Shui, along with the 2 shadow clones, continuously poured nutrient solution into Shang Yi, while the remaining clone busied itself transporting boxes filled with the nutrient solution into the laboratory. Occasionally, Ji Shui would take a moment to pour some nutrient solution for himself. They toiled ceaselessly, day and night, until the nutrient solution ran out. When it was depleted, Ji Shui's shadow clone brought in the last 5 boxes of nutrient solution and informed him of the situation. However, Ji Shui was no longer in a state of urgency. The rate of consumption by Shang Yi had diminished, allowing Ji Shui to retain only 1 shadow clone for transportation. These 5 boxes of nutrient solution would suffice until his remaining clone could procure a new batch. Coughing softly, Ji Shui suddenly turned his gaze towards Shang Yi. Shang Yi has awakened, Ji Shui observed as he removed the funnel from Shang Yi's mouth and discarded it onto the ground. Ji Shui, it has been several days. It's been 10 days, brother Shang Yi. Moreover, today marks your 10th birthday. Oh, my birthday. It appears today is indeed a fortuitous day, a double celebration. Chapter 11. Shang Yi's eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, although he had lain in repose for 10 days. Shang Yi's voice was as vibrant as if he had merely taken a brief slumber, full of vitality and comfort. He nudged the disordered boxes of nutritional liquids aside with his foot and stood barefoot upon the ground. Lowering his gaze to the somewhat diminutive Ji Shui before him, Shang Yi felt a preliminary satisfaction with the effects of the divine medicine. Upon stepping into the courtyard, he conducted a simple assessment of his bodily transformations. The final results indicated that Shang Yi's overall physical capabilities had experienced a remarkable increase, multiplying by several times. His chakra far surpassed that of an elite jounin. In fact, Shang Yi sensed that even typical Kage-level figures would not possess a chakra reservoir as abundant as his own. Regrettably, his limited experience hindered any direct comparisons. However, the most significant change lay in his eyes. The potency of his ocular abilities had undergone a substantial enhancement. This revelation filled Shang Yi with immense joy, for it could only signify one thing. From this day forth, he, Uchiha Shang Yi, possessed the means to revel in his newfound power. Upon returning to his abode, Shang Yi gazed into the mirror and activated his 3-tomo Sharingan. Subsequently, he found himself within the perspective of Shui. In Shang Yi's eyes, the 3-tomo began to spin rapidly, accelerating until they merged into a singular form. The pattern within this kaleidoscopic Sharingan was not overly intricate. In fact, it bore a certain simplicity. His Sharingan comprised 2 sections. At its core lay 3 interlinked, curved tomo, reminiscent of Obito's Sharingan design, including the same curvature. Encircling this was a hexagram, formed by 6 opposing curved tomo, giving the overall appearance an exquisite harmony and aesthetic beauty. This was Shang Yi's unique Mangekyo Sharingan. As Shang Yi gently activated his Mangekyo, the 2 patterns began to rotate in opposite directions. The ocular power emanating from within was unprecedented, radiating a boundless brilliance that assured Shang Yi that he could wield it freely without fear of consequence. Wow, Shang Yi's Mangekyo Sharingan is so impressive. I desire one too. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan of Shang Yi radiated a brilliant light as it gazed into the depths of Ji Shui's eyes. Shang Yi beheld his kaleidoscopic Sharingan through the mirror. The curved design is quite impressive. In previous incarnations, it was speculated that the direct and curved forms of the Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharingan emphasized different aspects. Upon his arrival in this world, Seiji delved deeply into the texts of the Uchiha clan. Indeed, this was the case. The possessors of the straight tomo are characterized by enhanced physical attributes and ninjutsu proficiency, exhibiting formidable physical prowess, agility, and martial skill. Conversely, those who wield the curved tomo command an array of extraordinary ninjutsu, excelling in illusionary techniques and space-time ninjutsu, among others. Examining existing examples, both Madara and Sasuke, the bearers of the straight Mangekyo Sharingan, evidently surpass Itachi and Shui, who are endowed with the curved variant, in terms of physical capabilities. However, Seiji remained indifferent to such distinctions. In fact, he harbored a preference for the curved Mangekyo Sharingan, as it grants access to rare and unique ninjutsu that are otherwise unattainable. With the foundation of Hashirama's cells, he was destined to eventually transform into a sage body. Once he attained this form, his physical prowess would hardly falter. It is often said that the Mangekyo Sharingan serves as a mirror to the soul, with the resulting ninjutsu intricately linked to the deepest, most fervent aspirations of its wielder. Shinji is eager to explore the ninjutsu that emerges from his dreams. In his left eye, the sovereignty of wisdom manifests as follows. Accelerated thought. Active this ability enhances cognitive capacity and perceptual speed by 1,000-fold. Analytical appraisal. Active it allows for the dissection of all things, followed by their evaluation. Upon successfully deciphering an opponent's technique, he can replicate and master their ninjutsu, techniques, and unique skills. Parallel computation. Active this enables him to isolate the subject of analysis from his thoughts to perform calculations. Simulated computation. Active he can envision the developmental patterns of all things in the world within his mind. Simplicity in all things. Passive when exercising ninjutsu or other abilities. There is no need for incantations, hand seals, or any preliminary procedures. In his right eye, the sovereignty of space proclaims, mastery of space. All spatial energies are at my command. I am the embodiment of space. Upon comprehending the innate powers of his kaleidoscopic Sharingan, Shinji could not help but draw in a sharp breath. If such abilities were to be unleashed upon an adversary, he would feel compelled to report to the heavens about the unfair advantage his opponent possessed, leaving him restless at night. However, when reflecting on his own capabilities, Shinji could only wish for even greater strength, urging for more intensity. The sovereignty of wisdom in his left eye is thoroughly understood and immensely powerful. Although the sovereignty of space in his right eye is succinctly expressed, brevity often conceals profound potency. For instance, in this very moment, in Shinji's mind, a multitude of classic development directions emerged. For instance, the fixed-point teleportation of this world, Flying Thunder God, the unique divine authority of Tsuzi, the limitless techniques of Wujiao Wugo's family, the instantaneous movement of the magical realm, the spatial exile of the high martial world, the storage space of the cultivation world, and the ultimate fantasy of the primordial universe, the creation of new worlds, Genesis. Of course, the latter may pose a slightly greater challenge. Yet, it matters not. At least a goal has been established. Presently, Shinji feels a formidable strength coursing through him. It is not merely an unfounded arrogance. After all, his abilities are quite evident. However, when combining both of Shinji's lifetimes, excluding the childhood brawls reminiscent of a child swinging fists, his legitimate combat experience is nearly non-existent. Hence, training is imperative. Upon preparing to don the youth-sized attire he had set aside, he realized his prior estimations had faltered. His physique now exceeds that of the average adolescent, having reached an adult stature. Following a test conducted by Jishui, he currently stands at 181 centimeters tall and weighs 62 kilograms. Moreover, he can distinctly sense that his body still possesses ample room for growth. Although the fit may be slightly off, he must make do for now. After tidying the laboratory alongside Jishui, as Shinji casually discarded waste into a suddenly manifested dark vortex beside him, Jishui marveled at the coolness of this ninjutsu. Regrettably, after 2 hours of attempting to engage Shinji, he felt somewhat disheartened. He finally came to believe that this ninjutsu was an innate ability of Shinji's eyes, one that others could not possibly learn. The transformation of Seiichi left Mikoto both astonished and helpless. Her beloved son, who had barely begun to relish his delightful baby days, had suddenly grown up before her eyes. There was no recourse. Given the circumstances, Mikoto had no choice but to acquiesce. With a careful examination of Seiichi's physique, she noted he was slightly slender, yet his height was comparable to that of Fuyuki. Consequently, she turned back to her room and fetched a set of brand new clothes that Fuyuki had yet to wear, urging Seiichi to change into them. Shang-Yi returned to his room with new clothes to take a shower. Don't leave. We'll have dinner together soon. Jishui understood this was directed at him, so he settled comfortably into the chair, observing the weasel in the yard energetically exercising. Moreover, Jishui had grown accustomed to this routine. He often accompanied Shang-Yi to the chief's residence for meals, and there was even a bedroom on the second floor reserved specifically for him. The place he spent the most time was the laboratory, followed by the chief's home, while his own residence was the least frequented. Chapter 12. An unexpected situation. Shang-Yi gazed into the mirror, observing as his once shoulder-length hair cascaded into a flowing mane. He decided to have it trimmed, leaving a length of about 10 centimeters, and casually tied it into a small braid, with a few strands gracefully falling over his right forehead. He glanced around, satisfied with his reflection. With such a visage, Shang-Yi felt even his loose hair suited him splendidly. After a brief wash and changing into fresh attire, he donned a distinctive blue high-collared robe belonging to the Uchiha clan. Upon descending the stairs, he encountered Fugaku just as he entered their home. Typically, Fugaku rarely dined at home during lunch, preferring to eat at the police department. However, today was Shang-Yi's birthday, and regardless of whether Shang-Yi returned home, he made it a point to be there for lunch. Upon seeing Shang-Yi's transformed appearance, Fugaku was momentarily taken aback. It seemed a thought crossed his mind, and as he began to speak, he noticed Shang-Yi nodding at him, as if anticipating his inquiry. In that moment, a flicker of crimson flashed in Shang-Yi's eyes. Not missing this subtle detail, Fugaku struggled to suppress the joy bubbling within him. After a delightful meal shared among five, Shang-Yi informed Fugaku that they would discuss everything later in the evening. He then took his two younger companions and prepared to venture out to purchase clothing. He felt it was imperative to buy, as he had nothing to wear. Meanwhile, Shisui and Itachi also needed to procure some larger garments for future use. According to Shang-Yi's plan, he would first arrange for Shisui, Itachi, Fugaku, and Mikoto. The remaining members could deliberate collectively afterward. With his presence, the Uchiha clan had become invincible. Once Shisui and the others rose, he envisioned carving the faces on Hokage rock into a Tom and Jerry motif. Confident that the Uchiha could withstand the repercussions. Tom and Jerry. That might actually work splendidly. A brilliant idea indeed, worthy of note. The trio arrived at a clothing store on the streets of Konoha, owned by the Uchiha clan, where the Uchiha emblem adorned the bottom right corner of the sign. Greetings. Young clan leader. Good day, second young master, Shisui. Have you dined yet? On the occasion of his 9th birthday, Itachi was appointed as the young clan leader of the Uchiha clan by Fujiwara during a clan assembly, receiving unanimous approval. Now, Itachi and his two companions have become quite renowned throughout the Hidden Leaf Village, not to mention among their own clan members. Tsukamura, your attire is rather uncommon, remarked one. As Shang-Yi gazed at the limited array of clothing styles, a slight frown creased his brow. Young master, if you have any thoughts, please share them with me, and I shall craft them immediately, urged the owner of the clothing store, Uchiha Tomo. He was well aware that his young master was an exceptionally astute individual brimming with ideas. Noting the tone in Shang-Yi's voice, Tomo sensed that his master undoubtedly possessed a brilliant notion. He, Tomo, was destined for prosperity. Resistance was futile. Shang-Yi activated his 3-Tomo Sharingan, ensnaring Tomo in an illusion. Tomo was overjoyed, for it was through this very illusion that Shang-Yi had previously conveyed the news of their prosperous food supplies to the clan. This immense wealth he was determined to seize. In my previous life, the Japanese anime I watched the most extensively and comprehensively included Dragon Ball, Sailor Moon, and Saint Seiya. The advanced armors in Saint Seiya are undeniably stunning, yet it is clear that they cannot be crafted from mere earth materials. Armors forged from ordinary metals are utterly ineffective, as their weight significantly hampers a ninja's agility. While chakra metal seems promising, the existence of its original form renders such armors, capable only of channeling chakra, quite inferior. Moreover, chakra metal is exorbitantly expensive, beyond the means of the average individual. Instead of embarking on the extravagant endeavor of creating a complete set of armor, it would be far wiser to forge several superior weapons for his clan. After all, he can directly pilot a Gundam, and he is not lacking in defensive capabilities. In the realm of Bleach, the grand cloaks and the so-called Soul Reaper attire are essentially in nothing more than ordinary coats and traditional Japanese kimonos, both of which exist in this world. Consequently, he showcased an array of particularly striking or functional outfits from Dragon Ball to Tomo. He also presented various suits from the C-series and One Piece. His recollections of other anime are rather scant, limited to a few notable examples, such as the Shinsengumi uniforms from Gintama. Pointing to a martial arts outfit worn by Son Goku, Shaggy informed Tomo that such training garb is exceptionally suited for cultivation, greatly enhancing bodily flexibility and breathability. A variety of colors could be produced. He then exhibited some of the latest Scion sleeveless battle suits, emphasizing their remarkable stretch and protective capabilities. In comparison to the green ninja vest, the Scion sleeveless armor was indeed far superior, prompting Tomu to contemplate potential solutions. Finally, he displayed an assortment of modern attire from Dragon Ball. Tomu expressed his enthusiasm, affirming that he would follow the young clan leader's directives to create these garments and expedite their release. To ensure Tomu would not forget, Shang-Yi meticulously embedded an illusion into Tomu's mind, allowing him to recall the designs at will. This straightforward memory technique, easily cast by Shang-Yi, would endure for several years as long as the recipient did not resist. Since satisfactory clothing was not readily available, they decided to purchase a few sets for now. Tomu also took measurements of Shang-Yi's physique, promising to craft an outfit for him to review. The three of them strolled down the street, each carrying a bundle of clothing, as news of an impending victory in the war spread throughout the village, along with whispers of its conclusion. The once somber atmosphere was swept away, leaving the villagers rejuvenated. The trio indulged in some skewered delicacies and sweets while walking. Though Itachi and Shisui had their fill and could hardly eat more, Shang-Yi devoured his food as though he had not eaten in days. However, the leisurely demeanor of the three did not persist for long. As soon as they turned and strolled down another street, they noticed a figure lurking suspiciously. The attention of the three saints was drawn to this individual, who, in turn, did not conceal his interest in them. As he beheld the striking red and white fan emblem adorning their attire, along with their faces, a flush of excitement spread across his countenance. Without hesitation, he charged towards the trio. Shisui remained unfazed, reassured by the presence of his elder brother, the possessor of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Such trifles could be resolved with a mere glare. Although Itachi also trusted in the saints, a twinge of anxiety gripped him, prompting him to instinctively draw a kunai and assume a defensive stance. Shang-Yi regarded the situation with simplicity, persistently shoving food into his mouth. If he did not hasten to eat, the food would grow cold, adversely affecting its flavor. Observing the reactions of the three, a sense of disdain welled up within the man. Even Konoha could boast of boastful fools. Look at them, rendered speechless and dazed. And yet they fancied themselves the legendary Uchiha trio? How absurd. This was the illustrious Sharingan of the ninja world. Contemplating the prospects of defeating them and returning to Kumogakure, where he would not only be promoted but also hailed as a hero, he could not help but envision his sister's admiration. No, he must not dwell on such thoughts any longer, or he would surely salivate. Noticing the man's expression shift incessantly, Shang-Yi discerned that he was beginning to daydream. Dreaming in broad daylight was ill-advised. At the very least, it was detrimental to one's health. Thus, Shang-Yi resolutely activated his Sharingan, casting a binding illusion upon the man without additional cost. Subsequently, the trio watched in astonishment as the man's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground. Due to his prior rapid pace, he did not remain stationary upon falling. Rather, his upper body and face skidded along the ground until they came to rest at the feet of the three. Observing the bloody path left behind by the man, an involuntary twitch coursed through the faces of the trio. They need not experiment. Merely witnessing the scene induced an inexplicable pang of pain in their own faces. Chapter 13. Root? A perfect execution. The commotion drew the attention of those nearby, prompting members of the Konoha security department to arrive at the scene. Before the security personnel could utter a word, the sound of swift movements echoed as a few ninjas donned in animal masks materialized. Root. Shang-Yi narrowed his eyes, observing their silence as they attempted to seize the man. Shang-Yi pressed his foot firmly against the individual's back, thwarting any intentions of the Root to abscond with him. Addressing the members of the security department surrounding him, he inquired, "What are you waiting for? Are you merely anticipating this suspicious individual to regain consciousness and flee?" The members of the security department, accustomed to retreating in silence, felt a sense of frustration, yet were bound to adhere to the directives of their superiors, no matter how disheartening. However, Saint-Yi's words seemed to illuminate a glimmer of hope within them. With fervent expressions, they responded, "As you command, young clan leader." As the security department prepared to take the individual into custody, the members of the Root appeared incensed by this blatant disregard. With a somewhat brusque tone, they asserted, "This matter falls under the jurisdiction of the Root. Hand him over to us, and Uchiha may depart." The members of the security department looked expectantly towards Saint-Yi, who did not disappoint them. "Root? I have never heard of such a faction. Where does this illegal organization spring from? Judging by your demeanor, could you perhaps be a newly established division under the Umbu?" Nevertheless, according to the agreement made by the second Hokage with our Uchiha clan, all matters pertaining to security within the village are to be managed by the security department. And even the Umbu must remain on the periphery. Do you understand? Take him away. Saint narrowed his eyes at them, the disdain in his gaze and tone inciting considerable displeasure among the members of Root. Sarutobi Hiruzen was the official Hokage, while Danzo often likened himself to the shadowy Hokage of Konoha. Influenced by Danzo, the members of Root believed themselves to be on par with the Anbu. Now, not only was Saint humiliating them with his expressions and gestures, but his words also served to belittle them further, particularly as he belonged to the Uchiha clan. In the eyes of Danzo and his Root members, the Uchiha were not regarded as human, merely experimental material. The audacity of a mere specimen to mock them was intolerable for the members of Root. I warn you one last time, take your Uchiha members and leave at once, or we will capture all of you, barked the leader, clad in a black cap mask. Although the members of Root looked down upon the Uchiha clan, Saint, being the young clan leader, held a certain degree of intimidation, preventing them from resorting to immediate violence over such a trivial matter. Root's words incited a furious smile from Saint. Everyone, heed my command, he declared, arms crossed, his voice ringing out. Yes. The members of the security department seemed to discern his intent, their eyes alight with fervor as they awaited his orders. However, Saint refrained from issuing further commands. The members of Root, sensing a shift in the atmosphere, foolishly decided to strike at Saint. Witnessing this, Saint finally smiled. He feared not their aggression, but rather their retreat. Capture them, regardless of their fate. Though seemingly a light-hearted command, it ignited the long-suppressed fury within the hearts of the security department members. Indeed, we shall faithfully obey the orders of our young clan leader. At last, they had awaited the moment when the Uchiha would rise. The members of Root were not strangers to dealing with those from the security department who had faced many hardships at their hands. With the young clan leader's command, they could finally retaliate with unrestrained force. Fire style, dragon fire technique. The members of the security department, having undergone extensive training together, were able to unleash a combined ninjutsu that significantly amplified their power. The dragon fire technique they executed in unison exceeded the standards of a C-rank jutsu by far. As Shinji observed their actions, it became evident that they harbored no intention of leaving any survivors, not even a trace. And they were even unwilling to leave behind complete corpses. Water release, water barrier. The members of the Root organization attempted to combine their ninjutsu. Yet the water barrier they unleashed was woefully inadequate against the massive fire dragon. It managed to hold for merely 20 seconds before it was shattered. As steam enveloped the area, the surroundings became shrouded in mist. The commotion attracted numerous Anbu ninjas, as well as other ninjas in the vicinity. Seizing the opportunity, the Root members successfully launched a signal flare. Stop this at once. Danzo, the old wretch, happened to be in the Hokage's office with Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, not far from the tumult. Upon noticing the disturbance, they hastened towards the scene. From a distance, Danzo caught sight of the specially designed signal flare from his Root organization, and he immediately bellowed to halt the actions of the security department members. The security department personnel, however, seemed oblivious to Shinji's presence, showing no reaction, thus revealing their disregard for his stance. Consequently, their assault not only continued but intensified. By the time Danzo and his companions arrived, the security department had ceased their actions, while the Root members had already transformed into steaming, humanoid blackened remains. Witnessing the scene ignited Danzo's fury. He was not concerned about the lives lost, but rather incensed that the security department had disregarded his orders. For someone like Danzo, who was singularly focused on power, ignoring his command was more infuriating than a slap in the face. Seize everyone from the Uchiha clan present. Danzo was unwilling to waste a second. His sole desire was to capture all Uchiha clan members and place them on the experimental table, including the young clan leader, Shinji, whom he had long coveted. A group of Root members, obeying Danzo's command, activated the body flicker technique and prepared to strike at the Uchiha clan members present. Shinji turned to glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen, and their eyes met momentarily. Noticing that Sarutobi was idly smoking and observing the scene without any intention of speaking, Shinji remained silent. With a narrowing of his eyes, Seiji commanded all members of the Uchiha clan to heed his orders. Seize all individuals present who are not part of the Anbu and possess hidden identities. Any who dare obstruct us, claiming to protect the safety of Konoha, shall be taken down without mercy, regardless of life or death. Do not act recklessly. Uchiha Seiji, what do you intend to do? Upon hearing Seiji's proclamation, Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer remain passive. He sternly admonished those present. Should he fail to intervene, a full-scale conflict with the Uchiha clan would be inevitable. However, given the current state of the village's defenses, it was ill-fated to provoke war, especially with the Uchiha clan's leader and elders present. Observing Seiji's demeanor and the reactions of the other Uchiha, a fleeting glint of ruthless resolve crossed Sarutobi's eyes. and he silently resolved that the Uchiha clan could not be allowed to persist. Chapter 14. Confrontation. What are you waiting for? Act. Show no mercy to the defiant. Furthermore, fire signal flares to summon everyone to gather. Hiruzen quickly exchanged a glance with Danzo, signaling him to remain calm, true to their long-standing friendship. Danzo immediately grasped the intent behind Hiruzen's gaze. Consequently, he suppressed his inner fury and gestured to the root members present, indicating they should halt their actions for the time being. With the situation on Danzo's end under control, Hiruzen let out a slight sigh of relief. He then turned to face Seiji and was suddenly taken aback. Why, you are Uchiha Seiji? It was only at that moment he recognized the significant transformation in Seiji's physique and appearance. Since their last encounter, Seiji had undergone such a drastic change that he had adopted a transformation jutsu to maintain a low profile whenever he ventured outside. In truth, only the upper echelons of the Uchiha, the security department, and a few business-minded Uchiha clan members were aware of this change. In essence, whether seen or not, this information was confined within the Uchiha clan, unknown to the outside world. Therefore, in Hiruzen's memory, Seiji had still been a small child just over a meter tall during their last meeting a few days prior. And now he stood before him as a fully grown adult exceeding 8 meters in height, aside from his somewhat youthful visage, which faintly hinted at his identity. From behind, no one would have believed this was the 10-year-old heir of the Uchiha clan. How is it that after just a few days, the Hokage no longer recognizes me? In a tone tinged with playful sarcasm, Uchiha Seiichi elicited a hint of dissatisfaction from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Nonetheless, such sentiments were of little consequence. Uchiha Seiichi, as the younger clan leader of the Uchiha clan, has failed to exemplify adherence to the regulations of Konoha, even going so far as to incite rebellion. While I acquiesce to your reluctance to attend the ninja academy in the past, is this truly the lesson imparted by Fugaku? Is there not a shred of decorum remaining? Sarutobi Hiruzen, seizing the initiative, prepared to cast a significant accusation upon Seiichi, intending to bring the Uchiha clan to their knees. Before the onset of conflict, let us first compel the Uchiha to bleed a little for their transgressions. Upon hearing this, Shingi could only chuckle. Engaging in a verbal sparring match, presenting absurd reasoning? Very well, let us indulge them. Lord Hokage, your words lack any semblance of logic. The existence of the police force is to uphold the safety of Konoha. How is it that when the police force conducts a routine investigation into hidden identities of non-Anbu personnel, it is deemed as inciting a rebellion? The words of Shingi caused Sarutobi Hizashi to furrow his brow. The secret pertaining to the roots was well known among the upper echelons. However, despite its common knowledge, this matter was indeed against regulations and fell under the category of an illicit organization. Should Shingi have bitten Chao to death, he would indeed find himself in a predicament. This matter need not trouble the security department, as you are already quite occupied. Let the Anbu handle this triviality. However, regarding the deceased, there is little that Sarutobi Hiruzen can do but lightly gloss over the matter, intending to use the previous fatalities as leverage. Just a moment, Lord Hokage. I have a question. Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected, gritting his teeth. If I recall correctly, the Anbu was established by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. Its full name is Special Tactical Assassination Force, abbreviated as Anbu, and it is directly commanded by the Hokage. This was a unique intelligence organization created by the second Hokage, correct? Lord Third? Although Sarutobi was unclear about Shingi's intentions, the origins of the Anbu were well known to most present, and he could hardly refute it, merely nodding in agreement. You are indeed correct. And then? According to the regulations set forth by the second Hokage, the primary duties of the Anbu involve safeguarding the Hokage and preventing enemy incursions into the ninja village, occasionally undertaking reconnaissance and assassination missions. The nature of these tasks is often exceedingly grim or monotonous, such as guarding significant suspects. Am I mistaken, my dear Hokage? Having served as Hokage for so long, Sarutobi was no fool. Upon hearing Shingi discuss the responsibilities of the Anbu, a sudden jolt resonated within him. He understood Shingi's intentions, however, in front of so many witnesses. He could not silence him. He had lost. Sarutobi took a long drag from his cigarette, exhaling slowly. He admitted to underestimating Uchiha Shingi, the 10-year-old scion of the Uchiha clan. Setting aside discussions of talent and strength, his intellect would undoubtedly become a significant concern in the future. Very well. Let us add another reason for the kill. Upon hearing Shingi's words, the gathered individuals seemed to come to a realization, casting furtive glances towards Sarutobi. Since Sarutobi ascended to the stage, the power of the Anbu under his command had grown increasingly formidable. Before Shingi's revelation, they felt somewhat awkward but did not perceive any significant issues. However, Now that Shinji has brought it to light, they have come to realize that over the years, the Umbu has largely taken on the responsibilities of the security department, usurping many of its rightful powers. The security department has been left to deal with trivial matters concerning the villagers, such as petty disputes and trivial amusements. If this continues, the security department will be rendered virtually non-existent. According to the agreement signed by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, with our Uchiha clan, the security department is tasked with maintaining the peace within Konohagakure. The second Hokage entrusted the Uchiha clan to lead the security department for generations. As a gesture of honor and trust, this implies that in Konoha, any matters pertaining to security and safety fall under the jurisdiction of the security department. Do you still acknowledge this, Hokage-sama? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly opened his eyes wide. He was taken aback. He had intended to ease off, yet Shinji had escalated the situation instead. If only Shinji knew the current thoughts of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he would surely be confronted with a barrage of salty retorts. What? You wish to instigate conflict and then retreat when faced with consequences? There is no such easy escape in this world. Shinji declared that if he did not peel away a layer of skin today, he would not bear the surname Uchiha. What say you, Hokage? Is this truly a difficult question to answer? Observing the gradual reddening of Sarutobi Hiruzen's countenance, even in the face of provocation, Seiji remained undeterred, even resolute in his intent to provoke further. Fugaku, you have arrived. Today's incident may indeed be a misunderstanding. Please take your son home. Do not delay his dinner, for it is essential for his growth. Everything is resolved now. Let us disperse. The standoff had persisted for quite some time, and the crowd had grown increasingly larger. Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen spotted Uchiha Fugaku, his eyes gleaming with recognition, and promptly greeted him, signaling for Fugaku to intervene. How could he possibly be at a loss with Seiji yet find himself unable to manage Fugaku? In Hiruzen's eyes, Fugaku was akin to a soft persimmon, easily manipulated at his whim. Had he not feared tainting himself, Hiruzen would have long since squeezed this soft fruit until it burst. Having uttered his thoughts, Hiruzen turned to leave, only to be met with a response that was far from what he had anticipated. Lord Hokage, it is true that Seiji is my son, but he is also the young clan leader of the Uchiha clan and a formal advisor to our security department. In such an official setting, I must respect his opinions. Fugaku's words halted Hiruzen's right foot mid-stride. Chapter 15. A resounding slap to Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. The onlookers, who had been preparing to disperse, froze in place, their gazes once again riveted to the center of the scene. Slowly, Hiruzen turned back, his furious eyes locked onto Fugaku. Fugaku, I say this is a misunderstanding. Hiruzen enunciated each word with deliberate emphasis. It is enough, Lord Hokage. Time is of the essence, let us not squander it. Each minute wasted by one person adds up to several days with so many present. Let us return to the issue at hand from several days ago. Hiruzen paid no heed to Seiji, his focus solely on Fugaku, who met his gaze with an impassive expression. Observing Fugaku's silence, Hiruzen finally conceded. Uchiha Seiji, we have recently been deliberating on the amendments to some ancient regulations of the village. After all, traditions must evolve with the times. Thus, we may have inadvertently overlooked this matter. Our intention was to test whether the new provisions could be applicable, and if successful, to promote them on a larger scale. Therefore, this truly is a misunderstanding, and I extend my apologies to your security department for any inconvenience caused. While Hiruzen appeared to offer an apology, in truth, he was asserting to those present that the Uchiha clan security department was indeed formidable. I am the Hokage. The rules you hold in high regard can be altered at my discretion. With an unwavering smile, Shinji remarked, it truly is a strenuous task for our most esteemed Hokage and the esteemed elders. At their age, they are undoubtedly exhausted. Indeed, it is a considerable burden. Now, let us extend our most fervent applause to our tireless Hokage. Shinji was the first to applaud, followed closely by the members of the Uchiha clan. The surrounding onlookers, perplexed by the scene, soon joined in, clapping along with the crowd. Only a handful of high-ranking shinobi understood the underlying implications and broke into a cold sweat. The incessant sound of applause was not merely a show of support, it was akin to a series of resounding slaps across Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. Did they not notice that the smoking pipe in his hand had been twisted into a hook shape? Oh, Hokage, you truly bear an arduous burden. One must wonder why your other departments fail to alleviate the concerns of these venerable elders. Perhaps it is time for you to take a page from our security department's book. From its inception, our regulations have been meticulously crafted with such matters in mind. Thus, our illustrious second Hokage, with great ingenuity, alongside the cooperation of our esteemed Uchiha ancestors, ultimately established rules that could endure through the ages. During the signing of the contract, the second Hokage took great care to stipulate that the regulations of the security department were immutable, even for the successors of the Uchiha clan and the future Hokages. In the final words of Saint One, he gazed intently at Sarutobi's face, enunciating each syllable with deliberate emphasis. Upon hearing Saint One's remarks, Sarutobi felt a sudden, overwhelming sensation, as if darkness enveloped his vision. What on earth is happening? After decades, has he been betrayed by his own mentor? Is there any issue with the Hokage? If not, we shall proceed with our duties in the security department to uphold public order. With a playful glint in his eyes, Sandaime looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who found himself at a loss for words. Could he wield the authority of Hokage to impose his will? Yet, if he refrained, Danzo would undoubtedly resist, refusing to allow his root organization to be subjected to scrutiny by the Uchiha security force. However, if he intervened, how could he possibly do so? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt utterly at a standstill. He could neither resort to violence nor calculate a solution. Prolonging the standoff would merely tarnish his esteemed reputation as Hokage. The members of the security force were ordered to detain all individuals present who were not part of the Anbu, taking them back for thorough verification of their identities. Those who dared to resist would be met with force, justified by the pretext of safeguarding the village of Konoha, regardless of the consequences. Any future infractions would be dealt with in accordance with established protocols. Thus, they would faithfully adhere to the command of the young clan leader. Saint One commanded with a smile, "Uchiha brat, do you dare? All personnel of Root, heed my orders. Danzo, be silent." The relentless assault from Saint One left Sarutobi Hiruzen overwhelmed. At this moment, turning against the Uchiha clan was not an option. So he had to endure for the sake of his old comrade. He would seek an opportunity for retribution later. "Hiruzen, what are you doing? You've sent my Root to undergo inspection by the security department." Danzo looked at Sarutobi with disbelief. "Saint One, you may conduct your inspection, but ensure their safety." They are all from Konoha. Why make things difficult for our own?" Sarutobi gritted his teeth and uttered, before commanding all Root members to refrain from using force. However, he soon realized that after issuing his command, all Root personnel turned their gaze towards Danzo. He squinted at Danzo as well. Danzo gritted his teeth, producing a series of creaking sounds. "All Root members shall not move." Upon hearing Danzo's words, the Root members present relaxed their bodies, accepting the restraints from the security department. "Is that sufficient? Everyone disperse." Sarutobi sighed heavily. "Of course not, my Hokage-sama. You must have heard Danzo's remarks just now. His Root? Does the Hokage's advisor have the authority to command private armed forces? I don't recall any such thing. Does anyone here have knowledge of this? Please enlighten me." Uchiha Saint One. At that moment, Danzo was filled with an overwhelming urge to devour him whole. Allowing his Root members to undergo scrutiny was one thing, but if they were to be disbanded, he would lose a vital asset. The Root was established temporarily due to the shortage of Anbu personnel to facilitate the transmission of intelligence. Sarutobi, with no other choice, had to shoulder the blame himself. He truly found himself in a predicament. Just as Danzo understood him well, he knew his old friend just as intimately. If the previous order for Root to undergo inspection by the security department merely bruised his pride, causing some emotional discomfort without substantial loss, the current intention of Saint One to utterly dismantle the Root organization was something Danzo would never accept. Should he remain passive, it would provoke Danzo into instigating internal conflict within Konoha. The shortage of Anbu personnel could be addressed by expanding their ranks. Surely, no one would object to that. However, permitting others to establish organizations akin to Root was unacceptable. The second Hokage, your predecessor, issued a strict decree for the safety of Konoha. No one, apart from the sitting Hokage, could privately form armed forces, including retired Hokages. Once again, the second Hokage. Sarutobi realized for the first time that his teacher had been gone for decades yet continued to be a source of annoyance. Chapter 16. Interrupting Danzo's leg of course. "I can offer you a solution, my Hokage-sama. You may choose to expand the Anbu and temporarily delegate some of their powers to Danzo for his use. This would alleviate some of your burden while ensuring compliance with the second Hokage's decree. Truly a win-win situation. Wouldn't you agree?" "To your grandmother's leg." Sarutobi lamented why he had considered this approach earlier. Firstly, the actions of Root were even less palatable than those of the Anbu. It would tarnish his image as the noble and upright Hokage. Secondly, Danzo operated without any moral boundaries. Give him an inch, and he would take a mile. If he were to open the door to Danzo's authority over the Anbu, would the Anbu still bear the name Sarutobi Orochimaru? Thus, the notion of allowing Danzo to wield power over the Anbu was never a consideration for Sarutobi. It was an unspoken understanding among them, including Danzo himself. Yet, this sentiment could not be articulated openly, which was quite vexing. How infuriating. Where did this brat learn such sharp wit? It said he spent all his time in the laboratory, supposed to be taciturn and dull? While Sarutobi felt distressed, Danzo was in an even more agonizing predicament. Should he take action? What were the odds of success? Should he simultaneously ensnare Sarutobi? If victorious, would Sarutobi be eliminated, paving the way for him to become the fourth Hokage? Danzo felt his mind racing with unprecedented clarity as countless thoughts swirled in his head. Shingi furrowed his brow as he observed Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was engrossed in playing with his V-shaped pipe. Danzo, fixated on the silhouette of Sarutobi Hiruzen, wore a broad grin, lost in thoughts of pleasant possibilities. As Shingi gazed up at the sky, he noted that mealtime was fast approaching. He felt no desire to prolong the confrontation with them. The Fade had already been shattered, rendering any further investment of his time futile. A loud cough from Shingi jolted the two distracted individuals back to reality. Meeting his serious gaze, they understood that there was no way to resolve the situation amicably, compelling them to allow Danzo to relinquish his roots. The repercussions of disregarding the strict edict established by their mentor, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, would be dire and untenable. Thus, he had no choice but to subject Danzo to further indignity. Danzo, bear with it a little longer. Trust me, retribution will come. Danzo, so this is what my endurance as a ninja amounts to? What is the point anymore? After a prolonged period of tension, Danzo began to process the developments. He believed that one mere edict was inconsequential. Indeed, it paled in significance. After all, it was due to their actions that the Senju clan had been obliterated. Yet now, under the scrutinizing eyes of many, he was compelled to acquiesce. The second Hokage was not only their revered teacher but had also sacrificed his life to save them. Therefore, even if it was a Fade, he had to feign the demeanor of a dutiful disciple, strictly adhering to the second Hokage's decree. I understand. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled in relief. In light of the wartime tensions that had necessitated the creation of Root, I hereby announce the formal dissolution of Root. All personnel will undergo an assessment by the Umbu and may choose to join them. Others will return to their normal lives as ninjas. Hiruzen's declaration sent ripples of anxiety through those present who were aware of Root's inner workings. This was a significant turning point. Danzo's sentiments towards the Uchiha clan were never concealed, and it was common knowledge among the discerning in Konoha. Now, his most prized possession, Root, had been forcefully dismantled by Uchiha Shingi, with Hiruzen's backing. Moreover, with Shingi around, the security department would undoubtedly keep a watchful eye, leaving Danzo with no opportunity to resurrect Root. Unless, of course, the security department was dismantled, or more bluntly, the Uchiha clan was eradicated. This inevitability would certainly hasten the impending conflict between them, likely igniting a war in the near future, perhaps shortly after the conclusion of the current strife. At present, conflict was unlikely. Konoha boasted approximately 40,000 ninjas, with the Uchiha clan comprising around 10,000 of that number. Given their responsibility for maintaining the village as security, they required sufficient personnel for patrolling and shift rotations, making large-scale deployment to the battlefield uncommon. This time, even a tenth of their clan was considered a substantial contribution. However, once the war concluded and Konoha's military forces returned, the situation could drastically change. As various ninja clans observed Shingi and Sarutobi Hiruzen exchanging amicable farewells, their expressions reflected a shared apprehension. The winds of change were undoubtedly stirring in Konoha. Shingi walked ahead alongside Fuyu, followed by a group of clansmen from the security department. There was not a trace of tension on Shingi's face, as if he were utterly oblivious to the shift in atmosphere between the two parties. In stark contrast, Fuyu wore an expression of profound seriousness from the moment their confrontation began, and now he furrowed his brow even further. Upon arriving at the Uchiha clan's territory, he addressed the group, "Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for you to change shifts and take your rest. I, too, must attend to my meal." Shingi exchanged a brief greeting with the members of the security department before preparing to return home with Fuyu. "Farewell, young clan leader." "Ah. And farewell to you as well, clan leader." Upon hearing the words of the security department's members, Fuyu felt a vein throb on his forehead. Damn it. What do you little brats mean by that? Shingi embraced Fuyu's shoulder, forcibly guiding him home. Jishui and Itachi trailed behind them, with Jishui carrying 2 large bags of clothing. Itachi felt a twinge of envy at the affectionate gestures shared between his older brother and father. His soft, yearning gaze caught Shingi's attention, yet Shingi offered no words of comfort. With Jishui present, the familial bond among the three was palpable, leaving Jishui an orphan, to grapple with his own emotions. Was this not akin to twisting a knife in someone's heart? Thus, dear foolish brother, remain steadfast. By the time they returned home, Mei-chin had already prepared dinner. Sei, accompanied by his two younger companions, brought forth the dishes, and the family commenced their delightful dinner. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Hokage's office was far from pleasant. For individuals sat in silence, none indulging in tobacco. A closer inspection revealed Sarutobi Hiruzen's hooked pipe, precariously positioned in a waste bin, embedded upside down in a heap of discarded documents, forming a conspicuous 7 shape. Hiruzen realized that the Uchiha clan could no longer be allowed to exist. Danzo felt an acute aversion to the name Uchiha. Merely uttering it disrupted his composure. This time, his suggestion was met with agreement. Mido Kazan and Uchiha Kotetsu were present at the scene. The once powerful Hokage advisor, Danzo, was left in a state of disgrace by the Uchihas, ultimately having his control over the root division forcibly severed. To the Uchihas, this so-called elder advisor held no weight. Should they inadvertently provoke the Uchihas, they could be toyed with at will. Furthermore, they had already crossed paths with them multiple times, even daring to exert dominance over them. Thus, for the sake of self-preservation, the Uchiha clan indeed had to be eradicated. Hiruzen had resolved to eliminate the Uchiha clan well before this moment. Consequently, this proposal marked one of the rare instances of unanimous agreement among the four. Chapter 17, The Initiation of the Artificial God Project. However, that could not be executed at present. They must wait until after the war concludes and allow for a brief period of recuperation. The Uchiha clan had not sent many fighters to the battlefield. Instigating a civil war prematurely could obliterate Konoha. Hiruzen's rationality remained intact, and his analysis was sound. With the war just ended, it was not opportune to reignite internal conflict. His current concern revolved around the strength of Uchiha Sei. They were already aware of Sei's exceptional talent. He had possessed his 3-tomo Sharingan for over 5 years. Were it not for the extreme emotional triggers required to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, Hiruzen would suspect that Sei had already unlocked it. His apprehension lay in the possibility that, should conflict arise, should Fugaku, Makoto, and Itachi be slain, it could provoke Sei to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Alternatively, at the most critical juncture for the Uchiha clan, in an attempt to stimulate Sei, they might even orchestrate the suicides of those closest to him, Fugaku, Makoto, and Itachi, to awaken his power. Fugaku, Makoto, and Itachi all expressed that they would not go to such extremes. As for whether they would do so, Hiruzen, when considering the situation from their perspective, believed they might. Underestimating the enemy strategically while respecting them tactically was his approach. From the moment he ascended to the role of Hokage, Hiruzen had never underestimated the Uchiha clan's strength. The Uchiha stood as an unparalleled force within Konoha, teeming with emerging geniuses, rendering them a formidable threat to Hiruzen. Now, with a glimmer of hope in sight, he felt liberated from the need for restraint. It was time to strategize for the impending Konoha cleansing war. Is this the power of the Uchiha bloodline, encoded with a complete genetic cipher? Indeed, I shall name it the key. Sei led Fuyuki, Makoto, and Itachi to his laboratory. The three of them were somewhat intrigued by Sei's laboratory. Fuyuki had only visited a few times during its initial establishment, while Makoto and Itachi had never set foot inside. Xingyi instructed Jishui to retrieve the Fukis he had previously crafted. Xingyi, having procured several semi-finished divine elixirs from an exceedingly concealed safe warded by protective barriers, gazed upon the tray with fervent anticipation alongside Fuyu and the others. Their eyes were fixated on the key of crimson hue and the verdant semi-finished elixirs, both of which sparked immense intrigue. Can we inject them directly now? Someone inquired, but patience was advised. 2 options lay before them. The first involved the separate injection of the key and the elixir. Father, even though you and mother are adults with fully developed bodies, a minimum interval of 6 months should be observed between the two, one explained. The advantage of this method was its painless nature, though the duration was somewhat protracted. The second option entailed consecutive injections, commencing with the key followed immediately by the elixir. The benefit of this approach was its swiftness, yet it came with the significant drawback of considerable pain, exceedingly intense pain, to be precise. Saint repeatedly expressed his pain with 3 emphatic varies, causing those present to fully comprehend the intensity of his discomfort, which indeed seemed quite genuine. You two need not deliberate. Your only option is the first choice. Observing the somewhat conflicted expressions on Shishui and Itachi's faces, simultaneously eager yet fearful of the impending pain, was truly amusing. Shangyi's words allowed them to exhale in relief, yet they were also tinged with a hint of melancholy. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan was undeniably impressive, and they yearned to possess it immediately. I suggest you do not rush, especially you, father. After the injection of the key, it is quite possible that within half a year, you will successfully unlock the eternal kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Shin's insights were not mere conjectures. Fugaku's Sharingan had been activated for many years, and should he wish to evolve it once more, it would undoubtedly occur at a pace far surpassing that of his initial awakening. Upon hearing Shin's words, Fugaku pondered briefly before acquiescing, for no one could present a more compelling argument than the creator of the potion himself. Jishui, please call in Yin Ning, Wu, Ruyun, Kolaki, Yuri, Lingfeng, and you, he instructed. You seven shall henceforth take charge of this endeavor. Understood, young clan leader. The seven striking young ladies of the Uchiha clan responded in unison as they followed the diminutive Jishui into the room. There would be countless similar tasks ahead, and it was impractical for Shin to assume responsibility each time. Setting aside the question of fatigue, he simply preferred to avoid the effort. Thus, cultivating a capable team was an inevitable necessity, and it was better to commence sooner rather than later. The laboratory did not entail excessively strenuous work, and upon reflection, he believed that women often possessed a more meticulous nature. Consequently, he had previously requested Fugaku to select several talented and reliable young women from the clan to assist him. Currently, these seven ladies exhibited commendable potential. All around the age of 20, they had successfully awakened their Tutomo Sharingan. Notably, they were particularly adept in medical ninjutsu. Shinji instructed Fuji to remove his shirt and then lie down on the bed. He injected the key into Fuji's chest using a syringe. In truth, this procedure was not complicated. It was, in fact, remarkably simple. Anyone familiar with medical knowledge would grasp it at a glance. After witnessing Fuji succumb to slumber, Shinji turned to the individuals behind him. Kalaki, Yuli, please assist my father in dressing. At this moment, it is essential to ensure his nutritional intake. Jishui had previously administered nutrients to him using a funnel, which Shinji found quite effective. Consequently, he had prepared a multitude of disposable funnels in advance. He took one and placed it in Fuji's mouth, pouring several vials of nutrient solution into it. Like this, is there anything you do not understand? No. We all comprehend what needs to be done, young master. The seven young women felt underestimated, thinking to themselves, is that all? It merely requires the use of one's hands. Sainty gazed at Makoto and the others. Mother, do you have any further inquiries? The three of them shook their heads in unison. In that case, you may commence. Makoto, accompanied by the two young ladies, proceeded to another room. Jishui and Itachi remained on this side. Before long, four individuals lay in slumber, each with a funnel delicately held in their mouths, arranged side by side in a corner of the laboratory. Young master, is this the reason we offered our blood in the first place? Saint nodded slightly. Initially, in order to collect the blood of his kin, he could not reveal the true reason and had to concoct a vague excuse, claiming it was for the benefit of the members of the security department. Although this explanation was rather casual, it proved remarkably effective. Neither his kin nor outsiders paid any heed to such trivial matters. The confidentiality was exceptionally well maintained. After meticulously arranging everything, Shinji departed from the laboratory. In the forthcoming period, he needed to prepare thoroughly for the impending internal conflict. He was acutely aware of the brutality that this war would entail and understood the necessity of exerting his utmost efforts. During this time, Shinji's sole focus was to diligently enhance his kaleidoscopic Sharingan abilities and bolster his strength. Meanwhile, the four individuals who had undergone the injection lay in slumber, quietly awaiting the awakening of their newfound powers. Chapter 18. Oh, is it truly like this? Furthermore, Shinji visited the security department to issue the latest directives, effective immediately. All CH Nin and J Nin within the department were to conduct all office and patrol duties using shadow clones. Each CH Nin was to utilize one shadow clone daily, while each J Nin was to employ two. The original selves would engage in training, even if faced with a bottleneck. They would practice hand seals and familiarize themselves with the release of their mastered ninjutsu. Every fraction of a second gained was invaluable. All genin in the security department were to cease their duties to focus on training. Every bit of strength gained was a significant advantage. The gap in work would be filled by a portion of the shadow clones of J Nin and CH Nin, as the tasks were relatively simple. This initiative extended beyond the clan members within the security department. It also encompassed those ninja clan members who had not joined the security department. All were summoned back to the village, with CH Nin and J Nin integrated into the security department, while the genin were uniformly arranged for training. All stipends and training resources would be provided by the clan, and the Uchiha clan would fully open access to all B-rank and below ninjutsu for every ninja. As long as one desired to learn, the clan would impose no restrictions. Do not underestimate B-rank ninjutsu. These are precious techniques that ordinary ninjas must risk their lives to obtain on the battlefield. Even those born into the prestigious Uchiha clan were previously required to demonstrate contributions. Currently, they were free to learn as they wished. The period for these welfare provisions would commence the following day, tentatively set for 1 year. Those clan members unwilling to accept the clan's unified arrangements would not be eligible for these benefits. Following Shini's confrontation with Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, which led to the downfall of Shimura Danzo's roots and subjected root personnel to scrutiny by the security department. The clan members of the security department, who had long suffered under the oppression of the roots, were finally able to vent their frustrations. Consequently, Shini's reputation soared within the security department and throughout the entire clan. Moreover, the Uchiha clan had always held martial prowess in high regard. Now, with shadow clones handling work while their originals focused on training, and the clan covering all training resources while granting access to all ninjutsu below A rank, it was as if a windfall had descended upon all Uchiha ninjas. Thus, following the issuance of Shini's directives, the members of the security department, though initially perplexed, enthusiastically and resolutely complied. As time passed, it became apparent that the patrolling members of the security department were entirely composed of shadow clones, and many Uchiha ninjas who had been wandering outside gradually returned to the village. With the diligent inquiries of observant individuals, the situation began to unfold. The directive from the sage has finally been unearthed, primarily because he initially imposed no confidentiality requirements. In the Hokage's office, the Uchiha clan's intentions seemed dubious. Are they plotting a rebellion? Someone, summon Fugaku and instruct him to meet with me. Never mind, you may go. Sarutobi Hiruzen gestured for the incoming Umbu to exit. Then, before the other three present, he crushed a newly acquired tobacco pipe in frustration. The Uchiha's actions have severely frayed Sarutobi's already delicate nerves. Yet, he dared not act, truly paralyzed by the situation. The current landscape, whether it be the Uchiha clan, the Hokage faction, or even the other ninja clans, is abundantly clear. Since that fateful incident, the relationship between Sarutobi's Hokage faction and the Uchiha clan has irrevocably soured. Everyone is acutely aware that a confrontation is inevitable. It is merely a matter of who will ignite the flames of war first. The one who strikes first will undoubtedly find themselves at a disadvantage. Thus, it is understandable that the Uchiha clan seeks to bolster their strength in these turbulent times. However, the ordinary villagers, unaware of the unfolding events, can only sense a palpable tension enveloping the village. During this period, Shinji has remained in the laboratory, diligently honing his skills. Initially, due to the condition of his right eye, he found the development of space-related ninjutsu particularly smooth. As Shinji continues to cultivate his ocular powers without restraint, his mastery over the realm of space has become increasingly adept. Shui seemed to sense something. In an instant, he appeared in the room where Fuji and the others were. Upon entering, Shinji discovered that Fuji had already regained consciousness, sitting on the bed in a daze. 4 girls were attending to the other 3 individuals. Father, you are awake. How do you feel? Shinji suddenly appeared, startling the others with his unexpected presence. Space-time ninjutsu? In truth, Fuyu had caught a glimpse of Shang Yi's abrupt manifestation out of the corner of his eye. However, he had never inquired about the abilities of Shang Yi's Mangekyo Sharingan before. Saint nodded slightly, glancing at the other 3, who were on the brink of awakening. You must be weary as well. If you wish to rest, do so. I shall keep watch here. They are about to regain consciousness. Shang Yi gazed at the weary expressions on the faces of Yin Ning, Ling Feng, Wu, and Yu, and promptly suggested that they take some rest. The girls exchanged glances and then rose to bid farewell, making their way home to recuperate. After their departure, the atmosphere shifted. Saint One has established a protective barrier. Father, my left eye, the kaleidoscope Sharingan, is designed for the enhancement of my cognitive abilities, while my right eye possesses the power of space-time ninjutsu. Shinji succinctly informed Fuyue about his kaleidoscope skills. Fuyue nodded. My left eye of the kaleidoscope Sharingan allows me to foresee the future, while my right eye possesses a unique mental illusion. Mental illusion? Shinji inquired with interest. Indeed, it is called the inquiry illusion, which enables an individual to attain a true understanding of their innermost desires. Even as the caster, I cannot manipulate the outcome of this illusion. However, I have primarily employed it as a form of confinement illusion in the past. Upon hearing this, Shinji regarded Fuyue with an unusual gaze, as though he had grasped something significant. He recalled the original narrative, where Itachi, before making the harrowing decision to annihilate the Uchiha clan, had endured immense inner turmoil, caught between his family and the village, perpetually struggling to find a balance. the burden of Shirsue's dying wish added to his torment. Yet, in an inexplicable moment, Itachi seemed to come to a resolution, determining to eradicate his clan entirely, sparing only his younger brother Sasuke, thereby addressing the friction between family and village. Now, Shinji felt he had discerned the crux of the matter. Fuyue must have recognized Itachi's predicament and, in a manner akin to a gamble, cast the inquiry illusion on him. The outcome, as we know, was disastrous. He lost profoundly. As the narrative progressed, it became evident that Fuyue, after utilizing his right eye, subsequently activated his left eye to glimpse the future of the clan. The sight shattered his resolve, leading him to a point of despair where he chose to abandon all hope. The ultimate consequence was that both parents willingly fell beneath the blade of their eldest son, Itachi, becoming offerings for their second son to awaken his single Tomo Sharingan. Father, perhaps it would be best to continue employing that illusion as a confinement technique and refrain from using it on our own. Chapter 19. An additional kaleidoscope Sharingan holder. Shunshield Rika. Fuyue nodded in confusion. He was uncertain of the efficacy of his inquiry illusion. However, as a confinement illusion, Fuyue found it remarkably effective. To date, the most resolute individual he had encountered was the Water Shadow's assistant from the Hidden Mist Village, right at the moment he awakened his eyes. Yet, even this steadfast mind was ensnared by the inquiry illusion for 30 seconds, allowing Fuyue to surpass his previous record of eliminating the highest-ranking individual. By the way, Father, recently the clan has instructed everyone to utilize shadow clones for work while the main body focuses on training. Noticing the atmosphere had grown somewhat tense, Shinji attempted to shift the topic. I heard from Wu and the others. It was your command, wasn't it? Fuyue smiled. Hiki, what do you think? Isn't my strategy commendable? Shinji beamed with pride. It is indeed an excellent method for enhancing strength, Fuyue commended. But we must also be cautious not to provoke Sarutobi Hiruzen excessively. Rest assured, Father, I am well aware of that, Shinji assured with a pat on his chest. That's good to hear. Fuyue nodded. By the way, how is your training with the right eye progressing? Quite smoothly. I am becoming increasingly adept at manipulating space. Shinji's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Excellent. Space-time ninjutsu can be immensely advantageous in battle, Fuyue advised. I understand, Father. I will dedicate myself to my training, Shinji replied earnestly. As the two engaged in their pleasant conversation, the three individuals nearby gradually began to awaken. Sadie observed the pallid faces of the three individuals and promptly conjured 3 shadow clones to present them with nutritional supplements. After a considerable duration, they finally regained their composure. I have never felt so ravenous, remarked Shirsuke. I have never felt such power, stated Itachi. I think I have awakened my Mangekyo Sharingan, exclaimed Mikoto. Her words caught the attention of several present. Mikoto, are you certain? She hesitantly nodded. Mother, you can simply try it to find out. Itachi's eyes initially sparkled with intrigue, only to dim shortly thereafter. In this family of 4, 3 possessed the Mangekyo, one of which was the eternal Mangekyo. He felt an inexplicable surge of pressure. In truth, both Sadie and Fugaku had sensed the immense ocular power emanating from Mikoto, far surpassing that of the typical 3-Tomo Sharingan. They merely wished to witness the manifestation of her Mangekyo Sharingan. The 3-Tomo in Mikoto's eyes began to whirl rapidly, soon forming a distinct pattern. The design of her Mangekyo Sharingan was remarkably simple, resembling 3 interlinked Tomo creating a black circle. The outer edge of the circle featured 3 projections akin to the tails of the Tomo, while the inner side bore 3 curved black lines leading to the central black pupil. Indeed, it is the Mangekyo Sharingan, Fugaku exclaimed with delight. And it also possesses the curved Tomo, Sadie remarked, raising an eyebrow. How cool. The pressure is immense, Itachi lamented. It doesn't look as good as Brother Saint Yi's, Shirsuke stated candidly. Mikoto closed her eyes to attune herself to the capabilities of her Mangekyo Sharingan, and upon reopening them, she was visibly elated. My Mangekyo ability is called Dual Shield. The left eye is the Absolute Shield, which defends against all ninjutsu and can reflect a portion of the power. The right eye is the Rejection Shield, which aims to heal by negating all negative conditions imposed upon the protector. Mikoto's wish was simple, to safeguard her family and clan, thus, in alignment with her deepest desires. Her Mangekyo Sharingan awakened a power that harmonized healing and defense. Healing? It's mediocre, but absolute defense with reflection is quite impressive, Fugaku mused, having overlooked the aspect of negating all negative conditions. However, Sani did not let this slip by. Mother, could you elaborate on the capabilities of your right eye? The right eye's ninjutsu is called Rejection Shield, primarily for healing. Its function is to envelop the area requiring treatment, negating all negative conditions to achieve the purpose of healing. Does it negate all negative conditions, including all states of injury? This is of utmost importance, Mother. Shang Yi's exceptionally serious expression made Machen realize that she seemed to have overlooked something. Thus, she closed her eyes and immersed herself in the experience. Although Fujiyama and the others did not comprehend, they remained silent, believing that Shang Yi would elucidate everything for them later. The group quietly awaited Maichen's return. After a while, Machen reopened her eyes. She indeed rejected all negative states. Ha ha ha, it truly is difficult to lose with the instant shield 6 flowers this time. In a previous life, while watching Death Note, if there was a scene that left a profound impression on Shang Yi, it was Aizen's hand covered in hair gel, uttering the words that he would thereafter stand above the heavens. Therefore, the skill that left the deepest impression on Shang Yi was undoubtedly the instant shield 6 flowers. The concept of power of denial, with its fully maximized supportive capabilities, truly rendered one speechless. Saint Yi's sudden laughter left several individuals perplexed. However, from his reaction, it became evident that the healing abilities of Makoto's kaleidoscopic Sharingan, which they had initially overlooked, were of utmost significance. Once Saint Yi regained his composure and explained with a smile, he emphasized that the rejection of all negative states was far more complex than a mere application of healing. Can the loss of limbs be categorized as a negative state? After employing the Uchiha's forbidden techniques, is the blindness of the Sharingan considered a negative state? Does aging qualify as a negative state? And even, does death constitute a negative state? Of course, the last notion was rather fanciful. Moreover, even if one could resurrect the deceased, it would undoubtedly come at a considerable cost. This matter could be set aside for the time being. Fuyue and the others were not foolish. Shursui and Itachi's minds were racing with thoughts. After a series of insights from Saint Yi, they finally recognized the importance of Makoto's healing ninjutsu and its strategic implications for the Uchiha clan. Truly, as Saint Yi articulated, with Makoto present, victory seemed elusive. I too yearn for the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Both Shursui and Itachi were significantly inspired. Rest assured, you will all have your chances. Currently, Shursui and Itachi are both possessors of the 3-tomo Sharingan. Itachi is still somewhat behind, having only just barely surpassed the limits of the 3-tomo Sharingan's ocular power, with a distance yet to cover before unlocking his kaleidoscopic Sharingan. However, Shursui is in a different position. His ocular power now far exceeds that of Saint Yi after his initial injection of the ki. According to the previous reference standards, Shursui currently possesses the foundational ocular power necessary for the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. What remains is merely to patiently await the autonomous evolution of his Sharingan. Shang Yi anticipates that this period will not be prolonged, and it is highly probable that a remarkable surprise will be bestowed upon the old monkey, Sarutobi Hyjin. Chapter 20, The Gathering Tests Susanoo. Part 1. At this moment, Seiichi was brimming with excitement, as if he could glimpse the resplendent future of the Uchiha clan. As the prospective leader of the Uchiha family, he naturally yearned for the clan's ever-increasing strength. However, he also understood that possessing the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan did not equate to omnipotence. One must continually hone and elevate one's abilities. We cannot solely rely on the strength of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Seiichi remarked to Shursui and Itachi, but must also emphasize our own cultivation and growth. Only by truly becoming powerful can we better safeguard our family. Fugaka nodded in profound agreement, his gaze filled with hope as he looked upon his sons. You are the hope of the Uchiha clan. Make good use of this power and strive to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan at the earliest opportunity to bring glory to our family. Makoto smiled as she observed the scene before her, her heart swelling with pride and contentment. She understood that the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan would bring about significant change for the clan. Yet she also wished for her children to remain true to their original aspirations as they traversed the path of growth. In the days that followed, Seiichi and the others immersed themselves in their respective training. During her journey to familiarize herself with her own Mangekyo Sharingan, Makoto discovered that although her eyes had not attained the eternal form that Seiichi possessed, her ocular power was indeed recoverable, and the rate of recovery was quite commendable. Upon learning of this, Seiichi expressed his understanding. The kaleidoscope Sharingan of Makoto was also in the process of evolution. Hence it was not surprising that her ocular power could be replenished at any moment. Now, she could afford to use it more liberally. As long as she did not directly activate the complete body Susanoo, there should be no significant issue with the daily use of the skeletal Susanoo. However, to err on the side of caution, it would be best for those without the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan to only advance to the third stage of Susanoo, which is the half-body Yada no Kagami stage. They should refrain from attempting the complete body Susanoo too easily, and certainly avoid the notion of the fully realized Susanoo capable of cleaving mountains and seas. Concerning Susanoo, neither Seiichi, Makoto, nor Fugaku, who had long awakened his kaleidoscope Sharingan, had ever utilized it. Thus, on an auspicious day, Seiichi clandestinely led Fugaku, Makoto, and the two younger companions out of Konoha. Employing the spatial abilities of his right eye to teleport continuously, they arrived near the ruins of the former land of whirlpools, now a desolate expanse devoid of human presence. Once they spread out to survey the surroundings and confirm their solitude, Seiichi spoke, "All right, father, mother. Here we can freely conduct our tests. Who shall go first?" "I shall take the lead, for I am the weakest here," Makoto said with a smile. Shursui and Itachi exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Makoto was not a delicate housewife. Before marrying Fugaku, she had been an elite jonin with a 3-tomo Sharingan. She had seen her share of battlefields, and her combat experience far surpassed that of Seiichi, the current strongest among them. Makoto's kaleidoscope Sharingan began to whirl vigorously, conjuring a mass of purplish-red energy around her, enveloping her in a massive, indistinct skeletal form. This marked the initial stage of Susanoo. Gradually, the skeletal structure became more complete, forming ribs, arms, and finally a skull. Thus, the first stage of Susanoo, a colossal purplish-red half-skeleton, manifested before the group. Makoto did not cease to channel her ocular power. As her chakra surged, flesh began to materialize around the skeleton's exterior, swiftly advancing to the second stage of Susanoo. With the addition of flesh, the half-giant donned simple clothing, significantly bolstering both its defensive and offensive capabilities. A short spear appeared in its hand, granting it a weapon. The purplish-red energy enveloping Makoto suddenly expanded, and the half-giant, initially clad in simple attire, began to manifest armor. Finally, encased in Yada no Kagami armor, the towering half-giant, reaching several dozen meters in height, stood impressively before them, wielding a short spear that boasted formidable defensive and offensive potential. "Seiichi, this appears to be my current limit. I sense discomfort in my eyes should I proceed further. Mother, let us proceed with testing Susanoo's various abilities." Makoto nodded and then began to move. Her speed was commendable as the Susanoo wielded its two short spears, cleaving through all trees and rocks in its path. Subsequently, Makoto commanded her Susanoo to perform a throwing motion, launching the short spear into the nearby mountain. Raising her right hand in a gesture resembling a sword point, a resounding explosion echoed from the mountain as the spear detonated. It was only natural, for that spear was a manifestation of Makoto's chakra, and her ability to manipulate it was entirely understandable. Makoto requested Fugaku to assist her in testing Susanoo's defensive capabilities. To her satisfaction, Fugaku's A-rank ninjutsu could not breach the defenses of this stage of Susanoo. Makoto retracted her Susanoo and exhaled a sigh of relief. "Are you all right?" Fugaku rushed to support his beloved wife. "I am fine, Fugaku," Makoto replied with a gentle smile. "Father, it is your turn." Seiichi, unable to endure their affectionate display, promptly interjected. Fugaku nodded at Makoto before moving to a slightly greater distance. However, for those present, all of whom possessed at least a 3-tomo Sharingan, this distance was negligible. Fugaku's Susanoo, unlike Makoto's, manifested in a deep crimson hue. He was capable of advancing to the fourth stage, which could be described as an enhancement and continuation of the second stage. The upper body bore characteristics of the second stage, complete with muscles and tendons, while the third stage's Yada no Kagami armor was replaced with protection for his legs. Thus, this form of Susanoo possessed fully functional legs. At this point, the user could position themselves at the head of Susanoo. However, upon observing Fugaku's fourth stage, it appeared somewhat stunted, barely exceeding 100 meters in height. Fugaku's Susanoo was armed with a traditional Japanese naginata, yet prominently displayed on its waist were 4-cornered shurikens, a commendable combination of close and ranged capabilities. Fugaku commenced his assessment of Susanoo's abilities. It was his first time wielding a naginata, and his unfamiliarity led to simple, sweeping motions. Nevertheless, its size and sharpness ensured formidable destructive power. Subsequently, he drew the shurikens from his waist and launched them with a swift motion. This throwing technique was indeed a specialty of the Uchiha clan, as evidenced by Itachi's remarkable prowess in the original tale. Fugaku, as a father, was certainly not lacking in skill, with a series of impressive and distinctly Uchiha-style throwing maneuvers. The shuriken started in various directions before curving toward the mountain that Makoto had previously breached. Predictably, the sounds of explosions reverberated, confirming that Fugaku's shurikens also detonated. In terms of defense, his 4th stage Susanoo was slightly inferior to Mikoto's 3rd stage, unable to withstand certain penetrative A-rank ninjutsu. The absence of the Yada no Kagami armor accounted for this decline in defensive capability. However, the mobility of this stage far surpassed that of the 3rd. Thus, Fugaku remained stationary to test, as successfully striking him would present a challenge. Upon Fugaku's return, the group turned their attention to Seiichi. In a fleeting moment, Shang-Yi's figure vanished, reappearing on a distant patch of open ground. He waved at several individuals and then began to fervently channel his ocular power into his Sharingan. The initial activation of Susanoo by Shang-Yi, along with the evolution speed at various stages, far surpasses that of Fuyue and Mikoto. When Mikoto manifests Susanoo, it is a gradual process, unfolding stage by stage. Fuyue, on the other hand, resembles a slowly evolving giant in this endeavor. In stark contrast, Shang-Yi's activation of Susanoo resembles a magical spectacle. In the blink of an eye, one might find it difficult to comprehend his maneuvers. Observing the 3-tomo Sharingan being activated by others, one might perceive their speed as somewhat swift. Which only serves to highlight a singular truth: Shang-Yi's ocular prowess is indeed on an entirely different echelon. A vast mass of purple-black energy materialized directly beside Shang-Yi, evoking an impression of profound depth. Moreover, this primordial energy entity was comparable in size to Mikoto's 3rd stage. The initial form, skeletal phase, flesh-covered stage, half-bodied Yatagarasu phase, and full-bodied stage progressed with remarkable swiftness, almost in the blink of an eye. Until now, Shang-Yi remained in the 4th stage, the corporeal phase. His 4th stage was significantly larger than that of Fujiwara's. However, the 4th stage was of little consequence. What truly mattered was the 5th stage, the complete form of Susanoo. As Shang-Yi infused his ocular power without restraint, the Susanoo of the 4th stage began to swell rapidly, akin to an inflating balloon. Moreover, as its size expanded, the purple-black Susanoo manifested plates of armor, which clashed together, resonating with sounds reminiscent of steel grinding against steel. Soon, it transformed into a complete set of Yatagarasu armor, enveloping the entire colossal body of the Susanoo, complemented by a pair of wings that overshadowed the sky. This purple-black Susanoo bore a sword at its waist and 9 magatama hung from its neck. When Shang-Yi's complete Susanoo finally materialized before the onlookers, they stood transfixed, gazing upward in awe at this immense and overwhelmingly imposing purple-black figure. The height of Seishi's Susanoo, based on their observations, appears to be approximately 3 times larger than Fugaku's 4th stage Susanoo, reaching around 300 meters. Shursui and Itachi gaped in astonishment at Seishi, then glanced at Fugaku and Mikoto, before turning back to Seishi. Although no words were spoken, Fugaku and Mikoto understood their unvoiced thoughts. In truth, they too harbored the same question: are their Susanoo and Seishi's Susanoo of the same essence? Goodness, the disparity is staggering. It feels as though the gap between D-rank ninjutsu and S-rank ninjutsu is trifling in comparison. Shuri paid no heed to their reactions. Instead, he turned to gaze at the long sword hanging from the waist of his Susanoo. With a focused mind and a single thought, Saint-Ichan drew the sword from the hand of Susanoo. Grasping it with one hand, he raised the blade upright before him. Upon beholding the true form of the sword, Saint-Ichan was momentarily taken aback. To his astonishment, it was a dagger. The weapon's design was rather peculiar. It bore not the usual hilt of a dagger, but rather that of a sword. The hilt was distinctly Chinese, adorned with a crimson tassel at its apex. It could be wielded with one hand or two. Looking further up, the blade was elongated, yet it was a straight-edged, single-edged knife. Furthermore, this knife was exceptionally long. Typically, a dagger of standard length would measure approximately half the height of its wielder. However, this blade was nearly 4/5 the height of Saint-Ichan himself. Yet, one must admit, despite its length, it possessed a certain elegance. To think, I have unexpectedly come into possession of a divine artifact, Saint-I murmured to himself. In the original work, Itachi's Susanoo possesses 2 sacred treasures, the Kusanagi sword and the Yada mirror. Originally, there was also the Yusaka no Magatama. Initially, it was established that this technique was exclusive to Itachi Uchiha, meant for his sole use. However, later, Kishimoto revised this notion, allowing any member of the Uchiha clan who awakened the 2nd stage of Susanoo to utilize this technique. Consequently, during the 4th Great Ninja War, Uchiha Obito also employed the Yusaka no Magatama. Such magnificent treasures naturally captivated Saint-Yi's attention. However, as they were inherently tied to Itachi's Susanoo, his desire was ultimately futile. Now, the Susanoo he wielded bestowed upon him an unexpected surprise. A sacred treasure, albeit only one, was now within his grasp. Upon beholding this blade, Xingyi immediately discerned its name and the formidable power it encompassed. The blade is known as Autumn Water, parting with the clouds. It possesses 2 passive abilities and 2 active skills. Passive abilities: unyielding fortitude and exquisite sharpness. Active skills: 1. Destruction. Upon activation, a layer of crimson energy envelopes the blade. Any object struck by Autumn Water, parting with the clouds, bears a permanent scar that cannot be healed. 2. Exorcism. Upon activation, a radiant golden energy envelopes the blade, inflicting quintuple damage upon all non-carbon-based life forms, which is also irreparable. Furthermore, the 2 effects can be employed simultaneously, resulting in the blade being shrouded in a hue of golden crimson. Xingyi raised an eyebrow. These 2 skills are rather intriguing. Xingyi was exceedingly satisfied with this blade. It was merely a weapon. He had no need for it to possess an array of extravagant abilities. He simply required it to enhance his offensive power without reservation. It was time for a demonstration. With his right hand extended downward, holding the sword with the blade facing down, he forcefully swung his arm diagonally upward. A wave of sword energy, reminiscent of the height of Xingyi's Susanoo, shot forth towards the dilapidated peak in the distance. The experienced Fuyu and his companions instinctively covered their ears, yet after a moment, silence enveloped them. As they lowered their hands, they were met with a scene that left them utterly astounded. The peak began to tilt, gradually sliding down into the valley until it was completely severed from the mountain's base. Observing the smooth, angled surface of the mountain, Shishui and Itachi felt a tickling sensation in their noses. The spectacle was far from over. Susanoo raised his left hand and removed the Magatama necklace from his neck. With a gentle flick of his wrist, 9 Magatama flew forth like cannonballs. Following this, Susanoo extended his left hand forward, fingers splayed, palm aimed ahead. A tremendous wave of chakra surged from his palm. The onlookers beheld a purple-black energy sphere materializing in the center of Xingyi's Susanoo's palm, steadily expanding until it reached the size of Susanoo's head. Chapter 22. The End of War. The Tailed Beast Ball. Fuyu's expression was one of disbelief, his countenance visibly strained. With a swift motion, the energy sphere shot forth, striking the flat-topped mountain with an earth-shattering explosion that obliterated it into fragments. As the dust settled, a deep, bottomless crater was revealed in its place. The once formidable peak had finally fulfilled its purpose, honorably retiring from this harsh world. With a subtle smile gracing his lips, Itachi expressed satisfaction with the outcome of his recent endeavor. He then commenced a series of tests, particularly focusing on his flight capabilities. After a considerable period, Itachi sensed that his chakra was nearing depletion. Consequently, with a mere thought, he dissipated the Susanoo, returning to his human form. "Father, this is the extent of my current strength," he declared, his eyes shimmering with confidence as he gazed at Fugaku. The latter, observing his son before him, was filled with immense pride, fully aware that Itachi's future held boundless potential. "Well done, my boy," Fugaku exclaimed, patting Itachi on the shoulder. "However, remember not to succumb to arrogance. The path of cultivation is lengthy, and only through relentless effort will you ascend to become a true powerhouse." Seiji nodded, comprehending his father's teachings. At that moment, his resolve solidified. He was determined to become the strongest, no, the mightiest being. Mikoto gazed at Seiji with a look of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Shimizu and Itachi stared at Seiji with eyes full of excitement. "You all have your chances. Do not rush." Itachi gently caressed the heads of his 2 younger companions. After a brief respite, feeling rejuvenated with chakra, he quietly led his group back to the Uchiha clan's territory in Konoha. The scene was marked by a large pit, shrouded in smoke, as if narrating a tragic tale of its own. Just as the atmosphere in the village of Konoha grew increasingly tense, news of the war's conclusion and Konoha's victory finally emerged from the Hokage's office. The returning combatants were expected to arrive in the village shortly. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen had once again replaced his smoking pipe, sitting behind the Hokage desk while puffing away. Mito's flames accompanied him with a pipe of his own. Only Danzo and Tsunade observed with anxious anticipation, inhaling the second-hand smoke while serving as human air purifiers. "Hiruzen, are you prepared?" Danzo inquired, his urgency seemingly dissipating at this moment. "Indeed, I trust we are all prepared. Now, let us monitor the situation of those involved," Hiruzen replied, referring not to the Uchiha clan, but rather to the specifics concerning Namake's Minato and the other participants in the conflict. With the knowledge that Hiruzen had no intention of softening his stance, Danzo felt reassured. He had feared that at such a critical juncture, Hiruzen might hesitate, which would have been profoundly frustrating. In light of the negotiations between Konoha and Iwagakure targeting the Uchiha, Danzo had refrained from causing any disruptions, even urging Hiruzen to expedite matters. Meanwhile, the Uchiha clan displayed no reaction, as if oblivious to the news. This lack of response startled the higher-ups of other ninja clans. Their silence spoke volumes, indicating a resolute determination that external factors could not sway. Within the Uchiha compound, Fugaku and Makoto exchanged glances, each recognizing the worry reflected in the other's eyes. It appears this war has altered nothing, Fugaku murmured softly. Makoto sighed, we had anticipated this outcome all along. At that moment, Seiichi entered, his gaze resolute and composed. Father, mother, I have made my decision. I will continue to provoke Hiruzen's nerves, Seiichi declared. Fugaku looked upon his son with a mix of pride and resignation. Very well, Seiichi, you have your convictions. But remember, regardless of what transpires, our family stands with you. Saint nodded slightly and turned to leave the room. The sky outside was overcast, seemingly heralding an impending storm. At last, the guards at the gate of Konoha spotted the legendary war hero, Minato Namikaze, leading a contingent of warriors. Upon entering the village, the personnel began to disperse. The commanding officers of the war accompanied Minato to the Hokage's office to meet Hiruzen Sarutobi and deliver reports pertaining to the conflict. The ordinary combatants, however, disbanded on the spot, returning to their homes and families. The warriors, from the highest ranks to the lowest, were utterly exhausted. On the battlefield, it was essential to remain alert, for any lapse could cost them their lives. Furthermore, the villagers were celebrating the victory of Konoha in the streets. So the newly returned warriors were oblivious to the change in the atmosphere of the village. After meeting with the Hokage, the assistant, and the two elders, Minato greeted the four with a gentle tone. Minato, you have worked hard, and so have all of you. You have done remarkably well and have not tarnished the will of fire. You are all heroes of Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi rose and approached Minato, patting him on the shoulder as a gesture of encouragement. Having served as Hokage for decades, Hiruzen was adept at winning hearts and minds. Indeed, as he had anticipated, Minato, a young man like him, felt his eyes welling with tears at those heartfelt words. Hiruzen discreetly observed that the expression of Nara Shikaku, an old fox, remained unchanged. He certainly despised such unflappable old foxes. Of course, his greatest disdain was reserved for the Uchiha. Their status in his heart was unmatched. After exchanging a few brief words and noticing the fatigue etched on their faces, Hiruzen, as a considerate and empathetic Hokage, could not overlook the well-being of his subordinates. He instructed them to return home to freshen up and rest, suggesting that the war reports could wait until the following day. Observing their condition, he noted, well, they appear to be in much better shape than I had anticipated, which is a good sign. The four warriors shared a collective, serene smile. The Uchiha clan also welcomed their returning warriors. Clan leader Fugaku, along with the young clan head, Saint, and the 10 elders of the Uchiha, stood ready at the entrance of the Uchiha compound to greet the heroes returning from battle. Regrettably, only 626 clan members had survived the ordeal. The casualty rate among the clan was nearly 40. Among the more than 600 who returned, most bore light injuries, over 30 were severely wounded, and nearly 10 had sustained disabilities. Initially, 1,000 clan members had participated in the conflict, 500 jonin, 350 chunin, and 150 genin. Now, only 450 jonin, 157 chunin, and a mere 19 genin remained. Alas, in the brutal theater of the Third Great Ninja War, chunin and genin were but fodder. For them, the struggle to survive was immense and daunting. However, with the presence of Makoto, the disabled clan members now had a chance for recovery, which could be considered a silver lining amidst the misfortune. Dear clan members, let us extend a warm round of applause to welcome our heroes who have returned alive from the battlefield, Fugaku announced, gesturing for Saint to speak. Fugaku was well aware that he was not cut out for the role of clan leader. In the beginning, it had been manageable and somewhat impressive, but as time passed, he grew increasingly weary and frustrated, and the clan members became more disobedient. He felt overwhelmed by the challenges of leadership. It was a position that one could not merely resign from at will. Thus, upon recognizing Saint's prowess, Fugaku had deliberately begun to elevate him within the clan hierarchy. Shinji possesses not only formidable strength but also remarkable intellect, enabling him to lead his clan towards a more prosperous existence and elevate the Uchiha clan to unprecedented heights. Consequently, after a brief discussion with the 10 elders regarding Shinji's achievements, they unanimously endorsed Fugaku's decision. I shall not elaborate further. Now, I declare that all clan members who have returned alive from the battlefield will receive enhanced compensation. Those with minor injuries will receive triple the original subsidy, while those with severe injuries will receive sixfold, and those who are disabled will benefit from tenfold compensation. As for the fallen members, Their families will receive 10 times the original pension. The clan will also provide for the children of the deceased until they reach the age of 15, as well as care for the families of those over 50. Let it be clear, money is universally desired, and I too share this sentiment. In the future, I shall lead our clan in the pursuit of wealth. Thus, the funds allocated to these members are sacred and must not be tampered with. Any violators will face the severe consequence of losing their Uchiha surname and will be eradicated. Shini's stern warning has swiftly extinguished any fleeting thoughts of greed among certain clan members. With such a capable young leader who can seemingly turn stone into gold, it is not worth the risk for the sake of mere currency. The words of the Holy One are expressed with remarkable simplicity. Yet they incite all clansmen to fervently chant the name Holy One. Initially, the subsidies and compensation standards for the Uchiha warriors introduced by the Holy One were already the highest in Konoha and even the entire shinobi world. Now, they have multiplied exponentially. Even if one does nothing but recline at home, they will lack for nothing in terms of sustenance for at least a decade or more. Shinji first needed to have the relevant data meticulously compiled. Thus, he instructed his clan members to await an internal announcement, which was anticipated to take 3 to 5 days. The warriors of the clan expressed no objections to this delay. As he observed his clan members dispersing, Fuyue, Shinji, and the 10 elders made their way to the central building of the clan, a venue typically designated for clan meetings. The group seated themselves around the table. At this juncture, Shinji would no longer occupy a subordinate position. He sat closely beside Fuyue, at the left hand of his father, signifying a shift in his status within the clan. Young clan leader, if we continue to expend our resources at this rate, our clan will not endure for much longer, remarked the third elder, Uchiha Gongmu, with a furrowed brow. Elder, how much longer do you anticipate we can sustain ourselves at this pace? Shinji never anticipated that the years during which his clan exploited the culinary delights and potions to their fullest in the ninja world would come to a swift and dire conclusion. Had their expenditures truly escalated so rapidly? I had anticipated they could endure for at least 5 more years. The third elder, bowing his head as he absently fiddled with his fingers, uttered this statement. This left Shinji momentarily speechless. What you are implying makes me think the clan would be unable to afford food by tomorrow. Yet, you tell me there is still a span of 5 years? There is no need for alarm. I expect it will only last about a year, which should suffice. With a grand gesture, Shinji shifted to the next topic. Young master, have you truly activated that? Although Fuyue had mentioned it to them previously, the uncertainty lingered in his heart as he had not witnessed it firsthand. It appeared that skepticism still prevailed among them. Shinji sighed softly. If that were the case, he would demonstrate a glimpse of his abilities. The attendees perceived an immense concentration of ocular power gathering in Shinji's eyes. They then beheld the intricate patterns of his crimson Sharingan gradually revolving, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of supremacy that rendered the atmosphere suffocating. Every individual present widened their eyes in realization of the significance of this display. Now, do you believe? Shinji calmly remarked as he closed his Sharingan. Indeed, we believe, the elders proclaimed with palpable excitement. Suddenly, the Grand Elder sprang to his feet, trembling fingers pointing at Shinji. His lips quivering as he stammered, This is not the kaleidoscope Sharingan. The other elders were left bewildered. Isn't the kaleidoscope Sharingan merely an evolution of the three-tomo Sharingan? His patterns do not resemble the kaleidoscope. Could it be a mutation resulting from an ocular ailment? As Shinji and Fuyue exchanged glances, they both discerned the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. The inside of the Grand Elder was indeed remarkable. I have personally witnessed the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, yet its patterns were not nearly as intricate. Moreover, the power of the traditional Mangekyo was not as formidable. Hence, this must be akin to the eyes of the old clan leader, an advanced form of the Mangekyo Sharingan, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Am I correct? Observing Shinji nod in tacit agreement, the Grand Elder erupted with laughter, exclaiming, Truly, the heavens bless the Uchiha clan, a 10-year-old possessor of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The potential of our young clan leader has already surpassed that of the old patriarch. Our Uchiha clan is destined for a glorious resurgence. The other elders, initially thrilled by Shinji's awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan, were now beside themselves with joy. Did you not see the 6th elder leaping onto the table to dance? Hearing that Shinji had awakened the same eyes as Uchiha Madara, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, the Uchiha clan had once again acquired an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan akin to Madara's. While Konoha had lost that would release like that of Hashirama Senju. Now, I ask you, how can the Uchiha possibly falter? Sandy nodded at Fugaku. Since the moment had arrived, there was no need to conceal the truth any longer. Fugaku activated his own kaleidoscopic Sharingan, halting the revelry of the elders as if a pause button had been pressed. Another pair of kaleidoscopic Sharingan? Indeed, upon closer inspection, this was the true kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Its power vastly superior to that of Saint E. Open your eyes wide and observe, as elders of the clan. It is quite embarrassing that you failed to recognize your own abilities. The Grand Elder remained remarkably composed, noting that the eternal kaleidoscopic Sharingan had emerged. Acknowledging that the kaleidoscopic Sharingan was rather commonplace. This diversion sapped the group's desire to continue the discussion. Enough of this. Finances were sufficient, and Saint D, the young clan leader, had his own plans, especially with the emergence of his eternal kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Why worry? It would be more productive to ponder what to have for dinner tonight. Chapter 24, The High-Level Meeting. Saint D takes action the next day, early in the morning. The leaders of the various ninja clans of Konoha gathered in the Hokage's office to discuss the conclusion of the war and the distribution of allowances for the participating clan members. Sarutobi Hiruzen entered, pushing open the door. Observing the commotion in the conference room, he rapped his knuckles on the table to signal for silence. HM? Sarutobi frowned slightly. The seat belonging to the Uchiha was empty. Others followed his gaze, their hearts sinking in shock. Could it be that the Uchiha clan? Knock, knock, knock. Ahem. Apologies, everyone, for my tardiness. You see, I was in the midst of a growth spurt, which you can surely understand, right? Just as Sarutobi was about to speak, Shingi appeared at the entrance of the conference room. He knocked gently on the door, drawing everyone's attention towards him. As he entered, he spoke while making his way inside. Accompanying him was only Yuli. He took his seat in the position designated for the Uchiha clan, while Yuli stood behind him, ready to take notes for the meeting. But where was Fugaku? Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow slightly. For some reason, an ominous premonition washed over him. My father is not feeling well. Besides, as the young clan leader of the Uchiha, I hold authority as well. What I say carries weight. Rest assured. I am here and everything will be fine. Sainty cast a fleeting glance at Sarutobi Izuchi, then, as if oblivious to the world around him, retrieved a warm bag of steaming meat buns from his ample pocket and began to indulge. In the end, he consumed 2 of the buns. Shingi could no longer withstand the intense gaze of Chiyo Daoding's Wu, who was fixated on his buns. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a bag of buns, offering it to him. The meat ones are gone. This is filled with chives and eggs. Shingi whispered as he leaned closer. No need to stare. I only brought 2 bags of buns. He observed as Chiyo Daoding's Wu continued to gaze longingly at the spot where the buns were placed. Shingi effortlessly unzipped his jacket. Higi, it's all good. It's all good. I enjoy the cuisine of your clan. I am not picky. Chiyo Daoding's Wu's reaction was quite amusing. While responding to Shang Yi, he retrieved a bun from his bag, his gaze entirely fixated on the bun, refusing to spare even a moment's glance at Shang Yi. Hot, hot, hot. This bun from your household is truly delectable. As Chiyo Daoding's Wu savored the bun, he gave Shang Yi a hearty thumbs up, expressing his genuine admiration for the culinary offerings of the Uchiha clan. Shinji returned a smile, not at all delaying the act of devouring the bun in his hand. The small gestures exchanged between the two went largely unnoticed by the onlookers, who feigned ignorance. Sarutobi Izashi made no move to intervene. He began to speak, but Shinji paid him no heed. He was well aware of the temperament and disposition of the Akimichi clan. Sighing in resignation, he decided to let it be. Subsequently, Sarutobi Izashi declared the post-war meeting officially commenced. After a few brief remarks, he invited 2 individuals who had distinguished themselves during the conflict to take the stage, Namikaze Minato and his disciple, Hatake Kakashi. As the representative, Namikaze Minato delivered a speech. Beyond recounting the hardships of war and the toil of those who fought, he emphasized the driving force that sustained their perseverance. You guessed it correctly. It was none other than the so-called Will of Fire. Shigi had initially found interest in the earlier discussions. Yet his enthusiasm waned when it came to the ostentatious concept of the Will of Fire. This notion seemed to thrive only in a realm where the average intellect equated to a mere elementary education. Were it to exist in Xingyi's previous life, such a charlatan would scarcely survive a day. The theory was conceived in the morning, individuals were summoned by noon, and the actual execution transpired by nightfall. With that, I conclude my remarks. Thank you all. The words of Minato suddenly jolted Xingyi back from his reverie. What do you mean, it's over? Well, all post-war matters have been thoroughly presented. As for the subsequent subsidies for each clan, notifications will be dispatched once this side has been organized. Do you have any questions? If not, the meeting is adjourned. Wait, I have something to say. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could finish, Xingyi raised his hand, indicating he had a question. The attendees were momentarily taken aback by Shang Yi's gesture, and Saratobi Hiruzen wore a furrowed brow. In truth, Shang-Yi was perplexed about one matter. Why had Saratobi not yet stepped down? Even if a fourth Hokage had not been elected, he should be able to relinquish his post. Why was there no mention of the fourth Hokage election during this meeting? According to the original narrative, in an effort to extricate themselves from the quagmire of the Third Great Ninja War, Saratobi and his peers had made considerable concessions to successfully negotiate peace with the Rock Village. Consequently, Saratobi had faced immense pressure instigated by Danzo, ultimately feeling compelled to resign in order to honor the sacrifices of fallen ninjas. Thus, Konoha entered the era of dual Hokages. Following that, the first Hokage of commoner descent, the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato, experienced a fleeting moment of happiness before the curtain fell on his illustrious life. Yet, what transpired now? The unfolding events had begun to exceed Shang-Yi's expectations. However, there was no turning back, as his raised hand had already drawn the attention of the assembly. Let us address this matter first. The rest could be contemplated later. Uchiha Shang-Yi, do you have something to discuss? Initially, Saratobi had been on edge throughout the meeting, plagued by a foreboding sense of apprehension regarding Shang-Yi's potential antics. Just as he thought he could finally exhale at the meeting's conclusion, Shang-Yi's raised hand escalated his anxiety to an all-time high. Ahem, it is not a grave matter. I merely intend to reclaim the Sharingan of our Uchiha clan that has been scattered abroad. Shang-Yi stood up and spoke slowly. You must reclaim the Sharingan of your Uchiha clan. What do you want from us? Do you require our assistance to intervene on behalf of your Uchiha lineage? Those present, including Saratobi Hiruzen, were momentarily taken aback, glancing toward Hyuga Hisashi. Saratobi Hiruzen even exhaled in relief, as it did not concern him. As the esteemed ocular clan of Konoha, both the Uchiha and Hyuga clans held their respective bloodline limits in the highest regard. Ignorance may be excusable, but those aware would never allow their bloodline limits to fall into the wrong hands. The Hyuga clan, for instance, had a member of the main family whose Byakugan had fallen into the possession of the Mist Village, and while they were unable to recover it themselves, it was not something they could request assistance for. Nevertheless, the Hyuga clan did not relent and instead placed a staggering bounty on the black market, hoping to retrieve the Byakugan. Yet, such hopes were exceedingly slim, if not entirely futile. This was a long-standing tradition known to all present. However, what did the Uchiha clan mean by bringing this up? The Hyuga clan, who had always been inferior, did not seek the village's assistance. So why would the proud Uchiha request the village's intervention? Furthermore, no powerful ninja village had publicly claimed to possess a Sharingan from your clan. Chapter 25. This matter is non-negotiable. Among those gathered, only Minato, the teacher, and Kakashi, the concerned party, quickly grasped the implications. Wait. The first strike from the Uchiha is directed at us. Kakashi suddenly stepped forward, asserting firmly, Greetings, young Uchiha clan leader. This is a memento entrusted to me by my dear friend Obito before his demise, and I cannot hand it over. Upon hearing Kakashi's declaration, the crowd began to comprehend the situation. Kakashi's Sharingan was concealed beneath his mask, leaving most present unaware of the details. Those like Saratobi Hiruzen, who were privy to the truth, were momentarily caught off guard. It turned out Shang-Yi's intent was not to seek assistance from the village, but rather to reclaim a Sharingan present at the scene. Saratobi Hiruzen felt a headache coming on. Kakashi was a direct descendant, and he could not afford to remain indifferent. Children should speak with more restraint. With Minato's authority insufficient and Jiraiya absent, it fell to Saratobi Hiruzen to address the situation personally. Moreover, it was challenging, exceedingly challenging. Saratobi Hiruzen approached Kakashi, patting his shoulder, indicating for him to make some space. Kakashi obediently shifted aside. Shang-Yi, as you have heard, the Sharingan is a treasured keepsake from Kakashi's late friend, embodying their profound friendship and bond, a true manifestation of the will of fire. To demand its return so forcefully may not be appropriate. This matter could not be handled with aggression. It necessitated a more humble approach, in hopes of persuading Shang-Yi to relent. If he conceded even this once, the Sharingan would no longer be retrievable by the Uchiha. Saratobi Hiruzen thought it reasonable to lower his stance if it meant causing the Uchiha clan some discontent. If he succeeded in retaining Kakashi, imagine the spectacle of Kakashi parading around with a Sharingan exclusive to the Uchiha clan, a sight that would surely irk the ordinary Uchiha. You Uchiha possess no Sharingan, yet I, an outsider, do. The thought alone was tantalizing. Minato quickly chimed in to support, not pondering deeply, but simply wishing to honor the friendship between Obito and Kakashi, as well as the effort made by their comrade, Rin, to assist with their eye transplants. Greetings, young Uchiha clan leader. I am Minato Namikaze, an elite Genin of Konoha, and the teacher of Kakashi and Obito. Minato introduced himself. Aware that his elite status meant little in the eyes of Shinji, he could only appeal to his role as a mentor. Greetings, Minato. Your performance on the battlefield has been remarkable, and I foresee you becoming the next Hokage. At present, the Hokage's position bore no relation to the Uchiha, making Shinji's gesture appear gracious. Most importantly, Minato's wife was Kushina Izumaki, and Shinji had some interest in the Nine Tails. Who would want a powerful portable battery? You flatter me. Minato was taken aback by Shinji's high regard. It is true, young clan leader. This Sharingan holds immense significance for Kakashi. I have 3 students, and during the latter stages of the Kanabi Bridge battle, Kakashi lost an eye, and Obito perished. His remains unrecoverable. Even Rin, the only girl among us who assisted in their eye transplants, tragically did not return to Konoha. In our trio, 2 died and 1 was injured. This Sharingan was given to Kakashi as a belated birthday present from Obito before his passing. It represents Obito's final gift to Kakashi and serves as the last remnant of their friendship. Due to the urgency of the battle, we could not retrieve Obito's body, making this Sharingan the only tangible memory of his existence in this world. Let it remain in Kakashi's eye, allowing Obito to continue witnessing the beauty of the ninja world through him. I sincerely hope you can honor the bond between Kakashi and Obito. Please, young clan leader. Minato bowed deeply, his eyes red with emotion. Please. Kakashi mirrored Minato's gesture, bowing deeply as well. Saint One stepped forward, helplessly assisting Watergate to his feet. Initially, upon hearing those words, he felt a slight, albeit faint, stirring within his heart. However, Watergate's final remark about fulfilling Kakashi and Obito nearly made Saint One stifle a laugh. It is often said that those with a biased perspective see others through a lens of their own inclinations, and this sentiment proved to be true. Saint One exerted himself to recall his past sorrows, almost faltering in the process. In a moment of desperation, he pinched his thigh with considerable force, managing to suppress any laughter that might have escaped him. Alas, it is impossible to fulfill such wishes. At most, he could offer Kakashi the selfies of Obito, providing him with a tangible reminder to evoke memories of the past. Furthermore, Obito, that traitor, is not truly gone. Why such fervent emotion? Oh, you remain unaware. In that case, I shall keep this little secret for future revelry and refrain from sharing it with you for now. Sigh. I genuinely empathize with your plight. The words of Shinji brought a glimmer of joy to Kakashi's face. However, both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Minato furrowed their brows upon hearing this. As anticipated, a but followed. Nevertheless, it is an unwavering decree of the Uchiha clan, which has stood firm in the shinobi world for a millennium, that our bloodline limit shall never be allowed to fall into the hands of outsiders. This is a steadfast rule of the Uchiha, one that cannot be broken by any individual. Furthermore, this matter cannot be decided solely by me, the junior clan leader. Even my father would not possess the authority, nor would the elders suffice. To challenge this ironclad rule, one must convene a clan assembly, wherein all Uchiha members cast their votes. However, should even a single clan member dissent, the matter cannot proceed. With a face that conveyed both sympathy and helplessness, Seiichi uttered these words. Although he did not explicitly state it, his implication was undeniably clear. Do not dawdle and waste my time. This matter is non-negotiable. Surrender it promptly. This declaration rendered the expressions of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Minato Namikaze rather grim. However, they refrained from voicing their concerns further. They were acutely aware that Seiichi was not imposing undue hardship upon them. After all, the Uchiha clan, along with all bloodline limit families within the ninja world, held their respective bloodlines in the utmost regard, for it constituted the very foundation of their existence. Nevertheless, Seiichi's assertion that he, along with Fugaku and the Elder Council, possessed no authority was merely a passing comment, easily brushed aside. Particularly the notion of a clan-wide vote requiring unanimous consent was rather absurd. What could possibly compel tens of thousands of clan members to agree unanimously? Even a mere monetary distribution might incite dissatisfaction among some. Chapter 26, Kakashi's challenge to Seiichi had this troublesome matter not fallen upon their shoulders. They might have considered Seiichi's decision to refrain from direct confrontation as a sign of respect. Yet, now that the issue involved them, they felt Seiichi was being exceedingly unreasonable. This insufferable individual was impervious to reason. This was Madara's Sharingan, a gift bestowed upon them, not something they forcibly extracted from the Uchiha clan. Thus, I was merely informing you, not seeking any lamentations. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, both Hiruzen and Minato felt a sudden jolt of alarm. Minato hastily covered Kakashi's mouth. Sensing the flames of anger burning within him, clouding his judgment. Their initial intent, both Minato and Kakashi, had not been to retain the Sharingan simply because of its illustrious reputation within the ninja world. Their true motivation stemmed solely from the fact that it was a relic left behind by Obito. Even in ordinary, I would be cherished by Kakashi. However, Kakashi's remarks altered the perceptions of those present, casting a shadow upon him. Initially, there was dissent, yet his words only served to exacerbate the situation. As anticipated, although Kakashi's statement remained unfinished, anyone with a modicum of awareness grasped his meaning. This caused the expressions of Seiichi and Yuri to grow colder. Enough with the idle chatter. Surrender it at once. Shinji waved his hand at Yuli, who then produced a small vial filled with saline solution and placed it on the table. Goodness. You came prepared, everyone remarked upon seeing the vial, fully aware of the impending outcome. Even Sarutobi Hizashi and Minato understood that this time Kakashi's Sharingan would not be able to protect him. Kakashi struggled to break free from Minato's grasp, directing an angry shout at Shinji. Uchiha Shinji, why are you forcing me into this? Feeling a bit fatigued, Shinji pulled out a chair and sat down, crossing his legs while folding his arms across his chest, and then gazed at the furious Kakashi. Why do you ask me that? I find myself pondering the same question. You forcibly retain the very essence of our clan, the bloodline limit that has never been shared with outsiders, and yet you dare to inquire why? I am perplexed as to how you could even utter such a thing. This was a gift from Obito. I fear you might accuse me of deceit. Fortunately, the Hyuga clan leader is present. You may inquire of him whether the members of the main family possess the authority to determine the fate of their own Byakugan, as you suggested, bestowing them upon others. Kakashi looked expectantly towards Hyuga Hizashi, while the others stifled their laughter. Should such a member indeed exist within the clan, I shall seek a new owner for their Byakugan, one who will cherish it. Though Hyuga Hizashi did not respond directly, his implication was unmistakable. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply and approached Kakashi, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Let it go. In a few days, I will arrange for the Leaf Hospital to provide you with another eye. It will not diminish your abilities, given the circumstances. I am certain that if Obito were aware from beyond, he would not hold you accountable for the loss of his Sharingan. In the future, Obito would lament, stop spouting your nonsensical rhetoric. My eye is with Kakashi, while that of Uchiha Shinji is an entirely different matter. The challenge of reclaiming my eye has escalated from a mere bend to pick it up to an insurmountable endeavor. Truly, I have yet to even experience the thrill of piloting a Gundam. Shinji, well, you will have no chance in this lifetime, perhaps in the next. You should act swiftly. I shall never concede defeat. Uchiha Shinji, I challenge you to a duel. Although I am a few years your senior, we can still be regarded as contemporaries. As the esteemed clan leader of the Uchiha, renowned throughout Konoha and the entirety of the Land of Fire as a prodigious talent, you would not refuse a challenge from a peer, would you? If I emerge victorious, you must promise that your clan shall no longer pursue matters regarding the Sharingan. Shinji smiled playfully and said, let us not even consider why I should unconditionally agree to a duel you proposed unilaterally. You have yet to address what happens if you lose. Shall I forfeit my Sharingan? A soft chuckle escaped from someone behind him. Even Shinji could not suppress his laughter. Truly, you are quite the businessman, wagering what rightfully belongs to me. If you lose, you suffer no loss. If you win, you reap substantial rewards. Not only can you effortlessly acquire the Sharingan, but you also ascend to prominence by stepping on my reputation. Do you not feel any guilt for taking such an unfair advantage? The words of Seiji caused a slight blush on Kakashi's face, though the mask concealed it from view. He genuinely had not anticipated such a scenario. So, what do you propose we wager? He inquired. Wait a moment. I don't believe I've agreed to a bet with you yet. You. Kakashi stammered, pointing at Seiji, his body trembling with indignation. All right. Do not accuse me of bullying the young. I accept your wager. Young master. Yuri, visibly anxious, tugged at Seiji's sleeve. Kakashi, renowned as a prodigy of Konoha and several years older than Seiji, was at a distinct disadvantage in a confrontation. However, apart from Yuri, the others present were visibly intrigued. They now had an opportunity to engage with the prodigious Uchiha clan's young leader without incurring any cost, except for Minato Namikaze, who harbored concerns for his student. The rest of the assembly, including Hiruzen Sarutobi, were more than eager to witness the unfolding events. Shinji turned his head and smiled at Yuli, gently patting her hand that clutched the corner of his garment, reassuring her to simply enjoy the performance. Shinji turned around to glance at Kakashi, his right hand resting on the table, his index finger tapping rhythmically upon its surface. The conference room was enveloped in silence, interrupted only by the soft sound of Shinji's finger drumming thud, thud, thud against the table. Though faint, the noise seemed to resonate deeply within Kakashi, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. Well, it appears you possess nothing of value to me, and since I am not lacking in wealth, there remains but one item of interest. Shingi finally broke the silence after a prolonged pause. Yuli, somewhat bewildered, pondered what the young clan leader desired. Why did Kakashi seem so menacing? Kakashi, I am willing to engage in a wager through duel, but I shall specify the stakes. It is your family's complete set of the Hatake sword techniques, along with the comprehensive training insights from your father, Konoha's White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake. Young Master Shingi. That seems rather excessive, does it not? The value of a 3-tomo Sharingan pales in comparison to the training insights of the esteemed White Fang, let alone the Hatake sword techniques. Before Kakashi could respond, Minato could no longer contain himself. The man once known as Konoha's White Fang had dominated the battlefields of the ninja world with his unparalleled swordsmanship, particularly during the Second Ninja War. His gleaming blades had rendered the Sand Village powerless, invoking cries of despair from their ranks. Even the parents of Scorpion had met their demise at his hands, resulting in the heartbreak of the red-haired youth, who lost his beloved overnight. It was this profound loss that propelled the young Scorpion onto an entirely different path. Abido, damn it, this intense sense of DJVU. What are you barking about? Are you dissing me? Oh, my Rin. Embrace the pain. Spicy heaven. At that moment, Nagato, holding the script, looked utterly bewildered, pointing at a line within and yelling at the frenzied Abido, Hey, clown brother, wake up. You've mixed up your lines. Those are my words you're using, and you stole my most prestigious lines. This also indirectly led to Scorpion firing the first shot in the recently concluded Third Ninja War. His prowess was universally recognized among all ninja villages, making his insights into swordsmanship exceedingly precious, far beyond the worth of a mere 3-tomo Sharingan. Chapter 27. Shingi, stand back. I am about to flaunt my prowess. Minato. Your perspective is rather narrow. If we were discussing an ordinary 3-tomo Sharingan, then indeed, the disparity in value would be significant. But surely you do not mean to suggest that Kakashi's Sharingan is the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan of your clan? Hearing Shingi's words, Mito Minato could not help but retort. What you say is indeed correct. That Sharingan is indeed a Mangekyo Sharingan, and it even possesses a rare and valuable space-time ninjutsu of the offensive type. Shingi silently added in his heart, the value I speak of refers to the intrinsic worth of this Sharingan, according to the terms of the wager. As long as Kakashi emerges victorious, this Sharingan will become the only one in the history of our Uchiha clan, publicly recognized as an external Sharingan after a millennium of our lineage. Kakashi will be able to utilize it openly, at any time and in any place, without the fear of us discovering it and sending pursuers after him. Viewed in this light, its value is indeed substantial. The words of Saint One plunged everyone into deep contemplation. Is there a possibility of the Sharingan being leaked? Undoubtedly, over the years, it must have circulated to some extent. At the very least, Danzo possesses some. However, does he dare to use it openly? The answer is a resounding no. Therefore, from this perspective, the value of the Sharingan is indeed far more complex than what Minato suggested. It can be considered on par with the Konoha-style swordsmanship and the training insights of White Fang. After all, when the Uchiha present the Sharingan, it signifies a loss. Conversely, when Kakashi reveals the Konoha swordsmanship and his father's teachings, it is an act of sharing. The crowd turned to Kakashi as his approval was essential. No way. Kakashi promptly rejected the notion without a second thought, for that was the treasured heirloom of the Hatake clan and must never be entrusted to outsiders. With a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth, Shingi seemed to have anticipated Kakashi's reaction. He spoke slowly, in that case. There is no need for this duel, simply surrender your Sharingan. Wait. Kakashi gritted his teeth, and after a moment of silence, he closed his eyes and steeled his resolve. All right, I agree. Excellent, then let us settle this matter pleasantly, Shingi replied. Considering you have just come from the battlefield, I shall grant you some time to recuperate. Do not accuse me of taking advantage. 3 days should suffice, correct? Sainty gazed at Kakashi and nodded. Then it is settled. 3 days hence. At the venue of the Chunin exams in the village, bring what I require, and we shall determine the victor. Esteemed friends, we shall meet again in 3 days. As Shin gracefully departed, he left behind Kakashi, whose face was etched with reluctance, and Minato, who wore a look of deep concern. Kakashi turned to Minato, his gaze brimming with determination. Sensei, I shall prevail in this duel. Minato placed a reassuring hand on Kakashi's shoulder. I believe in you, Kakashi. Yet, remember, safeguarding yourself is of greater importance than victory. In the ensuing 3 days, Kakashi devoted himself wholeheartedly to rigorous training, striving to elevate his condition to its zenith. At long last, the day of the duel arrived. Standing in the arena of the Ch-nin exams, Kakashi's heart was consumed by a singular conviction. He must secure victory. The cost of defeat was far too great for him to even contemplate. Shang arrived with several members of the Uchiha clan. Have Fugaku and the elders not joined you? Oh, they are preoccupied. Today is a gathering, and they are currently busy grilling meat. Xingyi did not speak falsely. Indeed. Today the Uchiha clan is hosting a grand bonfire celebration at their ancestral grounds. After all, there are still many clan members who have yet to awaken their eyes. And Xingyi has opened a new path for their cultivation. Such an event is worthy of a collective celebration. As for the reason for their absence initially, Fuyue and several elders intended to attend. However, after the Grand Elder made a remark, no one felt inclined to come. The Grand Elder's words were, Fuyue is at the Ninja Academy, engaging in one-on-one duels with those younglings. Who among you wishes to witness such battles? Indeed. Fights that can be concluded with a mere glance hold little intrigue. There is hardly enough to warrant the effort of coming and going. Shang-Yi's words compelled Sarutobi Hizashi and others to cast frequent glances at him. Do those old fellows possess such unwavering confidence in this young brat? Shigi leaped to the center of the arena, then took his place opposite Kakashi. In stark contrast to the tense demeanor of Kakashi, Shigi appeared remarkably at ease. I am Hinata Hizashi, the referee for this duel. Given the immense value of the items at stake, the Hokage and others have proposed that there be no restrictions on the rules. You may employ any means necessary to secure your victory. Uchiha Shingyi, Hatake Kakashi. Do you have any objections? Both Shingyi and Kakashi shook their heads, indicating that they had no objections. This unrestricted suggestion was proposed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. The true strength of Uchiha Seiichi remained shrouded in mystery. However, one fact is universally acknowledged. He has yet to engage in a genuine battle. Thus, for this affluent young master, whose experience in actual combat is profoundly lacking, the absence of any restriction serves as his greatest limitation. This allows Kakashi, a seasoned warrior with a wealth of practical experience, to gain a significant advantage. The sole concern lies in whether Seiichi might perceive this and subsequently reject the proposal. Fortunately, he remains oblivious to it. Sarutobi Hiruzen and his companions feel a surge of covert delight, as the scales of victory now tip in favor of Kakashi. Excellent. Since both parties have no objections, the rules are hereby established. A final reminder, both are prodigious youths of Konohagakure, with promising futures ahead. I hope they will exercise restraint. Now, I declare the duel officially commenced. Standing atop the platform, Hizashi activated his Byakugan, keenly observing the two contenders, ever ready to intervene. Upon hearing Hizashi's announcement, both combatants immediately sprang into action. Kakashi and Seiichi simultaneously hurled smoke bombs to the ground, enveloping the arena in a thick haze. Suddenly, a sharp and piercing cry of a bird echoed through the smoke. Through the obscurity, the spectators discerned an exceptionally conspicuous blue-white orb, darting across the fog-laden arena at an astonishing speed. Then, a voice rang out, "Hey, little white hair, over here," followed by the unmistakable sound of a body collapsing to the ground. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Minato felt a jolt of alarm. Little white hair. Goodness. This does not bode well. Shortly thereafter, a sudden gust of wind erupted, dispersing the smoke, revealing Seiichi standing pristine beside Kakashi, who lay face down on the ground, motionless. Ah, the victor is clear. Observing Kakashi's fallen form, it was uncertain how severely he had been injured. Minato hurried to assess his disciple's condition, only to discover that Kakashi had merely succumbed to a genjutsu and was thus unconscious. Apart from some minor bruises from the fall, he bore no significant injuries. He nodded gratefully to Seiichi for his restraint. The onlookers atop the platform exchanged glances, bewildered by the ephemeral nature of the battle. It felt as though they had witnessed a mere illusion, and the entire encounter, from Hizashi's call to its conclusion, scarcely lasted 20 seconds. It was no wonder the Uchiha elders had chosen not to attend. Had they known, they too would have stayed away. Chapter 28, The Little White Hair. Whose spirit was almost shattered. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to the referee, prompting the assembled crowd to direct their attention to Hyuga Hizashi. Indeed, while they may have been unable to see clearly, Hizashi's Byakugan surely provided him with a comprehensive view. His cheeks twitched as he took a deep breath and slowly articulated. The course of the battle was rather straightforward. Initially, Uchiha Seiichi and Hatake Kakashi both deployed smoke bombs simultaneously. Kakashi immediately executed his signature technique, Raikiri, and swiftly charged at Uchiha Seiichi. In response, Seiichi employed a shadow clone technique. The clone remained in place while the original utilized the body flicker technique to position himself behind Kakashi. When Kakashi shattered the clone with his Raikiri, he momentarily faltered, allowing Seiichi to speak. Kakashi instinctively turned around, only to meet Seiichi's Sharingan. And the subsequent events are known to all. As the audience absorbed this somewhat hasty recounting of the battle, silence enveloped them. How to assess this encounter? It proved to be quite a challenge. At that moment, Kakashi regained consciousness. He abruptly sat up, as if struck by a realization, only to slump back down. His once proud white hair now lacking its former vigor. Simultaneously, an aura of defeat began to emanate from him. Shinji bowed his head with a smile. Gazing at Kakashi as he said, "Yuri, please replace our battlefield hero's eye. Be gentle. We must not damage the nerves surrounding his eye socket. Moreover, I shall not hold back with the Hitaki-style sword technique." Yuri sealed the vial containing the Sharingan in a saline solution into a scroll, then presented the scroll to Shinji with both hands. Shinji carefully stored the scroll and approached Minato, extending his hand to request the insights on the Flagwood flowing blade technique and the cultivation experiences of Flagwood Tsukumo. Minato found himself in a predicament, as he could not refuse under such circumstances. As Shinji opened the door and began to inspect, he felt confident that there would be no issues. "My friends, it seems that the barbecue at my home is nearly ready. I must hurry back to enjoy it while it's hot. You are all welcome to visit the Uchiha clan at any time. Farewell." After waving goodbye to the crowd, Shinji departed with the Uchiha members. Kakashi silently rose and quietly left the arena. Minato watched Kakashi's retreating figure, filled with concern. He resolved to seek out Kakashi for a conversation, hoping to assist him in overcoming this low point. The duel had also stirred a sensation within the Uchiha clan due to Shinji's performance. Previously, his strength and talent lacked concrete reference points, leaving the ordinary clan members aware of his prowess yet uncertain of its true magnitude. With Kakashi Hitaki now serving as a benchmark, the clan members gained a clearer understanding of Shinji's capabilities, and their anticipation for his future grew immensely. The duel between Shinji and Kakashi can only be described as one where, apart from Kakashi losing his trousers, everyone else emerged victorious, including the spectators in the stands. Shinji successfully reclaimed a kaleidoscopic Sharingan and acquired the Kiki Flow swordsmanship, thereby paving a new path for his clan's training. The onlookers, led by Sarutobi Hizashi, effortlessly gathered intelligence on Shinji, facilitating their future strategies against him. Only Kakashi found himself in a dire predicament. Not only did he endure a severe beating, but his bond with his dear friend and the entrusted eye of their friendship had also been lost, leaving him a one-eyed cripple. To make matters worse, his family's uniquely sharp swordsmanship was on the verge of becoming widely known. The mere thought of it was utterly overwhelming. Days later, Minato visited Kakashi's residence. He found Kakashi sitting by the window, partially obscured by a mask, his remaining eye gazing vacantly into the distance. "Kakashi, I know you are hurting. However, failure does not equate to the end. You still have a long journey ahead," Minato consoled. Kakashi raised his head, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. "Sensei, I am uncertain whether I am truly suited to be a ninja." Minato gently patted Kakashi's shoulder. "Everyone encounters setbacks. The key lies in how one confronts them. You possess remarkable talent and perseverance. If you continue to persist, you will undoubtedly become an exceptional ninja." As Kakashi absorbed Minato's words, a surge of strength began to swell within him. "Thank you, Sensei. I will strive to improve," Kakashi replied. "Kakashi, this failure is not a conclusion," Minato said earnestly. "On the contrary, it is a new beginning. You must learn from this experience and elevate yourself. Furthermore, you are not alone in this struggle. I believe you will overcome these obstacles." Kakashi nodded slightly, his gaze becoming more resolute. Minato continued, "Regarding the Sharingan, although you have lost it, this may present an opportunity for you to explore your potential. Your family's swordsmanship is equally formidable, or else it would not have been singled out by Uchiha Shinji. Do not underestimate it." Kakashi pondered for a moment, as if coming to a realization. "I will reassess myself and discover my own path." He rose, his expression beneath the mask transforming into one of determination. Minato smiled with reassurance. "I believe in you, Kakashi." As their conversation drew to a close, Kakashi's confusion gradually dissipated, ready to embark on a new journey. Moreover, news from the Konoha hospital arrived, indicating that arrangements could be made for Kakashi to undergo an eye transplant. In recent days, Seiichi has been ensconced in his home, deeply pondering the source of the turmoil that has rendered him somewhat at a loss regarding the current situation. Day after day, he has been scribbling chaotic thoughts on countless sheets of draft paper, now piled high. At last, he has unraveled the complexities of those events that once eluded his grasp. It turns out that the actions of Sarutobi Hizashi and his companions, who have diverged from the narrative he is familiar with, stemmed from Seiichi's own influence. In a conventional storyline, following the Third Great Ninja War, Sarutobi Hisashi would have been ensnared by Danzo's machinations, compelled to resign in disgrace due to the war's failures, thus ushering in the brief era of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Subsequently, that same year, Kushina would find herself with child, while Tobi clandestinely returned to the village. Seizing the moment of Kushina's labor to unleash the Nine-Tails sealed within her, igniting the infamous Nine-Tails chaos. Ultimately, both Minato and his wife would sacrifice themselves in the effort to reseal the beast, leaving behind their son, the new host for the Nine-Tails, and the principal protagonist of the Naruto saga, Uzumaki Naruto. The stage is set, as the tale of Naruto officially begins. Lest I forget. This narrative also claims the life of Sarutobi Bawako, the wife of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hisashi. However, the situation has drastically changed. An external force, known as Uchiha Seiichi, has exerted such a significant influence that the Konoha no longer scheme against one another. Instead, they have begun to unite. Consequently, Hisashi is spared the burden of blame. And given his nature, it is inconceivable that he would voluntarily relinquish the title of Hokage or announce his retirement without cause. According to the original plot, Hisashi could still live for another decade. Moreover, he would not pass away from natural causes, but rather at the hands of his devoted son, Orochimaru. Now, with the absence of competition from the fourth Hokage, Orochimaru has no need to defect, given his usual lifespan. It may take more than a decade for his demise to be realized. The ascension of the fourth Hokage appears to be indefinitely postponed. Upon this realization, Shing felt somewhat overwhelmed. To his astonishment, the greatest troublemaker in this situation turned out to be himself. Chapter 29. Contemplating the Nine-Tailed Beast. What shall be done now? Shingi scratched his head, furrowing his brow as he contemplated the path ahead. Originally, according to his plan, there were two options. The first was to wait for Sarutobi Hiruzen and his cohorts to instigate a conflict, compelling the Uchiha clan to retaliate. For the Uchiha to be justified in their actions, it was essential that they respond only after being provoked, thereby securing the moral high ground and preventing an all-out confrontation with the armed forces of Konoha. Moreover, should they wait for the others to strike first, the Uchiha would possess a legitimate rationale to eliminate their adversaries. With their full might unleashed, they would be able to swiftly neutralize the opposing leadership while incurring minimal losses. This strategy did not rely on threatening them with the Mangekyo Sharingan, as any confrontation initiated by that group would be detrimental to the Uchiha. They would hesitate to engage directly, resorting instead to underhanded tactics behind the scenes. It would be far more advantageous to seize the opportunity and decisively eliminate them once and for all. The second option was to await Sarutobi Hiruzen's resignation and Minato's ascension. This was the nonviolent approach he had previously contemplated. The execution would be even simpler. By that time, Shisui would undoubtedly have awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan, and the Uchiha, with their 4 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan, could unveil a Susanoo within the village. Among them would be eyes akin to those of Uchiha Madara, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The colossal Susanoo, casting its shadow over the battlefield, would be sufficient to instill fear and extinguish any lingering courage in their opponents to continue the fight. Based on Xingyi's deductions, it was highly likely that no battle would even need to occur. The Uchiha would achieve victory without a single clash. Following that, all that was required was for Minato to perform commendably in his role as Hokage and to remain in office for an extended period. Although this may not yield significant advantages for the Uchiha, it would not pose any detriment either. That was sufficient. After all, Shingyi cared little for the title of Hokage or the village. With power, one could attain anything desired. Should we decide once more? Plans change faster than we can adapt. Of the two strategies, only the first remains somewhat viable, while the second has effectively become obsolete. Moreover, as time progresses, Shingyi increasingly recoils from the notion of resolving issues through direct confrontation, regardless of their strength, in the current phase, or more accurately, in the immediate future. Shingyi and his companions are unlikely to attain the capability to annihilate all of Sarutobi's forces in a single blow. Thus, any declaration of war against Sarutobi will inevitably result in casualties among their kin. Such an outcome starkly contrasts with the previously envisioned strategy of achieving victory without engaging in battle. Shingyi contemplated that this choice could serve as a secondary alternative. He was reluctant to employ it unless absolutely necessary. He pondered whether there existed any solutions that could avert bloodshed. If all else failed, he sought options that would spare his kin from violence. Shingyi incinerated all the manuscripts, reducing them to ashes, which he then cast into the sewer. A solitary figure, clutching a bag of sunflower seeds, perched upon the ridge of the rooftop, lost in contemplation as he gazed at the distant fire shadow rock, intermittently cracking the seeds. Shigi, what are you doing up there? Shigi lowered his gaze towards the courtyard. First, a scattering of conspicuous sunflower seed shells caught his eye. And then he noticed the two lively figures of Fujitake and Makoto standing in the center of the yard. Fujitake, positioned slightly behind, was gazing up at him. With a sudden sound, a footstep echoed. Shingi leapt down directly. It's nothing, just pondering over some matters. Father, mother, what is this? Observing the subtle protective gesture of Fujiwara towards Makoto, Shingi felt a twinge of confusion. As the possessor of a kaleidoscope Sharingan, did he truly fear for Makoto's safety within the village? It was not that he lacked concern for his mother, rather, considering Makoto's formidable prowess. There was only Saratobi Hizashi who could pose a challenge, and even that old monkey would struggle to subdue her in a hurry. Oh, your mother is expecting again. Do you think it will be a brother or a sister? Fugaku wore a gentle smile, having recently experienced a profound sense of contentment. His life was harmonious. His family united and blissful. Professionally, he was gradually relinquishing power to Shingi, and there were no pressing concerns within the clan to trouble him. His own strength had surged dramatically, though he still could not quite match that of his extraordinary eldest son. Nevertheless, he felt fulfilled. Thus, the once stern and fierce-eyed Fugaku had transformed into the affable, ever-smiling gentleman he was today. Really? I would venture to say it's a brother. Sisters are far too adorable. If they were mischievous, it would be difficult to handle them. A brother, on the other hand, would be no issue once he grows up. I can spar with him freely. At that moment, Itachi, who was training with Shursui, inexplicably shivered. The words of Shingi evoked a sense of sympathy for the child within the womb. My dear child, the father and mother suggested, given this elder brother, it would be best if you were to become a girl. Itachi interjected, Hey, you still have a son, and according to that logic, I must be of age now. By the way, we encountered Kushina and Minato at the hospital today, and it seems that Kushina is also expecting. Suddenly, Makoto recalled something and addressed Shingi. Mother, I remember you share a good rapport with Kushina. Could you assist me in arranging a meeting with the couple? I had an unpleasant encounter with Minato a few days ago regarding Kakashi, and I wish to use this opportunity to converse with them and ease the tension. Certainly. Makoto nodded, observing the two as they entered the house, one after the other. Shingi turned his gaze towards a distant direction. It was a cherry blossom tree in the courtyard. Yet, it was evident that Shingi was not focused on that particular tree. The direction he was looking at led to the home of Minato Namikaze. Minato, today I encountered Makoto on the road. She inquired about our availability lately, as she wishes to arrange a meeting between us and her son, Shingi, who is eager to converse with us. That evening, upon returning home, Minato found Kushina had already set the table with dinner. As they were enjoying their meal, Kushina suddenly broke the silence. Minato, upon hearing her words, furrowed his brow slightly. Makoto mentioned that Uchiha Shingi wishes to speak with us. Yes, it would be fine to meet at our home or theirs, if we choose their residence. We can proceed directly to Shang Yi's laboratory, as he has been spending most of his time there recently. Minato set down his chopsticks, his gaze becoming vacant as he pondered the reason behind Shang Yi's request for a meeting. He and Shinji did not share a close bond. They had only met twice, and their interactions had not been particularly pleasant. Of course, the previous incident was not a deliberate affront from Shinji, so it wasn't enough to foster animosity between them. But why would Shinji suddenly wish to summon him and Kushina? Kushina? Minato's pupils dilated, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. Could the objective of Saint One be Kushina? Based on their previous encounters, which were limited to only 2 interactions, one can infer this possibility. Shinji's thoughts are remarkably mature, and standing over 1.80 m, his physique is equally developed. Thus, he cannot be treated as a mere child of 10. It is difficult for him to fathom what meaningful conversation he could possibly have with Shinji. Excluding himself, only Kushina remains. But what connection exists between Kushina and Shinji? None. Let us consider this from a different perspective. Is there a connection between the Ninetales Jinchuriki and the Uchiha clan? Indeed, not only is there a connection, but it is profoundly significant. Kushina observed Minato as he set down his chopsticks, his expression vacant, and after a moment, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. She tilted her head in confusion, wondering what was troubling her husband. Had the mushrooms in tonight's soup been undercooked? Mushroom genjutsu? Alarmed, Kushina quickly took a sip of the mushroom soup to calm her nerves. Chapter 30. The initial encounter between Shinji and Minato. Watching Kushina gulp down the mushroom soup with fervor, Minato was left bewildered. Was the soup particularly delicious today? Never mind. Let us eat first and not squander the heartfelt effort of his beloved wife. Thus, they both began to indulge in the soup with great enthusiasm. After finishing their meal and tidying up, even after they had both washed up, Kushina could not help but let out a hearty belch. You've eaten too much tonight. This isn't good for your health, Minato remarked helplessly as he sat beside her, gently massaging her stomach with chakra to aid her digestion. I feared the mushrooms were undercooked and might upset your stomach, so I thought I would eat them all myself. Kushina responded nonchalantly. If you suspected the mushrooms were not cooked properly, why not simply discard them? We need not eat them at all. Kushina, though my wealth may be limited, I can certainly ensure that you avoid consuming such unhealthy food. Minato continued, your reluctance to waste is commendable, but you must also consider your health. After all, you are now responsible for two. Minato smiled with a hint of resignation. Ah, yes, I am now responsible for two. It seems I must be more cautious moving forward. She acknowledged. With a tender smile, Minato pulled his beloved, albeit somewhat oblivious, Kushina into his embrace. She reciprocated, wrapping her arms around him. And they simply held each other in silence. Kushina, regarding my meeting with Shinji, I wish to understand his intentions first. Minato did not wish to conceal his encounter with Shinji from Kushina, yet he also sought to prevent her from overthinking. So he merely stated his desire to have a discussion with Shinji. All right, go ahead, Kushina replied, not delving deeper, as she trusted Minato unconditionally. Such was her faith that she believed she could find sufficient justifications for him, even if he were to betray her. Naturally, Minato would not betray that trust. Though we may not share the same birth date, I wish for us to depart this world together. This sentiment was what Minato, the wave wind, demonstrated through his actions, showcasing the profound love he held for Kushina. When faced with a choice between his wife and their newborn son, he unhesitatingly chose to endure hardship for the sake of his son, who had yet to open his eyes. Moreover, Kushina was aware that her intellect did not match Minato's. Therefore, in matters involving outsiders, she typically heeded Minato's words without question. As she gradually succumbed to drowsiness in his arms, Minato smiled and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. He then carried Kushina to their bedroom, carefully laying her on the bed and covering her with a blanket, before settling down on the other side. The following day, Minato happened to have a day off. After enjoying breakfast, he made his way to the Uchiha compound. Hello, I have an appointment with your clan's young leader, Shiki, he informed the guard stationed at the entrance. Subsequently, he was escorted towards Shinji's laboratory. As he walked through the Uchiha compound, which exuded a different ambience compared to the quietude of Konoha, Minato chose to suppress his curiosity, aware that expressing it might give the impression of probing for Uchiha intelligence. It was best left unspoken. After a brief walk, they arrived at the entrance of a grand 5-story building. The leading Uchiha guard pressed the doorbell, and the door was opened by Shinji's assistant, Uchiha Mai. Miss Mai. This is Wave Wind's Jonin. He claims to have an appointment with the young leader. Thank you. I will take it from here, Mai nodded, gesturing for Minato to follow her inside. As Minato trailed behind Mai, he surveyed the interior of the laboratory, which stood in stark contrast to its exterior. How does it feel? You are the first individual not of the Uchiha clan to enter this place. Minato looked up. Shiki stood on the 3rd floor, leaning over the railing with a radiant smile directed at him. I am indeed quite honored, he replied with a beaming expression. Although he had his suspicions about the nature of this meeting, he believed in the principle of not striking a smiling face. Moreover, he harbored no significant animosity towards Shinji. Of course, there was also a lack of genuine fondness. They were merely strangers who had crossed paths a few times and were acquainted with each other's names. Shinji effortlessly executed a graceful pole vault, leaping from the upper floor. As for the reason behind avoiding the stairs, it remains unspoken. Shinji remarked, since I can leap down safely, why should I dawdle my way down the stairs? Shinji allowed others to forego following him and personally escorted Mizuki to the reception room on the 1st floor. Observing Shinji's actions, Mizuki's smile slightly waned. The process of boiling water, brewing tea, and pouring it was executed seamlessly. As he beheld the fragrant little teacup before him, Mizuki did not hesitate to lift it and take a sip. The aroma was delightful, the taste smooth and delicate, leaving a lingering aftertaste, truly exquisite tea. When entertaining esteemed guests, one must undoubtedly serve the finest tea. Although you, the young clan leader, share a familiar bond with my mother, it is perhaps more agreeable if we maintain a certain decorum. If you do not mind, we may regard each other as equals. Simply call me Shinji. As Shinji sipped his tea, he spoke slowly. Very well, Shinji. I believe you can now articulate the reason for your visit. Certainly, but before we commence, I must express a sentiment. Regardless of the nature of our impending discussion, It is imperative that you remain composed. This is the cornerstone of our communication. You may reflect upon this matter at home later. I assure you, I harbor no ill intent. At the very least, due to the bond between Kushina and my mother. I bear no animosity towards your family of three, a promise I make in my mother's name. Since Shang-Yi had brought him in privately, Minato felt a disquieting premonition. Upon hearing Shang-Yi's words, the smile on his face vanished entirely, replaced by a deep furrow in his brow. Speak. I am listening. Minato took a sip of the tea that Shang-Yi had just poured, inhaled deeply, and then exhaled a heavy sigh. I desire the Nine Tails. Minato had believed himself prepared. Regardless of the circumstances, based solely on Shang-Yi's earlier statement, he had resolved not to resort to violence today. Yet, the bluntness of Shang-Yi's declaration struck a nerve deep within him. Kushina was Minato's Achilles heel, his greatest vulnerability. You scoundrel. Not only do you wish to touch my sensitive spot, but you also contemplate extracting it. In an instant, Minato was consumed by rage. The two of them simultaneously executed the body flicker technique. Saint-Y executed the body flicker technique, arriving at the center of the reception room. Meanwhile, Watergate, employing the same technique, appeared directly before Saint-Y, unleashing a ferocious punch aimed squarely at his face. The notion of restraint was utterly discarded. Watergate's singular desire was to obliterate Saint-Yi's visage. A resounding thud echoed through the room as Watergate's fist collided with Saint-Yi's face. However, the blow was not as direct as it seemed. A layer of violet-black chakra armor intervened between his fist and Saint-Yi's countenance. Though the armor appeared thin and somewhat translucent upon closer inspection, Watergate could palpably sense the astonishing defensive prowess concealed beneath it. A flurry of blows followed, punches and kicks rained down relentlessly, punctuated by an attempt to stab with a kunai, which ultimately shattered upon impact. Young master? The sounds of commotion from the reception room had raised concerns, prompting a knock at the door from the attendant. There's no need for concern. You may disregard it. Came the response, eyes fixed on the entrance. Unless I permit entry, no one shall enter. Understood, young master. With a casual wave of his hand, Shinji established a soundproof barrier within the meeting room. This technique had nearly become his signature ninjutsu, though he executed all his ninjutsu without the need for hand seals. Minato seized the opportunity to swiftly retreat, increasing the distance between himself and Shinji. He discarded the remaining kunai and began to carefully scrutinize the dark purple armor adorning Shinji, which even included a transparent face mask that provided comprehensive, all-encompassing protection. The two remained in a tense stalemate for approximately a minute. Shinji was the first to move, raising his left hand and gently waving it, causing his armor to dissipate. It was then that Watergate noticed Shinji's eyes. The kaleidoscope Sharingan, Watergate exclaimed in shock, his voice involuntarily rising, the pitch almost cracking. As the disciple of Jiraiya and the grandson of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Watergate's perspective and experience were undoubtedly worlds apart from those of an ordinary ninja lacking a distinguished background. Moreover, he had once had a disciple from the Uchiha clan. Therefore, while he might not claim to possess complete knowledge of the Uchiha lineage, he was confident that he understood approximately 70 to 80% of it. Consequently, the kaleidoscope Sharingan, a pinnacle aspiration of the Uchiha clan, was a detail he had encountered in the extensive documentation on the clan. Thus, he recognized it immediately. Then, a forbidden thought struck him, and he quickly lowered his gaze, avoiding Shinji's eyes. However, within mere seconds, he raised his head again, audaciously locking eyes with Shinji. What? Are you not afraid of my Sharingan Genjutsu, or do you believe you can withstand it? Observing Watergate's rationality gradually returning, Shinji's eyes shifted back to their usual black pupils as he turned and resumed his seat at the tea table. He discarded the 2 cups of tea that had grown lukewarm and poured fresh, hot tea for both himself and Watergate. I possess confidence, not merely in myself, but in you as well. I sense no intent to harm from you. Watergate took his seat again, realizing that as long as Shinji had no intention of attacking, he could have lost, or even died, during Watergate's moment of distraction. Therefore, the likelihood of Shinji taking action now was minimal. Coupled with Shinji's earlier statement, Watergate understood that Shinji's claim of wanting the Nine Tails was merely a provocation designed to incite him into action, allowing Shinji to demonstrate his prowess. Otherwise, given Shinji's intellect, he could not possibly have been oblivious to the repercussions of uttering such words. Every action he took was intended to facilitate their ensuing conversation. It appeared that Shinji had grand ambitions. Although Watergate had decided against further hostilities, he remained furrowed in thought as he sipped his tea, glancing at the barrier Shinji had erected. As a former top student at the Shinobi Academy, the son-in-law of the Uzumaki clan, and a direct descendant of the Hokage lineage, Each of these identities afforded him the ability to easily recognize that this was a barrier with soundproofing capabilities. He could not fathom the significance of the discussions they were about to engage in, which required Xingyi to set up an additional soundproof barrier in his own territory and laboratory. This realization left Watergate somewhat unsettled. At this moment, he was not yet the renowned fourth Hokage who would later reverberate throughout the realms. He was merely an ordinary elite shinobi of Konoha, distinguished solely by a common Golden Flash moniker, which was hardly noteworthy. It seems you have grasped the situation, truly. You are deserving of the title of Konoha's future fourth Hokage that I have bestowed upon you. As a gesture of apology for my provocation, I am willing to answer 5 of your questions unconditionally, except for certain highly sensitive secrets that I am unable to disclose. I will clearly inform you when I cannot speak on a matter. For everything else, as long as I possess knowledge of it, I will share it with you without reservation, guaranteeing the truth of my words. A friendly reminder, I may know far more than you anticipate. This is a rare opportunity. Do ponder carefully. Xingyi cast a mocking glance at Mizuno, who couldn't help but roll his eyes in response, though he intended to convey an apology. His words were deliberately phrased in a way that incited a desire to continue the altercation. At their age, engaging in such childish antics was rather unbecoming. After all, he was only 10. It was as if he had said nothing at all. Mizuno observed Xingyi, who stood confidently with his arms crossed. His thoughts drifted back to the Hokage's office, where a massive scroll containing Uchiha lore resided. Mizuno vividly recalled unrolling the scroll, unveiling an exquisite painting. The image depicted a man with spiky black hair, reminiscent of a hedgehog, whose locks seemed to dance in the gentle breeze, the tips swaying to the left. Much of the man's face was obscured by his hair, revealing only a defiant left eye. The full-body portrait illustrated a stern figure, arms crossed, adorned with the Uchiha fan on his back, dressed in crimson armor from the Warring States period. A line inscribed in the lower right corner read, "In memory of my dear friend, Uchiha Madara." It was said that this was a piece crafted by the first Hokage, Shinja Hashirama, shortly before the twilight of his life. Later, insights from the second Hokage's notes revealed that this was one of the few instances where the first Hokage excelled beyond the realm of ninjutsu, rather than faltering. Thus, despite the second Hokage's profound distaste for the artwork, he chose to preserve it. The resemblance between Xingyi and the figure in the painting was minimal, sharing only the same surname and the crossed arm posture. Yet inexplicably, Mizuno felt as though he were standing face-to-face with Uchiha Madara himself. It struck him as peculiar, after all. He had never encountered Madara. Leaning back in his chair, Mizuno closed his eyes and rubbed his temples, attempting to relax. Why was it so challenging to ponder a single question? It wasn't the difficulty, rather, it was the abruptness of the situation that caught him off guard. As you mentioned, such an opportunity was exceedingly rare, and he was all the more reluctant to squander it. Saint Yip curled his lips in disdain. Goodness. Now it seems this has become my dilemma, he remarked. Perhaps we should let it go, so as not to put you in a difficult position. Chapter 32. Frightening the Watergate at him. There is no need to be so formal, Watergate responded with a serious expression. How about I reserve my questions for now, and we discuss the matter at hand? As you wish. Upon hearing this, Xingyi expressed no objection. Since he had chosen to grant this opportunity to Mizukage, he was indifferent to whether it was utilized now or in the future. Let us enjoy some tea. Xingyi poured another cup of tea for Shui Min and opened the fruit platter on the table, which contained dried fruits such as melon seeds and peanuts. Although my previous statement had some ulterior motives, I did not speak falsely. My true objective is indeed the Nine Tails. Xingyi gazed intently at Minato, his fist clenched tightly, the veins on his arms protruding ominously, yet he ultimately relaxed his grip. I understand that you perceive my words as a threat, particularly given the formidable menace posed by the kaleidoscopic Sharingan to the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. However, I wish to convey that my intentions are not to intimidate you or Kushina. Rather, I seek to ensure your well-being. Regarding the repercussions of extracting the tailed beast from its host, I possess a means by which I can safeguard Kushina's life after the beast is released from within her, enabling her to lead a normal existence thereafter. Upon hearing this, Minato, despite his uncertainty about Xingyi's methods, sensed from his tone that everything had been meticulously planned. It is widely acknowledged in the ninja world that once a tailed beast is extracted from a Jinchuriki, their life force diminishes at an alarming rate. Even if one could replenish Kushina's life force, it would be impossible to achieve the invulnerability you propose. Now, with his rationality restored, Minato was capable of coherent thought. What if I could resolve the issue of the rapid depletion of life force? A single, straightforward sentence from Xingyi left Watergate in a state of astonishment. For years, The issue of the host's vitality diminishing after the release of the tailed beasts had remained unresolved in the ninja world. Thus, upon Xingyi's utterance, Watergate's immediate reaction was to replenish the host's life force, failing to consider that Xingyi could address the problem at its very source. Surely, you understand that if the rapid loss of vitality after the release of the tailed beasts could be effectively resolved. Given Kushina's exceptional physique as a member of the Uzumaki clan, she would only experience discomfort for a brief moment, perhaps even not sustaining any real injury. Moreover, it is paramount to note that Kushina is now a mother. Shang-Yi's words left Shui Min somewhat perplexed. He was unable to grasp their true meaning. You are unaware? What? Once a Jinchuriki goes into labor, the seals within her body will be significantly weakened, rendering the seal on the tailed beast in an unprecedentedly vulnerable state. I believe such a rare opportunity would certainly not be overlooked by the Nine Tails. Thus, at that moment, it would be both the happiest and the most perilous time for Kushina. Realizing that Shui Min was oblivious to the details, he chuckled. Indeed, the words of Shinny hold true, yet they do not encompass the entirety of the situation. Should Kushina go into labor, it would indeed significantly diminish the strength of the seal. However, as a member of the Uzumaki clan, Kushina possesses an extraordinary vitality and wields the diamond lock, a sealing technique that proves doubly effective against tailed beasts. Therefore, while it is accurate to state that there is inherent danger during Kushina's labor, it may not be as perilous as Minato imagines. Nevertheless, Minato remains unaware. And even Kushina herself is oblivious to her own potential capabilities, for neither has ever encountered such an experience. Even if Minato were to return home and inquire of Kushina, he would only learn what Shinyi had previously conveyed to him. After a thorough analysis of the existing data, Xingyi deduced that the childbirth of the Jinchuriki from the Uzumaki clan is akin to walking a tightrope. Approaching it with utmost seriousness yields minimal risk, whereas a casual attitude may lead to perilous consequences. Hence, taking all aspects into account, Xingyi is convinced that Uzumaki Kushina was not informed by her husband, Uzumaki Mito, about the intricacies of her own delivery, and he may have even exaggerated the potential repercussions. Given Kushina's spirited nature, Mito likely feared that if he did not emphasize the gravity of the situation, she would treat it too lightly. A sly grin crossed his face as he thought, "Just wait for me." Suddenly, after a prolonged silence, Minato uttered this seemingly nonsensical remark and vanished in an instant, leaving behind only a specially crafted kunai with a trident design on the chair. Seii's expression remained unchanged as he leisurely sipped tea and cracked sunflower seeds. Mizukage did not keep Sei waiting for long, merely the time it took to brew 2 pots of tea. With a swift motion, Mizukage reappeared in the reception room. "Are you truly confident?" At this moment, Mizukage's gaze turned exceedingly serious. With a confident nod, Shinji stated, "Since I dare to speak, I possess a certain level of assurance. However, the specific details of the implementation require further research and preparation. In any case, you are not in a hurry." After a moment of silence, Watergate ultimately resolved, "Very well, we shall cooperate with you. But you must assure me that you will never use the Nine Tails to threaten the safety of the village. Moreover, I require a deeper understanding of your plan. Please share all that you can disclose at this moment." After much contemplation, Watergate could not bear to see Kushina teetering on the edge of danger. He had just returned home to confirm Shinyi's words with Kushina, who revealed that her situation was even more dire than what Shinyi had conveyed. This was a matter she remembered vividly, as her grandmother Mito had repeatedly cautioned her during her childhood. Watergate had even considered that, for Kushina's safety, perhaps they should forego having children altogether, but Kushina vehemently refused. Not only was she determined to bear this child, but she also intended to have a second. This had been her plan since the moment she truly fell in love with Watergate. She envisioned having 2 children, one bearing the surname of the Namikaze clan and the other her own Uzumaki surname. Watergate would work to provide for the family, while she managed the household, with 2 lively little ones running about. Their family of 4 would live harmoniously together. This was Kushina's ultimate aspiration. This thought had firmly taken root in her mind, and Watergate could not dissuade her. Upon learning of Kushina's desires, Watergate felt a sense of despair. Once was not enough. She desired to go through it again. His heart ached at the thought. Reluctantly, he shared with Kushina the details of his conversation with Shinji. To his surprise, Kushina was exceedingly exhilarated. She had no desire to be a Jinchuriki, a role that had subjected her to immense, unspoken pressure since its inception. As a child, she had been oblivious to the meaning of being a Jinchuriki. By the time she comprehended its implications, it was too late for her to reconsider. There had been many moments when the pressure had been so overwhelming that she contemplated ending it all, yet she could not bear to part with Watergate. After their relationship blossomed, Watergate's kindness had alleviated her burdens. Now, he offered her an opportunity to escape the identity of the Jinchuriki without hindering their togetherness, all while sparing her from any negative repercussions. She was simply a bit eccentric, not truly unstable. How could she possibly refuse? The very notion of refusal had not even crossed her mind in the slightest. Chapter 33, Persuading Watergate as for the significance of the Nine Tails to Konoha? After all, she had not given it to anyone else, only to those within the village, and that individual was younger and possessed even greater deterrent power than she. So why would she decline? Whether the third Hokage would agree was of no concern to her. If he had the capability, he should grant her the same opportunity. And if given 10 chances, she would undoubtedly choose the third Hokage each time. You require but one guarantee from me? She asked. Indeed. I ask for a guarantee from you, Uchiha Shini, a verbal commitment. Very well, since you have put it that way, I shall grant you this courtesy. I, Uchiha Shini, hereby assure you in the name of the Uchiha clan that I will never use the Nine Tails to threaten the safety of Konoha. Furthermore, if the opportunity arises, I shall have the Nine Tails assist in defending the village from external threats. After Shang-Yi spoke, he observed Watergate's expression gradually relax. Although Shang-Yi was unsure why Watergate placed such unwavering trust in him, he found no issue in offering a reassurance. After all, he had never entertained the thought of utilizing the power of the Nine Tails to confront Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. To borrow a phrase from Uchiha Madara, what adult would truly act against a child? Shang-Yi is convinced that with his own strength, he can make them flee in disarray. To invoke the Nine Tails? They are not worthy of Sarutobi Hiruzen's attention. Shang-Yi glanced at Minato, a subtle smile flickering in his eyes. He was aware that he had successfully piqued Minato's interest, and now all that remained was to gradually unveil his strength and plans, ultimately convincing him. He aimed to render Minato and his wife passive allies of the Uchiha clan. Have you contemplated strategies for addressing potential issues should your plan come to fruition? Minato pondered aloud after a moment. Such as? Shang-Yi inquired. Such as the acceptance from the third Hokage and the potential dissenting voices, Minato stated with gravity. Of course. Shang-Yi nodded, acknowledging the wisdom of foresight. Do not worry, I shall resolve these matters. The likes of Sarutobi Hiruzen would never agree, he continued. The Uchiha and the Nine Tails represent an unyielding line for them. Therefore, when the time comes, we shall have no option but to engage in conflict. For Shang-Yi, the term resolution was meant in its most literal sense. Moreover, Minato resumed, regarding the control of the Nine Tails, do you have confidence in your ability to master it? After all, the power of the Nine Tails is immensely formidable. If it runs rampant within the village, the consequences would be dire. Rest assured on that matter. Shang-Yi replied with a confident smile. Are you aware of Uchiha Madara's ability to suppress the Nine Tails? I am, Minato acknowledged. He could effortlessly manipulate it, treating it almost like a pet. When I first encountered that information, I thought it must have been penned by an admirer of Uchiha Madara. To my surprise, it was documented by the second Hokage, Tobirama. Are you implying that your strength will soon rival that of Uchiha Madara? Minato had not considered that Shang-Yi possessed such power at present, nor did he dare to believe it. He trusted that Shang-Yi would eventually attain the prowess of his ancestor, Uchiha Madara, or perhaps even surpass him, but presently, Shang-Yi was not yet capable. Are you aware that the Mangekyo Sharingan has levels? Shuri suddenly uttered a remark that left Mizukichi bewildered. You see, for instance, your clan members are all possessors of the Sharingan with 3 tomo, yet there exists a disparity in ocular prowess. Mizukichi found himself perplexed as to why Shang-Yi posed such a question. While he was uncertain whether the average civilian ninja was privy to this knowledge, he was certain that Shang-Yi was aware. No, what I intend to convey is that the Mangekyo Sharingan is not the pinnacle of ocular evolution. There exists an even higher echelon beyond it. The distinction between them parallels that of the 3 tomo Sharingan and the Mangekyo Sharingan. Your expression suggests that this information has seemingly gone unrecorded in the annals of the Hidden Leaf. As for this matter, whether Senju Tobirama was unaware or simply failed to document it remains to be seen. Judging by Senju Tobirama's character, if no records were kept, I would lean towards the notion that he was indeed oblivious. Thus, it appears that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, you are likely the first individual outside of the Uchiha clan to be privy to this secret. Shang-Yi pondered for a moment. Surely, there was nothing amiss in his words. Shang-Yi posits that the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan indeed represents the pinnacle of the Sharingan's evolution. The bloodline evolution of the Uchiha clan culminates in the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, a fact evidenced by the progeny of the Sage of 6 Paths. Indra possessed only the Sharingan, devoid of the Rinnegan. In this light, a previous conjecture appears to be flawed. Ashura's sage body is not entirely complete. His regenerative abilities, alongside those of Hashirama Senju, lack the exaggerated prowess exhibited by the original sage of six paths, Madara. Thus, their sage bodies, akin to Indra's Sharingan, are defective, their bloodline unrefined. However, upon analyzing the available data regarding the sage body, it seems that, apart from being somewhat inferior in various aspects to the original, it does not exhibit the same significant flaws as the Sharingan. Ahem. Returning to the main discourse. Without the convergence of the Sharingan and the sage body, it is utterly impossible to awaken the true sage the Rinnegan. Therefore, if one were to evolve beyond the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, it should not be termed evolution but rather a reversion. It represents a phenomenon of ancestral return, resulting from the fusion of the two bloodlines of the sage of six paths. The nomenclature has changed to Rinnegan, rather than Rinnegan Sharingan. Upon reflection, this indeed holds merit. This sudden revelation left Minato's pupils in shock, rendering him oblivious to Shang Yi's subsequent teasing. This knowledge, unique to the Uchiha clan, a profound secret, was unveiled to Minato in an unremarkable day by Shang Yi with remarkable composure. You imply that, indeed, the Mangekyo Sharingan harbors significant flaws, yet with a further evolution. These deficiencies could be rectified, liberating the Sharingan from its constraints and unleashing the ultimate power that rightfully belongs to the Uchiha clan. It is also the source of Uchiha Madara's ability to dominate the ninja world, known as the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Ah, by the way, you have already encountered it. Saint-Yi did not concern himself with disclosing the imperfections of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan to Minato. Only those flaws that are insurmountable can truly be deemed defects. Now that the shortcomings of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan have been resolved by Saint-Yi, they can no longer be classified as defects, but rather as a reflection of one's insufficient mastery. Therefore, it is permissible to utilize it as needed. If one must, they can endure a temporary period of blindness. After all, it is not a lifelong affliction, and the implications are negligible. More importantly, with Saint-Yi serving as a steadfast anchor and with Mikoto available to assist in rectifying any gaps, the current state of the ninja world does not pose significant risks. In fact, regarding this matter, there are but a few speculative remarks left by Lord Tobarama in his records. It is rather intriguing. Do share your thoughts. Upon hearing such words from Watergate, Seiichi felt a flicker of interest. After a moment's hesitation, Watergate resolved to share this matter with Seiichi. According to the records, Lord Tobarama had observed that the pattern of Uchiha Madara's Mangekyo Sharingan underwent a transformation following the demise of his brother, Uchiha Izuna. However, this alteration was subtle, and Uchiha Madara did not exhibit any entirely new abilities. After extensive and discreet observation by Lord Tobarama, he still could not ascertain the true nature of the phenomenon. Coupled with the subsequent unforeseen passing, only a scant few notes remained, devoid of a definitive conclusion. Ah, now it becomes clear. Saint-Yi raised an eyebrow, finding the information somewhat valuable, yet not significantly so. Chapter 34, Saint-Yi's Grand Scheme. Now, may I inquire about your plan? Watergate asked. Sei nodded thoughtfully and then articulated his meticulously devised plan. The strategy was not particularly complex. It entailed first communicating with the Ninetales to see if it could be persuaded to behave. Subsequently, regardless of the Ninetales' response, Kushina would directly release the seal, thereby liberating the beast. Following that, I would take charge of the Ninetales. My mother would address any issues concerning Kushina, and you would be responsible for maintaining the atmosphere. Continue? That's it. Just that? And I'm in charge of the atmosphere? Ahem, that was a slip of the tongue. I meant security. After speaking, feeling somewhat parched, Sei prepared to sip his tea but noticed Minato's expression of profound skepticism, prompting him to sigh and set the teacup down. Do you perceive any flaws in this plan? Do you believe there are no issues with this plan? No, wait. Can this even be referred to as a plan? In the midst of the delicate conversation, even the gentle Minato could not restrain his exasperation upon hearing the so-called plan proposed by Seishi. At this moment, Minato was overwhelmed with thoughts, yet he felt at a loss for words. Seishi, I recognize your intelligence, but I fail to perceive even the slightest hint of feasibility in your so-called plan. What do you mean by that? Communicating with the Ninetales, does it matter whether it consents or not? The idea is simply to inform it in advance. Ideally, it would agree and emerge with dignity, and if it disagrees, I shall ensure its dignity upon emergence. It seems more courteous this way, facilitating future interactions, does it not? Very well, what then is the situation with Mikoto overseeing Kushina? My mother's awakened Sharingan ability is pivotal in healing Kushina. Wait, Mikoto has awakened her Sharingan as well? Yes. You still seem unfazed. Enough of that. How confident are you? Have you conducted any experiments? Although I have yet to experiment, I possess a confidence level of 99%. And what if we encounter that elusive 1%? I possess a jutsu capable of resurrecting the deceased. Freshly departed individuals can be revived directly, for those who have been gone for an extended period. The Edo Tensei technique can also be employed for resurrection. The nature of this jutsu ensures a perfect revival, devoid of any side effects. Although it is somewhat harsh on the user. However, as I have yet to master it, should we confront that 1% possibility? We must preserve Kushina's body and await a future opportunity for her revival. My preliminary estimate suggests this endeavor will not exceed 5 years. Minato felt that the shock he had experienced over the past 20 years paled in comparison to the astonishment he felt at that moment. A jutsu capable of perfectly resurrecting individuals? Such a technique exists within the ninja world? Should you wish to hear more, you still have 5 questions remaining. No rush. Let us conclude the matter at hand. The matter? It is concluded. I shall oversee the Nine Tails, my mother will attend to Kushina, and even in failure. I have contingency plans. What more is there to discuss? Minato sensed something was amiss, yet he could not articulate it. Upon reflection, indeed, it seemed the matter was settled. Although Shinny's plan is exceedingly rudimentary, it encompasses all necessary contingency measures, even including a fallback strategy in case of failure. Wait, a fallback strategy? Watergate sensed something amiss. It is rather peculiar to discuss contingency plans for his wife's potential demise. Is it absolutely necessary for Kushina to perish? Isn't it true that fear of failure is what drives caution? However, I still possess considerable confidence. Is there truly a flawless plan? Who among us can claim absolute certainty? Do you? With nearly 100% assurance, have you ever undertaken such a significant risk? Isn't it preferable to allow Kushina to bear the burden herself rather than face this uncertainty? Alas, while this may hold some truth, I remain concerned for Kushina. At merely 10 years of age, I do not grasp the complexities of your entangled emotions, yet I assure you, no plan could be more reliable than mine. Though Shinny's scheme appears wildly impractical at first glance, upon further contemplation following Shinny's explanation, Watergate began to recognize its feasibility. If we had declined your proposal initially, what would you have done? The same as now. The timing of this plan is not arbitrary. It must be executed after Kushina successfully gives birth. Observing Watergate's perplexed expression, Shinny continued, it pertains to your child. As you articulated, while we possess a 99% certainty, there remains a 1% risk. If Kushina were to truly perish, what would become of that child? Therefore, that's enough. You need not elaborate further. With the conversation laid bare, Watergate naturally inferred the implications Shinny had not explicitly stated. By the way, you have yet to clarify what you would do had we not agreed to this plan? Are you still processing this? That shouldn't be the case. I fear some may not grasp the implications. Allow me to explain. Very well. Shinny understood the significance of some. Given the predetermined timing, the situation simplifies. Should you agree, we can proceed openly. If you do not, we shall gamble. First, if the Nine Tails does not emerge and Kushina safely endures, I will not act against you out of respect for my mother. When you next bear a child, I shall return to partake in this exhilarating stress relief game. Secondly, if the Nine Tails does emerge, we will be compelled to act, and my mother will not idly witness her dear friend perish. Thus, the plan returns to square one. The distinction lies merely in whether you accept the situation willingly or reluctantly. To me, it matters little. Enough, enough, enough. Watergate clutched his chest with one hand while gesturing with the other for Shinny to cease. Imagining Kushina precariously walking a tightrope on the edge of a cliff was enough to send his heart racing. He could hardly endure the thought of experiencing it in reality. It would be far more merciful to swiftly end it rather than prolong the agony. Indeed, having laid the matter bare, it seems Shinny's plan is the most prudent. Moreover, the more it is compared, the more advantageous it appears. Kushina is only 3 months along, leaving approximately 7 months to go. You need not concern yourselves with the other details. I will manage those. You may continue with your lives as usual, while Kushina maintains her health. Is there anything else you wish to inquire about? Watergate shook his head. The information received today was overwhelming, particularly regarding Kushina. The so-called concern breeds chaos had indeed muddled his judgment. He needed to return home to reflect and regain clarity. He handed Shinny a kunai inscribed with his Flying Thunder God technique. Should you require my assistance? Merely infuse this with chakra, and I shall be alerted and arrive immediately. Watergate observed as Shinny casually placed the kunai in an empty space on the bookshelf behind him. Nodding at Shinny, Watergate vanished in an instant. Shinny poured himself a cup of tea, gazing intently at the cup. Chapter 35. Someone teases Uchiha's tiger whiskers. Upon returning home, Minato was approached by Kushina, who inquired about the outcome of his discussions. Minato conveyed Shang Yi's plan to her, which left Kushina both astonished and apprehensive. However, despite the apparent risks of the plan, Kushina resolved to trust Minato and Shang Yi's judgment, pledging her utmost dedication to safeguard herself and their child. In the ensuing months, Kushina intended to diligently enhance her physical fitness, maintaining optimal condition. Concurrently, Minato aimed to concentrate on refining his own abilities to ensure he could confront any potential dangers that might arise. On the other hand, Shiggy found himself in a much more relaxed position. During this period, his primary focus was on strengthening his own prowess. However, he was frequently approached by Elder Uchiha Gongmu regarding financial issues within the clan, leaving Shingyi with no choice but to devise a solution. The Uchiha clan's previous initiative to capitalize on exquisite cuisine to benefit the ninja world was set to be revived, albeit with a few modifications. Traditionally, the Uchiha's unique culinary techniques would be available for anyone willing to pay for lessons within the clan. Now, the Uchiha clan decided to specialize solely in selling indispensable specialty sauces and universal seasonings. Thus, Shingyi arranged for the clan to establish a culinary training school adjacent to the Uchiha territory. Additionally, a section of land was designated within the Uchiha domain to construct a factory for producing specialty sauces and seasonings. With the right skills, the original flavors of their dishes could be significantly enhanced. However, without the specialty sauces, even the most talented chef Saint Bodily could only replicate about 60% of the traditional Uchiha culinary excellence, while an average cook could achieve merely around 40% through skill alone. Since the implementation of this plan, countless ninja chefs have flocked to the Uchiha territory for training. The Uchiha specialty sauces and seasonings became wildly popular throughout the ninja world, transforming into essential commodities akin to oil and salt. The culinary innovations not only elevated the flavor of the Uchiha's renowned dishes but also enhanced the taste of everyday home-cooked meals. Priced reasonably, the strategy focused on high-volume sales, resulting in substantial profits for the Uchiha clan. Unlike in the past, the Uchiha now solely sold specialty sauces and seasonings, with merchants from various nations visiting to procure them, thus sparing the clan members from extensive travel, saving both time and effort while ensuring safety. Consequently, in comparison to their previous expenditures, the Uchiha not only maintained their earnings but saw profits multiply by 10 to 20 times. The Uchiha's flourishing existence elicited envy from other ninja clans, leaving them in a state of longing. Yet, on this particular day, on the rooftop of the laboratory, Shiki sipped tea while observing the comings and goings of the clan members below. Suddenly, Elder Uchiha Gongmu dashed over, panting heavily. Huff, 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 Shingyi. Shingyi hastily poured a cup of tea for Gangmu and placed it before him, urging him to take a sip to steady himself. However, Gangmu barely glanced at the delicate teacup. Instead, he seized the water bucket beside Shingyi and gulped down the water with great fervor. A belch escaped him, and he finally seemed to regain his composure. What is it now, my esteemed third elder? Am I an eyesore while I indulge in my tea? It seems that every time I settle down for a moment, you appear. Is there an inevitable connection between my tea drinking and your arrival? Do enlighten me so I might be more mindful next time. Recently, Shiki has been rather troubled. He finds himself in a predicament where neither scolding nor striking is permissible. Any word spoken would be futile. As an elderly man, what can one truly do? Oh, Shingyi, this is a matter of utmost importance. Have you not uttered such sentiments on previous occasions? It has come to our attention that our specially crafted sauces and seasonings have been replicated. Upon review, I noted an astonishing similarity of nearly 80%, indicating a formidable rival in this domain. Indeed, this was anticipated. Please provide me with the relevant information. I shall take a journey. In fact, the matter of our proprietary sauces and seasonings being counterfeited was raised by the third elder when the Uchiha clan first began contemplating a transformation. Shingyi paid little heed to the matter, for such occurrences have always been commonplace. Moreover, this particular sauce and seasoning are not exceptionally challenging high-tech products to replicate. While few in the ninja world possess the skill to imitate them, there are certainly those who can. The proposal put forth by Saint One is remarkably straightforward: suppression through force. Upon the detection of any imitators, the elite warriors of the clan will mobilize to quash them. The outcome is equally simple. From this moment forth, your equipment shall belong to the Uchiha. The profits you accrue shall be attributed to the Uchiha, and even your talents shall be regarded as the Uchiha's. Thus, although imitators have emerged, those within the Uchiha are remarkably composed. They shall proceed according to the original plan, incurring no losses and even gaining a valuable talent. Xingyi glanced at the documents and was taken aback to discover they pertained to the village of grass ninjas. His brow furrowed in surprise. Had he not stumbled upon the mention of the village of grass? He might have nearly forgotten that it still held two treasures. If memory served him correctly, Xianglin was born in the same year as Sasuke. She was either a newborn or still nestled within her mother's womb. He needed to hasten his journey to prevent those ruffians from the village of grass from endangering his treasures. Saini spoke with the third elder, requesting him to convey a message to the clan, indicating that he would visit alone this time. The third elder harbored no concerns for Saint Yi, after all. What folly it would be for an old man like him to worry about the clan's strongest warrior. Sipping tea, he settled into the chair that Saint Yi had just vacated, pouring himself a fresh cup while observing the vibrant activity of the clan below. It was indeed quite pleasant. After a series of fleeting movements, Saint Yi finally arrived at the hidden grass village. Employing the long-unseen illusion of an ordinary villager, Saint Yi strode confidently into the village of grass ninjas. The village was modest in size, and before long, Saint Yi discovered a concealed underground entrance beneath the office of the village chief. It was time to unveil the mystery within. A shadowy figure glided through the doorway, entering an underground complex shrouded in dim light. The expansive area revealed itself as he ventured further inside. Saint Yi faintly heard the anguished cries of a woman. In a fleeting moment, Xingyi appeared in the room from which the sounds emanated. Found it. Two ninjas from the grass ninja village were restraining a plump, red-haired woman, forcibly pulling her arm to stuff it into the mouth of a severely injured man, who lay on the bed, his body ensconced in bandages. It appeared that Xingyi had arrived just in time. Fortunately, it seemed that Xianglin's mother had not yet endured much torment at the hands of the grass ninja village. A stroke of good fortune. In an instant, the two grass ninjas became utterly still, while the woman and the injured man remained unaffected. The grass ninja on the bed was desperately attempting to widen his mouth, making gnashing sounds as he tried to bite the woman's arm. Yet the distance of mere centimeters felt insurmountable. Frustrated by his inability to reach her, he extended his tongue with fervor, writhing incessantly, embodying an overwhelming desire to survive. Chapter 36 founded this grotesque display not only repulsed Xingyi but also horrified the arm's owner, the target of the injured man's yearning. She struggled to free herself from the grip of the now motionless duo. At her feet lay a large, plump toad. Without a second thought, she instinctively seized the creature and forcefully shoved it into the injured man's mouth, even giving it a slight punch with her delicate fist for good measure. As she observed the injured man's eyes widen in shock, his mouth stuffed to the brim, with the legs of the toad wriggling helplessly, a stillness enveloped the scene. After a moment, the toad's legs ceased their movement, and the injured man fell silent as well. This turn of events incited furious rage in the two grass ninjas. For this was the son of their village leader. If he perished, so too would they face dire consequences. In their moment of blind fury, they completely forgot their own immobility. Seizing the opportunity, the woman did not hesitate to flee. However, as she turned, she found Xingyi standing at the doorway, watching her intently. Silence, or I shall end you. Xingyi chose a phrase that would silence the woman before him with utmost efficiency. As anticipated, upon hearing his words, the woman immediately covered her mouth, terrified that even the slightest sound might summon her own demise. The illusion cast by Xingyi was shattered the moment he exerted control over the two grass ninjas. Hence, he drew the woman's immediate attention. Her piercing scream alerted the two grass ninjas, who, initially taken aback, soon turned ashen. Tell me, do you know where the production facility for the Uchiha imitation products in the grass ninja village is located? Speak. And no, I don't know. I am not associated with them. Now, do as I instruct. Breathe deeply, inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. Are you still stuttering? And no, my lord. Continue. My lord. I am not one of them. I wandered into this area and was captured. I was imprisoned upon my arrival and am unfamiliar with their village. Now, the woman hastily conveyed to Xingyi that she had no ties to the grass ninja village. After all, Xingyi's tone did not suggest a cordial visit, especially with the conspicuous Uchiha emblem adorning his attire, recognizable to nearly every inhabitant of the ninja world. Release. Upon hearing Xingyi's command, despair flooded the hearts of the two grass ninjas. The Uchiha clan had come to their doorstep. Setting aside the question of whether the grass ninja village could withstand an assault from the Uchiha, it was evident that these two could not offer any resistance. Suddenly, they discovered they could move. Thus, they instinctively prepared to employ the body flicker technique to escape. Resistance? Nonsense. Escaping was uncertain, but fighting would surely lead to their demise. This was a choice even a fool could make. However, before they could even complete their hand signs, Xingyi delivered a powerful kick, sending both of them crashing onto the bed, injuring them grievously. With that single blow, they resigned themselves to their fate. The two rose from the bed and knelt obediently before Shang-Yi. I will ask, and you will answer. Is that agreeable? Yes, my lord. Where is the production facility for the Uchiha imitation products? It is right here. Just proceed further inside. Whose idea was this? Our leaders. Who is responsible for the imitation? A common drifter, a wanderer who arrived at our grass ninja village. To survive, she claimed she was an excellent cook, and subsequently, our leader whimsically ordered her to replicate your Uchiha products. Her? Indeed, my lord, she is a woman. Upon hearing this, Shiggy turned to glance at the woman from the Whirlpool clan. What is the situation with this grass ninja village? Is it a sanctuary for high-caliber female wanderers from the ninja world, complete with an involuntary recruitment effect? How did you come by this knowledge? Shingyi had initially asked this question casually, without any intention of uncovering anything of real significance. However, to his surprise, the two individuals spoke with such substance, revealing valuable insights. We are the chief's personal guards, and we are privy to most matters within the village. Please, do not harm us. We hold great importance. As they pleaded for mercy, they simultaneously performed a perfectly executed act of prostration. Come with me. Saint-Y paid no heed to the two grass ninjas, instead addressing the woman before him. Ah, very well, my lady. The woman resigned herself to her fate, recognizing that death was inevitable, and it would be preferable to align herself with a formidable member of the Uchiha clan. The two departed from the chamber, proceeding deeper within. What is your name? My lord, I am called Swearin. Uzumaki Swearin? My lord, you misunderstand. I am familiar with Kushina and can lead you to her. Upon hearing Saint-Yi's words, the woman, no. Uzumaki Swearin instantly lifted her gaze to meet his, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. For reasons unbeknownst to her, despite this being their first encounter, Swearin felt an undeniable sense of trust in Saint-Y. Thank you, my lord. Swearin bowed deeply in gratitude. My lord, it appears we have arrived. After a brief walk, Swearin suddenly remarked, You have mastered the Kagura Shingon. Indeed, my lord. There is an abundance of chakra here. Stay close to me. With a powerful kick, Shang-Yi sent the door of the room flying open. Who was there? A middle-aged man, surrounded by a group of grass ninjas, was counting money. Behind them, others were busy concocting various sauces and seasonings. This was the production base Shang-Yi had been searching for, a place replicating Uchiha products. Uchiha. As the grass ninjas caught sight of the fan emblem emblazoned on Shang-Yi's chest, their eyes widened in terror. Focus your attacks on him. This secret must not escape. The leader, true to his title, quickly grasped the situation and devised a solution: confinement. Everyone present, except for Shang-Yi and Ling-Yin, stood frozen in place. One grass ninja, having raised a foot, lost his balance upon being immobilized and fell flat on his face with a resounding thud. Ling-Yin noticed Shang-Yi's eyes transform instantly into the red, intricately patterned Sharingan. Simultaneously, her Kagura heart eye revealed the terrifying nature of the man before her. The chakra he possessed was immeasurable, and the overwhelming power of his yin release was so immense that Ling-Yin found it hard to gaze upon. Everything indicated that he was a dreadful entity, akin to a demon from the abyss. His astonishing aura loomed large, as if it could obscure the sky itself, making it abundantly clear to the grass ninjas present that he was not to be trifled with. Shang-Yi traversed the crowd. The techniques Guanjin Gu are spatial ninjutsu developed by Shang-Yi, founded upon his kaleidoscopic Sharingan abilities. The more characters employed, the greater the power unleashed. Presently, he has only harnessed the potential of 5 characters. However, based on testing results, when facing Fugaku, the confinement lasting 4 characters is sufficient for a swift and effortless defeat. In this context, Chapter 37, Shang-Yi Strikes, Susanoo Shakes Konoha. We humbly apologize to this esteemed gentleman from the Uchiha clan. We pledge to compensate for the losses incurred by the Uchiha during this time and implore your forgiveness for our grievous offense. The leader of the Grass Shinobi is also a sagacious individual. Given the current circumstances, conflict is out of the question. Thus, the only recourse is to offer reparations and plead for mercy. Shang-Yi disregarded him and bypassed them, proceeding to the rear. There, a multitude of individuals were engaged in labor. The vast majority lacked chakra, and among those who possessed it, very few exceeded the rank of a lowly genin. Saint-Y approached a woman who was meticulously blending various powders. Upon noticing his presence, her expression shifted dramatically, quickly transforming to one of pallor and weakness. With a mere gesture, Shang-Yi directed his attention towards the woman. Instantly, her body became animated, yet she collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Are you aware of the gravity of your actions? Do you comprehend that your conduct may invite dire consequences upon yourself? Do you realize that the grass ninja village cannot offer you sanctuary, nor can it ensure its own safety? With each utterance from Shang-Yi, the woman's complexion grew increasingly pallid. By the time he finished speaking, her face bore not a trace of color. Furthermore, Shang-Yi's voice remained unyieldingly loud, echoing in the ears of all present, including the grass ninjas, whose pupils constricted to the utmost, a reflexive response to overwhelming terror. Please spare us, my lord. We shall compensate you doubly. We implore you to show mercy and let us go. Suddenly, a dark void emerged, consuming the equipment used for grinding and drying medicinal herbs, along with the stock of herbs and vegetables stored by the grass ninjas, and draining all their financial resources. Not only that, but in a mere flash, Shang-Yi vanished into the grass ninjas' archives, swiftly emptying all the scrolls of information before reappearing underground in less than 20 seconds. For a fleeting moment, after Shang-Yi disappeared, the grass ninjas harbored a glimmer of hope for survival. Material possessions may be lost, but as long as their lives remained intact, they could endure. Yet, before they could exhale in relief, Shang-Yi returned, this time accompanied by the woman and Lingyan, vanishing once more. The three of them materialized outside the village of grass ninjas, where Lingyan soon detected an immense surge of chakra and ocular power emanating from Shang-Yi, elevating her gaze skyward, as if reaching for the heavens. Seiichi Uchiha, accompanied by three companions, summoned his Susanoo. Given that the hidden grass village maliciously imitated the products of our Uchiha clan without our authorization, inflicting considerable damage upon us, I have conducted an investigation and gathered irrefutable evidence. Therefore, I, Seiichi Uchiha, the junior clan leader of the Uchiha clan, hereby represent our lineage to pass judgment on the despicable thieves of the hidden grass village. Now, I declare the verdict. With my blade, let grievances be resolved. Shang-Yi amplified his voice using chakra, ensuring that his words could be heard by everyone within a radius of several dozen miles. Shang-Yi, devoid of any procrastination, spoke but a word before he raised his sword, pointing it skyward. Then, with resolute strength, he swung downwards towards the tumultuous and chaotic hidden grass village, where confusion reigned. One sword style, blind chicken slash. A tremendous wave of sword energy surged forth from the elongated blade, cleaving the entire village asunder, splitting it in two. This resulted in a chasm that extended through the heart of hidden grass village, over 40 meters wide and unfathomably deep. The air was filled with anguished cries, furious curses, and lamentations that echoed relentlessly. Shang-Yi paid no heed to the outcome, nor did he concern himself with such trivialities. Since he had proclaimed that after a single stroke, all enmities would be dissolved, he believed that there was no longer any animosity between him and the village hidden in the grass. At the very least, he felt that any grievances had been resolved. The colossal wings of Susanoo gently unfurled, and the dark purple figure ascended, carrying the three of them skyward towards the direction of Konoha. Suddenly, an alarm rang out. As Shang-Yi returned to Konoha, the vigilant guards stationed at the gate spotted him from a distance. The warning signal flared like a firework, triggered without hesitation by the guards at the gate. The eruption of signal flares at the entrance of Konoha sent a wave of agitation throughout the village. Armed ninjas, clad in their battle gear, rushed at breakneck speed to the gates. By the time Sarutobi Hiruzen, donned in his military attire, arrived with the high-ranking officials of Konoha, the scene at the village gates was already set in tumult. Shang-Yi has already dispensed with Susanoo, and the three stood at the entrance, intercepted by the guards. What could possibly be the matter? Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself utterly perplexed. Was it not said that an external enemy had invaded? What, then, was the situation with Uchiha Shini? Although Sarutobi Hiruzen and his companions had long held disdain for the Uchiha clan, aspiring to eradicate them, they had never considered the Uchiha as an external adversary. Report to the Hokage, it is the Uchiha's young clan leader who has employed a brand new ninjutsu, summoning a colossal purplish-black giant the likes of which we have never seen before. Consequently, we failed to recognize the Uchiha clan leader at first, leading to this significant misunderstanding. Sarutobi Hiruzen paid little heed to the remainder of the guard's report. He, along with Danzo and other high-ranking shinobi familiar with the Uchiha, were captivated by the mention of the colossal purplish-black giant. The Uchiha posed no problem. The gigantic giant was likewise unproblematic. However, the combination of Uchiha and colossal giant presented a considerable issue. Moreover, it was a rather grave one. Summoning a gigantic purplish-black giant? This simple statement rendered Sarutobi Hiruzen's response exceedingly difficult. Shang-Yi, might we have the privilege of witnessing your ninjutsu that summons giants? Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at Shang-Yi with eager anticipation. He fervently hoped that Shang-Yi would clarify that his giant summoning technique was not as he had envisioned. Very well, my esteemed Hokage. Saint-E bestowed a radiant smile upon Sarutobi Hiruzen. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of chakra, intertwined with a potent wave of release ocular power, erupted from him. This immense energy left all present in a state of astonishment. As Sarutobi Hiruzen and his companions beheld the transformation in Saint-E's eyes, a chill gripped their hearts. Their gaze then fell upon the towering Susanoo, exceeding 300 meters in height, clad in complete Yatagarasu armor, with grand wings extending from its back. Their hearts sank completely. The cigarette dropped from Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand, unnoticed by him. A complete Susanoo. His voice trembled as he spoke. Most of the other ninjas were only aware that this was the divine power Susanoo from the Uchiha legend. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen and those from his Hokage lineage recognized it immediately. This was the complete Susanoo. The materials left by Senju Tobarama contained descriptions of Susanoo, meticulously documented based on Tobarama's extensive observations of Uchiha Madara's usage. The Uchiha clan Susanoo is categorized into 5 stages, with only Madara's reaching the 5th stage. This 5th stage, known as the complete Susanoo, is characterized by a fully formed humanoid figure adorned in the entire set of Yatagarasu armor. Most notably, it boasts a pair of wings sprouting from its back. A complete humanoid form, the full Yatagarasu armor, wings, everything was present, without exception. Mito Minion pointed at the Susanoo with trembling fingers, muttering incessantly to himself. Another Uchiha Madara. Danzo was torn between exhilaration and fear. He was thrilled by the power of the Sharingan, witnessing its manifestation far exceeding his expectations. Yet, he was terrified due to his past attitudes towards the Uchiha, fearing they might seek retribution. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo were still quite young at that time, they had indeed witnessed Uchiha Madara in person. The proud man with long hair left an indelible impression on them, one that would linger throughout their lives. Chapter 38. The humble Hokage lineage. Saint-E briefly showcased his Susanoo before the crowd, only to promptly dismiss it. What a jest. Maintaining such a grand manifestation surely incurs no cost, or rather, it does not deplete chakra or ocular power. While he may not be rendered blind, the sensation of running low on chakra and ocular energy is indeed quite unpleasant. Honorable Hokage and esteemed guests, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. I sincerely apologize for the misunderstanding that has arisen. Farewell to you all. Shingi conjured a shadow clone, one holding on to Rin, the other grasping that woman, and swiftly executed the body flicker technique to depart. He had already exposed his Susanoo and Mangekyo Sharingan, but he still wished to conceal his ability to release various ninjutsu and spatial techniques, as he had previously committed certain actions that were difficult to articulate. The longer he could remain hidden, the better. Sarutobi Hiruzen was bewildered as to how he found himself back in the Hokage's office. Ever since he witnessed Shingi's Susanoo, he felt utterly disoriented. The 4 of them sat together in silence. Danzo, the plan is cancelled. I understand. Danzo was not a fool. With Uchiha Madara's formidable presence emerging, he felt utterly powerless. Previously, the security department adhered strictly to regulations, while he endured and contemplated how to resolve the Uchiha clan issue with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now, just as a plan to provoke the Uchiha had been devised, the prospect of a bloody suppression was rendered obsolete. The initial steps had been executed without issue, but the final step, bloody suppression, left one wondering who would be the suppressor. Another Uchiha Madara had arisen, yet on the Hokage's side, there was no second Hashirama Senju. Regarding the reanimation jutsu, don't be ridiculous. As long as the Uchiha did not force them into a corner or betray the village, they absolutely would not prioritize summoning the Senju brothers to deal with the Uchiha clan. What shall we do? Mitarashi Anko clutched her hair in frustration. What should we do? How would I know what to do? If I knew, would I be sitting here? Sarutobi Hiruzen, irked by Anko's incessant muttering, slammed the table and stood to shout. My apologies, old friend. I lost control of my emotions. After a deep breath to regain his composure, Sarutobi Hiruzen also expressed his regret to Anko. It's futile. This is a stark disparity in strength. Until we find someone capable of resisting Uchiha Shingi, we have no course of action. Moreover, who can guarantee that he is the only one in the Uchiha clan with the Mangekyo Sharingan? Tsunade, remaining composed, directly shattered the group's attempts to bury their heads in the sand. Indeed, if Uchiha Shingi is insurmountable, what will happen if more individuals awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan? Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Report to the Hokage. The Uchiha clan leader and the junior clan leader wish to see you. A chill ran down Sarutobi Hiruzen's spine. What were they doing here? Could it be? The group exchanged glances, considering that if they were in the same position, they too would act similarly. Sigh. Please allow them in. With the situation at hand, they could not refuse. After a short while, an umbu entered, followed by Fugaku and Shing-Yi. Once they entered, the umbu turned and closed the office door behind him. Fugaku, what brings you and your son here? Is there something on your mind? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired with a smile. While secretly pondering the nature of their visit, were the Uchiha seeking to seize power by force? Hokage-sama, we have come to discuss a matter of great importance regarding Konoha. Fugaku, I see. My apologies for my oversight. I had intended to offer a seat for you Uchiha as elders, but lost track of time amidst my duties. My fault. My fault. However, it is not too late. Fugaku, come, just sign here. Upon hearing Shing-Yi's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others felt a jolt of anxiety. The two had come with a significant matter concerning Konoha, indicating ill intentions, to preempt any exorbitant demands. Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to offer an elder position that the Uchiha had long coveted, hoping to placate Shing-Yi. No, you misunderstand, Hokage-sama. It is insufficient. If we were to advance further, the position of Hokage's advisor is already occupied. How about this? Danzo could consider stepping back for a while given your health concerns. Danzo's forehead twitched in anger, glaring at Sarutobi Hiruzen, yet he remained seated in silence. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not believe that merely offering an elder position would satisfy the Uchiha. After all, if he were in their position, he too would be dissatisfied. Thus, his bottom line was the Hokage's advisor position for Danzo, providing power while simultaneously appeasing the Uchiha. He figured this compromise would be acceptable to them. Regarding his own position as Hokage, he had no intention of relinquishing it. Nor did he believe the Uchiha would be foolish enough to demand it, even with their overwhelming military advantage. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen was unaware that, in Shang-Yi's eyes, the so-called feudal lords were no different from ordinary people. They would not withstand his blade. Nonetheless, Shang-Yi was not particularly interested in such matters either. As he observed Sarutobi Hiruzen rambling on, he grew weary and glanced at Fugaku, nodding. Fugaku activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, instantly silencing Sarutobi Hiruzen as if he had been choked. Hokage-sama, allow me to finish. We are not here to seize power, but rather to relinquish it. Relinquish power? Indeed. Our clan members are discontent with the work of the security department. Forcing them to comply may work temporarily, but it is unsustainable. Furthermore, being a ninja is meant for undertaking missions to support one's family, yet currently, the Uchiha are overwhelmed with their own businesses. Thus, we convened a brief clan meeting and made an important decision. From this day forth, our Uchiha clan will withdraw from the Konoha Security Department and fully return its authority to the Hokage. In fact, all of our active ninjas will resign from their positions and return to ordinary life. Henceforth, our Uchiha clan will transition from a clan of ninja to a clan of merchants. This is the purpose of our visit today. Once Shing-Yi finished speaking, the expressions of the remaining four were akin to those who had been dealt a crushing blow. Observing their bewildered faces, Shing-Yi exchanged a glance with Fugaku and placed the scroll on the table. Hokage-sama, our Uchiha clan's ninjas will begin to deregister their ninja identities from today. We have no intention of becoming adversaries. We hope to coexist peacefully. With that said, we shall take our leave. After Fuya concluded his remarks, he and Shing-Yi turned to leave. It was not until a considerable time had passed after their departure that the four individuals present began to comprehend the situation. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up the scroll from the table and unfurled it, spreading it across the surface. Danzo and the others gathered around. The scroll clearly articulated the intentions of the Uchiha clan, mirroring the sentiments expressed by Shing-Yi moments earlier. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a sigh of relief, while Danzo felt reassured by the preservation of his position as Hokage's advisor. Hiruzen felt a sense of comfort knowing that, despite the formidable prowess of the Uchiha, they harbored no aspirations for power at this juncture. The likelihood of them pursuing such ambitions in the future seemed slim. Even with the loss of thousands of elite ninjas hailing from the Uchiha clan, the vacancies created in their tasks and the security department would allow for the cultivation of numerous new ninjas. Overall, this turned out to be a fortuitous development. Compared to the initial scenarios they had envisioned, this outcome was indeed a delightful surprise. Chapter 39. Shursue's Mangekyo Sharingan. The Uchiha clan's ninjas, in their endeavor to relinquish their identities, received substantial support from the higher echelons of Konoha, led by the third Hokage. Consequently, within a mere week, over 10,000 Uchiha ninjas had successfully deactivated their identities. Although this event stirred considerable commotion within Konoha, it was, in the end, the opportunities that emerged from their absence that garnered even greater attention. Thus, this momentous occurrence passed with a sense of tranquility, leaving behind only casual conversation for the days to follow. Boss, I did it. Early one morning, before Xingyi had fully awakened, he was roused by a cacophony of shouts. Before he could open his eyes, bang! The door to his bedroom was forcefully thrust open, so violently that the doorknob on the wall side fell to the ground, leaving a small dent in the wall. Shursui, accompanied by Itachi, rushed in. Shursui, if you have nothing pressing at the moment, I must inform you that you shall soon find yourself with plenty to attend to. Xingyi sat up, rubbed his eyes, and stifled a yawn, exclaiming, Brother, I have awakened. Do not be overly excited. Brother, I have awakened my kaleidoscope Sharingan. Jishui took a deep breath to calm his racing heart, though his complexion remained quite flushed. Let me see, he said. Considering the time, it seemed about right. While Xingyi was genuinely happy for him, his primary focus lay on Jishui's kaleidoscope abilities. The current circumstances surrounding Jishui and the Uchiha clan were entirely different from those in the original narrative, and he was eager to discover what kind of ocular techniques Jishui could acquire in accordance with his desires. Previously, Jishui had shown a fondness for space-related ocular techniques, believing that the likelihood of awakening such abilities during his own ocular evolution was quite high. Look, brother, isn't it magnificent? Shang-Yi gazed at the four-cornered windmill pattern in Jishui's eyes, filled with existential doubt. What is the name of your awakened ocular technique? He inquired. Mine carries the character divine and is called Bietianshin. What do you think? Isn't it cool? Bietianshin. Upon hearing Jishui mention that his ocular technique bore the character divine, Shang-Yi was momentarily taken aback. Xingyi found himself perplexed, unable to comprehend how, in the current circumstances, Jishui could still awaken the Kodoame Tsukumi. Was the inertia of the plot truly this formidable? How could the events concerning the fourth Hokage be so easily altered? It seemed as though the selection of the fourth Hokage was deemed less significant than Jishui's awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Noticing the confusion in Xingyi's eyes, Jishui assumed that Xingyi was pondering why he had not awakened the space-time ocular technique, given his previous admiration for it. Brother, your influence on me was profound. I had indeed wished to awaken a technique akin to yours. However, through my subsequent training, I realized I needed to set a modest goal, such as striving to surpass you. Yet, if I were to awaken a technique identical to yours, surpassing you would become exceedingly challenging. Therefore, understanding that you are not particularly adept at Jinjutsu, my aspiration has shifted. I wish to awaken the strongest Jinjutsu in existence. Upon hearing this, Xingyi understood that this was not merely a case of narrative inertia. Rather, it was the boomerang he had cast that had returned to pierce him, ultimately placing the blame squarely on his shoulders. Suddenly, Xingyi turned sharply to Itachi. Itachi, what about you? What is your wish? Oh, I am indifferent. You both possess Jinjutsu and Ninjutsu. I lack a goal now. I shall simply traverse a balanced path. A formidable Jinjutsu and an incredibly powerful attack ninjutsu will suffice. Speaking of attack ninjutsu, our Uchiha clan excels in fire techniques, so a magnificent fire-based attack jutsu would be ideal. Thus, Tsukimi and Amaterasu were both predetermined by Itachi. Awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan was akin to unboxing a mystery gift. The experience of knowing the outcome versus being unaware of it was entirely different. At the very least, Xingyi found himself entirely disinterested in Itachi's Mangekyo at this moment. Well then, do either of you have any matters to attend to? If not, get to work on the door. Brother, you've only inquired about names, yet you haven't asked me about the effects of my ocular technique. Do you not wish to know? Jishui grinned widely. Then speak, I am listening. Upon awakening, I donned my attire. The new outfit has been crafted, resembling the ensemble of Black Goku from Dragon Ball, adorned with the Uchiha clan's fan emblem. Both of my ocular techniques are named Kodoame Tsukumi. The advantage of Kodoame Tsukumi lies in its ability to operate without direct eye contact. Disregarding distance, it can momentarily manipulate another's thoughts or permanently alter their will, thus exerting control over them. The left eye is capable of permanently rewriting an individual's will, albeit with a lengthy cooldown period, allowing it to be utilized only once every 7 years. The right eye, conversely, enables a temporary alteration of one's will. If successful, the duration of this effect can range from a minimum of 1 hour to a maximum of 1 month, contingent upon the extent of ocular power exerted. Shursui nodded slightly. The effectiveness of the stop water technique, as understood from the original work, is largely comparable. The permanence of the left eye's will rewrite cooldown is not as prolonged as a decade. This can be comprehended, Shirsue's current ocular power is immense, and his eyes are continuously evolving, making a shorter cooldown time quite reasonable. Indeed, once Shirsue reaches the eternal eye stage, the cooldown duration may significantly diminish. In this light, it stands to reason that Itachi's subsequent abilities would also experience some enhancement. Well, all of this is fortuitous. Now, have you both concluded your discussion? You may now proceed to repair the gate for me. Ah, big brother, even though it was Shirsue's doing, why must I also partake? Itachi wore an expression of pure innocence. To share in both blessings and burdens, there is no escape for you, so go. Observing Shirsue's exuberance, Itachi left with his head hung low. Shigi has notified Fuji and the esteemed elders, scheduling a meeting in the laboratory for 2 hours later. 2 hours have now elapsed. Shang-Yi leisurely finished his breakfast, while Ji-Shuei and Itachi, after repairing the door, also took the opportunity to enjoy their morning meal. The trio strolled to the conference room on the 3rd floor of the laboratory, where they found the others already present. Briefly, Shang-Yi requested Ji-Shuei to showcase his kaleidoscope technique, allowing the esteemed elders a moment to gather their thoughts. Subsequently, Shang-Yi articulated his purpose. Although the Uchiha clan no longer possessed any ninjas, their aimless wandering was becoming a concern. Shang-Yi proposed the establishment of an internal force within the Uchiha clan. He began by briefly introducing the ranks from the 0 Division to the 10th Division. As the current number of individuals meeting the requirements for the 0 Division is insufficient, that plan shall be set aside for now. The 1st Division serves as the temporary representation of the Uchiha's most formidable military strength, with membership limited exclusively to those who possess the Mangekyo Sharingan. The captain is appointed from among the strongest in the clan, currently held by Uchiha Shingi. This division remains stationed at the Uchiha territory and is not deployed lightly. Hence its members also assume duties in other divisions. The 2nd Division is tasked with intelligence, led by Uchiha Shirsue. The 3rd Division oversees scientific research, with the captain position currently vacant. The 4th Division is responsible for healing, under the leadership of Uchiha Makoto. The 5th Division is dedicated to sealing techniques, headed by Uchiha Fugaku. The remaining divisions, from the 6th to the 10th, are purely military forces. According to Shang-Yi's preliminary plan, with the exception of the 1st Division, which has no limit on personnel, each of the other divisions, including the captain, is to have a formal membership of 10, supplemented by 90 candidates. The standard for the 1st Division is set at 100 members, leading to a total of 900 across the other divisions. Given that the current number of ninjas in the Uchiha clan stands at 11,000, those selected for the divisions represent the elite, a rare selection from among the clan. Chapter 40, Division Selection, the Uchiha clan in turmoil. After Shingi unveiled his comprehensive plan, the gathered crowd acknowledged its merit. Although the Uchiha clan had relinquished its identity as a ninja clan, none dared to underestimate them. Nevertheless, a certain degree of military deterrence was deemed essential. It could be optional, yet it must not be absent. Ultimately, a detailed strategy had been established, facilitating future endeavors. The ninja world was far from peaceful. Subsequently, the team selection plan received unanimous approval, set to commence in 7 days. The plan was then refined through collective discourse and subsequently posted on the clan's bulletin board, igniting enthusiasm throughout the Uchiha clan. Known for their combative nature, the Uchiha had little patience for inactivity. Prolonged seclusion for training was intolerable. They required engagement and meaningful activities. Now, the selection plan instilled immense confidence among them. Soon, the day of the team selection arrived. Although the captain merely proposed candidates without definitive appointments, once the Mangekyo Sharingan was revealed, none could oppose. Following 2 weeks of intense selections, 10 teams were established, with a total of 900 individuals selected, excluding Shingi's first team. Alongside the announcements of personnel, new regulations were also unveiled. Given the scarcity of clan members possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan, a vice-captain position was created. Those without the Mangekyo Sharingan could only serve as vice-captains initially. Naturally, teams with a designated captain would not have a vice-captain. Team 1, Mangekyo team, led by Uchiha Shingi, comprised 3 members, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Makoto, and Uchiha Shirsue. Team 2, Intelligence team, captained by Shirsue, included 9 formal members and 90 candidates. Team 3, Research team, led by Vice-Captain Uchiha Taki, also had 9 formal members and 90 candidates. Team 4, Medical team, under Captain Uchiha Makoto, consisted of 9 formal members and 90 candidates. Team 5, Sealing Team, led by Captain Uchiha Fugaku, had 9 formal members and 90 candidates. Team 6, Combat Team, with Vice Captain Uchiha Itachi, included 9 formal members and 90 candidates. Team 7, Combat Team, led by Vice Captain Uchiha Yenrin, had 9 formal members and 90 candidates. Team 8, Combat Team, under Vice Captain Uchiha Kageyuki, comprised 9 formal members and 90 candidates. Team 9, Combat Team, led by Vice Captain Uchiha Leiming, had 9 formal members and 90 candidates. Team 10, Combat Team, with Vice Captain Uchiha Leidong, included 9 formal members and 90 candidates. Notably, the vice captains of Teams 9 and 10 were siblings. All team members, except for the 4 possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan, were elite Jonin with the 3 Tomo Sharingan. The team uniforms underwent a unified redesign, adopting a subtle black hue. The design of these battle garbs epitomized a fusion of futurism and practicality, featuring several key attributes. 1. Protective design. The attire enveloped the entire body, including limbs, offering comprehensive protection. Key areas such as joints, shoulders, chest, arms, and legs were reinforced with distinct protective structures. 2. Materials and craftsmanship. The uniforms, coated in black with a glossy finish, utilized a lightweight, abrasion-resistant, impact-proof special alloy. The intricate craftsmanship exemplified the Uchiha clan's renowned forging skills. 3. Streamlined design. The overall silhouette was aerodynamically shaped, minimizing air resistance and facilitating swift movement for the ninjas. 4. Functional design. The back, waist, and thighs bore prominent protrusions for accommodating weapons, shuriken, explosive tags, or other equipment. 5. Boot design. The boots were independently crafted from the rest of the uniform to ensure agility. The style of this battle attire suggested it was tailored for specific missions or environments, with a primary focus on protection, mobility, and functionality. Moreover, the Uchiha emblem could not be absent. Emblazoned on the left side of the armor was the clan's iconic red and white fan symbol, while the right side displayed each member's rank within the team. The back featured a rectangular frame indicating the respective team number. For instance, Shingi bore the numeral 1 prominently. The recent grand selection by the Uchiha clan did not escape the notice of the outside world. In fact, the Uchiha had no intention of concealing it. This was an opportune moment to showcase their martial prowess. Not only did they refrain from hiding their activities, but Shingi also seized the opportunity to sell tickets, allowing spectators to enter the selection bouts for a fee. 3 distinct Susanoo manifestations appeared in the arena, their mere presence granting victory without conflict. As the Uchiha strength became increasingly apparent, it sent tremors throughout the major ninja villages. Particularly, the earlier display of power by Shingi in the grass village now lay before the leaders of the villages, a stark reminder of the Uchiha's might. Upon witnessing the formidable capabilities of the Uchiha clan, ninjas from other villages could not help but express their astonishment. They recognized that the Uchiha's rise was now unstoppable. The Uchiha clan's enterprises flourished, prompting astute ninjas to contemplate establishing alliances with them to collectively address impending threats. Conversely, some ninjas harbored fears, concerned that the Uchiha might pose a danger to them. Amidst this tense atmosphere, the leaders of various villages were compelled to reassess their relationships with the Uchiha clan. In Iwagakure, Tsuchikage Inoki trembled as he perused the dossier on the Uchiha clan laid before him. In his mind, he envisioned himself as a diminutive, red-nosed Gatling gun, unleashing an uncountable barrage of expletives aimed at the Uchiha and Konoha. He was truly at a loss. Having long been overshadowed in his youth by a figure named Uchiha Madara, he had scarcely breathed easy after Madara's defeat when he learned that yet another Uchiha, only 10 years old, had emerged. How could Inoki reconcile this reality? If he managed to outlast Uchiha Madara, how could he possibly contend with this new threat? His newborn granddaughter might not even survive an encounter with Shingi. It seemed that not only he but also his son and granddaughter would forever live under the shadow of the Uchiha clan. With these thoughts consuming him, he could no longer contain his frustration, transforming into an irate avatar of Yodel, unleashing a tirade against the Uchiha and Konoha within the confines of the Tsuchikage's office. Chapter 41. The turbulent ninja world. Due to the Uchiha after scolding for quite some time, Inoki felt a pang of thirst. Turning back for a sip of water, he noticed the earnest Loam seated quietly, engrossed in his documents. Consequently, his ire shifted focus, and he unleashed a torrent of invectives upon Loam. "You pathetic creature. Why don't you strive to emulate Uchiha's Ichi? He is merely 10 years old and has achieved so much. What will we do in the future? Tell me, what shall we do?" Loam, feeling helpless, pondered the futility of the situation. At this juncture, what could be done? Unless the major ninja villages united against the Uchiha clan, no single village stood a chance against them. Moreover, even if they did band together, victory would likely come at a steep cost, with significant losses that could jeopardize the standing of the villages themselves. Uchiha's Ichi had once remarked, "You need not overthink it. When the time comes to fight, such trivialities will be the least of your concerns." In the village hidden in the clouds, the newly appointed fourth Raikage, A, was also reviewing the latest information on the Uchiha. "Oh my brother, look here, this little Uchiha is no trifling matter," he exclaimed. "Fool, cretin, speak to me properly." As he watched Killer B's flamboyant antics, it did not indulge him, landing a punch on Killer B's head. "Ouch, not bad, brother," Killer B taunted, dodging the blow with a swift movement. Instead of fleeing, he remained in the office, continuing to provoke A. Seeing A's face contort with anger, Killer B knew it was time to escape. "Run, run, or you might lose your life." He laughed as both of them leaped out of the window, their figures vanishing in an instant. Moments later, a resounding explosion echoed, accompanied by Killer B's distant cries of pain. Meanwhile, at the Mizukage's office in the village hidden in the mist, the fourth Mizukage, Terame, awaited the departure of the ninja reporting to him. Rising from his seat, he approached the now vacant sofa, placing the documents on the table. Kneeling on one knee, he began to report as if addressing someone of great importance. Suddenly, the air around the sofa began to warp, and a figure clad in a black cloak and mask materialized, listening intently to Terame's report while perusing the documents. This cloaked figure wore a white mask adorned with swirling patterns, with only the right eye exposed, revealing a crimson Sharingan. Before him stood Uchiha Obito, the infamous traitor revered as Toji by S. Ichi. As he gazed at the documents depicting the jubilant Uchiha clan, a wave of discomfort washed over him. His grip tightened unconsciously around the edges of the papers. The three tomo in his right eye began to spin uncontrollably, evolving into a kaleidoscopic Sharingan. "Rin, wait for me. Kakashi, Minato, the Leaf Village, and the Uchiha. No need to rush. We shall take our time." Obito ground out through clenched teeth. "First, the mist. Terame, prepare yourself. The blood mist plan is officially underway. You know what to do with any who dare obstruct us." "Understood, my lord. I shall act swiftly," Terame affirmed. Obito cast a final glance at the image of Uchiha's Ichi before tossing the document skyward. As they fluttered down, his silhouette slowly faded into the backdrop of cascading papers. In a modest town within the land of fire, a cacophony erupted from a bustling casino. Come, place your bets. Small, small. Big, big. Huh, I win. No, I don't believe it. You must be cheating. Don't drag me into this." The scene elevated to reveal a crowded gambling hall, centered around a massive gaming table surrounded by eager gamblers. Only one spot remained comfortable, unencumbered by the throng of players. This spot was occupied by two women, a young girl and a mature woman. The girl, no more than a child, donned a black kimono, cradling a small, dressed piglet. The other was a stunningly beautiful woman, her long, light yellow hair tied into a high ponytail, and a blue-purple seal marking her forehead. With delicate features, warm brown eyes, and luscious red lips, she exuded an air of confidence. Clad in a tea-green jacket with black trim and loose-fitting attire, she was none other than Tsunade, one of the legendary sannin of the ninja world. An avid gambler, Tsunade's misfortune had earned her the nickname the legendary Fat Sheep. Come, place your bets. Tsunade-sama, you must stop. If you continue, we will find ourselves on the streets tonight." Ino pleaded, clutching their last coins tightly. It's fine. Trust me, Ino. I've lost for so many days now. Surely my luck must change." Tsunade insisted, her cheeks flushed with the influence of alcohol. With one arm around Ino and the other dismissively setting down her drink, she boldly snatched their accommodation money from Ino's grasp and placed it all on the exceedingly rare triple bet. Since the probability of its occurrence is minimal, it implies that should it happen, the rewards would be the most substantial among all options. If 3 sixes were to manifest, not only would they reclaim their losses from today, but they could potentially recover their previous losses 100-fold without any issue. However, Chapter 42, Winning Big Money. Oh dear. Tuan, we are destined to sleep on the streets tonight. quietly observing as the last of their funds were wagered on the 3 sixes. Shizun realized without needing to look that they were indeed going to sleep on the streets. Overwhelmed with sorrow, she clutched her little pink pig named Tuan Tuan and began to weep. After a while, sensing an unexpected silence, Shizun raised her tear-streaked face to look around, only to find that the surrounding gamblers were all watching her. Her face turned crimson. It was impossible. She had won. She had actually won, betting on 3 sixes. Hearing Tsunade's strange tone, Shizun set aside her embarrassment and rushed to check on her. To her astonishment, Tsunade stood there muttering nonsensically, "She cannot win. Absolutely impossible." It dawned on Shizun that the gamblers were not fixated on her, but rather on Tsunade. The dice in the shaker clearly revealed 3 sixes, confirming that they had triumphed. Just as Tsunade had previously stated, not only would they avoid sleeping on the streets tonight, but they could also indulge in lavish feasts. Tiramisu from Uchiha, vanilla taro bubble tea from Uchiha, chocolate ice cream cake from Uchiha. Treats she had previously dared not even gaze upon for fear of starving her wallet. Today, she must indulge to her heart's content. Ha ha ha, her wallet was bursting with money, an exhilarating experience indeed. This game was quite entertaining, albeit only when one was winning, and particularly when winning big. Woohoo! We won. Quickly, bring us our winnings. With the situation clarified, Shizun's spirits lifted, and she tossed Tuan Tuan into the air in celebration before extending her hand to the dealer for their money. However, the dealer was in a state of panic. His heart turned to ice, as if he stood naked amidst the winter's chill. All he could think was that he was doomed. While casinos do permit patrons to win, a single win amounting to a significant portion of the casino's revenue was simply too much. Uncertain whether the casino would compensate for the losses he had incurred, he knew for certain that the casino staff would not let him off lightly. The dealer, increasingly fearful, turned and squeezed through the crowd, making a hasty escape. Shizun observed the chaos unfolding. Determined to secure their money, she stepped forward to regain control. "Everyone, be quiet. Bring us our money." Though typically shy, the gravity of the situation, whether she would sleep on the streets or in a posh hotel, indulging in delightful cuisine, compelled her to act decisively. To her, money was equivalent to life. Her life was not to be trifled with. Not even a single coin could be spared. At 17, Shizun had already attained the prowess of a seasoned nin. Although her specialization lay in medical ninjutsu, which might render her combat abilities somewhat lacking, she could still hold her own against the ordinary individuals present. Not to mention, she had Tsunade by her side, who dared to covet their winnings. Such folly was ill-advised. With the dealer's flight, the already tumultuous scene grew even more cacophonous, as people clamored, some attempting to escape amidst the disorder. Shizun furrowed her brow, fully aware that if she could not stabilize the situation, they would not only forfeit their money but could also face danger. Taking a deep breath, she bellowed, "Everyone, quiet down. Anyone who dares to act recklessly will face my wrath." Her youthful voice carried a hint of authority, prompting the crowd to gradually settle down. She stepped forward, surveying her surroundings, and firmly demanded, "Where's your boss? Bring him out." The crowd exchanged glances, but no one responded. Frustrated, Shizun kicked over a table, shouting, "If he does not come out, I shall demolish this casino." At that moment, a short, portly middle-aged man emerged, flanked by a group of lackeys. "I am the owner here. What do you want?" He scrutinized Shizun and Tsunade, a glint of greed flickering in his eyes. Shizun scoffed, "You are the boss? Excellent. Hand over the money we are owed, and we shall be on our way." The owner chuckled, "Ah, 2 lovely ladies. You've won far too much for us to pay out all at once. How about this? Play a few more rounds, and I assure you, you will win even more." Shizun's heart sank. She recognized this as a stalling tactic. She glanced at Tsunade, who still appeared dazed. It was evident that she could no longer rely on Tsunade and would have to fend for herself. "If you wish to avoid demise, you had best hand over the money." Shizun roared, preparing to form hand seals and unleash her ninjutsu. The owner's expression shifted. He had not anticipated Shizun's assertiveness. Yet, being a man of experience, he quickly regained his composure. "No need for rashness, my dear. We can negotiate." "Negotiate? What is there to negotiate?" Shizun glared fiercely, giving him no room for discussion. The owner, sensing her determination, gestured for his henchmen to advance, threatening, "You are courting trouble." At that moment, Tsunade finally snapped out of her stupor, stepping beside Shizun and placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "Fear not, I am here." With that, Tsunade planted her hands on her hips and glared at the owner with formidable authority. You will pay us today, regardless of your intentions. If you dare to bully us, consider yourself cursed. The owner and his entourage were momentarily quelled by Tsunade's imposing presence, rendered speechless. Just as the two sides prepared to clash, a commotion erupted outside the casino. A group of Leaf Village ninjas had arrived. Tsunade, the leader among them, is Jiraiya. I have come on the old man's orders to take you home. Come with me. Jiraiya? Home? What home do I have left? You may leave. Do not concern yourself with me. Tsunade's demeanor shifted as she recognized Jiraiya, her expression falling further at his words. Konoha is in grave danger. It needs you. Tsunade ignored Jiraiya and, along with Shizune, made her way to the back office of the casino to retrieve the money. The casino owner and his henchmen were too intimidated to intervene, fearing the wrath of the Konoha ninjas. Upon entering the room filled with money, Tsunade instinctively began stuffing her pockets without any awareness of the exact amount she was taking. Her mind was clouded with confusion. Shizune, uncertain of how much to take, decided to keep 90% for themselves, leaving a mere 10% to prevent the casino from going bankrupt. Convincing Tsunade to quit gambling was out of the question, so they agreed to find a casino that might bring her better fortune in the future. They noted the location, as it was the only place they had seen a return on their investment after such a long time, and it was essential to cherish this opportunity. Chapter 43. Tsunade's Fear. The three returned to the village when the two emerged from the casino, each lugging large bags that dwarfed them. The casino owner nearly suffered a heart attack. He had dealt with money for decades and recognized that the 4 hefty bags contained nearly 80 to 90% of his entire year's reserves. Despite their substantial winnings, it only accounted for just over 60% of his stock. Glancing at the armed Konoha ninjas, the casino owner bit his lip and endured the loss. He recalled the earlier mention of the Hokage sending someone to find Tsunade, regardless of her abilities. Her connection to the Hokage was a threat he could not afford to provoke. Resigning himself to his misfortune, he felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. Tears streamed down his face, mixing with his runny nose, yet he remained silent, not daring to wipe them away. Tsunade and Shizune returned to their inn, bags in tow, with Jiraiya and several Umbu ninjas following closely behind. Tsunade, if there is something bothering you, we can work it out together. This isn't the time for sulking. If you need to vent, go ahead and hit me. I'll let you release your frustration, Jiraiya said, observing Tsunade's silence as she continued walking ahead. What do you want from me? Does telling you to leave count? Tsunade retorted. Hey, let us put that aside. What would it take for you to come back to the village? Should I just suggest it? If I do, will it happen? Why not? Just throw out an idea. Who knows? Jiraiya was no fool. He was wise yet appeared foolish at times. While he had a reputation for being a lecher, he was quite clever, though he seldom employed his intellect. However, when it came to Tsunade, who he deeply cared for, his thinking and actions shifted considerably. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, he instantly understood her intent. He knew he could not promise her anything, as he was aware that Hiruzen Sarutobi would likely not agree. I want to become Hokage, Tsunade stated flatly. Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape. He was aware of Tsunade's long-held dream of becoming Hokage, yet he never anticipated her to bring it up now. This might not be the right time, he stammered, scratching his head. There are other suitable candidates in the village. Besides me, who else is qualified? Tsunade interrupted, asserting, this is my only condition. After a moment of silence, Jiraiya recognized Tsunade's steadfast nature. Once she made a decision, it was not easily swayed. All right, I'll relay your request to the third Hokage, he sighed, but be prepared. He may not agree easily. I understand, Tsunade nodded, but this is my bottom line. If it's not possible, I will never return. Having wandered for so many years, she no longer expected Hiruzen to assist her in uncovering her past. If she were to return, it would be on the condition of becoming Hokage. Otherwise, she wished to be left alone. The reasons behind her desire to become Hokage were clear to her, to Jiraiya, to Hiruzen, and even to those pulling the strings behind the scenes. It was now up to Hiruzen. As Tsunade and Shizune returned to their previous inn, the night wore on. Shizune had already fallen asleep, while Tsunade continued to drink, reflecting on her gambling experiences. Her obsession with gambling was not merely about the thrill of winning. It was not entirely accurate to say she gambled for the pleasure of victory. She had indulged in it since childhood, winning only a handful of times. For her, gambling served as a psychological comfort. She found that when she lost, everything went smoothly, and no one around her faced misfortune. However, whenever she won, it seemed that someone vital in her life departed. The names of those she had lost echoed in her mind. Hashirama Senju, Tobarama Senju, Minato Namikaze, Dan Cat, and Nawaki Senju. Throughout the decades, her victories were scant, matching the number of those she had lost. Now, having won again, an overwhelming sense of dread washed over her. With so few people left whom she cared about, she could not bear the thought of losing another. As she continued to drink, her vision blurred, and the intoxication began to cloud her thoughts. Memories of those she had loved and lost flooded her mind. I can't lose anyone else, Tsunade murmured, tears streaming down her cheeks. Yet, the wheels of fate had already begun to turn, and she could not escape their grasp. At that moment, a soft knock echoed from the door. Startled, Tsunade lifted her head to the entrance. As the door slowly creaked open, a figure appeared. It was Jiraiya. He gazed at Tsunade, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Tsunade, he called softly, the old man. He agreed. A surge of indescribable emotion swelled within Tsunade. Her eyes widened in disbelief. At that instant, she was unsure whether to feel joy or sorrow. The following morning, Tsunade and Shizune sifted through a sea of empty bottles to gather their belongings, preparing to return to Konoha with Jiraiya. Tsunade had not slept all night. She and Jiraiya had spent the hours drinking, with her indulging more than him. As the morning sun rose, she utilized her chakra to evaporate the alcohol within her system, instantly clearing her inebriation. I'm finally going back to Konoha, she thought, a mix of emotions swirling within her. Tsunade took a deep breath, striving to calm herself. Throughout the journey, both she and Jiraiya remained silent, each lost in their own thoughts, reminiscing about the fragments of the past. As they neared the village of Konoha, Tsunade could no longer contain herself and spoke once more. Jiraiya, do you truly believe I can be an effective Hokage? Jiraiya smiled, patting her shoulder reassuringly. You can certainly do it, Tsunade. You possess formidable strength and unwavering conviction. Tsunade nodded, her gaze now imbued with greater resolve. It was well understood what awaited her upon returning to the village, immense difficulties and challenges, but she was prepared. As the trio entered the village, intending to first return to the Senju clan to drop off their belongings, an unexpected figure appeared by the roadside. Upon seeing this person, Jiraiya's expression shifted to one of tension, his demeanor becoming wary. Chapter 44. An unexpected discovery from the Hokage's archives. Tsunade furrowed her brow. Why was Jiraiya so anxious in the presence of a mere Uchiha youth? Good morning, gentlemen. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Uchiha Seiichi, the young clan leader of the Uchiha clan. It is an honor to meet two of the legendary Sennin of Konoha. Indeed, the Uchiha before them was none other than Seiichi. His arrival was not premeditated, it was merely a fortunate coincidence. As the founding clans of Konoha, the Senju and Uchiha clans originally established their territories at the very heart of the village. Encountering each other here was quite natural. However, at present, the once mighty Senju clan was reduced to just Tsunade, the sole direct descendant. In the original narrative, this year the Uchiha clan was forcibly relocated, subsequently languishing for several years, until eventually only the direct line, Sasuke, remained within their vast ancestral grounds. Though their developmental trajectories diverged, the outcomes bore an uncanny resemblance. Neither clan enjoyed a favorable fate. Strangely enough, several of the subordinate ninja clans that once assisted them fared significantly better. This inevitably evokes a sentiment of lamentation, truly a case of those who feast first do not count their blessings, while later arrivals overwhelm the hearth. With a smile, Sei greeted Tsunade and Jiraiya, who looked at him with a hint of tension. Tsunade scrutinized Sei from head to toe, her eyes filled with curiosity. Is there something you need? She inquired. Not at all. I merely stumbled upon the two legendary figures of Konoha and thought it polite to extend my greetings, Sei replied. Tsunade let out a cold laugh. You seem quite well informed, young man. It is truly not as you perceive. My encounter with the two of you was purely coincidental, Sei admitted, feeling somewhat exasperated by the misunderstanding. Naturally, he understood her skepticism. He would be no different in her position. If you wish to consider it sheer coincidence, then so be it, he added. Tsunade took a step forward, intending to pass by Sei and return to the Senju clan. Presently, her sentiments towards the Uchiha clan were less than favorable, and Shizune was particularly unfamiliar with them. As for Jiraiya, given his earlier demeanor, it was best left unspoken. The Uchiha and Senju clans have always been vital components of Konoha, I hope for a harmonious collaboration in the future, Sei remarked with a smile. Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged glances, both feeling a sense of unease. The attitude of this young Uchiha seemed unexpectedly cordial. Could there be an underlying motive? They began to ponder the true intent behind Sei's words. Well then, we shall address future matters at a later time. For now, we have pressing matters to attend to. Tsunade replied coolly, her tone tinged with a hint of suspicion. Saint nodded slightly, watching Tsunade and Jiraiya depart. A faint smile graced his lips as he secretly contemplated his upcoming plans. Once Tsunade and Jiraiya had left, Saint turned to head home for lunch. Clutching the freshly purchased food in his hand, he strolled along, humming a cheerful tune, his spirits exceptionally high. Having risen late that morning, he had missed out on breakfast at home, prompting him to venture out for a meal. Fortunately, his hearty appetite ensured that even after indulging in a snack, it would not diminish his enjoyment of the forthcoming dinner. Shang-Yi continued to stroll, relishing the sense of satisfaction that delectable cuisine bestowed upon him. Fortune favored him this time, as he fortuitously encountered Tsunade and Jiraiya despite his late start. This outing proved to be worthwhile. In the afternoon, Shang-Yi was once again sipping tea on the rooftop of the laboratory. Below, the formal members of the squad began to receive their injections of the Kiin batches. Fujiwara, Mikoto, and Shimizu had also been administered a more advanced divine elixir. However, Itachi had to wait a little longer. This delay had left him quite exasperated. Due to the current issues with the injections, the nutritional solution seemed insufficient, and the situation was proving quite troublesome for the diminutive individual. Before Shang-Yi activated his kaleidoscopic abilities, he swiftly improved the nutrient solution within a few days. Ultimately, he opted to present it in the form of intravenous infusion, akin to the common drip seen in daily life. Each container is an impressive 20 liters, and the efficacy surpasses that of previous formulations. Now, by merely regulating the flow rate, a single physician can oversee numerous patients. Shang-Yi, you must guard the entrance and permit no one to enter. Alas, great elder, what brings you here? Upon hearing the familiar call, Shang-Yi first sighed, then turned around, only to be taken aback. It was not the third elder, but rather the esteemed first elder, Uchiha Shana. In the materials you brought back from that place, I discovered something of paramount importance concerning our Uchiha clan. Prior to entering, Shana instructed his guards to secure the entrance of the tea room. Once inside, he first established a soundproof barrier before speaking. The information from that place pertains once again to our Uchiha clan? Shang-Yi has taken an interest. The information from over there is, in fact, related to the Naruto series. After becoming acquainted with his kaleidoscope abilities, Shang-Yi promptly cleared the records, ninjutsu, and forbidden technique scrolls pertaining to the Hokage lineage. Later, he discovered that the clan had successfully replicated all the materials and ninjutsu, while the other side remained oblivious to the fact that items had gone missing. Although Shang-Yi found it perplexing that they had not reacted sooner, he decided to return the items, placing them back precisely as they had been. Subsequently, he embarked on a quest for the treasure, which took nearly 2 weeks, until he finally located it yesterday. It was hidden deep within a secret chamber beneath the Hokage building. Utilizing a counterfeit created through Yang release, he executed a clever switch. Upon stealthily retrieving it and conducting an inspection, he noted that a small portion of flesh on his arm had vanished, though it was not significant. The primary alteration was that his long hair had transformed into short hair. However, in Shang-Yi's understanding, while hair does indeed contain DNA, the quantity is minimal and holds little relevance. Only the hair follicles at the roots possess any value. He subsequently sealed it with a sealing technique and placed it along with the materials into a stable alternate dimension that Shang-Yi had established. From that moment on, he adopted the surname Uchiha. This alternate dimension was a product of Shang-Yi's mastery over his kaleidoscope abilities and had now stabilized. Even if Shang-Yi were to vanish, it would endure. Access would only be granted to those who possessed the hand seal password. Currently, only 6 individuals within the Uchiha clan are privy to its existence. 1. The creator and junior clan leader, Shang-Yi. 2. The clan leader, Fugaku, responsible for overseeing clan development. 3. The elder Shana, tasked with intelligence gathering and analysis. 4. The second elder, Luyan, in charge of clan ninjutsu management. 5. The third elder, Gongmu, responsible for clan finances. And 6. The fourth elder, Mingfeng, overseeing clan resources. The other elders remain unaware. At present, whatever the Hokage possesses, the Uchiha also have, and whatever the Hokage lacks, the Uchiha possess as well. Recently, we, the Elder Council, have been diligently reviewing the materials you retrieved, prioritizing those pertinent to our Uchiha clan. Aside from ninjutsu, most information regarding the Uchiha holds little significance for us. However, within a rather inconspicuous, nameless scroll adorned solely with the emblem of the Senju clan, its cover deeply yellowed with age, I stumbled upon a significant secret about the Uchiha that even we were unaware of. We have a clan member who awakened the kaleidoscope Sharingan, known as Nameless. The scroll did not delineate his abilities, but merely stated that his powers were so formidable that he was ensnared in a design by the Senju clan and subsequently sealed within a valley. Due to the passage of time, we have no records of him. Given that so many years have elapsed, does he still exist today? Shingi's mind brimmed with uncertainty. As time quietly flows, even our clan's internal records have gradually faded into obscurity. Thus, does this individual still exist? According to the existing records, his strength was so overwhelming that ordinary sealing techniques would likely fail to contain him. Consequently, dozens of proficient sealing technique experts from the Senju and Uzumaki clans collaborated to execute a super sealing technique, successfully imprisoning him. However, this sealing technique has since been lost to time, yet the records indicate that it could not only seal space, but also confine time. As a result, Nameless consciousness and physical development have been frozen at that moment. Shauna took a sip of tea and continued. Moreover, the records explicitly state that this technique possesses both advantages and disadvantages. Its advantage lies in the fact that, unless influenced by external forces, Nameless would remain unaware of his confinement, making it impossible for him to break free on his own. Yet, this is also its drawback. By sealing both space and time, Nameless cannot age or die within that confinement. Regardless of his state prior to the sealing, upon its release, he would remain unchanged. Alas, he has not only been forgotten by his own kin, but has also become a being lost to the passage of time. Shauna felt a wave of emotion as he mentioned this unknown clan member. For us, these are all advantages. This clan member will neither be tormented by endless time nor harmed by its relentless passage. Address me with the location. Seiji holds his kin in the highest regard. As long as you are not as indifferent and ungrateful as Abido, he will not hesitate to extend his warmth towards you. Now that he is aware, he must immediately set forth to render assistance. This is the location of the seal. Shauna promptly handed a note to Seiji. Shingi opened it to find a line of text, which was an address. Shauna had also prepared a detailed map of the ninja world, and she carefully spread it out on the table, pointing to a specific location on the map, urging Shingi to observe closely. This place was quite distant from Konoha, situated in the southeastern corner of the Land of Fire, almost bordering the Land of Bears. Are you truly certain it is here? Shingi inquired with a hint of doubt. I cannot be entirely certain, but based on the historical records we possess and the address information left behind, this location should be accurate. As long as these records are not erroneous, then this address cannot be mistaken, Shauna replied with a remarkably candid demeanor. Sighing softly, in an instant, the tea room was left with only Shauna, and that inexplicable sigh seemed to emanate from nowhere. The instantaneous teleportation of Shingi differs significantly from a mere body flicker. Apart from producing a subtle sound upon landing, he generates almost no noise during his movement. Observers can only catch a fleeting glimpse of a shadow that suddenly appears, and before they can comprehend its presence, it vanishes into thin air once more. The effect of this teleportation conjures an illusion of reality, as if it were a physical mirage bestowed upon others. After an extended period of ceaseless flickering and teleporting, Shingi finally arrived at his destination. Is this truly a valley? Shingi stood at the foot of the mountain, his expression one of astonishment as he gazed upward at the towering peak that pierced the heavens, enveloped in silence. Taking a deep breath, his ocular strength surged dramatically, and he softly intoned, Susanoo. Accompanied by a brilliant flash of light, an immense, dark purple Susanoo materialized. Yet, astonishingly, this towering figure failed to reach even half the height of the mountain before him. Shingi paid little heed to these trifling details. He commanded the Susanoo to ascend into the sky, gazing intently to discern the surrounding environment. As he surveyed the landscape, apart from the solitary peak before him, he found himself enveloped by an expansive plain, as smooth and flawless as a mirror, devoid even of the smallest depression in the earth. In such a vast expanse, the sudden emergence of such a majestic and imposing mountain might not seem particularly extraordinary. Moreover, The presence of a lofty mountain at the site of the seal appeared to be a reasonable occurrence. However, when this remarkably incongruous peak materialized amidst the plains surrounding the seal, everything transformed into an extraordinary event. This sense of dissonance offered Shang-Yi a clue. Could it be that this mountain served as a landmark? Upon reaching this realization, Shang-Yi's eyes sparkled with insight, and his mind began to formulate a plan. Without hesitation, he resolved to act. After all, it was merely a mountain. Its absence would not trouble him, for it belonged to no one he cared for. With a swift motion, Shang-Yi extended his hand, as if grasping the knife that lingered at his waist. The Susanoo mirrored Shang-Yi's actions, reaching for the autumn water blade at his side. With a flick of his wrist, the blade leapt forth from its sheath like a dragon emerging from the sea. Itachi gently traced the blade with his fingertip. Although Susanoo could not perceive the icy sensation or the sharpness of the edge, it did not hinder a subtle smile from gracing his lips. Subsequently, he swung his arm with fervor, the blade carving an arc through the air, stirring a fierce gust of wind. In an instant, a purplish-red glow emanated from the blade, dazzling like a flame in full blaze. Of course, this striking display was merely a manifestation of Itachi's overzealousness, a flourish he added for effect. In reality, executing this move required no such elaborate theatrics. A mere thought to channel his ocular power would suffice. In the following moment, as Itachi moved, Susanoo mirrored his actions with equal intensity. It stood majestically, like a god of war, brandishing the sword autumn water, parting clouds. Soon after, Susanoo began to wield the long blade with fervor, unleashing a torrent of fierce sword energy that rained down upon the mountains before him. In an instant, the entire space was suffused with this sword energy, producing a cacophony of piercing sounds as it sliced through the air. The clash of sword energy against the mountains erupted in a series of earth-shattering roars. Instantly, the area was enveloped in smoke and dust, reminiscent of an apocalyptic descent. Saint E continued to wield his blade incessantly, channeling the frustration that brewed within his heart. However, after a while, he abruptly ceased his actions. Gazing upon the mountain before him, marred and scarred from his relentless strikes, an overwhelming sense of foolishness washed over him. Chapter 46. What the heck? Has this brother violated some celestial decree? He couldn't help but touch his cheek, chuckling at himself. How could I have been so dense? Wouldn't it have been swifter and more convenient to simply carve a hole with my sword? Shang-Yi utilized the sole wind-based ninjutsu at his disposal, wind release, great breakthrough, to sweep away the pervasive dust with remarkable efficacy. At this moment, the mountain peak was no taller than he, or more accurately, no taller than his Susanoo. The next step was to excavate the mountain. The complete form of Susanoo was exceedingly vast. Maintaining this state not only hindered mobility, but also appeared rather ungainly while lying on the ground. Thus, Shang-Yi resolved to revert Susanoo to its third stage. This adjustment rendered his height perfectly suitable for standing upon the earth. Subsequently, he intended to employ the damaged Chushui Biyun to carve out a cavern. Without hesitation, he grasped the blade and effortlessly drove it into the mountainside. The entire process unfolded with remarkable fluidity, devoid of any sense of obstruction, as though he were wielding not a sword, but a supple brush, capable of effortlessly crafting the desired form with a mere stroke. In no time at all, a cavern was successfully excavated. Shang-Yi promptly activated his miniature full-body Susanoo armor and stepped into the cavern. This suit of armor was an innovation he developed in an unconventional direction, distinct from traditional Susanoo forms. Once donned, it enveloped him in a layer of chakra armor, exuding a striking appearance, but more importantly, it afforded him enhanced agility in battle, allowing him to navigate confrontations with ease, regardless of the formidable adversary he faced. In contrast, the colossal full-body Susanoo, towering several hundred meters, might dominate weaker foes, yet in the eyes of true masters, it would merely serve as a living target. The initial manifestation of this ninjutsu traces back to his first encounter with Minato in the reception room, where miscommunication led to an unexpected clash. With the surroundings engulfed in darkness, Shang-Yi conjured a small fireball technique in his hand. Thereafter, he strolled through the pitch-black cave, cradling a fireball measuring 30 centimeters in diameter. As he ventured deeper, the culmination of his excavation drew ever closer. He had no choice but to persist. In the endeavor of mountain digging, a small blade measuring less than 2 meters in length proved far less effective than a formidable 200-meter sword. He mechanically wielded the miniature Quishui Biyun. Losing track of time, At last, after another swing of the blade, he encountered not a stone, but an expansive cavern. Saint E strode directly into the enigmatic and secluded stone chamber. His gaze swiftly traversed the surroundings, and what met his eyes elicited an involuntary gasp of astonishment. This vast expanse seemed utterly isolated from the outside world, devoid of any light, shrouded entirely in darkness. The walls, floor, and ceiling were cloaked in a myriad of seal markings, resembling cryptic runes that emitted a faint luminescence. At the heart of the chamber, a colossal sealing array dominated the entire space, manifesting in a circular form with a diameter measuring several zhang. Surrounding this grand array stood 9 stout stone pillars, each towering several meters high. The surfaces of these pillars were similarly inscribed with seal markings, akin to a series of ancient codes, narrating the passage of time. What was even more striking was that atop each pillar extended a golden chain, which slithered like a nimble serpent, winding its way down to the massive central pillar of the sealing array. This central pillar was over twice the size of the surrounding 9, adorned with an astonishing density of seal markings that was truly breathtaking. Furthermore, the 9 golden chains were as unyielding as steel, firmly binding this core pillar. Surveying the surroundings, one could sense the pervasive power of the seals, saturating not just the ground and the air above, but every inch of the atmosphere itself. Saint E gazed upon the scene before him, a profound admiration swelling within his heart. What a magnificent composite array this is! The intricate sealing marks intertwined, seemingly forming an impenetrable barrier that confined a formidable entity within. Faced with such a multitude of complex seals, Saint E felt a shiver run down his spine. My goodness! The strength of these seals could easily be believed to bind the body of the 10 tails. He meticulously surveyed his surroundings, deeply astonished. After counting, he realized that the seals around him constituted an immensely powerful binding. The markings above were also a seal, and below, without a shadow of a doubt, lay a standard sealing array. Moreover, the 9 stone pillars each formed an independent seal, while the central pillar stood alone as another distinct seal. If he was not mistaken, the chains shimmering with golden light were likely derived from the Whirlpool clan's ultimate sealing technique, Vajra Lock. This technique, specifically designed to suppress tailed beasts, was now employed against a member of the Uchiha clan. Shang Yi was utterly stunned, gazing incredulously at the scene before him. This supercomposite sealing array, composed of 14 distinct sealing techniques, existed solely to seal a member of the Uchiha clan possessing the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. In Shang Yi's understanding, beyond the singular Kageheim sealed upon the moon, it would be exceedingly difficult to find another individual in the entire shinobi world with such formidable sealing power as this Uchiha. The breathtaking intensity of this seal left one to ponder. Had this Uchiha violated some celestial decree? Nevertheless, if one were to disregard the individual in question and merely observe the seal itself, it could be said that this composite sealing array possesses considerable value. To destroy it so easily would indeed be a lamentable loss. After all, such an intricate and powerful formation must have required immense dedication and effort to construct and arrange. Furthermore, the aura emanating from the array indicated its extraordinary might and defensive capabilities. Such a precious existence, if utilized or studied appropriately, could yield unforeseen benefits. Particularly since this composite sealing array has long been lost to history. To expect the remaining few from the Uzumaki and Senju clans to perfectly replicate this array was nothing short of a fanciful dream. Rather than placing hope in their hands, one might as well wish for a detailed instructional scroll on this composite sealing array to descend from the heavens, as that might be more feasible. After all, this composite sealing array is an exceedingly complex and enigmatic entity, imbued with powers and techniques that are far beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. Even these 2 clans, once renowned for their powerful sealing arts, might struggle to recreate it flawlessly without the original materials at their disposal. Hence, relying on the existing personnel to replicate this formation was nearly an impossible feat, yet at this moment, Shang Yi brimmed with confidence. The abilities bestowed by his kaleidoscopic Sharingan would enable him to perfectly replicate this composite sealing array in his mind at a 1-to-1 ratio. He chuckled inwardly, planning to commit it to memory for later study on how to unravel it. Without hesitation, he activated his mysterious and powerful Sharingan, beginning to circle around the entire seal, meticulously observing and recording every detail. Due to the dim lighting within the cave, Shang Yi remained oblivious to the passage of time. He simply continued to revolve in circles, repeatedly examining the intricate seals, losing count of how many times he had traversed the cave. Finally, when Shang-Yi closed his eyes once more to review, he was overjoyed to discover that he had perfectly replicated the composite sealing array in his mind. Splendid. With this, I can take my time to decode it later, he thought excitedly. His extraordinary simulation and calculation abilities rendered the process of deciphering in his mind indistinguishable from practical application in reality. More importantly, solving it in his mind afforded him countless opportunities to experiment and err, significantly enhancing the efficiency and likelihood of resolution. Now, there were two methods to save the individual. One was to decode the seal through conventional steps, while the other was to employ brute force to break through. Given the urgency of the situation, Shang-Yi opted for the latter. After all, while this method carried greater risk, it promised a swifter resolution. Before proceeding, Shang-Yi conducted a simple assessment of the sealing array's defenses. He unleashed an ordinary ninjutsu against the array. However, to his astonishment, these attacks proved utterly ineffective, completely absorbed by the array, leaving not a single trace behind. This clearly demonstrated the formidable nature of the sealing array, capable of withstanding any assault below the level of a shadow. Saint-E stepped towards the central monolithic pillar, extending his hand to grasp the autumn water, and switched to destruction mode. He cautiously inserted the blade into the stone column. Unlike the previous ease with which he had penetrated the mountainside, this time he encountered a certain resistance, yet it was merely that. If the act of piercing the mountainside could be likened to slicing through tender tofu, then the sensation of thrusting into this stone pillar was akin to piercing through craft paper. The defensive capabilities of both were not comparable in the slightest. Nevertheless, it could not deter his violent demolition. Just as Saint-E had plunged the blade into the pillar, he sensed the surrounding space beginning to tremble violently. This was not good. It heralded the impending collapse of the space. During the development of spatial ninjutsu, Shang-Yi encountered the peril of spatial collapse on several occasions. Consequently, he has become exceedingly familiar with such fluctuations in space. At this moment, he finds himself in a life-or-death situation. Within his spatial perception, he suddenly detects the presence of an additional human life form in this realm. Saint was momentarily unable to contemplate his next move. He swiftly reached out and seized the individual, then employed the art of teleportation. After a series of rapid flashes, they finally distanced themselves from the towering peak. However, before Saint could regain his footing, a thunderous and profoundly resonant roar emerged from within the mountain. The relentless crackling noise echoed, reminiscent of shattering glass. Immediately following that, the ground trembled violently. The originally majestic and imposing mountain first became indistinct and, in the blink of an eye, vanished completely, along with the surrounding earth and stones. Furthermore, in the place where the mountain once stood, a colossal pit emerged, measuring several hundred meters in diameter and nearly 100 meters deep. Uchiha, perish! Amaterasu! Accompanied by this furious shout, Saint suddenly felt the clan member he was holding begin to struggle vigorously. Instinctively, he loosened his grip. Yet, almost immediately, a melodious female voice reached his ears. A peculiar sensation surged within Shang-Yi, prompting him to turn his gaze towards the so-called kin he had just rescued. To his astonishment, the scene before him unfolded with an unexpected twist. His brother was launching an assault against him. In an instant, the black flames of the Yatengu armor enveloped his form. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Shang-Yi found himself ensnared in bewilderment. Instinctively, he waved his hands, swiftly detaching the burning segments of his chakra armor. Once the flames extinguished, he regained his composure and scrutinized the figure before him. This kin bore lustrous black hair cascading down, skin as pure as freshly fallen snow, and eyes adorned with a striking pattern of the Sharingan, which had evidently awakened her unique Mangekyo Sharingan. The design of her Mangekyo was peculiar, a central black that encircled by three curved, boomerang-like appendages. Her expression was grave and austere, clad in a deep blue high-collared robe that resonated with the essence of the Uchiha clan, emanating an aura of mystery. At that moment, she fixed her intense gaze upon Shang-Yi, her eyes betraying a fierce animosity. Is she a woman? Have I sought the wrong person? The Mangekyo Sharingan indicates otherwise. I save you, and yet you turn on me? Have I misidentified you, or are you merely another treacherous soul? You recognize me as a member of the Uchiha clan, and still you attack? What does this signify? Black flames? Amaterasu. Xingyi is now engulfed in confusion and beset by countless questions. In his previous life, he was constantly under the looming threat of death, and the utmost he could do in his spare moments was to indulge in anime and novels for relief. Gaming never found a place in his existence. Thus, he remains unaware of the plight of the unfortunate girl, Uchiha Hikari. Tsukuyami. Shang-Yi was momentarily stunned, but the girl was unfazed. Locking eyes with Shang-Yi, she unleashed her kaleidoscopic ocular technique. Tsukuyami. Suddenly, the world before Shang-Yi was engulfed in an impenetrable darkness, as if the entirety of existence had succumbed to shadow. When he opened his eyes again, he was astonished to find himself in a dim, damp chamber, permeated with the stench of decay. To his dismay, he discovered that his body was firmly affixed to the wall by a metal rod, rendering him immobile. The rod was deeply embedded in the wall, seemingly intent on anchoring him here for eternity. It hurts a bit, Shang-Yi murmured softly. In his previous life, he had endured the torment of a terminal illness that had plagued him for over 2 decades. Such an extended companionship with suffering had elevated his tolerance for pain to an extraordinary level. Yet, while he could withstand such agony, it did not imply that he relished or willingly chose to endure it. After all, who would seek out pain without cause? Unless, of course, there was something amiss in their mind. Chapter 48. The Grievances of Centuries Past. With a fierce roar, Shang-Yi summoned all his strength to break free from his constraints. A mournful cry followed. It became evident that this was all an illusion crafted by the girl, intended to ensnare Shang-Yi. However, no matter how sophisticated an illusion might be, it ultimately boils down to a contest of mental prowess. Clearly, the girl's mental strength was somewhat inferior to that of Shang-Yi. Shang-Yi effortlessly unraveled her illusion, and the anguish brought forth by the shattering of her ocular technique compelled the girl to emit a piercing scream. As Shang-Yi exerted his power, the chamber before him shattered like glass in an instant. Subsequently, the environment around him reverted to its original state. At that very moment, the girl had already approached Shang-Yi, her left hand clasped tightly over her bleeding left eye, while her right hand pressed against his chest. 8,000 spears, mental engraving, she exclaimed with a fervent utterance. Shang-Yi lowered his gaze to inspect the area over his left chest. With a mere flicker of thought, he dispersed the portion of his chakra armor adorned with a pattern reminiscent of a kaleidoscope, only for it to swiftly coalesce once more. He then raised his eyes to behold the girl before him, who was engulfed in a fervor of self-sacrifice, and he resolved to hold nothing back. I have just saved your life. Is this your way of repaying me? If so, since you seek death, I shall grant your wish. With that declaration, Shang-Yi unsheathed the sword, Qiu Shui, from his waist, pointing its tip directly at the girl. Prepare to meet your end. Fire release, great fire annihilation. After a moment of contemplation, Shang-Yi sheathed his knife. He strolled leisurely amidst the blazing inferno, approaching the girl who was exhaling flames. With a swift kick, he sent her flying several meters away. With a thud, Shang-Yi wasted no time in launching his attack. The girl coughed up a stream of blood, her body collapsing helplessly onto the cold, hard ground, trembling faintly like a fragile leaf caught in the wind. Saint stepped forward with a steady gait, his towering figure resembling an insurmountable mountain, casting a lofty gaze upon the girl before him. Damn the Uchiha. Go ahead and kill me. I shall never again live as a weapon. The girl's voice resonated with boundless fury and resolute determination, her once clear eyes now clouded by hatred. Fixated on Saint as if she sought to etch his likeness into the very depths of her soul. Despite the blood streaming from her face, staining her pale cheeks, she resolutely clenched her jaw, refusing to yield to the adversary standing before her. Shang-Yi furrowed his brows, a flicker of doubt surging within him. What could the Uchiha have possibly done to you to evoke such profound hatred for your own kin? He gazed intently at the girl, seeking answers within the depths of her eyes. Reveal to me the truth. Shang-Yi crouched down, gently grasping her chin to compel her to meet his gaze. Perhaps I can offer you assistance. A fleeting glimmer of surprise crossed the girl's expression, swiftly overshadowed by a wave of anger. You are one of the Uchiha as well. Why should I trust you? With a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth, Shang-Yi remarked, if I truly intended to kill you, you would have perished long ago. The girl fell silent for a moment, the hostility in her eyes dissipating somewhat. He administered a few healing pills to her, allowing her to recuperate. Since you fear not even death before you depart this world, indulge my curiosity as a fellow clansman and share your name. Surely, you do not wish to fade into oblivion, leaving no trace of your existence behind. Through the girl's fragmented recounting, Shang-Yi gleaned the essence of her tale. She was a member of the Uchiha clan born during the Warring States period, predating even Madara. Gifted with the ocular technique known as Yachihoko, she was molded into a human weapon by her clan from a tender age. Her ability, Yachihoko, allowed her to inscribe marks on others, erasing their memories and exerting control over them. Furthermore, she could siphon the chakra of those marked, augmenting her own powers or those of others. In addition to her Yachihoko, she had also been implanted with Amaterasu and Tsukuyami to enhance her combat prowess. From her descriptions, Shang-Yi discerned that her versions of Amaterasu and Tsukuyami were remarkably potent. Her Amaterasu possessed the effects of Sasuke's Kagetsuchi, enabling her to manipulate the form of the black flames. Her Tsukuyami was even more extraordinary. The space it created could ensnare a multitude of foes, and those ensnared bore the marks of Yachihoko upon them. Thus, she was raised as a weapon, thrust into battle during wartime, while relegated to a dungeon to gather chakra in times of peace. Stripped of the need for a name, she was designated Uchiha Nameless. In her eyes, her kin were the architects of her tragic existence, indistinguishable from enemies like the Senju, perhaps even more detestable. Apart from her deceased parents, she had encountered no one who treated her with genuine kindness. Captured and sealed by the Senju and Uzumaki, she was consumed by hatred for the entire shinobi world and the Uchiha clan. With a sigh, Shang-Yi inquired, "Do you still remember your name? Please do not tell me it is that wretched Nameless." Saint-Yi allowed the armor enveloping him to dissipate and then sat cross-legged upon the ground. After hearing the words of the girl before him, he found himself utterly unable to strike her. The myriad of her peculiar behaviors now bore rational explanations. After all, the girl appeared quite youthful, and Saint-Yi did not believe she possessed the skill to deceive him through mere theatrics. Furthermore, determining whether a child devoid of formal training was uttering falsehoods was a task of utmost simplicity for him. "My name is Hikari, Uchiha Hikari." The girl exerted herself to shift her body and then reclined upon the earth, gazing skyward. Upon mentioning her name, a remarkable radiance sparkled in her eyes. Hikari, indeed. A melodious name. Let the triviality of anonymity be consigned to history. You are the first Uchiha I have encountered who does not evoke my disdain. Alas, I must take my leave, for if I linger, those pursuing me will surely draw near. After lying still for a moment, Hikari felt a modicum of improvement. With great effort, she rose from the ground, preparing to depart. "Do not fret, the pursuers are no longer a concern." Shang-Yi gently grasped Guang's shoulder, signaling her not to rush. "You need not assist me, it would only place you in peril." Guang assumed that Shang-Yi's assertion of no pursuers implied that he would intervene on her behalf. However, she was reluctant to expose the only clan member she did not despise to danger. No, the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan can essentially be declared annihilated. The Senju clan currently has but one direct descendant remaining. The remnants of the Uzumaki clan may be somewhat more numerous, yet they are scattered throughout the entire ninja world, with merely 2.5 present in Konohagakure, which is hardly significant. What? The words of Shang-Yi left Guang utterly dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, she had been engaged in a fierce struggle against the Senju and Uzumaki clans, and now she was informed that both of these formidable ninja clans had been annihilated. It felt like a surreal dream. The sealing array that had previously bound her had also confined her to a different epoch. Due to incomplete records, I only know that several centuries have elapsed since your era, though the exact number remains unknown to me. Several centuries have indeed passed? Astonishing. Chapter 49. The Return of the Clan, Healing. It is hard to fathom that centuries have slipped away, and both the Senju and Uzumaki clans have ceased to exist. There are still a few survivors, but they no longer constitute a true ninja clan. Ah, right, the Uchiha from back then have also vanished. In this light, your adversaries have been eroded by time itself. Guang gazed quietly at the sky, her eyes filled with confusion and helplessness. Her heart felt like a desolate desert, devoid of direction and devoid of an end in sight. In the blink of an eye, the world had undergone a cataclysmic transformation. Those who once harbored deep-seated animosities towards her were now all gone. Yet, the ninjas she had once loathed had undoubtedly been replaced by countless generations. What then? Does her current existence amount to? How will the future unfold? She despised being wielded as an emotionless weapon, yet paradoxically, her greatest skill lay in participating in battles in such a guise. This was undoubtedly a cruel irony. "Come back with me to the Uchiha clan," Shang-Yi proposed. I am Xingyi, the current young clan leader of the Uchiha. Although my father is the clan leader, most of the authority has gradually been transferred to me. If you choose to accompany me, you can lead a life akin to that of an ordinary person. I assure you, no one will disturb your peace." Upon hearing his words, Guang fell into deep contemplation. A life of normalcy? This notion had never crossed her mind until now. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed quite appealing. How frequent are battles in the present day? While it cannot be said that they have ceased entirely, their numbers have certainly dwindled significantly. At least when compared to your era, they are remarkably fewer. More critically, given your current strength, you would only be considered at a high-level combat tier, still distant from the pinnacle of power. Therefore, there is no need for you to fear being utilized as a weapon once more. Guang, I make you a promise. Regarding your future involvement in battle, I cannot offer absolute assurances. However, I can guarantee that if you choose to take action again, it will stem from your own genuine desires, an initiative born from within you, not from coercion or duress by others. From this moment on, you are free to act as you wish. No one can compel you to undertake anything against your will. Saint gently placed his hands upon the shoulders of Light, gazing intently into her eyes, and solemnly declared. Light, too, perceived the sincerity and earnestness of Saint. A resolution had already formed within her heart. She turned her gaze towards Saint, a flicker of determination illuminating her eyes. I shall return with you. Shang-Yi revealed a joyful smile as he gently grasped Guang's hand, welcoming her home. Within Guang's heart, there resided a profound anticipation for the life that lay ahead. Perhaps, this would mark a magnificent new beginning for her. With utmost care, Shang-Yi gently cradled Guang in his arms, as if he were holding the most precious treasure in the world. Subsequently, he summoned his formidable chakra to envelop them in a robust armor of energy, securing them within its protective embrace. In the blink of an eye, their figures vanished like phantoms. Moments later, they reappeared in Shang-Yi's laboratory within the Uchiha clan's domain. However, as Shang-Yi surveyed his surroundings, he was taken aback to find the tea room utterly devoid of any presence. Saint was momentarily taken aback, pondering silently. Where has the Grand Elder gone? He clutched the light and strode directly towards the medical room, but at that moment, an unexpected sight greeted his eyes. Mei Qin was standing within the medical chamber, employing her palm techniques to heal the wounds of their kin. Mother, you have awakened? Saint exclaimed involuntarily. A surge of indescribable emotions welled up within him, accompanied by a lingering curiosity regarding the duration of his stay in the stone chamber. Saint, you have finally returned, Mei Qin responded upon hearing her son's voice, her hands remaining in motion until she completed the treatment at hand. Only then did she lift her gaze towards Saint. However, when her eyes fell upon the light cradled in his arms, a look of astonishment crossed her face as she inquired, "Who is this?" "Oh, this is Light, Uchiha Light. I kindly ask you to attend to her first. We can discuss other matters later," Saint said with an urgent tone. Mei Qin scrutinized Light's condition closely, her heart aching at the sight of her severe injuries. Without hesitation, she instructed Saint to lay Light upon the hospital bed within, then quickly activated her kaleidoscope Sharingan, extending her palm to precisely align with Light's body. Suddenly, a translucent light shield materialized, resembling a mysterious and radiant glow, enveloping Light's entire form in an instant. Shang-Yi's eyes widened in astonishment, as it was the first time he had witnessed the extraordinary abilities of Mei Qin's kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Curiously, he extended his hand and gently prodded the luminous shield. To his surprise, there was no tangible sensation. Was it merely a visual phenomenon, impervious to touch? Just then, an astonishing event unfolded. An eruption of black, gray, and red vapors suddenly emanated from Guang's form. These gases surged forth in such abundance that Guang's figure was instantly engulfed, transforming him into a humanoid apparition composed of tricolored mist. Among them, the black vapor was the most dense, followed by the gray, while the red was comparatively sparse. However, as these gases departed from Guang's body, they dissipated into the air within mere inches, as if they had never existed at all. As Shang-Yi gazed upon the scene, he inwardly exhaled a sigh of relief. This situation stood in stark contrast to the crimson imprints of injury inflicted by Bartholomew Kuma in One Piece. There was no need for others to endure these afflictions, which was indeed a positive development. What is the meaning of this? Shang-Yi inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Oh, through our exploration and research over this period, we have gradually come to understand the significance of these three colored gases, Mei Qin elucidated. The black gas represents various negative factors within the body. The gray gas signifies old injuries that have lingered, whereas the red gas denotes recent wounds sustained. When no gases are present, it indicates that the healing process has concluded. It appears this child carries an abundance of negative factors within. As Xingyi gazed at the tricolored gases emanating from Guang's body, his brow furrowed with concern. He turned to Mei-Qin and inquired, "Mother, will Guang's body suffer any adverse effects if this continues?" Mei-Qin shook her head, her focus unwavering as she controlled her ocular power. "Do not fret, Xingyi. This is merely the process of dispelling all negative influences. No new adverse effects will be introduced." After a while, the tricolored gases surrounding Guang gradually diminished, ultimately vanishing completely. Mei-Qin retracted her kaleidoscopic Sharingan and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Saint stepped forward to assess Light's condition. He observed that Light's complexion had turned rosy, his breathing had steadied, and he had succumbed to a tranquil slumber. "Thank you, Mother," Saint said to Mikoto. Mikoto smiled gently and replied, "There is no need for gratitude. However, Light's physical condition is rather delicate, and he will require ample time to recuperate." Saint nodded slightly, then lifted Guang and exited the medical room. He resolved to first take Guang to a tranquil place where she could rest comfortably. Is this? Guang, you are awake." Xingyi gazed at the light in his arms and smiled. What? Upon opening her eyes and realizing it was Xingyi, Guang rubbed her eyes, and suddenly, her eyes widened in surprise. With a swift motion, she leapt from Xingyi's embrace. Raising her arms to examine herself, she then looked down at her body. She lifted her legs high, performed side kicks, stretched, bounced, and executed several jumping jacks. "I feel rejuvenated, and my vision is cleared. Xingyi, how long have I been asleep?" Guang expressed both joy and confusion. "Not long. Your injuries have been treated by my mother. The side effects from your frequent use of the kaleidoscope Sharingan have also been remedied. Your mother is truly remarkable." Guang did not fully comprehend the depth of Xingyi's words. She merely felt admiration for his mother. Indeed, my cultural understanding is quite limited. "Thank you, Xingyi," she said, joyfully embracing him. Xingyi, taken by surprise, felt his face flush crimson as Guang held him tightly. Guang, could you please let go of me?" Xingyi attempted to free himself from her embrace. "Oh dear. I apologize. I got a bit carried away." Guang realized her actions were somewhat inappropriate and quickly released her grip. Xingyi took a deep breath, striving to calm himself, reassuring himself that all was well. Guang meticulously surveyed his surroundings and realized he was in an unfamiliar room. A wave of confusion washing over him. Where exactly was this place? "This is my laboratory," Xingyi explained, gesturing to his surroundings. "You fell into a coma, and I brought you here for treatment." "My laboratory." Guang's voice trembled slightly. "Indeed," Xingyi nodded gently, continuing. "I established this laboratory with the purpose of enabling our kin to restore the fragmented bloodline." He succinctly conveyed to Guang the rationale behind the founding of his laboratory. Saint Yi instructed Kalaki beside him. "Please arrange to procure a variety of food and beverages, and do take a few more people to acquire ample supplies." "As you command, young master," Kalaki replied, departing promptly. After her exit, Saint Yi and Guang proceeded towards the tea room, the former elucidating matters as they walked. "I see." Guang nodded in understanding. "Now that I have recovered, may I take my leave?" "One moment," Saint Yi called out, halting Guang, who was about to turn away. "You have only just recuperated, and your body has not yet fully healed. It would be wise to rest a while longer. Moreover, I have another inquiry." "What is it?" Guang paused, turning to face Saint Yi. "Where do you currently reside?" Saint Yi gazed intently at Guang, his voice soft. Indeed, Guang instinctively thought of returning to her home. Yet, upon hearing this suggestion from Saint Yi, she suddenly realized that she was now homeless, and a wave of sorrow enveloped her, dimming her eyes. Just then, Itachi and a tall young man entered the room, pushing the door open. Brother, you're back. Come quickly and see who this is," Itachi exclaimed with excitement. Xingyi and Guang raised their heads, following the sound with their gaze. It was merely a fleeting glance. "How does Ji Shui feel?" Xingyi inquired. "Brother, have you met Ji Shui before?" Almost in unison, the two spoke the same words. They exchanged a look, then turned their attention back to Xingyi. Saint Yi smiled as he gazed at the boy before him, who bore an uncanny resemblance to characters from anime. "Can you guess?" He chuckled. The two companions exchanged eye rolls in unison before shifting their attention to the girl beside Saint Yi. "Brother, who is this sister? It seems we have not encountered her before." Due to the effects of the potion, Itachi appeared to be of a similar age to Hikaru. While Shursui required no further elaboration, he curiously scrutinized Hikaru, his eyes shimmering with an inquisitive light. You should probably address her as sister. By the way, I haven't inquired yet. Hikaru, how old are you? I should be over 11, nearly 12, she replied, her own uncertainty apparent. 112. The three exclaimed in astonishment. It seemed that not only did Itachi have to call her sister, but by age alone, they too must defer to her. Of course, this referred to her physical age, not the time counted since her birth. Otherwise, every member of the Uchiha clan would be compelled to kneel and address her as an ancestor. Even Madara, should he appear, would have to humbly join in calling her an ancestor. This is Hikaru, Uchiha Hikaru, a member who has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Really? Hikaru smiled at the two. These are both my younger brothers. The elder is Shursui, who has grown up alongside me, indistinguishable from a biological brother, and he is a wielder of the Mangekyo Sharingan. The younger one is Itachi, my biological brother, and it is likely that he will soon awaken his own Mangekyo as well. Shang-Yi gazed at Itachi with a hint of uncertainty. Itachi raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, soon. I have a strong feeling that this month will bring good fortune. Well, I wish you success, Shang-Yi replied, observing the warm yet somewhat whimsical exchange among them. Guang felt an unprecedented experience, and as she savored the moment, a pleasant sensation washed over her. Not too shabby at all. Hello everyone, I am Guang. She greeted Shursui and Itachi with a smile. Wow, it's Sister Guang. You are so beautiful, Itachi exclaimed earnestly. Thank you for your kind words, Guang responded, feeling a bit bashful. Guang, how did you awaken your Mangekyo Sharingan? I'm quite curious about how ordinary clan members can achieve it without relying on drugs, Shursui inquired, his expression filled with anticipation as he looked at Guang. Shang-Yi exchanged a knowing glance with Shursui. That is a long story. Perhaps I can share it with you all at another time, Guang thought. Recalling the painful memories she preferred not to discuss at that moment. So, Sister Guang, what are your plans now? Would you consider staying with us? Itachi warmly invited her. Guang hesitated. She truly did not know where she should go, as she felt utterly lost. If Sister Guang doesn't mind, you can stay at my place. It's quite spacious. Itachi continued to persuade her. Shang-Yi followed with persuasion. Dear friends, it is the recommendation period. I implore you to support with your love, to collect, to add to your shelves, to do everything. Please, I beg you. Chapter 51. The fourth Hokage, Tsunade indeed. Guang, please stay with us. We can live together, train together, and support one another. Shang-Yi urged. Although Guang possessed considerable strength, her temperament did not align with her abilities, creating a significant gap. Venturing outside could easily lead to manipulation. It was best for her to remain within the Uchiha clan, where at least he would keep watch, shielding her from unnecessary troubles. Upon witnessing the sincere gazes of those around her, Guang felt an overwhelming warmth within her heart. She nodded. All right, I shall stay here. Fantastic. Welcome to our group. Jishui and Itachi joyfully cheered. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Come in. Young clan leader, here is what you requested. Kalaki entered with several individuals, one of whom pushed in a three-tiered food cart filled with an array of delicacies. Please place the cart beside the central table. Let us feast together. No, young clan leader, we have already dined. Please enjoy your meal. We shall take our leave. Kalaki declined Shang-Yi's invitation and turned to exit with her companions. Do not be modest. Take whatever you desire. This remark was not directed at Jishui and Itachi, who were already adept at serving themselves. Initially, Guang did not feel hungry. However, upon catching the enticing aroma of the food, her stomach began to grumble. Without further hesitation, she reached for a matcha cake and took a bite. Her eyes brightened. Delicious. Then indulge yourself further. There is plenty of food, Shang-Yi encouraged, pleased to see Guang's appetite flourish. You two should not just focus on eating. Save some for me. Shang-Yi called out to Jishui and Itachi. At that moment, Jishui was stuffing a slice of sausage, bacon, shrimp, and cheese pizza into his mouth. And, hearing Shang-Yi's words, he replied with a mouthful, rest assured, brother, your share is secure. Itachi remained silent, concentrating on selecting dishes for himself, appearing deeply engrossed as if each dish was a treasure. As Guang continued to eat, she observed her surroundings. She noticed Shang-Yi's gaze occasionally resting upon her, filled with warmth and concern. A wave of emotion washed over her as she recalled Shang-Yi's previous words, and she felt a surge of gratitude. In the span of a single meal, their relationships had strengthened considerably. In the days that followed, Guang sometimes trained alongside Jishui and Itachi, while at other times she accompanied Shang-Yi as they explored and savored various delights. These ordinary yet fulfilling days proved to be an extraordinary adaptation for her. Time passed steadily. In the blink of an eye, Tsunade had returned to the village for quite some time. Shang-Yi had intended to cultivate a closer rapport with Tsunade, but recent efforts to address Guang's psychological challenges had consumed his attention, leaving him little opportunity to do so. Until one day, "Father, what is this?" "Tomorrow is the inauguration ceremony for the fourth Hokage." Senji gazed at the invitation bestowed upon him by Fugaku. "The inauguration ceremony of the fourth Hokage is tomorrow. If my memory serves me correctly, isn't there supposed to be a voting process for the Hokage? Why am I only learning of this now?" Firstly, our Uchiha clan no longer has any active shinobi, so even if there were a vote, we would not be considered. Secondly, this time, there was no voting, and none of the others raised any objections. This includes all those qualified to contend for the position of Hokage. Not a single one voiced dissent. Fugaku poured himself a cup of tea and graciously served Senji and Hikari as well. It's Tsunade. Indeed, everything has changed. Tsunade has unexpectedly advanced, becoming the fourth Hokage. However, the issue remains that she seems to still suffer from hemophobia. A Hokage with such a significant vulnerability. How intriguing. Shang-Yi, having savored a cup of tea, resolved to witness the spectacle the following day. He had no desire to assume the mantle of Hokage. The identity of Hokage mattered little to him. Moreover, with Tsunade serving as Hokage, should misfortune arise, it would hardly be the Uchiha clan's turn to bear the brunt. He remained blissfully unaware of what it truly meant to be Hokage or who Tsunade was. His sole focus lay upon the delectable, crispy sunflower seed pastries before him. The following morning, after partaking in breakfast, Shang-Yi, accompanied by Guang and the others, donned the distinctive deep blue high-collared robes of the Uchiha clan and arrived at the base of the Hokage office. He gazed up at the rooftop. In just a few hours, the inauguration ceremony of the fourth Hokage would unfold atop this very building. On the rooftop of the Hokage building, a multitude of individuals had gathered, engaged in animated conversations, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the ceremony. Familiar faces clustered together in small groups. Leading the gathering was Sarutobi Hiruzen, with the esteemed members of the Konoha F4 present, excluding Danzo. Among them were Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Kushina, Kakashi, and the Hyuga brothers, among others. Where is Minato? Most of the attendees were acquaintances, and even those who were not were recognized. Upon sighting Seiichi, many offered warm greetings. In search of a reprieve from the idle chatter, the four companions retreated to a secluded corner for conversation. Before long, they ascended to the rooftop, parting the crowd that allowed them to pass through with ease. At the forefront stood Tsunade, followed closely by Minato. Clad in a specially designed Hokage robe, Tsunade took her place on the podium, her expression grave yet resolute. Behind her loomed the grand likenesses of the previous three Hokages, with a large red cloth obscuring a section beside the statue of the third Hokage. As if poised to witness this historical moment, as the music began to play, Tsunade stepped forward, receiving the conical hat symbolizing the power of the Hokage from Sarutobi Hiruzen. At that moment, the red cloth was dramatically pulled away, revealing Tsunade's own monumental likeness. "I shall not betray your expectations. I will strive to be an exceptional Hokage," Tsunade proclaimed, addressing the throngs of villagers below. Her voice resonated with strength and conviction, echoing throughout the square. The ceremony proceeded smoothly, marking the official inauguration of Tsunade as the fourth Hokage of Konoha. After the ceremony, Seiichi and his companions were preparing to depart when suddenly, Minato approached them. "Seiichi, do you have a moment? The fourth Hokage wishes to speak with you," he said with a smile. Seiichi replied, "Even if I were busy, I would have to make time for the Hokage's summons." "Stop being coy. Everyone knows you. The Uchiha clan's young patriarch leads a life of leisure. Your days consist mostly of tea drinking, strolling, and eating. That's utter nonsense. Such notions are merely misconceptions about me." "Ah, yes, indeed. Just misunderstandings." Seiichi suddenly recalled. "I left the stove on at home, and I fear it may explode. I must return to turn it off. Please excuse me from the Hokage." Wait. I believe you. It's all a misunderstanding." The onlookers chuckled at their banter. "What is your current status? Are you the Hokage's guard or his assistant? One cannot always jest. If there are questions, they must be asked. Dear friends, the recommendation period is upon us. I implore you to support me with your love." to collect and add to your shelves, to grant me everything. I beseech you. Chapter 52. Tsunade's plea. Thanks to the Hokage's generous favor, I now serve as his assistant. Congratulations. You have made significant strides toward your goal. Only one step remains. Since taking on the role of Hokage's assistant, I have come to realize how challenging it is to be Hokage. The responsibilities are overwhelming. I have watched Tsunade engrossed in paperwork these past few days, nearly driven to madness. If they offered you the position of Hokage, would you accept? Absolutely. The group arrived at the Hokage's office. Minato stepped forward to knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Hokage-sama, Uchiha Seiichi has arrived. Come in. Upon entering, they found only Tsunade and Shizune in the office, along with a pig. Tsunade regarded Seiichi with a serious expression. Take a seat. Seiichi and a few others were seated on the sofa, while Minato remained indoors, joining them after closing the door. Seiichi, the young clan leader, I require the support of your Uchiha clan, Tsunade stated directly. However, despite the startling nature of her words, they failed to elicit the desired response. Among those present, only Tsunade herself, as well as Shizune and Minato, were already aware of the situation. Shungi arrived at the conclusion on his own, while Jishui failed to react. Currently, Yu only cares about his own kaleidoscope Sharingan, and Guang remains oblivious to everything. After a moment of silence, Shingi turned to Tsunade. Lady Hokage, we Uchiha have now become a commercial clan. In the realm of commerce, we support you. What benefits will this bring us? Furthermore, I must clarify in advance that our support is limited to those with high-level combat capabilities, specifically the wielders of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Our lower-ranking clansmen will neither participate nor have the time to engage. Shang Yi's words were quite forthright and rather elitist. However, neither Tsunade nor Minato exhibited any semblance of disdain. In the realm of adults, there exists no distinction between right and wrong, only the pursuit of self-interest. As for the deployment of only top-tier combatants, that is precisely what Tsunade desires. She is not particularly in need of CH Nin or even J Nin, but rather, she seeks only the most exceptional masters. What do you Uchiha truly desire? Lord Hokage, such a statement from you lacks sincerity. Shang Yi, despite his youth, displayed a remarkable shrewdness. He refrained from setting any conditions himself, allowing Tsunade to take the lead. Should he impose conditions and find himself at a disadvantage, he would suffer a loss. By letting Tsunade establish the terms, he retains the opportunity to negotiate further, testing her limits in the process. This approach is undeniably more advantageous than laying his cards on the table first. At worst, he would break even, avoiding any potential loss. Initially, when Tsunade learned that Shang Yi was merely 10 years old, she did not anticipate him to be particularly formidable. However, that notion has been entirely dispelled. Was this truly a mere child? Tsunade reflected on her own activities at the age of 10, battling Jiraiya, clashing with classmates, and frequenting gambling dens. Ahem, those details are inconsequential. What truly matters is that she can no longer regard Shin Yi as a mere child. He is, in fact, a cunning old fox cloaked in the guise of youth. And should one be careless, they might fall into his trap. I can extend certain powers and resources to you, but the specifics will require further discussion, Tsunade remarked. In his heart, Sei felt a surge of joy, yet maintained an outward calm. He aspired for the Uchiha clan to partake in the village's decision-making and to possess a degree of autonomy. Sei articulated his conditions. Tsunade frowned slightly, deeming the proposal somewhat excessive. This is unacceptable. The authority to make decisions for the village rests solely with the Hokage, and there is no room for negotiation. Tsunade firmly rejected. With a subtle smile at the corner of his mouth, Seiichi had anticipated Tsunade's response. Therefore, I hope to receive certain privileges, such as a designated territory. He stated. Are the Uchiha considering relocating? Tsunade inquired. It is merely a move to the vicinity of the village. Training within the village proves to be inconvenient. After a moment of contemplation, Tsunade deemed the request reasonable. I can acquiesce to this, but the specific boundaries and extent must be determined based on the actual circumstances. She replied. Seiichi nodded, indicating his acceptance. Thus, we have reached a preliminary agreement on collaboration. As for the remaining details, I can have the elders of my clan discuss them. Now, Lord Hokage, you may articulate what you wish for us, the Uchiha, to undertake, Seiichi stated. I am currently investigating Danzo, and I require you to dispatch personnel to ensure the safety of the investigators. If necessary, they may take action. Tsunade's words caused a slight smile to grace Seiichi's lips. No problem. When shall we commence? In 4 days. Understood. I will personally accompany you then. Excellent. That puts my mind at ease. Tsunade was quite pleased with Seiichi's dedication. By the way, what extent of assistance can I provide? It seems that Xingyi has just recalled something. Without evidence, let there be no mention of any deceased. With evidence, as long as Danzo can stand before me alive. Seiji could not contain his laughter any longer. Nodding in agreement, he rose with a few companions and departed from the Hokage's office. In the ensuing days, the Uchiha clan dispatched 6 elders to negotiate with the ninjas under the Hokage's command. Ultimately, they secured a parcel of unutilized forest land spanning 5 square kilometers, located approximately 6 kilometers southeast of the village. Although substantial in size, the land was devoid of resources beyond its trees, rendering it of little concern to Konoha. The Uchiha were granted full autonomy to develop the area, with Konoha refraining from interference. Given the village's generosity, Seiji resolved to dedicate himself earnestly to the task entrusted by Tsunade. For days had elapsed since her inauguration ceremony. That evening, Seiji received a signal and ventured alone to a secluded area. Several Umbu operatives awaited him there, led by a silver-haired figure with a distinctive mop of hair. Kakashi? Is my disguise inadequate? Kakashi glanced down at himself and surveyed the surroundings, finding nothing that would reveal his identity. Xingyi pointed to his conspicuous white hair resembling a broom. Behind the mask, Kakashi's expression transformed into one of exasperation. Do you comprehend what you must do? As a caretaker, I shall watch over you, ensuring that you do not falter. The intent was clear, yet the delivery from your lips seems oddly clumsy. Kakashi felt a sense of discord with Shang-Yi. Every encounter left him feeling defeated, as if Shang-Yi possessed an innate ability to outmatch him. Allow me to rephrase. I can assure you that upon the completion of your mission, you will return home to dine as usual. Enough. I cannot fathom why. But the more you speak, the more anxious I become. What is our destination? Upon the mere thought of Danzo facing misfortune, Shing-E's inclination for jest evaporated in an instant. The root. Kakashi's words were straightforward and unequivocal. Is root not eradicated? Shing-Yi furrowed his brow. The root organization had been disbanded, yet that place still existed. Now, it had been reassembled under the summons of Danzo, gathering a group of individuals from the Shimura family, albeit in a rather makeshift manner. Let us go and inspect this Shimura branch. The group advanced swiftly, their speed astonishing. They soon arrived at the former site of the root organization located at the village corner. How do we proceed? Kakashi inquired, glancing at Shang-Yi. Chapter 53, Conclusive Evidence. Taking action, do you wish to know my thoughts? Reflect upon it. Observing Shang-Yi enter the premises unhesitatingly, Kakashi and the other Umbu followed suit. However, Shang-Yi did not neglect his companions. He discreetly cast a long-forgotten illusion of ordinary villagers upon them, including himself, though he kept this addition to himself. Upon entering, Shang-Yi concealed himself in a corner, observing as Kakashi and the others charged in. To his astonishment, they divided their forces? Goodness. The head of the clan is substantial. Isn't that merely adding to his workload? Hastily, several clones were dispatched to follow suit. The primary one naturally trailed behind Kakashi. Observing Kakashi's diminishing pace until he came to a halt, Kakashi cautiously waved in front of several shinobi from the Uchiha clan. HM? Why is there no response? Are the Uchiha ninjas recruited by Danzo blind? After several attempts, Kakashi confirmed there was indeed no issue. Thus, he began to quicken his pace. Do not entertain thoughts of Kakashi engaging in foolish antics, such as delivering a slap to the patrolling ninjas. Despite his youth, Kakashi is an experienced ninja. He would avoid unnecessary complications and would certainly not partake in such superfluous actions. After a series of investigations, Kakashi finally located Danzo's human experimentation laboratory. He retrieved his camera and meticulously documented all the violations. Numerous experimental logs had already been packed away. Among them, a large collection of scrolls lay in a nearby box. Upon noticing the top scroll inscribed with Senju tree, Kakashi instinctively reached for it. However, the moment he touched it, an alarming siren echoed throughout the underground facility. Quickly concealing the scroll within his robe, he sought refuge in a corner. Whizzing sounds filled the air as dozens of Uchiha ninjas gradually appeared. With seemingly more on the way, the crowd parted, revealing Danzo stepping forward. He glanced at the location of the scrolls and, upon inspection, discovered that the Senju tree scroll was missing. Danzo's eyes widened in disbelief. Who did this? Go find it, all of you, if you cannot retrieve it. None of you shall return. Danzo was now filled with trepidation. He was acutely aware of the dire consequences should the Senju tree scroll be leaked. Unlike the past when Sarutobi Hiruzen was in power, Tsunade had no ties to him. There was no one to back him up, especially considering the scroll pertained to Tsunade's younger brother. Given Tsunade's temperament, he would be fortunate to escape unscathed, let alone hope for a complete corpse. Danzo seized the collar of a laboratory staff member with one hand. Did I not instruct you to destroy these scrolls days ago? Why have they not been obliterated? Lord Danzo, I intended to retest the relevant data. I had planned to destroy them today. However, the results, Danzo seethed with rage. These individuals harbored too many of their own notions. In terms of both strength and intellect, these so-called clan members were far less competent than the original members. Had he known this would be the case, he would have destroyed them himself. Kakashi watched with great interest. Suddenly, a hand clapped on his shoulder, and a cold sweat instantly broke out on Kakashi. With reflexive instinct, he performed a body flicker technique. The outcome was quite favorable. The genjutsu was dispelled, and everyone caught sight of him. Kakashi. Shingi was capable of recognizing this, and naturally, Danzo was no exception. He was well acquainted with the prodigies of Konoha, becoming increasingly familiar with them as their talents flourished. Capture him. Seize the items he carries, and if that proves impossible, then destroy them outright. As he observed the bulging shape in Kakashi's arms, Danzo's eyes gleamed with newfound hope, as if the tide were turning. The number of ninjas still present was dwindling. With only a handful remaining, yet someone had sounded the call for regrouping. Reinforcements were on their way. Just as Kakashi had kicked one ninja away, he realized that the scroll he had been holding was now missing. However, he had no time to search for it now. Saint E, holding the scroll, leisurely seated himself at the table and began to peruse its contents. Contrary to expectations, it contained no sinister plots or schemes, but rather the experimental data of the various internal organs of Senju rope tree: heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. In his previous life, Saint E had encountered a conspiracy theory surrounding the demise of rope tree. The reasons for his death could be distilled into two primary factors. First, the tacit approval of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the purest scion of the Senju clan and the sole remaining bearer of the Senju surname. As he matured, Rope Tree posed a significant threat to Hiruzen's vision of a family dynasty. Thus, upon learning of Danzo's plans, he refrained from intervening, implicitly endorsing Danzo's decision to eliminate Rope Tree. Second, the inherent issues within Danzo himself. Stricken with health problems and harboring dreams of becoming Hokage, Danzo was unwilling to relinquish his aspirations. Left with no alternatives, he resorted to utilizing the cells of Hashirama. However, the potent vitality of Hashirama's cells was overwhelming, and he could not contain their assimilative power, ultimately opting for a sealing technique to preserve his life. Previously, other members of the Senju clan had attempted experiments to awaken would release, all of which met with failure. Danzo possessed the data from these trials, yet they proved fruitless. Hence, in a desperate bid for survival, Danzo set his sights on the direct descendant of Senju Hashirama, Senju Rope Tree. By orchestrating an explosion on the battlefield to eliminate Rope Tree and subsequently extracting his internal organs for experimentation, he sought to unearth potential solutions. However, fortune favored him when he acquired Uchiha Kageme's eyes, discovering that the Sharingan could effectively suppress the assimilative effects of Hashirama's cells. Thus, he turned his focus towards the Uchiha clan, driven by both greed and fear of the Sharingan's formidable power, as well as its potential to save his own life. Of course, that is a tale for another time. Now, as Saini examined the scroll, he discerned that the conspiracy theory was far from mere folly. The scroll meticulously chronicled a singular fact. The initial research had aimed to suppress the assimilative properties of Hashirama's cells. Yet, as the studies progressed, despite yielding no results, the research direction underwent a complete reversal, reverting to the quest for awakening would release. With this scroll in hand, Danzo was doomed, as he himself had proclaimed. Even Senju Hashirama could not save him. Hashirama, bah, I will protect him. If you have the audacity, let me rise. I need only one hand to deliver a single blow. Come forth, true thousand hands, ascending Buddha. Fire release, head hardening. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Lightning release, false darkness. Earth release, earth flow wall. Saint-E watched as Kakashi crouched behind a dirt wall adorned with the carving of a dog's head, evading the ninjutsu assault from the opposite side. His appearance was disheveled, coated in dust, with several superficial injuries marring his form, while the tips of his white hair had singed and curled. Observing the muttering from his lips, it was highly likely he was exchanging unpleasantries with himself. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. The instant Kakashi heard Danzo's attack, his pupils dilated in alarm. In a flash, he utilized body flicker technique to abandon the earthen wall. Just as he vacated the spot, the wall was obliterated by the vacuum great sphere, reduced to mere fragments with little remaining. Wind release, vacuum wave. I'm utterly doomed. Chapter 54. Not only do I aim to strike him, but I also intend to humiliate him verbally. Kakashi, suspended in midair as he dodged additional ninjutsu, gazed at Danzo's trump card wind technique, feeling a sense of impending doom regarding his sustenance. It was all the fault of Uchiha Saint E and his ill-fated words. What is happening to me? Kakashi suddenly widened his eyes, turning to glance at the figure beside him. Shang-E gazed at himself with a cheerful smile, his eyes adorned with the Sharingan, which appeared markedly different from before, mysterious and profound. Susanoo, a colossal figure, dark purple and black, emerged from the ground with an earth-shaking roar. The giant's head breached the laboratory ceiling, creating a gaping hole above. Stones and debris cascaded downwards. As a series of offensive ninjutsu struck Susanoo, they proved utterly ineffective. Uchiha Shang-E. Oh, is that our Danzo's assistant? My, how you've changed in just a few days. Oh, wait, you are no longer the Hokage's assistant. Let me ponder, what title do you bear now? Alas, it seems you possess none. In that case, ho 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 little crippled Danzo. Would you care for a Mangekyo Sharingan? If so, come forth, ha ha ha. As Shang-E spoke, he unleashed a formidable attack. Coupled with his expressive countenance and the beckoning gesture of his finger, each strike resonated deeply with Danzo's frail nerves. Come forth, all of you. Strike, strike, strike. Eliminate him. I command you to eliminate him. Danzo's eyes turned crimson, not from awakening the Sharingan, but from sheer fury. If Danzo possessed the Uchiha bloodline, he would likely surpass Obito without a doubt. At the very least, he would awaken the three-tomo Sharingan, or even the ultimate Mangekyo Sharingan. Alas, he lacks the Uchiha lineage. Nevertheless, he possesses the Sharingan. Shang-E sensed the return of his doppelganger. Splendid. For his counterpart had successfully escorted all the Umbu members to safety, with the exception of Kakashi. Now, he was ready to embark on a grand endeavor. Kakashi, do you have a fear of heights? Saint E gazed at Kakashi, a smile gracing his lips. Yet, Kakashi felt a twinge of anxiety. To be candid, he sensed that the moment he had narrowly escaped death paled in comparison to the unease he felt upon witnessing Saint Yi's smile directed at him. Suddenly, Kakashi stumbled, collapsing onto the ground, and his perspective began to ascend rapidly. The two found themselves perched atop the forehead of the complete Susanoo. Saint E now surveyed the vast crater below, created by the Susanoo's immense power. Meanwhile, the villagers of Konohagakure beheld a colossal figure, hundreds of meters tall, leap in place, accompanied by a resounding thud. Well, perhaps it wasn't as thunderous as one might imagine. The saint exerted control over his strength, ensuring that no collateral damage occurred elsewhere. Only the base was utterly transformed into ruins. Shang-E meticulously observed below, where some individuals approached only to be struck with a resounding slap, while others received another blow in succession. The sound echoed like the swatting of flies. Suddenly, Danzo leaped into view, and Shang-E, accustomed to the action, instinctively delivered a slap without restraint. Coincidentally, others had also arrived outside, including Tsunade and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Shang-E ceased this at once. Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, his fury palpable. Shang-E obediently raised his palm, but alas, Danzo had already transformed into a mere shadow of himself. Uchiha Shang-E, I demand you to pay for Danzo's life. Summoning Jiraiya, he swiftly discarded his loose outer robe, revealing a form-fitting black combat suit beneath. Upon conjuring the toad, it immediately morphed into the Rui Jingu Bang. Come, let us subdue him together. Sarutobi Hiruzen took the lead, brandishing the staff and striking towards the Susanoo. However, the Susanoo showed no sign of yielding, remaining utterly unresponsive, and instead rendered Hiruzen's half of his body numb from the impact. Do not move. Tsunade did not merely observe the chaos. She promptly took charge, calming the tumultuous scene. Tsunade, what are you doing? This individual has attacked fellow villagers. If you do not subdue him now, what are you waiting for? Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed that everyone had been silenced by Tsunade's authoritative command. His followers, the elite of the Sarutobi clan, gradually withdrew. Though they could retreat in action, they could not do so in words. Uchiha Shang-E, if you surrender at this moment, I can promise leniency. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was grave, exuding an air of unyielding authority. Yet, to Shang-E, He appeared to be nothing more than an old monkey wielding borrowed power. Pray tell, esteemed elder, by what authority do you propose to show me leniency? Saint E retorted to Sarutobi Hizashi with a flippant tone. Well, of course, it's fire. Sarutobi Hizashi, greatly vexed by Saint Yi's demeanor, trembled with indignation. Yet, as soon as he uttered a few words, he found himself at a loss. What? I didn't quite catch that. Shung turned slightly, placing his right hand to his ear in a gesture of listening. You see him, Tsunade? As the Hokage, shouldn't you take action? Tsunade gazed at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was clutching his chest, appearing breathless. Shung, would you kindly elucidate? Hold on. How can we allow the involved party to exit midway? The onlookers wore expressions of confusion. Isn't it you who typically orchestrate such exits? What do you mean by saying this now? Shingi paid them no heed and effortlessly swatted back the fleeing Danzo with a gentle slap. Naturally, he moderated the force of his strike to avoid causing any serious harm. Observing Danzo being sent back before the crowd, he appeared utterly bewildered, yet remarkably unscathed. Sainty nodded in satisfaction. The intensity was just right, leaving one dazed yet unperturbed. Danzo, observing his old friend return to his original state, albeit a bit more unsightly. Aged and somewhat incapacitated, Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, "This is precisely the essence." Hiruzen tossed aside the stick he held and embraced his lost and found old friend, weeping profusely. What on earth was happening? At that moment, everyone present, except for the Uchiha clan, stood in stunned silence. Danzo had just been utterly deceased. How could he be alive again? If one person could make a mistake, could an entire group? Even if a multitude could be mistaken, could the Hyuga with their bulging eyes also be wrong? Only the Uchiha were seething with fury. Danzo. Saint waved at them. Confinement. Uchiha brat. What do you intend to do? Release me. After Shingi had confined Sarutobi and Danzo, the two instantly sensed that something was amiss. Ignoring their apprehension, he approached them directly, surveying the surroundings before bending down to pick up a kunai from the ground. Shingi, what are you planning to do? The crowd was filled with excitement, and Tsunade particularly feared that Shingi was about to take action. Rest assured, I mean them no harm. I merely wish to elucidate how Danzo was resurrected. Can you see clearly from such a distance? Come closer. The words of Shung E gradually attracted the attention of those nearby, drawing them closer. Saint E swiftly struck at Danzo, delivering 2 precise blows. Uchiha Saint E, please refrain from the noise and pay attention to the crucial details. Upon hearing Saint E's prompt, the crowd collectively turned their gaze to the area he had just marked with his kunai. This is... The individuals closest to the scene were none other than the high-ranking officials of Konoha and the leaders of various ninja clans, with the least experienced among them being elite jonin of the Leaf Village. They were hardly ignorant. The peculiarities of Danzo's right eye and right arm were known to them to some extent. This was the very reason for Danzo's resurrection. He had illicitly excavated my Uchiha Sharingan and clandestinely learned our forbidden techniques. The blind Sharingan and the miraculous effects of Danzo's revival served as irrefutable evidence of his utilization of our Uchiha forbidden technique, Izanagi. Oh, Danzo, who would have thought you were rather skilled at thievery? Although Saito had long been aware of Danzo's deeds, when the moment arrived, a fierce blaze of anger ignited within his heart. On Danzo's pale right arm were etched 3 Sharingan, one of which was closed, its tomo count unknown, while the remaining 2 bore 2 tomo each. His right eye also displayed a Sharingan, a formidable 3 tomo. Seiichi has liberated himself from the confines imposed by Sarutobi Danzo. With eyes wide open in fury, he fixated intensely on Danzo, advancing step by step, each movement imbued with an overwhelming aura of authority. Danzo, you wretched cur. How dare you pilfer the forbidden techniques of our Uchiha clan? Danzo's countenance darkened considerably, yet he maintained a facade of composure. Uchiha Seiichi, do not misconstrue my intentions. All of this is for the sake of preserving the peace of Konohagakure. Peace. Seiichi erupted in laughter. Is your so-called peace attained through the theft of esoteric secrets from other clans and the deception of the populace? At that moment, the ninjas within the crowd began to murmur amongst themselves, expressing their outrage at Danzo's actions. Saint glanced around at the crowd and proclaimed, esteemed friends, Danzo's actions have strayed from the noble path of the ninja. We cannot allow such a person to continue tarnishing the honor of Konoha. Today, I shall uphold justice and eradicate this menace. With a fierce roar, Saint charged at Danzo. Aware of the impending confrontation, Danzo hastily prepared his ninjutsu, yet deep down, He understood that he was no match for Saint. Just as the two were about to clash, a figure appeared between them. Halt! It was Tsunade the Hokage. Saint looked at her, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Tsunade, with a serious gaze fixed on Danzo, declared, Danzo, I am aware of your misdeeds. I will personally investigate this incident. Until then, it would be wise for you to remain compliant. She then turned to Saint, saying, Saint, I understand your feelings at this moment, but violence will not resolve the issue. Trust me, the village will provide you with an explanation. Saint clenched his teeth, ultimately deciding against taking further action. Very well, I shall temporarily place my trust in you, Lady Tsunade. Tsunade nodded in agreement. I will swiftly ascertain the truth. In the meantime, I urge everyone to remain composed and refrain from allowing personal emotions to disrupt the harmony of our village. She continued, Now, I shall reclaim the Sharingan that Danzo illicitly obtained. That is certainly feasible. Among those present, only 2 individuals were aware of the fate that would befall Danzo after the Sharingan was taken from him, Danzo himself and Saint. How dare anyone lay a hand on me? I have shed blood for Konoha. You cannot treat a benefactor of the village in such a manner. Danzo bellowed, his voice a cacophony of rage and despair. He understood that he was at a critical juncture where his life was at stake, and he must spare no effort to safeguard himself. Seeing the escalating situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen was poised to intervene, eager to utter something to ease the tension. However, Saint anticipated this and preemptively interrupted him. Silence. There is no time to entertain your words. Do not foolishly seek trouble. Without a moment's hesitation, Shang-Yi stepped towards Danzo, extending his right hand. His movements were slow, deliberately approaching Danzo's right eye. As Shang-Yi's hand drew nearer, Danzo's pupils narrowed sharply, filled with a sense of dread and unease. Just as Shang-Yi was about to touch Danzo's right eye, Danzo unleashed his final hidden technique, the wood release, insertion technique. Trees erupted from Danzo's right arm, shooting towards Shang-Yi with astonishing speed, catching everyone off guard. This sudden attack left those present in a state of shock. Whispers of wood release were heard among the crowd. The young clan leader, someone exclaimed in alarm. Concern painted Shang-Yi's face. Meanwhile, many Uchiha clan members glared at Danzo, angrily denouncing him. You scoundrel, Danzo. You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Tsunade, the elder, wore a grim expression, fixated on Danzo. Instantly, chaos ensued as emotions reached a fever pitch. The implications of the wood release, insertion technique were well understood by all. Its power was immense, and once struck, there was no escape. The branches, with their formidable penetrating force, would grow wildly within the victim, ruthlessly impaling them. Clang, clang. The sound of steel colliding echoed through the air. As the crowd focused, they saw that Shang-Yi was enveloped in a layer of chakra armor, the Yatagarasu. The insertion technique had been thwarted by the armor, leaving him unscathed. At this sight, Danzo's composure faltered. Hiruzen, save me. Speak to me. Without the suppression of the Sharingan, I will perish. Hiruzen, Tsunade, and all present. I have successfully transplanted the first Hokage cells into myself and awakened the formidable power of wood release. This represents an epic-making breakthrough for our village. Just imagine, if we can nurture a multitude of ninjas who wield wood release, what other ninja village could stand against our Konoha? At that time, the unification of the ninja world will no longer be a distant dream, and you will no longer be mere ninjas of a single village, but rather a ninja family throughout the entire realm. Does such a future not warrant anticipation? My contributions to Konoha are immense. How could I possibly perish here so easily? When I revealed this trump card earlier, it barely stirred a ripple, but now, in a desperate bid to save his life, Danzo was fervently spouting grandiose claims. Yet, it must be said, his words did evoke a glimmer of intrigue on many faces, especially Hiruzen Sarutobi, who appeared almost unable to contain his excitement. Perhaps he was the one who least wished for Danzo's demise among all present, aside from Danzo himself. Dear friends, the recommendation period is upon us. I implore you to support my endeavor, to collect, to add to your bookshelves, to do anything. I earnestly beseech you. Chapter 56. Hiruzen Sarutobi stands firm against Uchiha Honf. Do you all harbor the delusion that each of you could obtain a Sharingan to suppress the power of wood release? How do you intend to acquire these Sharingan? Do you plan to scheme in secret, or do you expect the Uchiha clan to act with great righteousness and willingly relinquish them? Saint-E cast a sweeping gaze around, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. You wretched old dog. Even in this dire situation, you still dare to engage in sophistry. What value does your incomplete and perilous would release hold? You have pilfered the secret techniques of other clans, concealed their bloodline limits, and even committed heinous acts with them. You are utterly unworthy of possessing such power. With that, Saint E strode forward decisively, extending his right hand towards Danzo's right eye. Danzo, engulfed in terror, stumbled backward, and in his panic, lost his footing and fell to the ground. With a swift and decisive movement, Shang Yi seized Danzo's right eye with lightning speed. Alas, as the eye was forcibly taken, Danzo emitted a heart-wrenching wail, while the pale marks on his right arm crept further into his being. However, the deeper extent was obscured by his garments, rendering the precise condition indiscernible. In his hand, Saint held a blood-soaked crimson Sharingan, his gaze shimmering with unwavering determination. This is a treasure that belongs solely to my Uchiha clan, and it shall never fall into the hands of scum like you. Shang Yi presented the Sharingan to his clansman, urging him to keep it safe. However, the matter is far from resolved. Observing Shang Yi approaching once more, Danzo found himself on the ground, desperately crawling backward in a futile attempt to distance himself from the encroaching figure. Sarutobi Hiruzen, witnessing his former friend's woeful predicament, felt his resolve wavering. The sight of Danzo's missing Sharingan only deepened his concern, revealing the stark reality of Danzo's earlier claims that losing the eye would lead to his demise. Words that were not mere fabrications to elicit sympathy. Is this truly enough? Uchiha Shingi, Danzo had dedicated so much to the village, he ought not to suffer such a fate. Consider this. As esteemed contributors to the village, how would you feel if, due to a series of misguided actions, you were driven to such a desperate state by the younger generation? Let me speak candidly. Danzo has indeed erred, and now, in his current state, it would be just to confine him to the Shimura household, forbidding him to step outside ever again, allowing him to live out the remainder of his days in solitude. As Shingi observed Sarutobi Hiruzen taking the stage, he initially feigned acknowledgement of Danzo's merits, only to subsequently reveal Danzo's disheveled appearance, with blood streaming from his injured eye. He then encouraged everyone to adopt a different perspective, culminating in a seemingly harsh, yet ultimately lenient proposal for punishment. Throughout this process, until it appeared that the crowd was inclined to agree, Shingi maintained a detached vigilance. Furthermore, he quelled the restlessness of his agitated clansmen. Sarutobi Hiruzen, noticing that the audience seemed to absorb his words, nodded with satisfaction. However, when his gaze shifted towards the Uchiha clan, particularly upon discerning Shungi's expression, an unsettling apprehension gripped his heart. Shang-Yi gazed at himself with a facade of mirth that belied his true emotions. Ah, Shang-Yi, it is wise to exercise mercy when it is due. Would you not agree? My dear child, the time has come for you to make a choice. You may either stand as the representative of the Sarutobi clan, fiercely defending that battered old dog, and engage in a 2-on-1 confrontation with us from the Uchiha clan, where the victor shall dictate the terms. Alternatively, if this matter does not concern you, then refrain from meddling and step aside. With a darkened expression, Uchiha Seiji uttered words that incensed Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Seiji, what did you just call me? Are you suggesting we engage in battle? Are the Uchiha planning a rebellion? Speak now, with everyone present, if your clan dares to oppose. I shall not hesitate to deal with you. How astute Sarutobi Hiruzen was. It was inconceivable for him to be foolish enough to confront the Uchiha clan directly, unless he had truly lost his senses. If a conflict was inevitable, it could not fall upon Hiruzen or the Shimura clan to challenge the Uchiha. It must be the entirety of Konohagakure that stood against them. You certainly have a fanciful notion, but perhaps you should first inquire with others and see who else is willing to join you in this endeavor. Seiji contemptuously curled his lip and let out a derisive chuckle. Sarutobi Hiruzen surveyed the room, only to find most had bowed their heads, evidently signaling their stance through their silence. In that moment, a twinge of loneliness washed over Hiruzen. Yet, considering that Danzo was an old friend, he felt compelled to protect him at all costs. This situation was markedly different from when Kakashi lost his Sharingan. Although Kakashi suffered a loss, his physical state remained intact. However, if Danzo were to lose his Sharingan, he might not endure the night. Hiruzen was left with two choices, either to stand idly by and witness Danzo perish before him, or to defy the immense pressure imposed by the Uchiha and strive to safeguard those two precious Sharingan, even if he could only preserve one. Yet, for Hiruzen, there was truly but a single choice. After all, merely 2 Tomo Sharingan were not of paramount importance to the Uchiha clan, were they? Would it not be a most joyous occasion to save a great hero of Konohagakure? Unflinchingly, Sarutobi Hiruzen faced the pressure from the Uchiha. Please, remain calm and refrain from hasty actions. Can we not all take a moment to collect ourselves? Finally emerging from her offline state, Tsunade took note of Seiji's apparent readiness for conflict and promptly intervened. Hokage-sama, at this juncture, what more is there to explain? This old dog dares to forcibly seize our Sharingan. What further words are necessary? At this moment, Saint E was consumed by fury. His mind was singularly focused on one thought: to eradicate all individuals bearing the surnames Sarutobi and Shimizu. Old man, what are you truly thinking? He demanded. You must surely understand the significance of the Sharingan to the Uchiha clan. What was the meaning behind your earlier words? Have you forgotten the power and importance of the Sharingan? Or do you simply disregard the feelings and rights of the Uchiha? Tsunade inhaled deeply. Her gaze fixed intently on Sarutobi Hizashi, her eyes brimming with confusion and dissatisfaction. I am well aware of what the Sharingan signifies for the Uchiha clan. Yet this matter has not been leaked. The current situation cannot possibly be divulged. We all live in the same village, fighting side by side as comrades. His actions stem from a justified cause, a desperate measure taken to preserve his own life. Why can we not extend our understanding and leniency? Furthermore, if we are excessively harsh and severe towards them over this incident, it will not only dishearten them, but also lead other villagers to perceive Konoha as excessively heartless. In such a scenario, who would willingly dedicate themselves to our village in the future? Sarutobi Hizashi continued to espouse his notions of merit, seemingly convinced of the validity of his arguments. However, Saint E had grown impatient with the repetitive discourse. Chapter 57. Stripping away Sarutobi Hizashi's facade. As the conversation unfolded, Shingi could no longer contain himself and interjected with fervor. You shameless old dog. Do you not see the countless sacrifices and efforts the Uchiha clan has made to protect this village? And now, for the sake of preserving his own wretched life, he has audaciously appropriated our Sharingan, and you dare to prattle on about righteousness, all the while fearing that your old companion suffers even the slightest loss. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I ask you, are you truly blind? Speak up. If you admit it, I shall bestow this Sharingan upon you, and not merely hand it over, but I shall personally implant it for you. Without the support and contributions of the Uchiha clan, could Konoha enjoy the prosperity and stability it has today? Your actions only serve to dishearten those who genuinely care for the village. At this point, Shingi surveyed the surroundings. Well then, Sarutobi, you incessantly extol Danzo as Konoha's great benefactor. Pray tell, what exactly are Danzo's merits? There are plenty of witnesses here. Let them count for you. Witnessing Shingi's aggressive demeanor, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt compelled to counter with facts. Yet, as he opened his mouth, he found himself at a loss for words. The previously tense atmosphere, charged with anticipation, grew increasingly awkward due to Sarutobi's silence. Have you fallen asleep or become mute? Have you thought of anything? Speak up, even if it's just one thing. The expressions of those present were peculiar. They understood Shingi's intent was to deliver a resounding slap to Sarutobi's face with his own words. What contributions has Danzo made? Just not hindering us or creating chaos is a blessing. Contributions? What a farce. After a prolonged silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitantly stammered. Well, he has worked diligently for so long. Surely he deserves some recognition for his efforts. Regardless of whether these efforts were meritorious or merely toilsome, it was evident that he had contributed nothing to the Uchiha clan. If he truly made any contributions to the village could easily reward him on its own. Why should we, the Uchiha, be compelled to offer such rewards on behalf of the village? We are not a powerful clan, and Konoha is not our subordinate entity. We have no right to bestow rewards upon you. Furthermore, this is not something we willingly grant. It was stolen from us. Is such behavior even justifiable? Even if it is merely a matter of words, without the need for actual confrontation, Shingi would never fear anyone. And speaking of toil, that half-witted old dog has spent his days scheming against the Uchiha clan, which must be quite exhausting, considering how formidable we are. The young clan leader speaks with such brilliance. The sarcastic remarks made by Shingi instantly elicited uproarious laughter from all the members of the Uchiha clan present. In the past, due to Danzo's incessant harassment and targeting, the Uchiha clan endured a remarkably arduous existence. However, ever since Shingi's rise, The Uchiha have no longer suffered the indignities imposed by Danzo. Now, they can regard those bygone grievances with a sense of calm. Ah, it was all a misunderstanding. Sarutobi Hiruzen wiped the sweat from his brow, inwardly beginning to harbor grievances against Danzo. Why couldn't you have done something commendable, even once? Instead, you have spent your days embroiled in nonsense, leaving us with no justification to assist you now. A misunderstanding? Do you truly consider the relentless, round-the-clock surveillance, the intentional oppression, the baseless arrests, the deliberate insults, and the provocations in the streets to be mere misunderstandings? Huh. How utterly ridiculous. Well, since you insist it was a misunderstanding, I shall grant you this courtesy. Yet, if all of this is indeed a misunderstanding, does it not imply that we too are entitled to entertain some so-called misunderstandings about you? After all, we are all equals here. If you are permitted to misunderstand, then surely we possess the right to do so as well. What do you all think? Upon hearing these words, the members of the Uchiha clan, eager to uphold the dignity of their young clan leader, resoundingly echoed in unison, yes. The words of Seishi Uchiha instilled a palpable sense of dread among Sarutobi Hiruzen and his allies, including Shimura. They were acutely aware of the past tribulations faced by the Uchiha clan, with some even having participated in actions against them. Should the Uchiha choose to retaliate with the same tactics, they would find themselves in an exceedingly precarious position. Seishi Uchiha, let bygones be bygones. If there are misunderstandings, let us resolve them without such fervor. But now, as the flames of conflict threaten to engulf our own clan, I can hardly afford to concern myself with Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought bitterly. It seems you believe you hold the advantage. Let the past remain in the past. Absolutely not. I adhere to the principle of an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Had you remained in your place today, I might have momentarily overlooked the need for retribution. Yet, since you have chosen to emerge, allow me to make it unequivocally clear, the manner in which you have treated us will be repaid in kind in due course. Seishi Uchiha, do you dare to challenge us? The expressions on the faces of Sarutobi Hiruzen and his companions shifted dramatically. Since Seiji has spoken thus, he will undoubtedly act accordingly. They cannot withstand this pressure. Tsunade, as the Hokage, can you truly remain a passive observer? Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at Tsunade with a sense of helplessness, placing his final hopes upon her. Tsunade felt a tumult of emotions within. Although she was reluctant to protect Danzo, she was equally averse to causing such a public spectacle. If word of this were to spread, it would not only tarnish the reputation of Konoha, but also bring disgrace upon her own name. Just as she was about to articulate her thoughts, a scroll was suddenly hurled in her direction. Upon closer inspection, she recognized the thrower as Seiji. What is this, Seiji? Before Tsunade could finish her inquiry, she was interrupted by Seiji's actions. At that moment, Danzo, in a frenzied state, lunged at Tsunade with hands stained in blood. Tsunade had always been cautious due to her hemophobia, meticulously controlling her gaze to avoid witnessing anything that might disturb her. Coupled with the dimming light and Shizen's constant reminders, she had thus far successfully averted all encounters with blood. However, as Danzo charged directly towards her, Tsunade instinctively glanced in his direction, only to be met with the sight of blood on his hands. In an instant, her limbs felt unbearably heavy, as if all strength had been drained from her body. Fortunately, Shizen noticed Tsunade's distress and swiftly supported her, using her own body to prop Tsunade up, preventing the newly appointed fourth Hokage from collapsing in front of the gathered crowd. Otherwise, this incident would have undoubtedly resulted in a profound loss of dignity for her. Saint E would undoubtedly not allow Danzo to succeed. With a swift kick, he sent Danzo flying several meters away. What are you up to now? The atmosphere was charged with urgency as the crowd murmured. Dear friends, it's the recommendation period. I implore you to lend your support and share your love. Please. I beseech you. Chapter 58. It wasn't easy. Danzo has finally been subdued. Enough of your incessant shouting. Just because you have a loud voice doesn't mean you're right. Did you not see that old dog Danzo preparing to violate our beautiful and voluptuous Hokage? What I did was a rescue mission. Not only did I succeed, but I also earned merit. Old dog. Open your eyes wide and see clearly. Saving the Hokage is the true accomplishment. Upon hearing Saint Yi's words, those present exchanged glances, some touching their noses in contemplation. Although it may sound rather far-fetched, Danzo's recent behavior was undeniably lewd. Tsunade maintained her usual appearance, merely donning a Hokage cloak over her slightly revealing attire. The scroll had been tossed into her arms by Saint Yi, yet few recognized that Danzo was targeting it. Most were merely witnesses to Danzo's sudden frenzy, extending his dark, bony claws directly towards Tsunade's great secret. Had it not been for Saint Yi's quick intervention, Jiraiya would have stood idly by as Danzo attempted to seize it. He had coveted that treasure for many years, yet here was this old fool trying to snatch it away first. It seemed that Tsunade was no longer a reliable ally. At that moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi found himself in a dilemma. Advancing was impossible. For the Uchiha led by Saint Yi was an entirely different matter than the Uchiha led by Fugaku. Retreating felt equally unsatisfactory, as stepping forward would yield no result and would only bring immense trouble to his clan. After much hesitation, Saint Yi grew impatient. With a flash, he appeared before Danzo. Ah, Hiruzen. Sarutobi was momentarily taken aback by the call, but in that fleeting moment, the last 3 Sharingan in Danzo's possession were swiftly extracted by Saint Yi. Saint Yi showed no mercy, even sparing not the blind Sharingan. As the Sharingan departed, Danzo immediately sensed an uncontrollable force surging within him. The previously dormant Hashirama cells on his right arm suddenly ignited, thrumming with a wild energy that rapidly enveloped his entire being. Following a heart-wrenching scream, Danzo's body began to undergo a bizarre transformation. Initially, his right arm, as if subjected to some unknown jutsu, gradually hardened to the consistency of wood. This wooden phenomenon swiftly spread throughout his entire form, and in the blink of an eye, his wooden body began to expand, thickening, and rising. Ultimately, he transformed into a colossal tree nearly 10 meters tall and almost 2 meters in diameter. This towering tree stood before the onlookers, evoking awe and wonder. The only remnant of Danzo's likeness visible upon the tree was perhaps the face situated midway up the trunk, strikingly similar to his own. Witnessing this spectacle, Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer contain his profound sorrow and rage. He threw his head back toward the heavens and let out a thunderous roar. Ah, Danzo. Unfortunately, before he could finish calling Saint Yi's name, he was struck and sent flying several meters, spinning through the air. The members of the Sarutobi clan rushed forward to embrace Sarutobi Hiruzen, checking on his condition. Old dog, I've tolerated you long enough tonight. Don't push your luck. If you wish to commence battle, speak up early. If it allows your clan to escape, I shall willingly deplete my chakra. This slap snapped Sarutobi Hiruzen back to reality. He raised his hand to restrain his enraged clansmen, casting a cold and piercing gaze at Saint Yi. The atmosphere was palpably tense, although they had previously severed ties. The current situation had escalated to a critical juncture. Saint stretched his limbs, the sound of cracking bones resonating through the air. His gaze wild and unrestrained as it fell upon Sarutobi Hiruzen. What? Do you still wish to engage in battle? Sarutobi gritted his teeth in silence. Yet the fervor of his clansmen surged around him, their indignation palpable. The despicable Uchiha. This humiliation shall be avenged on another day. With a subtle smirk gracing the corner of his mouth, Seiichi Uchiha expressed a hint of disdain. In the future? Is now not an option? The words of Uchiha Seiichi rang out clearly. Do not speak so confidently. The future remains uncertain for all. Finding the situation tedious, he declared, if you wish to fight, we Uchiha are ever ready. Observing the crowd around him, Seiichi recognized that eliminating Danzo today was the utmost limit. Any attempt on Hiruzen Sarutobi would not garner consensus among the onlookers. Thus, he resolved to seek another opportunity in the future. With that, Seiichi turned to depart with his clan, leaving behind a visibly enraged Hiruzen Sarutobi and his furious Sarutobi kin. As Seiichi exited, Tsunade felt a wave of intense discomfort wash over her. Her complexion paled, and her body trembled slightly. Noticing her distress, Shizune and Minato hurried to support her, escorting her away from the scene. Gradually, the other ninja clans dispersed, leaving only the Sarutobi and Shimura clans behind. They stood in silent contemplation, their gazes fixed intently upon Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was staring at the towering tree, seemingly lost in deep thought, motionless. As time trickled by, dawn finally broke. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. Hiruzen Sarutobi slowly turned his head, his eyes imbued with unwavering resolve and determination. From this day forth, the Sarutobi clan shall be irreconcilable with the Uchiha clan. His voice, deep and resonant, echoed through the air, instilling a palpable sense of his conviction in everyone present. With those words, Hiruzen Sarutobi led his clan away, their strides resolute as they faded into the morning mist. Meanwhile, upon returning to his clan, Seiichi immediately began contemplating the forthcoming course of action. He was acutely aware that the discord between the Uchiha and Sarutobi clans had reached an irreparable stage. The next steps would hinge upon who could outmaneuver the other. With matters having escalated to this point, Seiichi resolved to further enhance the strength of his clan. Only through this elevation could they secure an invulnerable position in the battles to come, ready to confront any unknown dangers and challenges that lay ahead. Shinji resolved to seek a method to enhance the strength of his kin. He recalled an ancient manuscript passed down through his family, which was said to contain formidable ninjutsu techniques. Thus, Shinji ventured deep into the family's forbidden grounds, beginning to peruse those long-forgotten tomes. After several days of diligent study, he finally uncovered a volume dedicated to the secrets of enhancing ninjutsu. Upon examination, he discovered that this so-called enhancement technique was merely a rudimentary form of sage arts, incomplete and lacking in substance. This technique intertwined a modicum of natural energy with ninjutsu, thereby significantly augmenting its potency. However, its origins were obscure, representing a diluted version of what could have been, stripped to its barest essence. A slight degradation further would render it utterly worthless. This secret art lacked the full sage mode and failed to allow the practitioner to harness natural energy effectively. One could only invest an exorbitant amount of time capturing fleeting natural energy, which would not enter the body but instead be infused directly into the ninjutsu to enhance its power. Upon reaching this conclusion, Shinji understood the limitations of this technique. Chapter 59, Kakashi, once again on the receiving end of a beating, is quite the burden. Shinji sensed that the time was drawing near. Resolutely, he cast aside all distractions, abandoning his usual leisurely pursuits of tea and strolls, and devoted himself wholeheartedly to his training. Yet, despite his fervent efforts, he lamentably discovered that his progress was not accelerating as he had hoped, due to the effects of certain potions. His physique was already undergoing a rapid evolution without compromising his health. Any attempt to artificially hasten his training could result in unforeseen negative consequences for his body. Thus, Shinji turned to the study of ninjutsu. Initially, his chakra affinities were fire and lightning, which were quite standard among the Uchiha clan. However, after the injection of a divine elixir, his chakra attributes underwent a monumental transformation, granting him mastery over all elemental chakras. Now, he possessed the ability to wield various forms of ninjutsu, continuously pushing the boundaries of his capabilities through profound exploration and innovative combinations. Moreover, as time passed, Shinji's ocular power gradually intensified day by day. Simultaneously, he did not neglect the training of the younger generation within his clan, ensuring ample resources and safety. He boldly entrusted the youth with their training, even increasing the proportion of practical combat exercises. Through Shinji's relentless dedication, the Uchiha clan's strength surged forward, achieving remarkable advancements in overall prowess. This situation left Sarutobi Hiruzen restless, anxiously pulling at his hair in frustration, resulting in copious amounts of hair falling out. The Sarutobi and Nara clans trembled in fear, apprehensive that the Uchiha might seek retribution against them. During this period, significant events transpired within both the Uchiha and Konoha. For instance, the vice-captains of the 6th, 7th, and 9th squads were officially promoted. Captain Uchiha Yanran of the 7th squad awakened his ocular abilities known as True and False Phantoms and Foreseeing the Future combat version. True and False Phantoms. The user can create a series of realistic illusions, the authenticity of which is determined by the caster, allowing for arbitrary alterations in appearance to confuse adversaries. Currently, Yanran is capable of simultaneously manifesting 3 real illusions, while the number of false illusions remains limitless. Foreseeing the Future combat version. Unlike Fugaku, who can glimpse distant futures, this ability merges insight with temporal manipulation. The user's eyes seem to embody the flow of time, enabling glimpses into brief futures, but not into distant ones. In combat, this power allows the user to anticipate their opponent's next move, akin to the pinnacle of future prediction found in One Piece's observation haki. Captain Uchiha Laming of the 9th squad possesses straightforward yet intriguing ocular abilities, known as Divine Blessing and God's Favor. Divine Blessing, a comprehensive enhancement of oneself, encompassing but not limited to physique, speed, reflexes, chakra volume, and the potency of ninjutsu. There is no time limitation, as long as the ocular power can keep pace. God's Favor locks the user in their current positive state, rendering them immune to any negative effects for a duration of 3 minutes. Upon learning of Laming's capabilities, Shinji encouraged him to train in the 8 Gates technique and the Corpse Demon Seal technique. 3 minutes of invincibility is a rare opportunity not to be squandered on a forbidden technique. Itachi now serves as the captain of the 6th squad, and his Mangekyo Sharingan has finally awakened. As expected, he manifested the abilities of Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi. Their potency has also increased, with Tsukuyomi capable of affecting groups, though the number of targets is noticeably fewer than that of Amaterasu, making any comparison between the two utterly futile. Amaterasu lacks control and does not enhance its power. Shinji felt no discernible change in Itachi's Amaterasu. If anything, the only sensation was that its consumption appeared diminished compared to its original form. This realization filled Itachi with an unwarranted sense of pride. Consequently, Shinji prompted him to engage in a simple comparison with Hikari. Itachi was once again compelled to regain his composure. The proliferation of the Mangekyo Sharingan was one matter, but the fact that Hikari possessed both Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi, and could use them interchangeably, was another. Even more disheartening was the revelation that Hikari had access to the Yasukani no Magatama, a technique that could synergize with Tsukuyomi. Itachi felt a shadow cast over his existence, for as long as Hikari remained alive, an enormous darkness loomed above him. And at Hikari's fervent insistence, she too received the key in divine medicine, successfully unlocking the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Her ocular abilities were further augmented in power. Additionally, Fugaku's eyes had reached the level of the eternal eyes. Upon testing the complete form of Susanoo, it extended nearly 300 meters, slightly shorter than when Shinji first awakened it. Regrettably, it was equipped only with standard gear. Hikari also successfully manifested her own unique Susanoo, a golden one, reflective of her name and radiance. Her complete Susanoo surpassed Fugaku's in size, just exceeding the 300-meter threshold. Moreover, she possessed a divine artifact, though not one of an offensive nature. It appeared that Hikari had a peculiar affinity for Itachi, as her artifact was also a mirror, named the Amaterasu Sacred Mirror, endowed with 4 skills: shadow manipulation, which creates illusions, provides concealment, and blinds opponents; life healing, capable of converting natural vitality to swiftly mend both physical and emotional wounds; time reversal, which, under specific conditions, allows a return to the past to amend history and foresee the future, to be used with caution; and soul protection, which defends against malevolent corruption, safeguarding the soul's safety and, in extreme circumstances, conceal the soul for rebirth. The capabilities of this mirror far surpassed those of Itachi's. This was a significant reason for Itachi's forced return to rationality, the only solace that sustained him, preventing him from descending into madness, was the knowledge that he wielded 2 divine artifacts, the Ten-Fist Sword and the Yada Mirror. Such was the situation concerning the Uchiha clan. There was, however, another matter. Not entirely pleasant, yet unrelated to the Uchiha. Just yesterday, Kakashi was attacked in the Konoha cemetery, losing his left eye once again. The intelligence team led by Shirzue uncovered that Kakashi had gone to the cemetery to pay respects to a deceased friend when he was unexpectedly assaulted. Unaware of the circumstances, he was knocked unconscious and later transported to the hospital by passers-by. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself in a hospital bed in Konoha, with no losses other than his left eye and no other injuries, oblivious to the events that transpired. Upon hearing this, Shinji connected the dots. The cemetery, Kakashi, the left eye, and the attack without any other losses pointed clearly to the perpetrator, Uchiha Obito, the traitor. Unfortunately, this knowledge was his alone. There was no need to dwell on that. Recently, both his mother and Kushina were nearing their due dates, so he must remain vigilant in his protective duties. Saint-E issued his commands. Understood, brother. Jishui nodded and turned to depart. Unlike before, Jishui no longer trailed closely behind Saint-E. He wished he could, but alas, time was not on his side. The 2nd Division was tasked with intelligence, and there was much to attend to. It was the same for Itachi, who immersed himself in rigorous training. Now, the only one remaining by Saint-E's side was Guang. Shall I go protect Sister Mei-chin? Guang smiled as he looked at Saint-E. No need. My father is there. That is sufficient. Seiichi shook his head, dismissing Light's proposal. Currently, the shinobi world does harbor some insidious individuals lurking in the shadows, yet it is unlikely they would target Makoto. Comparatively, this period remains relatively secure. Of course, Seiichi has already disrupted much of the narrative he was familiar with. Hence, a certain level of vigilance is still warranted, as evidenced by the 11 squads. By the way, during this time, Seiichi established a new squad. Dear friends, it is the period of recommendation. I implore you to support with your love, please save, bookmark, and do everything possible. I beg of you. Chapter 60, Kushina's delivery, that is to say, the Zero Squad. The absolute force of the Uchiha clan. Family members wishing to join must possess the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, meaning they must wield power on par with the elite of the shinobi world. Currently, only 3 members have achieved this: Seiichi, Fugaku, and Light. Through their time spent together, Light's perspective has undergone a transformation. The Uchiha of today is indeed different from those of her era. Countless generations have passed, and there is little need to dwell on the past. Light embraces the present, believing she fights for the current Uchiha without any psychological barriers. Thus, she proactively expressed her desire to join the Uchiha squad. It was precisely Light's inclusion that hastened the formation of the Zero Squad. Upon awakening their eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, both she and Itachi were eager to test their newfound abilities. To their surprise, Fugaku proved to be the weakest among them, barely scraping by in terms of power. In truth, the concept of the Zero Squad had long been envisioned, but it was put on hold due to a lack of members. Now, with 3 individuals, they could just about constitute a squad, so they decided to proceed as such. The first squad would still adhere to the standards of the Mangekyo Sharingan, serving as a reserve for the Zero Squad. At present, there are already more than 3 members of the clan possessing the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, while 5 have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Additionally, nearly 10 others are in training as potential candidates for the Mangekyo Sharingan. It is no exaggeration to assert that the safety of the Uchiha clan's territory ranks among the highest in the entire shinobi world. The land outside of Konohagakure has been developed, yet no clan members have relocated there. The reason is quite simple. The distance from the village is too great to suit the daily needs of ordinary clan members. Most of those who wield chakra are not solitary. They have families to consider, leading to a lack of enthusiasm regarding relocation. Consequently, that area has been designated as a training ground for the Uchiha clan, allowing for practice and various tests within its confines. This initiative has been well received by the clan members, while the original training ground remains available for Nin and Jinin. As for the Nin and higher-ranked clan members, they head to the new training facility, as the distance poses no significant issue for them. Combining ninjutsu, Windscale's Fire Dragon. On this day, Itachi was in the training ground testing his composite ninjutsu. The Windscale's Fire Dragon is a technique he developed, merging wind and fire elements. By enveloping the Fire Dragon with a layer of transparent scales made of wind, the wind amplifies the fire's potency. Upon striking the enemy, the Fire Dragon detonates with a violent explosion, and when the scales are breached, they unleash a powerful shockwave. This shockwave is interspersed with countless wind blades that scatter in all directions, causing even greater devastation. Boom, boom, boom. As Shingi experimented with ninjutsu, the other clan members maintained their distance. Why, you may ask? This was due to a past incident where a hapless observer was inadvertently drawn into the fray, nearly losing their life in the process. Whoosh! Big brother, Kushina's waters have broken. Ji Shui exclaimed urgently upon his arrival. Let's go. Upon hearing the words, Shingi swiftly grasped Ji Shui's arm, and in an instant, their figures vanished from the trial grounds. They reappeared in the courtyard of Shingi's residence. Indeed, Kushina's place of childbirth was designated in the Uchiha clan's territory, specifically at her close friend Mikoto's home. Recently, Mikoto had just welcomed her 3rd son into the world. Yes, that would be our stoic second male lead, the one known as Erjuzi, Uchiha Sasuke. At that moment, Shingi felt quite puzzled upon hearing the name. In the original text, he was referred to as Sasuke, a name seemingly chosen to curry favor with Sarutobi Hiruzen, whose son was named Sarutobi Sasuke. But what of the present? This young lad, being the youngest in the household, had to address everyone he encountered. Sasuke called out to his father, his mother, his elder brother, and even his uncles. It appears to be even more intriguing. Shingi, you've arrived. The one speaking was Minato. Kushina had already entered the delivery room, accompanied by Tsunade, Shizen, Mikoto, and Uzumaki Karen. This medical ensemble was indeed quite formidable. As for that unfortunate character from the original story, she had not come, which could be seen as a twist of fate in her favor. People often say, promotion and wealth come at the cost of one's wife. Sarutobi Hiruzen lost his position as Hokage. The Sarutobi clan offended the Uchiha clan, facing daily provocations and repairs, with no major incidents but considerable financial loss. The wife who was supposed to perish did not meet her end. Alas, what is happening? Suddenly, a series of explosions erupted outside the Uchiha compound. No need to act. The Uchiha are here. Today's feudal actions are likely aimed at Kushina. We shall simply wait here. Shingi restrained the eager Watergate, urging him to remain calm. It has arrived. Saint-E sensed a ripple in the space at the entrance of the yard. To prevent any unexpected intrusions into his home, he had intentionally established a spatial barrier. This barrier would deter any entity with a lesser affinity for space from crossing it directly. Thus, Obito, too, was unable to breach it. Uchiha, I have returned. Obito found himself in a predicament. A few days prior, He had visited the cemetery to pay respects to Rin Noera and, by chance, encountered Kakashi there. From Kakashi, he learned the date and location of his mentor Kushina's childbirth. Considering the recent surge in strength among the Uchiha clan, Obito decided to reclaim the Sharingan he had gifted Kakashi, opting for caution. Without hesitation, he ambushed Kakashi, extracting his left eye without a second thought and stealthily slipping away. Upon returning home and attempting to implant it, he was astonished to discover that it was not his eye. In a fit of rage, Obito forcefully discarded the eye, shattering it on the ground, leaving behind a splatter of crimson. Frustrated, Obito was genuinely incensed. Not only had Kakashi failed to uphold his promise and caused Rin's demise, but he had also misplaced the eye entrusted to him. Turning back to Konohagakure, Obito conducted some investigations and uncovered the truth. Kakashi had never safeguarded the Sharingan he had entrusted to him. Shortly after returning from the battlefield, Kakashi, along with Saint E, had it reclaimed. Furthermore, Obito learned that Kakashi had lost his family's ancestral swordsmanship in a gamble against Saint E. Kakashi, you truly are a failure. You are more adept at causing trouble than achieving success. Why weren't you the one who perished back then? Obito stood at a distance, peering through the window at Kakashi, who lay on the hospital bed. Beneath the mask, his teeth were clenched, and his fist involuntarily tightened. Yet, ultimately, he relaxed his grip. Kakashi was of little consequence now. The priority was the Nine Tails. If he succeeded, everything could be restored, including Rin. Thus, today, Obito made his move. He had initially intended to storm the delivery room directly. However, for reasons unknown, he found himself unable to pinpoint the location of the yard and was compelled to settle for revealing his presence at the entrance. Oh, Uchiha who betrayed me. Do you now feel regret? The voice of the mysterious figure resonated with an air of melancholy, as if shaped by the passage of endless time. He donned a tiger-striped mask and was enveloped in a cloak of black, obscuring his true visage. Within the yard were 9 individuals, 4 of high combat prowess and 3 of supreme strength. Saint One held a baby, Xianglin, while Fujitake, Shursui, and Itachi cradled another infant. Sasuke, Minato, Jiraiya, and others also turned their gazes toward the enigmatic visitor. Upon recognizing the individuals in the courtyard, Obito's heart sank. Damn it. How am I supposed to fight now? He realized he was caught in a dilemma. It was impossible to leave without uttering a word. After all, a silent departure was out of the question. Yet, engaging in combat seemed equally impractical. Therefore, it would be wiser to make a gesture of aggression first, then seek an opportunity to escape. Who on earth are you? The onlookers, witnessing the mysterious figure's sudden and bizarre arrival, were acutely aware that he possessed the space-time ninjutsu, instantly heightening their vigilance. Xingyi was aware of the young man's true nature. However, feeling idle, he decided to indulge him for a while, passing the time. I am Uchiha. Dear friends, it is the season of recommendations. I implore you to support my endeavors, to collect, to add to your bookshelves, to grant me everything. I beg you, I earnestly beseech you. Chapter 61. Obito has arrived. Obito has knelt. I am the solitary spirit of the Uchiha, Uchiha Madara. The voice of the mysterious figure suddenly resonated, akin to a lightning bolt streaking across the night sky, instantly shattering the surrounding silence. Almost simultaneously, Xingyi spoke. He could never be Uchiha Madara. Their words intertwined, causing all present to cast curious glances in their direction, filled with intrigue and bewilderment. Obito felt a flicker of anxiety within, yet he maintained an outward facade of composure. The Uchiha youth. Your unwavering assertion that I cannot possibly be Uchiha Madara is rather intriguing, little one. Haha. Saint One did not display anger in response to Obito's retort. Rather, he spoke with a tone imbued with intrigue. A subtle smile graced his voice, suggesting a burgeoning fascination with Obito. He then leisurely continued. How could someone as proud as Uchiha Madara resort to hiding in the shadows like you? He has always acted with utmost transparency and would never engage in such surreptitious behavior. Upon hearing this, a surge of unbridled fury welled up within Obito. Yet, he suppressed his inner rage, striving to keep his emotions concealed from his adversary. He understood that revealing his identity at this moment would lead to dire consequences. Saini seemed to have discerned the thoughts of Obito. A faint smile graced his lips as he moved aside to take a seat. He then gestured for the others in the courtyard to sit as well. Once everyone was settled, Saini remained quietly in his place, his gaze initially fixed upon Obito, lingering for a moment before shifting to the solitary empty chair beside him. He neither spoke nor made any other movements, merely observing in silence, as though awaiting something. Obito felt a pang of anxiety. He was acutely aware of Saint Yi's insinuation. You claim to be Uchiha Madara. Yet would Uchiha Madara shy away from entering a courtyard or refrain from sitting in a chair? Certainly not. And what of you? Your willingness to enter does not conclusively affirm your identity as Uchiha Madara, but your reluctance to do so would unequivocally negate it. At this moment, Obito had yet to endure significant setbacks, and his mental maturity was far from what it would later become in the original narrative. Having successfully avenged himself against the hidden Mist Village and seized control of the fourth Mizukage, his confidence soared. Thus, even with an inkling of unease, he stepped into the courtyard and approached the chair, taking a seat. "Little one, you may continue," he declared, feigning composure as he entered the room. "Oh. Our family has meticulously documented the design of Uchiha Madara's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, which is entirely dissimilar to your own." A radiant smile illuminated Xingyi's face. When he mentioned the discrepancy between Ban's kaleidoscope and his own kaleidoscopic patterns, Obito's heart raced uncontrollably, an ominous premonition surging within him. Instinctively, he yearned to dissipate his form and flee from this place. However, to his astonishment, the space-time ninjutsu wielded by his kaleidoscope Sharingan utterly failed. With a whoosh, the chair seemed to be thrust to the ground by an invisible force. Obito sprang to his feet with remarkable speed, dashing decisively towards the courtyard exit. Town-heavy mountain imprisonment. Obito's right hand had already reached beyond the courtyard, mere steps away from his escape. Yet, fate played its tricks, seemingly delighting in tormenting others. With a similar motion, Itachi extended his right hand towards Obito. Obito, frozen in a pose of reaching forward and running, seemed to be ensnared by an invisible force, rendered utterly immobile at the entrance. Inside, he roared in desperation, "Move. For the love of everything, move." He exerted every ounce of strength to break free from his bindings, yet his body remained unresponsive. Observing this, Minato hastened forward and removed the tiger-patterned mask from Obito's face. You are Obito." Upon recognizing the true identity of the enigmatic figure, Minato's pupils dilated in shock, his expression a mask of disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that the assailant was none other than Uchiha Obito, long presumed dead by Konoha. "What did you say? He is Uchiha Obito?" The others gathered around, and upon hearing Minato's words, astonishment washed over them, save for Itachi and Hikari. "Obito, what is the meaning of this?" Minato disregarded the questions from those around him. His gaze fixated on Obito, filled with sorrow and confusion. "Sensei, I do this for the peace of the shinobi world." After a fierce struggle, Obito ultimately chose to cease his resistance, preparing to persuade his former mentor with words. "Peace of the shinobi world? How does your presence here today relate to that?" Jiraiya, ever concerned with the preservation of peace, interjected. "First, subdue him and set him aside. There are more pressing matters at hand, and we shall have ample time to discuss later." Seizing the opportunity, Itachi engaged Obito in conversation, successfully distracting him. In a swift, almost imperceptible motion, he seized the remaining Mangekyo Sharingan from Obito's eye and carefully placed it into a specially designed vial for safe storage. "Ah!" Obito cried out in agony. The powers of the Mangekyo Sharingan were enigmatic and ever-changing, making it nearly impossible to guard against. To ensure absolute safety, it could not be left in his possession. The reasons provided by Xingyi are both ample and reasonable. Moreover, this is indeed a matter pertaining to the Uchiha clan, and thus, Minato, Namikaze, and Jiraiya are not in a position to interfere excessively. Fugaku has considered every aspect meticulously. He not only employed 2 sealing techniques to restrain Obito's chakra, but also bound him tightly with ropes to ensure absolute security. Subsequently, the bound Obito was entrusted to the guardianship of Shursui and Itachi. By the way, who among you conversed with the Ninetales? What was the outcome of that discussion? Saint casually remarked, "Have you not spoken with the Ninetales?" Watergate, puzzled, responded, "Your wife? Are you not aware that I have never had the pleasure of meeting her?" Shii retorted regarding the Watergate incident. As soon as the words left his lips, those present exchanged bewildered glances. "Oh my. Kushina, please hold on. Don't get angry." Shinji was somewhat flustered. Minato, nearly driven to madness, hurried to the entrance and knocked on the door. Uzumaki Rin opened it. "What is the matter? Why the commotion?" He inquired anxiously about Kushina. "She is quite well, with ample food and drink, a pleasant environment, and in remarkably high spirits," Rin replied. Uzumaki Rin and Yuriko, the woman who replicated Uchiha products, were settled in the Uchiha clan after being brought back by Shinji. Chapter 62. The frustrated Ninetales Yuriko was assigned to the Uchiha factory, where she was responsible for the improvement and development of new products. The Uchiha clan generously compensated her, granting her personal freedom and ensuring her safety, complemented by the superior living conditions of Konoha. Yuriko grew fond of this lifestyle, eagerly going to work each day and enjoying shopping during her time off. The Uchiha were highly satisfied with her capabilities, leading to a mutually beneficial arrangement. After ensuring Rin was settled, Shinji arranged for her to meet Minato and Kushina at their home. From that moment, Rin comfortably resided within the Uchiha clan and seamlessly integrated into the small group with Makoto and Kushina. The trio not only enjoyed shopping together, but also coincidentally became pregnant around the same time. Rin delivered her child 12 days earlier than Makoto and 21 days before Kushina. Is the baby born yet? Not yet. Can we come in? Yes. Rin stepped aside, allowing a throng of people to surge in. What is going on here? Kushina and Makoto inquired upon seeing everyone enter. It seems we haven't yet spoken with the Ninetales. Kushina, how much time do you have left? Just as Shirzue posed the question, Shinji playfully slapped the back of his head. Apologies, the child is still too young to articulate. What he means to ask is how long Kushina has until she gives birth. Sandy promptly offered an apology to Kushina and Minato. Naturally, the two were unconcerned, as they understood that Shirzue did not harbor ill intentions. Though uncertain, Kushina felt little at the moment, but a few hours should suffice. Tsunade spoke plainly, stating, "Isn't it said that once the amniotic fluid breaks, labor begins?" Makoto experienced it just that way. Fujitaka expressed his confusion, while Minato anxiously turned to Tsunade. The others, lacking experience, also looked to Tsunade for guidance. In varying circumstances, the rupture of the amniotic sac may lead some, like Makoto, to give birth swiftly. However, it is generally understood that there is a grace period, with expectant mothers typically going into labor naturally within approximately 12 hours. Tsunade took the opportunity to enlighten the group of men on the pertinent knowledge. Very well, then I shall accompany Kushina to converse with the Ninetales. After Shinji concluded his words, he activated the Eternal Eye and cast a casual glance at Kushina. In an instant, the two found themselves in an entirely different scene. What on earth is happening here? Shinji gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief, and the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. He could hardly fathom the sight before him. What should have been the location sealing the Ninetales instead unfolded into a vivid tableau starkly contrasting with Naruto's damp, shadowy sewer. Before Shinji lay a miniature village. Its architectural layout so strikingly realistic that it seemed as though residents might actually inhabit it. However, what captivated his attention most were the two colossal statues dominating the village center. They flanked a massive, orange-red fox with 9 tails ensnared in golden chains, rendering it immobile. This magnificent creature was undoubtedly the legendary Ninetales. Facing the Ninetales stood one statue, while another loomed behind it. The size of these two statues dwarfed even the Ninetales, leaving Shinji momentarily speechless, his mouth twitching in confusion. He could not comprehend the rationale behind such a design, which was so vastly different from his previous imaginings. The statue directly opposite the Ninetales depicted Senja Hashirama performing the true thousand hands technique, with his hands clasped in prayer atop the head of the gigantic Buddha statue. Meanwhile, the statue behind it represented the Ninetales' formidable Susanoo, with Uchiha Madara standing confidently atop the head of that fearsome manifestation. The Eternal Eye of Saint One, if we set aside other matters, excels particularly in vision. He perceives with remarkable clarity. These two statues are intricately carved with lifelike precision. Even the details of their hair are exquisitely rendered. Unlike the facial sculptures from Naruto, these figures are fully colored, appearing almost indistinguishable from real beings. If one disregards other factors, Saint One holds a deep appreciation for these two statues. What is the significance of those figurines? Shiki rubbed his eyes and then, with curiosity reflected in his dark pupils, regarded Kushina's taste. There aren't many women who indulge in figurine collecting, are there? Ah, that. It's something I learned from Grandma Mito. I found it quite intriguing, so I simply replicated it. To be honest, ever since I acquired these two, the Ninetales has been less troublesome when it comes to me. Although Kushina did not comprehend the term figurine, she grasped Shinji's intention and proudly declared her understanding. Sani cast a perplexed glance at her. Sister, are you certain? Upon seeing Kushina, the Ninetales erupted into a frenzy, its entire being thrumming with agitation. Ninetales swirling with reckless abandon, akin to a whimsical carousel. Damn that Uzumaki Kushina. Why must you emulate that wretched woman, Uzumaki Mido? I shall slay you. Now that the seal has weakened, once I am free, I will ensure your demise. Not only yours, but your entire family shall perish. Senja Hashirama. Uchiha Madara, you both are cursed. And you too, Uzumaki Mido. Observing the Ninetales, teetering on the brink of a mental breakdown, Sandy couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for it. Here it was, peacefully resting at home, only to have its roof ripped off. Rudely awakened with a slap, then restrained by this person, unable to move, while being told it was too dangerous to roam free and must be sealed away. How utterly infuriating. After finally managing to escape, it was immediately subdued by some arrogant man, forced into a role as his lackey and pet. It was even coerced into signing a summoning contract, bound to respond at a moment's notice. The frustration was unbearable. Subsequently, it faced a relentless cycle of sealing. Over and over again. To add insult to injury, towering statues of its sworn enemies were erected before it, scrutinizing its every move day and night. Senki felt that this was no longer merely a matter of excrement on its head. It was akin to constructing a grand public restroom atop its very being. Suddenly, a wave of sympathy for the Ninetales washed over Saint E, prompting a reconsideration of his initial rigid approach. Perhaps it was wiser to engage in a more amiable conversation. Unless the Ninetales truly proved obstinate. Clearing his throat, he addressed Kushina. Could you kindly remove those two statues? It is rather difficult to converse with the Ninetales in their presence. Though puzzled by his request, Kushina complied without hesitation. With a flick of her wrist, the two statues vanished in an instant. Shingi let out a slight sigh of relief upon witnessing this. However, his confidence in the ensuing conversation had waned significantly. To be frank, if someone were to address him in such a manner, the Nine Clans' punishment would merely be the starting price. The specifics would depend on the mood following the resolution of their 9 clans. Observing that the Ninetales appeared somewhat improved at this moment, Shingi stepped forward to stand face to face with the Ninetales. May we converse for a moment? Though time is somewhat limited, I sincerely hope for a pleasant dialogue and an even more gratifying conclusion. Upon hearing Shingi's words, the Ninetales, regaining a modicum of rationality, glanced at him. You? What is this repugnant chakra emanating from you? A mere child of the Uchiha clan. I shall not forge any agreement with your kind. Once I am free, you shall. The Ninetales suddenly faltered, words lodged in its throat, unable to articulate further. Chapter 63. The moment approaches. The reason being, Shingi had once again activated his Eternal Eye before it. While others may struggle to discern the difference between the Kaleidoscope and the Eternal Eye, the Ninetales was acutely aware of their distinctions. The disparity in ocular power between the two was astronomical. The same eyes as Uchiha Madara. Indeed, many have encountered it. Yet only you could recognize it at a glance with such certainty. Impressive, indeed. Shingi gave the Ninetales a thumbs up. One should never strike at a smiling face. A kind word can facilitate subsequent communication. Over the years, the Ninetales have endured numerous trials and tribulations and have long since shed their initial stubbornness. So, speak your purpose for coming today. Surely you do not wish for me to remain quietly and cause no disturbance? Of course not. As Shingi elongated his tone, observing the pronounced veins on the forehead of the Ninetales, he veered slightly, indicating that he had miscalculated. His intention for today was to prepare for your release. Allow me to remind you, do not cause any disturbances in the interim. Let her give birth in tranquility and composure, and you shall be released immediately thereafter. Humph. How hypocritical you humans are. The Ninetales, gasping for breath, glared furiously at Shingi and Kushina. Do you take this as an affront to your intelligence? I assure you, if we had no intention of releasing you, I could easily restrain you. You are well aware that I possess that capability, and it would be quite effortless. Thus, it would be utterly pointless for me to squander time deceiving you. With a sense of resignation, Shingi spread his hands and said, We harbor no ill intentions. We have come merely to assist you in extricating yourself from this predicament. Assist me? How laughable. You humans only bring suffering and destruction. The Ninetales retorted with a cold smirk. Perhaps in the past, you had conflicts with Kushina and the others, but that does not signify that the future cannot be altered. I believe you do not wish to continue living in this manner, do you? Together, we can seek ways to coexist peacefully. For instance, we could become friends. You would gain your freedom, and we would acquire a formidable ally. Moreover, residing among us of the Uchiha clan would ensure your safety. Preventing you from being abruptly disturbed in your slumber by unwarranted intrusions, Shingi suggested tentatively. The Ninetales fell into silence for a moment, a flicker of hesitation crossing its eyes. Seizing the moment, Shingi proclaimed that the Uchiha clan now possessed 3 pairs of Eternal Eyes and 5 pairs of Mangekyo, rendering them immensely powerful. Thus, there was no need for you to undertake any actions. In your daily life, you may act as you please. Provided you do not wreak havoc upon the village, no one shall restrain you, nor will your freedom be curtailed again. Should there ever be an invasion by external foes in the future, if you are willing to extend your hand in assistance, we can stand together as amicable neighbors, mutually safeguarding one another. Upon hearing these words, the Ninetales and Kushina were momentarily taken aback, but soon thereafter, Shingi observed the growing stir of emotions in the Ninetales' eyes. Understanding Shingi's words, the Ninetales realized that, given the current circumstances, it was indeed impossible to overcome them. Thus, the life that Shingi painted seemed rather appealing. Regaining her composure, Kushina stepped forward and gently implored, "Please, trust us just this once, will you?" Shingi then spoke up. "I am the young clan leader of the Uchiha clan. In the name of my lineage, I assure you that every word I utter is devoid of any deceit or falsehood." After a prolonged silence, the Ninetales slowly lifted its head, fixing its sharp, profound gaze upon the individuals before it, as if attempting to penetrate their eyes to uncover the true thoughts concealed within their hearts. "Kushina, to demonstrate our sincerity, please remove the chains that bind the Ninetales, allowing it to stretch its body freely. As for the remaining seals, they may be fully undone after your childbirth," Shingi added. Kushina replied softly. As her words fell, the golden chains that had tightly coiled around the Ninetales vanished without a trace. Now liberated, the Ninetales finally savored the exquisite sensation of true freedom, which deepened its trust in the words of Shingi and the others. Subsequently, Shingi initiated a fist bump with the Ninetales, sharing his genuine thoughts and emotions at that moment. Understanding the intent behind Shingi's gesture, Kushina also joined in the fist bump with the Ninetales. Ultimately, sensing the sincerity of both, the Ninetales gently nodded in agreement. "Very well. In that case, I shall trust you this once," the Ninetales declared with resolute tone. "I have sensed your sincerity. Moreover, with Kushina on the brink of death, there is no need for me to quibble with one who is nearing their end. So be it. I will remain quiet and allow her to complete her childbirth." The Ninetales slightly stretched its seemingly rusted body before lying down once more, quietly awaiting the arrival of new life. Death? Who said she would die? As Shingi and Kushina exchanged glances, a wave of confusion washed over them. Could it be that the Ninetales had misunderstood something? They had never explicitly stated that Kushina's life would serve as a token of sincerity. Indeed, they sought to convey their earnestness. Yet they had never contemplated such a tremendous sacrifice. "Are you deceiving me?" The Ninetales roared, consumed by fury. "Calm down, we are not misleading you," Shingi hastily clarified. "In fact, we have devised a method that ensures the safety of the Jinchuriki while releasing the tailed beast." Upon hearing this, the Ninetales fell into deep contemplation. Upon reflection, it realized that they had not explicitly indicated a desire for Kushina to perish. It seemed that all of this was merely a figment of its imagination. The Ninetales hesitated for a long moment before finally speaking. It began to comprehend that perhaps the situation was not as dire as it had envisioned. Upon further consideration, Kushina had not inflicted any substantial harm upon it. Why must she die? She was still so young, on the brink of motherhood, poised for a blissful family life. Naturally, the most pressing concern now was that it lacked any advantage in strength. Its freedom was granted willingly by others. If it continued to pursue this matter, what benefit would it yield, and what purpose would it serve? As Seiji Uchiha observed the response of the Ninetales, he felt a quiet sense of relief wash over him. It was as though he were attempting to soothe a petulant child, leaving him utterly fatigued. However, as long as he could quell the fury of the Ninetales and resolve the immediate dilemma with a few well-chosen words, every effort would be worth it. He, Seiji Uchiha, was a staunch advocate of peace. Let bygones be bygones, he thought. It is time for everyone to look forward and set aside past grievances. Would it not be better to coexist harmoniously in the future? Seiji gently reassured. That's not right. Itachi was quite delightful back then and far easier to please. Since you possess a solution, why did you not mention it sooner? The Ninetales bellowed. Shingi explained helplessly. We have just discovered this method and have not yet had the opportunity to inform you. Moreover, you previously promised not to cause any further disturbances. You must at least demonstrate some sincerity. Jiawei, well aware of her own shortcomings, stubbornly retorted, I merely place my temporary trust in you. At that moment, Kushina's voice echoed. Thank you, Jiawei. Jiawei snorted in response, choosing to remain silent. Suddenly, Kushina clutched her abdomen, exclaiming, Oh no, it seems I am about to give birth. Shingi hastily remarked, The timing is perfect. We shall take our leave now. See you shortly. Before his words could fully resonate, the two vanished before the Ninetales. Chapter 64, The Birth of Naruto and the Release of the Ninetales. As Shingi gradually opened his eyes, his gaze swept across the crowd gathered around him. And he nodded slightly. It's settled. Let us go outside. Kushina felt that she was nearing her time. She, too, opened her eyes and, upon hearing Shingi's words, placed a hand on her protruding abdomen and gently nodded. You all should leave quickly. Tsunade and Mikoto synchronously began to usher the men out of the room. The group of men had no choice but to obediently exit to the spacious living room. Everyone took their seats, with only Minato pacing restlessly, walking in circles in the living room. Accompanied by Kushina's cries of pain from within the room, Minato's heart raced, as if it might leap from his throat. Don't be too anxious. Everything will go smoothly. Kushina had always possessed remarkable physical strength, even stronger than Mikoto, so she would surely be fine. Fujitaka, being the only experienced one present, understood Minato's current mindset and did his best to comfort him, although it was of little effect. The others, with the exception of Jiraiya, were still quite immature. As for Jiraiya, he had the heart of a thief but lacked the courage, a cowardly pup unworthy of mention. Soon, a loud wailing of a newborn echoed through the room. Oddly enough, Sasuke, who had been well-behaved, also began to cry upon hearing the sound. The intensity of their cries startled Itachi, who hurried to soothe his younger brother. He had once vowed never to treat his brother the way his own brother had treated him. Whatever you need, I will provide. This was his unwavering resolve toward his brother. Mikoto emerged holding a baby with a tuft of yellow hair. Minato, congratulations. Mother and child are safe. Thank you, Mikoto. How is Kushina? May I go in to see her? Minato glanced at his son before inquiring about his beloved wife's condition, seemingly uninterested in holding his child just yet. You may. Before Mikoto could finish her sentence, Minato dashed into the room like a sprightly colt. Kushina, how are you feeling? Upon entering, he saw Kushina lying on the bed and hurriedly grasped her hand. Kushina, how do you feel now? Is it still painful? It's all right, Minato. Don't worry. Tsunade has checked on me, and there are no issues. Once I rest and regain my strength, I can release the Nine Tails. A blissful smile graced Kushina's face. Perhaps we could tell the Nine Tails to wait another 2 days. Minato was deeply concerned about Kushina's health. No need. Aside from some fatigue, I am perfectly fine. Don't you trust Tsunade's diagnosis? All right, rest well. I won't disturb you. By the way, Minato, I'm craving some sweets. I'll go buy some. Minato dashed out and returned swiftly with the desserts. Kushina asked him to feed her the delicacies she had longed for. And the sight of the affectionate couple drew sighs from those present, who glanced at the baby in Mikoto's arms. Ah, your parents are true love. You are quite the surprise. Suddenly, realizing it was time to give birth, Kushina reacted. Wait, where's the baby? Mikoto quickly handed the child to her. Have you decided on a name? Jiraiya, appearing unusually serious, asked. Naruto. His name is Naruto, Minato said, exchanging smiles with Kushina. Naruto? Jiraiya was taken aback. If he recalled correctly, Naruto was the name of the protagonist from his novel. I borrowed your inspiration. Hope you don't mind. Teacher Jiraiya. Ha ha ha, of course not. Boruto Naruto, what a lovely name. Jiraiya beamed with joy at his apprentice's thoughtfulness. No, Teacher Jiraiya. His name is Uzumaki Naruto. Minato's declaration raised eyebrows among the listeners. Wah, Minato. Kushina was deeply moved by his words. Why cry? We agreed on this, didn't we? 2 children, one with each surname. Our next child will bear the name Namikaze. Kushina nodded vigorously, unable to articulate her emotions. Given the emotional state of a woman who had just given birth, her rationality was clouded. All right, enough crying now. You just gave birth. You shouldn't be crying too much. It's not good for your eyes, Tsunade reminded gently. Minato tenderly wiped away Kushina's tears, comforting her. Don't cry. You'll ruin your beautiful eyes. At that moment, Naruto seemed to sense his parents' joy and ceased his wailing, curiously observing the surroundings. What a cute little fellow. Jiraiya remarked with a smile. He will certainly grow into an extraordinary ninja. Gathered together, they all gazed at this new life, filled with hope and anticipation. Minato and Kushina resolved to pass on their love to Naruto, nurturing him to grow strong. They believed that within this loving family, Naruto's future would be filled with boundless possibilities. After finishing her sweets and resting briefly, Kushina felt her strength returning. Shingi, I believe I can do it. There is no need to rush. It's all right. After all, the Nine Tails has entrusted us with its faith. We shouldn't let it down. Although usually carefree, with her hair tousled when angry, Kushina was inherently kind-hearted, which was why Mikoto cherished her as a close friend. The Nine Tails, having heard Kushina's words, raised the corners of its mouth slightly. It had lived long enough to understand many human affairs, both actively and passively. In situations like Kushina's, it had never intended to rush things in the coming days. After all, it had been waiting for so long, so a few more days didn't matter. However, it did not anticipate that Kushina would be more anxious than it, fearing to betray its trust, which was quite comforting to the Nine Tails. What was that saying? Oh, right. I can disregard myself, but you must not disregard me the same way. Tsunade examined Kushina once more, confirming that she was indeed fine. The group was eager to witness the next developments. Thus, Shinji took everyone's hands, leading them away from the village to the Uchiha trial grounds. The crowd dispersed, forming a circle, leaving only Minato, Kushina, Mikoto, and Shinji in the center. Are you ready, Kushina? Let us unseal it. Chapter 65. The Unraveled Ninetales Disturbance. Kushina closed her eyes, and a vast surge of crimson chakra enveloped her entire being. The sheer magnitude of this chakra was palpable to all present, its overwhelming presence leaving them astounded. Among them, Uzumaki Rin was particularly affected, for this was the largest chakra she had ever witnessed in her life, unparalleled and beyond comparison. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from within Kushina, reverberating like a clap of thunder and shaking the very ground beneath them. In the next moment, the red chakra surrounding her began to expand and morph rapidly, gradually taking on the form of an immense fox. As the seal binding Kushina loosened, the fox's shape became increasingly distinct. When it fully manifested, the 9 tails emerged in its entirety. At that moment, 9 robust tails appeared one after another. With each tail that emerged, the crimson chakra within Kushina diminished at an alarming rate, draining her life force along with it. Observing this, Mikoto hurriedly activated her abilities, enveloping Kushina's body with a protective shield. Before long, the 9 tails was freed. Yet, upon its release, the 9 tails did not exhibit any menacing behavior. Instead, it let out a resonant howl before moving to the side, lying down quietly and watching as Mikoto tended to Kushina. The onlookers, upon witnessing this, shifted their focus back to Kushina's condition. Beneath the shield, Kushina was enveloped in thick black mist. Mikoto, having honed her eye techniques significantly, was now able to discern Kushina's situation with clarity. There's no need for concern. Kushina will be fine. Although her condition is quite serious and may take some time to resolve, rest assured, Mikoto reassured Minato. Minato gazed at Kushina, feeling helpless but compelled to trust Mikoto. The success rate is 99%. It will surely be fine, he repeated to himself. The entire process unfolded over nearly 2 hours. Mikoto's eye power was barely sufficient, and she was surprised to find her chakra nearly depleted. It was only thanks to a timely infusion of chakra from the 9 tails that her efforts did not go to waste. Dang. Minato, look, I'm alright. After the treatment concluded, Kushina felt revitalized, her life force restored without any signs of depletion. With a vigorous leap, she sprang up from the ground. Tsunade, having conducted an examination, confirmed that Kushina was in excellent health, with no lingering issues. Rest easy, Minato. Mikoto, I didn't realize you possessed such remarkable skills. Thank you, Mikoto, and thank you as well, 9 tails. Minato, relieved to see Kushina unharmed, felt a weight lift from his heart. The 9 tails merely huffed in response, ignoring him. All right, let us return home to converse. This place lacks sustenance and is not conducive for discussion. 9 tails, can you reduce your size? It's inconvenient for you to enter the village in such a form. Certainly. With that, the 9 tails swiftly diminished in size, transforming into a standing figure resembling a large orange-red fox, approximately 1.5 meters tall. Saint nodded slightly, urging everyone to brace themselves as the journey commenced. In an instant, the surroundings shifted from the trial grounds distant from the village to the heart of the Uchiha clan's territory. Such an extraordinary ability. Might I acquire it as well? The thought elicited a mischievous chuckle. Only Jiraiya could utter such lewd remarks in this setting. In response, Tsunade sent Jiraiya flying from the living room into the courtyard with a single punch. Never mind him. What would you like to discuss? Tsunade, although not particularly familiar with Uchiha Saint and having limited interactions, perceived him as a deeply contemplative individual, quite unlike the typical Uchiha. There's no need to rush. We shall tackle matters one by one. As the time grew late, Saint instructed that the meal be prepared, inviting everyone to dine while engaging in conversation. Let us first address the matter concerning Obito. Saint had no intention of allowing Obito to merely observe their meal. He untied the ropes binding Obito and offered him a seat. Now, Obito wished to experiment with verbal persuasion. Should it succeed, it would be a triumph. And if it failed, he would be prepared to serve as a subject for experimentation. He believed that Orochimaru would undoubtedly find the Uchiha with the Mangekyo Sharingan intriguing. Using himself as a bargaining chip, he was confident that Orochimaru would find it difficult to refuse. Everyone's gaze turned towards Obito, who remained motionless. Minato and Kushina were reminded of the unexpected asset that was Obito. Where, after all, was Uchiha Madara? The words of Xingyi resonated like a thunderclap in the ears of the gathered crowd, causing their pupils to constrict abruptly, their faces etched with shock and fear. Tsunade reacted with particular intensity to Xingyi's assertion, her eyes widening in disbelief as she exclaimed, "You must be mistaken. Uchiha Madara has long since perished at the hands of my grandfather, Senju Hashirama, and his body was personally interred by my great-uncle." If Xingyi's claims were indeed true, the death of her grandfather, Senju Hashirama, would become an utterly absurd mockery. Nevertheless, Xingyi paid no heed to Tsunade's skepticism, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Obito, as he continued. "You need not remain silent. I am aware that you have undoubtedly encountered Uchiha Madara. Perhaps he even saved you once. However, while he had the power to rescue you in the past, he can no longer do so a second time." After uttering these words, Xingyi patiently awaited Obito's response. Yet Obito merely bowed his head in silence. At that moment, Obito suddenly lifted his gaze, determination shimmering in his eyes, murmuring to himself, "You will never understand my dream." Xingyi appeared to have anticipated this moment. He smiled faintly, feigning a demeanor of profound contemplation before softly uttering, It seems he must have perished." Upon hearing these words, Obito abruptly lifted his head, fixating intently on Xingyi, his eyes brimming with astonishment. The others also directed their gazes towards Xingyi. "Indeed, judging by your reaction, it seems my conjecture is correct. Madara is likely truly deceased this time." Xingyi still wore that serene smile, which appeared particularly glaring in the eyes of Obito, provoking an almost primal urge within him to confront the other with a punch. "You had previously mentioned peace. Are you referring to the inscription on the stone tablet at the Nanha Shrine within the clan's territory? Do you have an objection to it?" Upon the mention of dreams, Obito finally shed his prior silence. "It is a matter of compromise. I acknowledge the concept of peace itself, yet I do not endorse the version of peace you advocate." Chapter 66. Obito, the dream unacknowledged by the masses. Upon hearing Obito's words, Xingyi's expression grew serious, and his smile vanished. The atmosphere between the two became tense, charged with confrontation, while those around them remained perplexed. "What are you two discussing? What does peace have to do with the ancestral stone tablet at the Nana Shrine?" Members of the Uchiha clan, including Fugaku, wore expressions of confusion. "Perhaps you should clarify. It presents an opportunity for you to cultivate your followers. After all, those present here are some of the most talented individuals in the ninja world." With a raised eyebrow and a subtle smile, Xingyi addressed Dai Tuesday. Dai Tu surveyed his surroundings before resolutely deciding to speak up. He firmly believed that he was not in the wrong, steadfast in his conviction that every action he undertook was a tireless pursuit for peace in the ninja world. Of course, Rin's words might have played a trivial role in his motivations. Within the Nanha Shrine stood an ancient stone tablet, a relic passed down through the Uchiha clan. Only those Uchiha who had awakened their Sharingan could decipher the inscriptions upon it. The tablet contained a powerful ninjutsu capable of ensuring everlasting peace across the ninja realm. Known as Infinite Tsukuyami, Dai Tu delivered an impassioned speech, and the audience grasped the implications of the technique. The essence of Infinite Tsukuyami was to plunge the entire world into slumber, wherein each individual would dream of the life they most fervently desired. In simpler terms, it meant that all inhabitants of the ninja world would retreat into dreams. If everyone were lost in dreams, then the reality would inevitably be free from conflict, thereby achieving a form of peace in the ninja realm. At first glance, this notion appeared appealing, but upon deeper reflection, it revealed its flaws. To achieve peace and eliminate strife, one would resort to placing the entire ninja world into a dream state. Why not simply eradicate them altogether? If they were dead, naturally there would be no more conflict. "Dai Tu, you are merely evading the issue," Jiraiya exclaimed. "The peace that everyone hopes for cannot be realized through such means." "I am not evading," Dai Tu retorted. "This is simply a method to attain peace. But is this illusory happiness truly what everyone desires?" Minato incisively pointed out. Dai Tu fell silent for a moment before responding. "At least in the realm of dreams, people would no longer endure pain and sorrow. And what happens upon awakening?" Tsunade challenged. "When they discover everything was a lie, they will only feel greater despair. If they can never awaken, how is that different from killing them?" The gathering fell into a stalemate, with each individual reflecting on the significance of this debate. Suddenly, Jiraiya spoke up. "In that case, wouldn't all our previous efforts be rendered futile? Jiraiya had tirelessly strived for peace in the ninja world, and Dai Tu's approach fundamentally undermined his years of dedication. It will not be in vain, Dai Tu responded slowly. The happiness in dreams is indeed real. That is merely self-deception. Kushina cried out passionately. We cannot simply relinquish reality. I know it is difficult for you to accept, Dai Tu said, raising his head with a resolute gaze directed at the crowd. But this is the fastest way to achieve peace. I believe that one day, people will understand my approach. Enough, Tsunade interrupted. The so-called peace you propose is merely a manifestation of your own desires. True peace requires collective effort. Dai Tu clenched his jaw, aware that nothing he said could alter the minds of those present. Taking a deep breath, he chose to retain his convictions. Regardless, I will usher in peace for this world, no matter the cost. Dai Tu, do not remain obstinate, Jiraiya shouted, concerned for his apprentice's misguided path. I am not obstinate, Dai Tu replied in a low voice. I am merely using my own method to create a world that I believe to be beautiful. Yet your method is flawed, Kushina interjected. Such peace is but an illusory bubble, easily shattered. Do you possess a better alternative? Dai Tu countered. War only brings destruction and suffering. Only by leading people into dreams can we avert all this. The atmosphere became tense once more, as others found themselves unable to refute Dai Tu's words, yet they could not align with his perspective either. Avoidance? You are incredibly naive. So much so that it amuses me. Look at the result of insufficient education. You cannot even comprehend the nature of dreams. No matter how vivid the illusion, it remains an illusion, and there will come a day of awakening. When faced with the desolation of reality, and recalling one's beautiful yet false experiences, how will people respond? The answer lies in war, an even grander, more chaotic, and inescapable self-destructive conflict. That may very well be the moment when humanity in the ninja realm faces its utter extinction. Xingyi's tone was as calm as water. Yet his words painted a chilling tableau in the minds of the audience, causing beads of cold sweat to form on each brow. Indeed, the transition from a life of affluence, beauty, and abundance in a virtual realm back to a barren, despairing existence devoid of all was an insurmountable psychological chasm for any ordinary individual. Those with fragile mental fortitude often chose the path of self-destruction, while those slightly more resilient were inclined to embark on a path of annihilation that threatened the very world itself. As Xingyi had foretold, it would culminate in ceaseless warfare, leading to the extinction of humanity. At that moment, Tsunade stepped forth, her gaze resolutely fixed upon Obito. Obito, I too have endured loss and suffering. Yet I understand that true strength lies in maintaining courage and hope in the face of adversity. We cannot retreat into dreams out of fear of injury. Such peace is not what we seek. Her words wafted through the hearts of everyone present like a gentle spring breeze, stirring deep emotions within them. However, Obito remained unmoved, his expression unchanged, seemingly indifferent. Everything he had done was to forge a world wherein Rin existed. This had become his sole pillar of spiritual sustenance. How could one ask him to relinquish that? Was it not akin to condemning him to death? Observing his demeanor, the crowd understood that Obito's convictions were immutable. Yet, he was now merely a captive, disregarded by all, with no one caring for his thoughts or whether he would act henceforth. Chapter 67. An Unexpected Reunion. Shortly after dinner, this inconclusive conversation dissipated naturally. Minato, Kushina, and Jiraiya carried Naruto home, while Tsunade departed with Shizen. Obito was escorted to his rightful place, and the others remained stationary. Only Xingyi returned to the rooftop of the laboratory, taking a seat. Accompanying him were the Ninetales and Hikari. The duo, one human and one fox, happily indulging in snacks while watching television. Shengyi's thoughts began to drift far away. Guang noticed Sheng-Yi, eyes closed, facing the window. Reclining in the rocking chair, his breathing remarkably steady. After observing him for a moment and confirming that he was indeed asleep, Guang lowered the volume of the television. This action provoked the displeasure of Jiawei. Unfortunately, after receiving a glare from Guang, it quickly retreated. Damn it, not only are kaleidoscopes appearing, but now even eternal eyes are showing up in droves. Though Jiawei had only been out for less than a day, it found immense satisfaction in its current life. With ample food, drink, and entertainment, it relished various activities. Naturally reclusive, Jiawei shared a similar temperament with Guang. Thus, it was a delightful surprise when they discovered how well they harmonized shortly after their acquaintance. Following Guang, Jiawei found that it enjoyed nearly everything Guang favored. It felt that its present life could be summed up in 2 words: blissful. Therefore, All was for the sake of living. A slight bow of the head would not bring a chill. Watching as Guang nearly finished the cucumber-flavored potato chips in her hand, Jiawei hastily selected its favorite spicy barbecue-flavored chips, sliding them closer to itself in fear of competition. It received another disapproving look from Guang. The two of them leisurely munched on snacks while watching the latest blockbuster from the ninja realm on the television. Sheng-Yi was not actually asleep. Rather, he was drawn to an extraordinary realm by a person. As he gazed around, he found himself enveloped in a vast expanse of white, devoid of any discernible features. Saint furrowed his brow. What is happening? Am I not on the rooftop of the laboratory? How did I suddenly end up here? Suspecting that he had fallen under an illusion, Saint activated his eternal eye and exerted his full power. No effect. Come forth. You must have something to say after bringing me here. A familiar presence manifested before him, an ethereal figure, somewhat translucent, lacking feet, and floating in midair, devoid of facial features. This does not resemble a person. Long time no see. Have we met before? Sheng-Yi harbored no feelings of fear. He was not only oblivious to the malice emanating from the figure before him, but conversely, he sensed a certain goodwill toward him. It was I who facilitated your arrival in this world and enabled you to successfully embark upon your second life. Furthermore, all that you have accomplished over the years has unfolded with remarkable ease. I believe I may have played a modest role in your success. The silhouette appeared to smile slightly. Saint-Yi was perplexed, as he found himself perceiving a smile from the featureless shadow before him. Nevertheless, the words spoken by the shadow made him narrow his eyes. His ability to traverse dimensions was his greatest secret. Ordinarily, as long as he remained silent, it was inconceivable for anyone within the ninja realm to uncover this truth. Furthermore, everything had been proceeding smoothly. Over the years, he had indeed experienced a remarkable streak of fortune. Even in his previous research, he had encountered little difficulty and had not strayed far from his intended path, which surprised even him. Thus, he pondered the identity of the enigmatic figure before him. Are you the consciousness of this ninja realm universe? Although phrased as a question, his tone exuded a certainty. The consciousness of the universe? No, I am the consciousness of this world. Xian, the shadow replied. However, this world should not be referred to as the ninja realm. I initially named it Xianran Continent or Xianran World. Yet, it seems my chosen name did not successfully spread. Regardless, since you have all grown accustomed to it, the ninja realm it shall remain. It's merely a name. After all, it holds no significance. The tone of Xian seemed somewhat ethereal, as if drifting into contemplation. World consciousness. You, as a world consciousness, possess such immense power that you can traverse the cosmos? You can even bring me here? This is not something I can disclose now. Your strength is inadequate. Inadequate strength to the level of the six paths? You must possess the power to suppress the entirety of the universe. Suppress the entire universe. Do you believe that I could ever achieve such a feat within my lifetime? Sheng-Yi was somewhat astonished to discover that the ninja world held such high expectations for him. Rest assured, this endeavor is not as daunting as you might imagine. Perhaps you could start with a modest objective, eliminating the Tsutsuki clan. However, sensing that he had strayed from the topic, he swiftly redirected the conversation. Well, that goal may still be too distant for you, so let us refrain from discussing it for now. As for the reason I summoned you here, would you care to venture a guess? I believe you should have some inkling of the matter at hand. Sheng-Yi refocused his attention and turned back to Sheng-Yi. Initially, I surmised it was due to the Tsutsuki clan and your desire for self-preservation, but lacking assistance, you were compelled to seek external aid, ultimately choosing me. Yet now, I find myself perplexed regarding your true intentions. Even speculation requires a foundation of data to support it. One cannot merely guess without any knowledge to guide them. After a moment of contemplation, Sheng-Yi shook his head, utterly bewildered, pondering how one might even venture a guess. Merely a wild conjecture. Millennia ago, an extraterrestrial being known as Kagaya Otsutsuki descended upon this realm. Initially, I paid her no heed, until she planted a singular seed. I am not one to perpetually surveil the world. The majority of my time is spent in slumber. By the time I sensed something amiss in my dreams, it was already too late. My source of power had been usurped by the trees sown by this woman. I found myself unable to confront her directly. The sage did not address Sheng-Yi's inquiries, but instead continued to speak, appearing somewhat embarrassed as he recounted these events. Sheng-Yi did not deliberately stifle his laughter, for such restraint is detrimental to one's health. Your carelessness has led to being robbed of your home. Indeed, I belong to the realm of nascent world consciousness. still quite youthful. Moreover, I often remain dormant, lacking sufficient experience in interacting with others, thus giving rise to such issues. In truth, if only Kagaya-hime were to steal my essence, the problem would not be overly grave. My essence can gradually restore itself over time. I am powerless against Kagaya-hime, just as she is oblivious to my existence. It merely requires patience. As a world consciousness, I am not lacking in time. However, a more significant issue soon emerged. Through the sage's narration, Shingi came to grasp the general situation. To put it simply, Kagaya-hime was sealed by her two sons, and subsequently, the Tsutsuki brothers introduced an energy known as chakra, which poses the greatest threat to the world consciousness. From the sage's tone, it was evident that he harbored a profound disdain for this chakra. Originally, the ninja world possessed its own cultivation system, wherein both humans and beasts pursued the practice of natural energy to achieve longevity. If extraordinary power cannot grant one immortality, then what is the merit of such power? Furthermore, it is not as if beings who achieve longevity do not exist. Moreover, natural energy is not a finite, non-renewable resource. As long as the absorption efficiency of practitioners does not exceed the world's inherent limits, natural energy can indeed be utilized more abundantly over time. The increase in practitioners propels the development and evolution of the world. As the world flourishes, its upper limits rise, thereby enhancing the quantity and quality of natural energy contained within it, ultimately benefiting its inhabitants and elevating the potential of practitioners. This symbiotic relationship between the two is indispensable. However, due to the inherent difficulties of the native cultivation system, once the Tsutsuki brothers introduced the chakra cultivation system, the indigenous methods were rapidly rendered obsolete. Yet chakra is an external cultivation system that does not engage with natural energy, thus preventing the sage from deriving any restorative energy for his essence from it. As for the scant magical techniques associated with chakra, they are as ineffective as attempting to extinguish a vast forest fire with mere saliva. Without practitioners, the inherent natural energy is insufficient to restore the sage's essence. Naturally, while restoration is impossible, things will not deteriorate further. The crux of the matter lies in the increasing emergence of secret realms and minor dimensions within the ninja world, such as the Pure Land and countless summoning realms. The Pure Land itself severely obstructs the normal development of the world. Deceased individuals cannot reincarnate, particularly the strong, who are trapped in a small dimension by the Sage of Six Paths, languishing in slumber. This is undoubtedly a plundering of the world's resources. Such actions inflict significant harm upon the world itself, seizing the energy that rightfully belongs to it. While they may lack the capacity to extinguish the sage, they can sustain him in a state of weakness. Moreover, the so-called chakra cultivation extracts energy from human cells, essentially squeezing the potential from the human body and overextending life to gain power. Originally, practitioners in the ninja world could transcend the limits of lifespan upon successful cultivation. This is exemplified by the three great sages of the summoning beasts. Be it slugs, snakes, or toads, none are beings of longevity, yet they now possess immortality. Conversely, those who cultivate chakra, regardless of their strength, do not enjoy extended lifespans. Their longevity is akin to that of ordinary individuals, with some even faring worse. Furthermore, chakra cultivation inherently harbors significant risks. Have you ever encountered a cultivation system where, after practice, a single technique can reclaim the chakra of all practitioners across the world? They even speak of chakra seeds, ostensibly for the greater good, distributed throughout the entire ninja world. From the very beginning, Shang-Yi had not contemplated this direction. However, now, prompted by the celestial reminder, he has begun to perceive the discrepancies. The notion of dispersing seeds, only to reclaim them through specific methods when necessary, along with the energy cultivated by the practitioner themselves to ultimately bolster their own strength, seems rather familiar, does it not? Is this not akin to the nefarious practices in the realm of immortal cultivation, where wicked demon cultivators exploit the unsuspecting? I present to you a flawed cultivation method of my own design, which, while possessing the merit of rapid results and swift advancement, also bears its shortcomings. As you gradually refine your skills, once you achieve a certain level of mastery, or when I find it necessary, I shall be able to reclaim what is rightfully mine through particular techniques at any given moment. Furthermore, the energy you have cultivated will also be retrieved to facilitate your breakthroughs in cultivation realms. The more Shang-Yi pondered, the deeper his frown became. It dawned on him that delving into the realm of chakra was akin to foolishly leaping into a bottomless pit. Had he come to this realization? Initially, this notion had never crossed his mind, but in retrospect, the implications were quite grave. This was precisely the reason I sought you out. What are your thoughts? I had anticipated you would inquire about the matter of being transformed into a stone statue from absorbing natural energy. What is there to ask? Previously, there were no issues. Now, complications have arisen, and the sole difference lies in the presence of chakra within the human body. What more is there to question? No, wait a moment. Let me gather my thoughts. I just dismissed Obito's plan of infinite Tsukuyomi, and now you present me with this. After going in circles, it appears I am allied with that unfilial son, with our objectives aligned, and ultimately, I have become the antagonist. Yet, it is not entirely certain. Perhaps you might still discover an alternative solution? Shang-Yi is currently beset by a headache. He is aware that the intentions of the celestial being are not as noble as it purports to be. Does a world consciousness genuinely care for its denizens? While there may be a semblance of concern, its primary focus undeniably lies upon itself. However, given the current circumstances, the interests of both parties align, allowing for a temporary collaboration. What can you do now? I can transform your physical constitution, enabling you to completely sever ties with the chakra system and instead embrace the original path of natural energy cultivation. Of course, I cannot, nor am I capable of, directly converting you into the kind of practitioner you once were. I neither possess cultivation techniques nor engage in cultivation myself. My role is to transition you into a constitution devoid of attributes, best suited for the cultivation of natural energy, thereby laying a solid foundation for your practice. In the future, you may seek out ruins on your own and pursue the path that piques your interest. My energy is running low, and I can only transform you. The salvation of others rests upon your shoulders. A constitution without attributes? Does that mean I will lack offensive capabilities before embarking on this new path? It is not as dire as you imagine. The absence of attributes merely signifies mediocrity. The formless natural energy within you can still harness the roaming, unclaimed elemental energies from the environment to mount an attack. However, once you have determined your path, the power derived from a specific attribute will be far greater. Moreover, if someone chooses a specific attribute, the priority of your energy manipulation will not surpass theirs. There is no basis for comparison between the two. Nonetheless, it is worth noting that, regardless, the potency will far exceed the ninjutsu you have previously employed. Very well, what should I do next? Currently, your strength is insufficient. You must gather more power. I will provide you with several locations where you can excavate ancient ruins. Past practitioners often left behind their legacies. You can utilize these legacies to facilitate the transformation of certain individual systems. Then, it is imperative to thoroughly dismantle all so-called secret realms and minor dimensions within this world, allowing it to function normally. This task will require you to possess sufficient power before it can be accomplished. Finally, you must promote the cultivation of natural energy within the ninja world, enabling people to reverse the prevailing circumstances and restore balance to all that has strayed. Chapter 69, Alas, I have grown stronger again. Fearlessly embrace your journey, for in contrast to those two artificially created protagonists manipulated by outsiders, you, acknowledged by me as the world consciousness, are the true child of destiny. May our collaboration be fruitful. Shang-Yi had no need to oppose. He was undeniably intelligent, yet one cannot fathom colors they have never witnessed. Having never engaged with the esoteric practices of cultivation, he found himself at a loss. Now, with a ready source to illuminate his path, it may not be the ultimate choice, yet it certainly stands as the most fitting one at present. The presence of the immortal allowed Shang-Yi to relax. Soon, he experienced an overwhelming sensation of swelling throughout his entire being, akin to the discomfort of overeating. Yet this time it was not merely his stomach that felt engorged, but his entire body. Pain accompanied this swelling, an agonizing discomfort. The chakra within him was relentlessly inundated and compressed by an inexhaustible flow of natural energy, until every last vestige of his chakra was completely assimilated and vanished within that energy. Well then, from here on, it is up to you. I must take a rest now. I look forward to our next encounter. The words of the immortal were fragmented, accompanied by heavy breaths, suggesting that this endeavor had indeed exhausted it. When shall we meet again? Please, provide a time or a standard. It seemed that after conveying its message, the immortal had abruptly disconnected, leaving Shang-Yi with no further response. Shang-Yi awaken. Shang-Yi, Saint E felt a gentle shaking of his body. Slowly, he opened his eyes to the light. The Ninetales was watching beside him. What is the matter with you? Your chakra has completely vanished. Not a trace remains. The Ninetales expressed its astonishment. As a being composed of chakra, it possessed an acute sensitivity to such energy. Presently, Saint E was devoid of any chakra. Suddenly, upon hearing the Ninetales speak, he glanced up, causing it to bristle with unease. Danger, extreme danger. This was the foremost impression Saint E imparted to it. Although in the past, Saint E could easily subdue the Ninetales, it had never sensed such a profound threat emanating from him. Previously, it felt akin to an ordinary person confronting a world-class martial artist, aware of their own limitations yet assured that their life was not in jeopardy. Thus, there was no fear, merely a tendency to remain deferential during conversations. Now, however, the Ninetales' perception of Saint E had drastically altered. It was akin to an ordinary individual facing a notorious chainsaw-wielding maniac. Despite the absence of immediate aggression, there was an unmistakable awareness of the potential for lethal intent. An instinctive fear arose, even in the face of the creature's seemingly benign demeanor and assurances of safety. The Ninetales now experienced this visceral sensation. It positioned itself at a distance from Saint E, standing upright in the corner, its 9 tails tightly coiled around its body, trembling uncontrollably. Light looked at the Ninetales in confusion, uncertain about its peculiar behavior. What is wrong with you? With such thick fur, you shouldn't feel cold. Light glanced at the large moon outside. No, it's nothing. Just let me be for a moment, the Ninetales replied. It understood that Saint E meant no harm, yet it required time to overcome this instinctual reaction. Upon hearing this, Light perceived the Ninetales as merely overindulged and chose to disregard it, turning back to Saint E. From the afternoon of Kushina's delivery, it had already been the 9th day. Light swallowed the food in its mouth. After you fell asleep that afternoon, not long after, your body was suddenly enveloped by an immense surge of natural energy. And you have been sweating ever since. Your body also secreted a substantial amount of black substance, yet it was all consumed by the natural energy surrounding you. Only just now did that energy dissipate. How are you feeling? Are you all right? Apologies for causing you concern. I am fine. Upon hearing that this process lasted for 9 days, and observing the concerned expression on Guang's face, Sheng Yi smiled and offered an apology. He rose to his feet and stretched his body, feeling an inexhaustible energy coursing through him. Glancing at his hands, he noticed that his skin had become significantly fairer. Sheng Yi felt an overwhelming sense of ease and comfort now, a stark contrast to the once all-encompassing sensation of chakra that enveloped him. Sheng Yi grasped the light, and with a fleeting motion, his figure vanished. Jiu Wei finally allowed herself to release the tension she had been holding on to. Sheng Yi and Guang arrived at the Uchiha testing grounds. What is troubling you, Sheng Yi? Guang inquired with concern. It is nothing. I have gained some advantages. Just take a look. Saint raised his left hand, invoking the wind. Then he lifted his right hand, summoning fire. With a resounding clap of his palms, the wind-scale fire dragon emerged. A formidable fire dragon, its might magnified several times over, surged forth with a tremendous force. Guang's eyes widened in astonishment. Though she had witnessed the wind-scale fire dragon before, its current potency was incomparable. The disparity was akin to that between Sasuke's Great Fireball and the Great Fire Destruction unleashed by Uchiha Madara. Guang gazed at Saint in disbelief, never having anticipated that he would transform into such a formidable force after merely a few days of rest. Saint smiled as he explained, "This is the power I have acquired. I have bid farewell to chakra and embraced a more formidable strength, which we commonly refer to as natural energy." Natural energy? How does it differ from Senjutsu chakra? Light inquired. Her curiosity piqued upon first hearing about Senjutsu chakra. Regrettably, there was nowhere to learn it. Now, witnessing the current scenario, she recalled that Senjutsu chakra is essentially a blend of natural energy infused into chakra, thereby enhancing the potency of ninjutsu. However, I no longer possess chakra. The techniques I employ are entirely driven by natural energy. According to their definition, this is the true essence of Senjutsu. I wish to learn. Light's straightforwardness remained unwavering. Very well, my next endeavor will be to pursue this. Sheng Yi returned home, accompanied by Guang. He sought out Fujiwei and Mei Qin, sharing a brief account of his journey. Naturally, he refrained from mentioning matters pertaining to the immortal. Instead, he simply conveyed that he had discovered a method to cultivate immortality and that he needed to embark on a journey. I must leave now, he declared, with Guang by his side. What? You are leaving at once? Fujiwa exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, father, the situation is rather urgent, Shang-Yi explained. Very well then. Please take care during your travels, Mei-Chin advised, her maternal instincts prompting her to express concern as her children prepared to venture far from home. We will. Shang-Yi and Guang assured her with a nod. Shang-Yi marked his presence on the pillars of his corridor and inscribed his seal upon a kunai. Should the need arise, a mere stimulation of chakra would alert him, enabling his swift return. Chapter 70. The Land of Demons. Encounter with the Mithriya Priestess. Now, endowed with the most accurate map of the ninja world bestowed by the sage, Shang-Yi could finally execute precise teleportation across the entire realm of ninjas. Fayek and Mikoto observed Shang-Yi and Guang, offering a farewell wave before their figures vanished from the courtyard. Thus, the duo departed from Konoha without a trace. Shang-Yi, where are we headed? The first destination is the Land of Demons. No sooner had the words left his lips than the two found themselves in an unfamiliar setting. There was no one around, and in the distance, a village could be seen. Shang-Yi entered alongside Guang. The village, though modest in size, boasted an architectural style distinct from that of Konoha, presenting a unique charm upon their first encounter. The villagers surrounding them gazed at the two with expressions of trepidation. Although Seishi and Hikari did not wear the forehead protectors of the Hidden Leaf Village, their attire was adorned with the conspicuous Uchiha fan emblem. With the Uchiha seasoning gaining immense popularity throughout the ninja world, the Uchiha symbol had become widely recognized among the populace. Greetings, esteemed guests from the Uchiha clan. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit to our Land of Demons? A soldier bearing the insignia of the Land of Demons appeared before them. According to the information available, this land possessed no ninjas, only warriors, some of whom wielded extraordinary powers. The most renowned among them being the priestess of the Land of Demons. Hello, we wish to meet your Maroka priestess, if you please. Seishi's audacious request was indeed quite bold, yet the soldier dared not refuse. Very well, esteemed Uchiha lords, please follow me. Such is the lament of a weak nation. When one is frail, they lack even the right to decline. Fortunately, the ninjas from the Hidden Leaf enjoyed a slightly better reputation among the nations of the ninja world compared to those from other villages. The soldier, reassured, guided the two to a palace. What brings you here? The guards at the palace entrance halted them. My lords, two esteemed guests from the Uchiha clan wish to meet the priestess. The guiding soldier respectfully addressed the palace guards. The guards scrutinized Seishi and Hikari for a moment. Please wait. I shall inform the authorities, one guard replied, noting the lack of reaction from the two Uchiha. After a brief interval, the palace doors swung open. The guard emerged alongside a middle-aged man. Greetings, I am Yamashiro Jiro, chief of the priestess's guard. Please, follow me inside. Yamashiro led them into the palace, which boasted a pleasant interior. Lord Moroku, I present to you your esteemed guest from the Uchiha clan, announced a maid as she drew back the curtains. A woman, seemingly in her 30s and cradling an infant, appeared before them. Welcome, esteemed guest from the Uchiha clan. May I ask what brings you such a great distance to seek my audience? The priestess Moroku expressed curiosity about the reason for their journey, wondering what could compel them to travel so far from the Hidden Leaf to the Land of Demons. Saint-Y sat opposite Mithriya alongside Guang. Mithriya, we have come to assist your realm in resolving the lingering troubles, Saint-Y declared, as Guang remained oblivious to the surrounding tension. Lingering troubles? Mithriya exchanged a puzzled glance with Yamazaki Jiro. Wraiths. The mere utterance of these two syllables caused the countenances of everyone present, save for Guang, to shift dramatically. Yamazaki Jiro instinctively positioned himself protectively in front of Mithriya, his gaze fixed on Saint-Y. Mithriya, too, was taken aback, her grip tightening around the child she held, eliciting a cry of discomfort from the little one. Please, remain calm and do not misconstrue my intentions. I am here to eradicate this issue, not merely to seal it, but to ensure that your realm will henceforth be free from such tribulations. Shang-Yi repeated himself once more. After a considerable pause, Nagasuk Taro spoke. There is no need for this. You may step down now. Taro cast a glance at Mithriya and then took his position behind her. Might I inquire how to address this esteemed Uchiha? I am called Shang-Yi, and she is Guang. Shang-Yi? That name rings a bell. Shang-Yi, Uchiha Shang-Yi. You are the junior clan leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shang-Yi. Taro's eyes widened in astonishment. Recently, the news of Uchiha Shang-Yi's transformative efforts for the Grass Ninja Village had spread throughout the entire shinobi world. Leaders from various nations and villages had, to some degree, become acquainted with the name Uchiha Shang-Yi. Judging from the scant information available, Uchiha Shingi was deemed a formidable presence, indeed exceedingly perilous. Junior clan leader Shingi, do you truly possess the confidence? Of course, otherwise I would not have journeyed this far merely to meet my demise. Mithraya's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. She was unconcerned with the implications. The mission of the priestess of the land of demons was to guard against the malevolent spirits, ensuring that they did not break free from their seals to wreak havoc upon the world and torment the shinobi realm. This was both a noble calling and a tragic fate. Throughout generations, priestesses had sacrificed their lives to either seal or reinforce the seals of these malevolent spirits, passing down this burden through the ages. Mithraya had long resigned herself to this fate. However, now she had a child. She did not wish for her daughter to tread the same sorrowful path she had endured. Yet, she felt utterly powerless, forced to watch as her daughter embarked on the irreversible journey she herself had traveled for so long. Now, Shingi's arrival had illuminated a glimmer of hope, a hope that could alter the destinies of both mother and daughter, even if it meant changing only her daughter's fate. Lady Priestess, Taro exclaimed, visibly anxious. Taro, my resolve is unwavering, Mithraya declared with determination. She was not acting impulsively, her mind was made up, and she was prepared to take a gamble. Shingi is the young clan leader of the Uchiha clan. His ascension to this position indicates that he possesses sound judgment. According to the records, his combat prowess ranks among the finest in the entire ninja world. Therefore, it is inconceivable that he would jeopardize his life frivolously. She pondered that Shingi must have at least a 50% assurance, which is why he would traverse such a great distance. This opportunity is indeed rare and must be seized without hesitation. Moreover, even if Shingi were to fail, she would be willing to sacrifice her life to reseal the malevolent spirit. This is her destiny, an inevitability. It merely occurs a little sooner than originally anticipated, resulting in little difference from the eventual outcome. Viewed in this light, should she lose the gamble, her losses would be minimal. Yet, if she wins, the rewards would be monumental. She has made her decision. Moroku inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute as he looked at Nagasawa, as if conveying a profound determination. I trust the judgment of the young clan leader Shingi, as well as my own. We must seize this opportunity. Nagasawa paused in silence, then comprehended Moroku's intentions, ultimately nodding in agreement. Chapter 71. An obstacle in the form of a small insect. Very well. Since the master has made his decision, let us proceed with courage. However, we must also prepare for the worst. Moroku smiled slightly, reassuringly stating, rest assured, I am well aware of the stakes. Regardless of the outcome, I shall not regret today's resolution. Moroku turned to Shingi. Young clan leader Shingi, please follow me. Wait a moment, do you not question my identity? Do you simply believe what I say? Saint E felt a tinge of curiosity. Were they truly so naive? Upon hearing her words, both Mithraya and Yamazaki Dashiro could not help but wear a bittersweet smile. Young Master Saint E, our confrontation with the malevolent spirits is not devoid of advantages. Indeed, most situations possess both light and shadow, Mithraya elucidated. Yamazaki Dashiro continued, on our side, the silver lining is the significant enhancement of our perceptual abilities. We can distinctly sense the astonishing energy that resides within both of you. He instinctively swallowed, his throat tightening. This energy is so immense that we need not ponder over your words. Whatever you say becomes our reality. For whether we contravene your will and perish at your hands, or whether we succumb to the malevolent spirits once released, our fate remains the same. Death, and the distinction is negligible. Moreover, given your current benevolence towards us, we are even less inclined to engage in futile actions. As Seiichi narrowed his eyes, he discerned a crucial point in Yamachu Jiru's words. You just mentioned that you can sense the power within me? My lord, please do not misunderstand. This is a passive perception, one that we cannot control. Yamachu Jiru misinterpreted Seiichi's intent and hastily knelt to apologize. Please rise and respond to my inquiry. Of course, my lord. I can sense that your body is brimming with immense energy. Yamachu Jiru remained on his knees, addressing Seiichi's question. Haha. I have delightful news to share. Prior to my arrival, I had only an 80% certainty, but now I am completely assured. Only those connected with natural energy can perceive it. Due to their prolonged exposure to the malevolent spirits, their constitutions have undergone some changes. What they refer to is not chakra, but energy, which is the best manifestation. 80%, 100%. Moroku had never dared to contemplate that Seiichi possessed such a high level of assurance. Splendid. Seiichi, the young clan leader, when shall we commence? The sooner, the better. Follow me. Moroku cradled his daughter, while Yamachujiru led a retinue of over 20 guards. The group journeyed in several horse-drawn carriages to the underground palace that sealed the malevolent spirits. Halt. Shang Yi seemed to sense something amiss and called for the carriage to halt. The lead carriage came to a stop, and the others naturally followed suit. Refusing to abandon the front vehicle, several carriages ceased their movement in unison. Guang raised an eyebrow, having also noticed the change. Shi, the young clan leader, Mi Lu and the others exchanged perplexed glances at Shang Yi. At that moment, a group of 7 or 8 individuals emerged from the surrounding woods. The man at the forefront appeared somewhat familiar to Shang Yi. What was his name again? Ah, yes, Shanchang Zilang, the captain of the guards. And you must be the Miko of Mi Lu. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am called Huang Quan. Huang Quan indeed. It dawned on him. He was the despicable antagonist from the theatrical adaptation of The Kingdom of Ghosts, the leader of the Phantom Legion, Huang Quan. Saint Yi suddenly had a moment of realization. It was that bearded man who had unbound the seal of the specters, allowing his body to serve as a temporary vessel for them. How did his fate unfold? Such trivial matters hardly occupied Saint Yi's mind. He had long forgotten the details. What he did recall was that in the end, Naruto and the priestess Cheyenne had joined forces to conjure a colorful orb that vanquished the specters. With pleasantries exchanged, it was time to take action. Eliminate them. Due to the carriage curtains obscuring Saint Yi and Guang, they remained unseen by Huang Quan. Initially, Huang Quan greeted the others with a smile, but then swiftly commanded his subordinates to strike. Guang seized Saint Yi's arm as he prepared to engage. I haven't stretched my legs in a while. You keep watch over them. I will handle this. Guang exclaimed eagerly as he leaped out. The fan emblem. You are one of the Uchiha clan? How did you come to be here? Guang's emergence from the carriage naturally drew attention. Upon noticing the emblem on Guang's attire, Huang Quan's brow furrowed in concern. He was momentarily taken aback, but his subordinates were not. With commands issued, they knew precisely what to do. Water release, water dragon bullet. Water release, iron cannonball. Earth release, earth dragon bullet. Earth release, Huang Quan swamp. Earth release, cracking earth palm. Wind release, great breakthrough. The few subordinates, though appearing unreliable, unleashed ninjutsu imbued with some potency. Unfortunately, they faced Guang. Fire release, great fire annihilation. The combined efforts of the 7 adversaries' various ninjutsu met Guang's great fire annihilation in a spectacular clash. Yet they could not withstand even a second before being obliterated by the torrent of flames. A massive wall of explosive fire surged forward, enveloping all 7. A cacophony of screams erupted, and as the flames and smoke gradually dissipated, only a handful of charred corpses remained amidst a scorched, smoldering landscape. Milaru and the others stood before the oppressive heat, drenched in sweat, utterly dumbfounded. Though they understood they could not hope to match the 2 Uchiha, they had never anticipated their power to be on such a scale. Shang Yi suddenly appeared and casually tossed Huang Quan to the ground. Ah, hot, hot, hot. Huang Quan's face hit the ground first, and he quickly pushed himself up with his hands. There were still some embers on the ground. The temperature was sufficient to roast a sweet potato without difficulty. Therefore, by the time Huang Quan managed to rise, his beard was curled, and there were signs of burns on his face and hands. He even had several blisters forming on his face. This was not a deliberate act of torment by Shang Yi. He had simply forgotten. He had reached a state where he was impervious to the elements. Such a degree of heat was no different from his usual experience. What use do you have? He asked Shang Yi with curiosity. None at all. Then why did you go through all the trouble to bring him back? You've truly regressed, having not fought in so long, and yet you allowed this trash to escape. Today, I shall impart to you a lesson. If you do not eradicate the roots of the weeds, they shall flourish again in the spring breeze. With his right hand held in a grip, enveloped by crackling lightning that emitted a piercing avian cry, Shang Yi aimed towards the yellow springs. Thousand Bird's sharp gun reformed. In an instant, the lightning emanating from Shang Yi's right hand transformed into a radiant beam, piercing through Huang Quan's body, extending approximately a meter beyond. Ah, Chapter 72. Have I grown stronger? Yet, what is an ant but an ant? Does size truly matter? Huang Quan, now impaled, suffered not only from the wound, but also from relentless electrical torment that elicited continuous, agonizing screams. Furthermore, the hue of the lightning beam shifted from a bluish-white to a vibrant purple, intensifying the electrical damage. Suddenly, Shang Yi's right hand clenched tightly. From Huang Quan's body, Numerous purple lightning beams erupted instantaneously. The sound of Huang Chuan's screams was abruptly silenced. Shang Yi retracted his right hand. The pitch-black Huang Quan, enveloped in smoke, leaned backward and fell heavily onto the searing ground. This time, he appeared incapable of rising again. Not only did you assault someone, seize their ancestral sword techniques, but you also surreptitiously learned that little white-haired one's original Chidori ninjutsu, even going so far as to improve upon it. How wicked of you. Guang merely raised an eyebrow at Shang Yi. This is not ninjutsu. Moreover, releasing ninjutsu in the presence of Uchiha Sharingan is tantamount to encouraging the Uchiha to learn. Never mind. That move is so cool. Teach me. Teach me. Teach me. Do it soon. Hee. Guang's original attributes were unclear to Shang Yi. He only knew that she was exceptionally skilled in fire-release ninjutsu. However, after the development of the divine elixir, she had now become proficient in all attributes. Yet, as an Uchiha, her favorites remained fire and lightning release, not for any other reason, but because they boasted explosive output, grand momentum, and high damage. Having dealt with him, we should continue on our journey, Shang Yi said to Guang. Guang nodded, and the two turned to leave. Suddenly, a peculiar noise emanated from behind them. As Shang Yi and Guang turned to look, they beheld the seemingly deceased Huang Quan slowly rising once more. His body shimmered with an eerie luminescence, and his wounds healed at a visibly rapid pace. How could it be possible? Guang exclaimed in astonishment. Just moments ago, all signs of life should have vanished. Born in the Warring States period, she had witnessed countless battles as a weapon of slaughter. She could discern the living from the dead at a mere glance. Her proficiency in this matter was infallible. Huang Quan's gaze transformed into a fierce glare as he menacingly fixed his eyes upon Shang Yi and Guang. Do you truly believe this can kill me? You underestimate me. With that, he opened his mouth, unleashing a formidable wave of black energy directed at Shang Yi and Guang. Saint One and Light swiftly sidestepped the oncoming wave of energy. He is actually resurrected. Light exclaimed in astonishment. It appears we have underestimated his hidden trump card. Saint One cast a frigid gaze upon Huang Quan. It turned out that, at this moment, he had already acquired the ability to summon a legion of spirits as depicted in the original tale. However, it seemed he was still somewhat inexperienced. With his skills not yet fully developed, lacking the ghostly legion, he was left to rely solely on himself. Huang Quan burst into triumphant laughter. Is this all you are capable of? With that, he launched another onslaught, waving his hands to unleash a multitude of green fireballs that surged towards Saint One and Light. A significant breakthrough. With a swift gesture of his left hand, Shang Yi summoned a fierce gale that sent the green fireballs hurtling back. Guang, you must guard over me, Lu and the others. They are far too fragile. Keep a vigilant watch to ensure their safety. I shall handle this tale myself. Though Huang Quan had returned, now fortified in strength, Shang Yi regarded him with disdain. You are but an insignificant insect. Do you truly believe that being slightly larger than your brethren grants you the audacity to provoke the soaring dragon above? Utterly preposterous. Huang Quan deftly evaded all the fireballs, his hands beginning to dance wildly. Towering blades of water, each the height of a man, were unleashed with astonishing speed, slicing towards Shang Yi. Susanoo armor, manifest. A violet-black energy armor manifested upon Shang Yi, representing a refined version of the Susanoo, tailored for one-on-one combat. With the absence of chakra, it was now sustained by natural energy. What once appeared somewhat translucent had now seemingly transformed into a genuine suit of armor. At first glance, one could hardly discern that this was a product of condensed energy. As the water blades surged towards him, Shang Yi unsheathed autumn water, distinct clouds, with a deft left slash, a precise right cleave, and a firm block in the center. He appeared to move with effortless grace, as if the water blades were mere trifles. However, in reality, none of the blades managed to breach Shang Yi's defenses. To receive without reciprocation would indeed be impolite. Saint One unleashed a series of sword energies that sliced through the sky, resolutely soaring towards the yellow springs. Boom, boom, boom. However, the yellow springs did not meet Saint One's onslaught with simplicity or brute force. Instead, it continuously evaded the attacks with nimble movements. Saint Yi anticipated Huang Quan's final maneuver. In an instant, their figures flickered simultaneously. Huang Quan gazed at the desolate arena before him, still somewhat taken aback. Are you searching for me? A deep, magnetic voice reverberated behind Huang Quan, echoing in his ears. His pupils constricted, but before he could execute his instantaneous movement technique, he heard a sharp thud. Lowering his gaze, he beheld the blade that had pierced through his body and emerged before his chest. Following that was a relentless series of thrusts, each accompanied by a sickening sound. Huang Quan stifled the excruciating pain, barely managing to activate his instantaneous technique to escape, fearing that Saint E might predict his next move, which instinctively led him to perform a rapid series of 3 flashes. He then pressed his hand against the wound on his chest, leaning against a tree, gasping for breath. Your recovery rate has diminished. It appears you are not the so-called immortal after all. Sheng Yi did not hasten to eliminate him. Instead, he was curious to observe Huang Quan's regenerative capabilities, which might still possess some research value. However, at this moment, it appeared that such value was diminishing. With this level of resilience and ability to withstand blows, he was inferior to Orochimaru. Wait, spare me, Huang Quan implored. My lord, I acknowledge my wrongdoing and seek your forgiveness. He felt utterly drained, his complexion pale and his body weak. The sight of Sheng Yi's impassive expression sent a chill through him. He was still young and had no desire to meet his end, for his aspirations remained unfulfilled. Huang Quan, too, was not above humbling himself. With a thud, he knelt before Sheng Yi, repeatedly bowing his head with such fervor that it drew blood, demonstrating his sincerity. Esteemed Uchiha Lord, I beseech you to spare my life. This is the supreme secret technique I have cultivated. I, a man of modest talent, cannot grasp its profound intricacies. I wish to offer it to the illustrious and mighty Uchiha Lord. I implore you to accept it. After bowing fervently, Huang Quan produced a black scroll from his robe, cradling it in both hands and raising it above his head as he presented it to Sheng Yi while still kneeling. Saint Yi dispelled the black-winged Tengu armor and approached Huang Quan, extending his hand to retrieve an item before standing still to examine it. Chapter 73. Annihilation of Huang Quan. Reducing him to ashes, Huang Quan looked upon Saint Yi, who stood before him devoid of the ominous purple-black armor. A flicker of ferocity flashed in his eyes. Die! Huang Quan suddenly thrust his hand towards Saint Yi's body. The distance between Huang Quan's hand and Saint Yi was less than 10 centimeters. From Huang Quan's sleeves emerged countless black, serpentine-like insects, elongated and menacing. These myriad creatures gaped their maws and lunged towards Saint Yi, intent on burrowing into his very being. Huang Quan was acutely aware that a small number of these insects, when implanted, could temporarily amplify the vitality and potential of the host. However, if the quantity exceeded a certain threshold, it would incinerate the host's life force and potential, leading to instant demise. Regrettably, events did not unfold as Huang Quan had envisioned. They neither proceeded smoothly nor descended into utter failure. The swarm of insects halted a mere centimeter from Saint Yi, suspended in a stasis. What is happening? Why is this so? Move. Huang Quan observed Saint Yi, who remained unresponsive, neither retreating nor retaliating, continuing to scrutinize the scroll he held. The fury within Huang Quan burned intensely. This blatant disregard was a profound affront to his pride. At this juncture, he understood that he had no choice but to act. With renewed determination, Huang Quan rose and exerted his strength to press his hand towards Saint Yi once more. Yet, like his insects, he too found himself immobilized, perpetually separated by a mere centimeter, a distance that felt as insurmountable as the heavens themselves. A wave of unease washed over Huang Quan, a foreboding intuition creeping into his mind. Confinement. Just as he attempted to withdraw his arm, he discovered he was utterly paralyzed. In that moment, Saint Yi slowly lifted his gaze, the crimson depths of his eyes revealing an enigmatic luminescence. Sheng Yi's lips curled into a slight smile as he spoke. Is it enjoyable? What is happening? Huang Quan's voice was filled with terror and despair. Sheng Yi gazed at Huang Quan and calmly remarked, "Let us pause for a moment. We shall engage in our play shortly." With that, he once again lowered his gaze to the scroll in his hands, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. This scroll contained insights regarding the enigmatic entities known as Wangliang, detailed information on sealing them, and the connection between Huang Quan's lineage and these beings. Additionally, it outlined the secret techniques developed from the energy of the Wangliang, including the very insects that had just assaulted him, which were composed of condensed chakra. No wonder Sheng Yi had always sensed something amiss. A vague recollection surfaced. Initially, Huang Quan seemed to possess only the ability to inject chakra into him through dark medical techniques. It was only after releasing the Wangliang that Huang Quan acquired the capability to summon both insects and spectral legions. According to the scroll, Huang Quan's ancestors had indeed interacted with the Wangliang and were bestowed with their power. However, they were too timid to fully unleash the Wangliang, opting instead to cautiously siphon a small amount of energy that seeped from the seal, believing it granted them a measure of self-protection before retreating. Due to the irretrievable nature of the Wangliang's energy, it had nearly been depleted by now. Thus, upon obtaining the scroll, Huang Quan prepared to extract more energy. Yet, his courage far surpassed that of his ancestors, for he genuinely intended to unleash the Wangliang. In the original narrative, although his energy did not endure until that moment, he indeed succeeded in releasing the Wangliang. Saint E embraced the scroll, his gaze coldly fixed upon Huang Quan. Do you presume I would easily believe your pleas for mercy? Your actions are utterly inexcusable. Huang Quan sensed the murderous intent emanating from Saint E, struggling desperately, yet his body betrayed him. Suddenly, Saint E extended a finger and, with a gentle touch, sent Huang Quan hurtling through the air, crashing violently against a tree. Blood spurted from Huang Quan's mouth as he collapsed to the ground. His eyes filled with terror as they met Saint Yi's. This is but a minor lesson. Saint Yi advanced step by step towards Huang Quan. The armor of Yatengu reappeared, and Saint Yi unsheathed the autumn water, the blade gradually enveloped by a shimmering layer of golden red energy. Destruction shall rend the flesh. Exorcism shall sever the soul. Saint Yi was no longer skeptical. This time, he was determined to eliminate that little Karami. However, should he manage to survive this encounter, Saint Yi resolved to spare him. With a flurry of gleaming blades, the limbs of Huang Quan were severed by Saint Yi. Now, Huang Quan was reduced to nothing but a torso, writhing on the ground like a maggot. Saint Yi paid no heed to his lamentations, nor did he feel any sympathy for him. Instead, he pondered whether the cuts were perhaps too generous. As Saint Yi lifted the knife once more, Huang Quan, consumed by a desire to escape, yearned to distance himself from Saint Yi. Alas, while the imagination painted a beautiful scenario, reality proved to be exceedingly cruel. The wails that had echoed through the forest abruptly ceased, revealing before him a ground strewn with morsels of flesh, each no larger than 3 cubic centimeters. Fire! Sheng Yi leaped onto a distant tree, raising his hand to coalesce a fireball with a diameter exceeding 10 meters. The hue of this fireball diverged distinctly from the conventional colors of fire techniques, clearly indicating that its temperature surpassed that of previous flames. However, these were mere trifles. He then hurled the colossal fireball directly into the scattered chunks of flesh below. With a resounding explosion, it erupted and subsequently ignited. Indeed, it was utterly thorough. Saint Yi was utterly incredulous. How could this being still be alive? Even the entity of specters lacked such resilience. After a while, he became firmly convinced that this time, Saint Yi had indeed perished, utterly and irrevocably. Saint Yi sensed the positions of Guang and Methria along with their companions. In an instant, he materialized beside Guang. The group, gathered in a clearing, had arranged themselves in a picnic-like manner, awaiting Saint Yi's arrival. Has this matter been resolved once and for all? The moment Sheng Yi manifested, the light took notice. Indeed, reduced to ashes, this time he was truly gone for good. Sheng Yi casually picked up a fruit and took a bite. The flavor was a delightful blend of sweet and sour, reminiscent of a peach. Succulent and juicy, it was surprisingly crisp and delectable. Let us embark on our journey. After witnessing the prowess of Sheng Yi and his companion, Methria and the others held them in even greater esteem. As Sheng Yi spoke, they naturally would not refuse her. After everyone packed up, they once again boarded the carriage, setting off for the underground palace where the malevolent spirits were sealed. This time, the journey was brief, for they had not strayed far from their previous location. After all, that group also had this destination in mind. Upon meeting the esteemed priestess and the honorable Captain Yamashiro Jiro, the soldiers guarding the underground palace hurried to confirm their identities. Once verified, the guards respectfully saluted the two. "Open the door," they commanded. "Yes," replied the guards as they swung open the grand entrance of the palace. The author wishes to convey, recently, many patrons have provided valuable feedback and suggestions. I have reviewed most of them. However, the sheer volume makes it impossible to respond to each one individually. I have summarized the most frequently raised concerns to address them collectively here. Firstly, the content seems misaligned with the theme of unrestrained freedom. In our current society, there are numerous constraints, and many individuals harbor their own reservations, often engaging in actions and uttering words that conflict with their true feelings. Thus, the protagonist I initially envisioned was meant to be one who acted freely, pursuing desires without reservations. I am uncertain where I first encountered the term unrestrained freedom, but it immediately resonated with me, leading to its adoption. Subsequently, many patrons pointed out discrepancies between the content and the theme. Upon investigation, I realized that if I were to strictly adhere to the notion of unrestrained freedom, the protagonist's character would become exceedingly unlikable, someone perpetually seeking conflict, regardless of the target. Whether it be an enemy, a passerby, or even a family member, such a character would indiscriminately provoke others, even going so far as to harm a stray dog for a mere glance. I aimed to craft a protagonist who, while free-spirited, still retained a sense of humanity, rather than one who embodied a true antagonist, devoid of any moral compass. To clarify, I have yet to encounter a character of this nature in literature, nor do I believe anyone would dare to create one. This is not the archetype of a dark hero or a so-called villain whose actions are more virtuous than those of the protagonists. Even dark heroes typically have a targeted approach to their actions, rather than engaging in random violence. Therefore, I sincerely apologize to my supporters. The protagonist will not engage in actions that are entirely unrestrained. At the very least, there will be some self-restraint. Patrons may interpret unrestrained freedom as the ability to act as one wishes without any reservations. If this concept remains unacceptable, I am open to changing the title in the future, though I cannot do so at present due to word count limitations. Secondly, regarding the protagonist's possession of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and their apparent invincibility, questions arise as to why they do not eliminate the third Hokage or the rival Sarutobi clan, and why they remain under Tsunade's governance. This situation is complex. While the protagonist possesses the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, they are not truly invincible, as they are aware of the existence of the Sage of Six Paths lurking in the shadows. As for the third Hokage's situation, if the protagonist were to act solely based on their superior combat prowess over the Sarutobi clan, it could lead to dire consequences. Logically, this would result in the Uchiha clan facing a united front of the entire ninja world. The reason is simple. No one in the ninja world desires the emergence of another Uchiha Madara, especially one whose temperament is even more volatile and ruthless. Although the Uchiha clan currently boasts 3 pairs of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and 8 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan, which sound formidable, they are not capable of dominating the ninja world at this stage. Should war break out, it would likely lead to mutual destruction. The combined forces of the ninja world would decimate the Uchiha clan, leaving only a handful of survivors. Ultimately, this conflict could provoke the Sage of Six Paths to intervene, potentially annihilating the protagonist and their allies. Unlike Hashirama, Madara, Naruto, or Sasuke, the protagonist is not directly connected to the Sage of Six Paths, and should conflict arise, the sage would show no mercy. Furthermore, the protagonist lacks a system that would allow them to significantly enhance their abilities through simple tasks. Nor do they have any safety net should they provoke the sage. Consequently, caution is paramount. The protagonist, having previously been a researcher, embodies the meticulous nature inherent in such a profession. It is unlikely that a person of their careful disposition would engage in high-risk ventures with minimal returns. Regarding Tsunade, she has not crossed any of the protagonist's boundaries nor caused them distress. She merely asked for a moment's patience. Is this truly so difficult to accept? I find it reasonable. As for remaining under Tsunade's governance, it is more a matter of negotiation than true subjugation. Tsunade must seek the Uchiha's cooperation through dialogue and trade, rather than issuing commands. Currently, the Uchiha clan's strength is such that neither they nor others dare to challenge them, creating a peculiar balance of power. The protagonist, along with the Uchiha clan, does not lead a constrained life. The title they hold is largely superficial. Is that truly significant? Now is the time to accumulate strength. The protagonist has been restrained, and it is quite displeasing to witness. I assure you, I have not suppressed the protagonist's abilities. You may observe other Naruto fanfictions. How many lack a system, yet still reach the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in fewer than 80 chapters? Furthermore, within the clan, there are 2 pairs of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and 8 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan. If this constitutes a suppression of combat power, then in a maximum of 100 chapters, the ninja world would not be able to accommodate the protagonist. As for the issue of dissatisfaction, I do not recall placing the protagonist in situations of distress or humiliation. I have gradually bestowed invincibility upon them. Their combat strength has not been diminished in the slightest. In their past life, the protagonist was an ordinary individual, devoid of a mindset inclined towards violence. Transforming one's mindset requires time. The world of Naruto serves as a foundational training ground for the protagonist, allowing for a recalibration of their mentality. Everything has been meticulously crafted according to my own logic. Regarding accusations of being a mindless, simplistic narrative, I admit that this is indeed my oversight. I aspire to compose a work of grandeur, perhaps even a formal textbook recognized by the Ministry of Education. Yet my capabilities are, regrettably, limited. As for the female lead, I possess a stock of material. Do not let the content I have released fool you into thinking it bears no relation to her. However, if I were to truly develop the female lead, my stockpile is nearing readiness. I have perused the responses to the thread concerning her. The notion of multiple female leads was dismissed from the outset. Support for a single female lead is scarce, and thus, I have settled on a singular lead, the Uchiha Light. The votes were as follows: 1 for Kurenai, 2 for Hinata, and 2 for Light. As I am also an advocate for Light, she has triumphed with 3 votes, while Hinata is eliminated. Hence, the sole female lead is now confirmed to be Uchiha Light. In conclusion, I have expounded quite a bit, perhaps revealing some spoilers in the process. Few may have the patience to read through this entirety, yet I felt it necessary to clarify my intentions. I hope that all readers find comfort in this explanation, striving to avoid confusion as they delve into the narrative. As a first-time author, encountering issues is to be expected. I welcome all constructive criticism. I shall not delete any post unless it is baseless and purely derogatory. Should anyone have valuable suggestions or wish to introduce a character of their own creation into the narrative, please provide a brief overview, name, background, abilities, etc., and I will carefully consider your input. By the way, as I am composing this on my mobile device, providing comments is not as convenient as it would be on a computer. Thus, if you have good suggestions, please communicate them directly to me to avoid them being overlooked. Unintentionally, I found myself nearing 3,000 words. I must return to serious writing. So, for now, I shall conclude this discussion, and I promise to dedicate myself further to writing. I will not disappoint your support. P.S. I struggle with naming. It is an arduous task. To date, I have not been stumped by the narrative, but every time I attempt to name characters, I find myself stalled for 10 to 20 minutes, dreading the possibility of significant characters sharing names with those from other works. Chapter 74. The ceiling of the wraith. Within the chamber stood several towering stone pillars, interconnected by translucent, blue-glowing barriers, forming an imposing ceiling column. At the center of this column lay the gate sealing the wraith, adorned with numerous talismans. Beneath lay a grand sealing array. As the group entered the seal, they gazed upon the confinement of the wraith. Just as Milu reached out to initiate the opening of the seal, she was abruptly interrupted by Shang Yi's hand. "Wait, what is the matter? Is there a problem?" Milu inquired, her voice betraying her unease as she stuttered. She feared that Shang Yi might sense danger and withdraw. If she had not previously been given hope, it would have been bearable. However, after having been instilled with hope, should Shang Yi retract her support now, Milu was uncertain if she could endure the disappointment. "Just a moment, let me examine it first," Shang Yi replied, beginning to circle the sealing array repeatedly. Upon entering, Shang Yi experienced a peculiar sensation, as if this place held a significant opportunity, an immense one. The closer she approached the seal, the clearer the feeling became, until she could no longer resist pressing her hand against the stone gate of the seal. The intensity of the sensation within her heart grew ever stronger. Shang Yi was certain that this was indeed his opportunity. Taking a deep breath, a subtle smile graced Shang Yi's lips. Observing Shang Yi's expression, Mithriya felt a slight sense of relief. "I have a feeling that this place holds a significant chance for me." "A significant chance? What could that possibly mean?" Guang appeared somewhat perplexed by Shang Yi's words. Saint suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing that he had forgotten. It seems that in the ninja world, the concept of opportunity does not exist. Yet, I sense that this place offers significant assistance in enhancing my abilities. Is that not a good thing? Then why hesitate? If it were her, she would have already seized the moment. Besides this, I have a strong intuition that I will likely remain here for an extended period, perhaps long enough for time to be measured in years. Saint let out a sigh. The immortal had told him that he was indeed the true child of destiny. So, how accurate is the feeling of being the child of destiny? Surely, no one would doubt the intuition of a protagonist. Shang Yi was uncertain whether he was the protagonist or if the term child of destiny spoken by the immortal held any veracity. Nevertheless, he placed his trust in his intuition. This instinct had surfaced numerous times during his prior research, enabling him to swiftly locate the most suitable path, thereby resolving the flaws inherent in the Uchiha bloodline. Hence, he was resolute in his belief in this current intuition. However, Guang remained oblivious to the underlying issues in Shang Yi's words, perceiving instead that Shang Yi was excessively verbose. Lord Guang, what the young clan leader means is that you may need to return. There is no necessity for you to remain here indefinitely. Although the combined strength of Moreau and Yamazaki could not match even a fraction of Guang's might, their experience and prowess were inversely proportionate. In terms of experience, even 100 Guangs would not suffice to rival either of them. Guang, Moreau is correct. If this situation were to extend over several years, you need not remain here. It would be exceedingly dull. I propose to send you back first, and then I shall enter. Upon hearing Shang Yi's intention to send Guang back before his return, Moreau hesitated, ultimately refraining from voicing her thoughts. Do not worry, I possess space-time ninjutsu. I will escort her back to clarify matters. And I shall return in just a few minutes. Shang Yi noted Moreau's expression and offered a brief explanation. Returning? That seems acceptable. Guang pondered and eventually nodded. She understood that if Shang Yi's assertion were accurate and he were to remain inside for several years, her solitude would indeed become quite tedious. Returning home was not an unappealing option. As for traversing the ninja world alone, she deemed it impractical, given her disposition. It was far more agreeable to have Shang Yi accompany her. Very well, I shall send her back first. I anticipate my return in approximately 10 minutes. I kindly ask for your patience. Young clan leader Shang Yi, you are too courteous. Please proceed. Saint nodded at Mithreya, grasping Light's arm, and in an instant, they vanished from sight. This sudden disappearance elicited exclamations of surprise from Mithreya and Jiro. Oh, you two returned so swiftly? Only Mikoto and Sasuke are at home. Fugaku, Itachi, and Shursui are not here. Light explained, Sister Mikoto, Saint has discovered his destiny, but he has a sense that he may need to remain there for an extended period. So he sent me back first. Mother, I am anxious to return. If you have any questions, you can ask Light, as she is well informed. By the way, while I am away, please be cautious. Although we possess a martial advantage, we must not fall into the traps set by Sarutobi Hizen. Certainly, during this period, we shall avoid provoking trouble, yet we shall not shy away from it. If anyone dares to instigate a conflict, we shall deal with them decisively. They are still awaiting my return, so I must take my leave. Farewell, my two enchanting ladies. Saint Yi smiled briefly before vanishing once again. As they witnessed his disappearance, the smiles of Guang and Mikoto also dimmed somewhat. Mikoto sighed and turned to Guang, expressing her hope that Saint Yi would remain safe. Guang smiled reassuringly, saying, Do not worry. Saint Yi is remarkably capable and will surely be fine. However, unbeknownst to them, Saint Yi's journey would not be devoid of obstacles, as he was destined to confront immense challenges and trials. Yet, there would also be even greater opportunities awaiting him. My apologies for the wait, Myler exclaimed, startled by the sudden voice as he was engaging in playful antics with his daughter, Cheyenne, nearly causing her to tumble. Saint Yi, the young clan leader, you have returned so swiftly. He continued. I ensured the delivery of Guang and returned immediately. By the way, Myler, after you unseal the barrier, what kind of price would you have to pay to reseal it? He regarded Myler and the esteemed Jiro, the headmaster. Shang Yi suddenly recalled a certain matter. Upon his entrance, would Milu truly resort to sacrificing her own life to reseal? That would indeed be disastrous. Although Shang Yi was aware that he was not a virtuous individual, nor did he hold a profound respect for life, he still possessed his own principles. He did not wish to unnecessarily endanger the lives of innocent individuals, particularly when that individual was someone he was acquainted with. Hearing this, both Mi Lu and Shan Chong Zi Lang chuckled, a genuine laughter that emanated from their hearts. Young clan leader Shang Yi, thank you for your concern. There is no need for alarm. Resealing is akin to closing a door. If someone outside is pushing against it with great force, it becomes quite the challenge to shut it. In the past, when our shrine maidens needed to sacrifice their lives for the sealing, it was precisely like that. Chapter 75. Entering the sealing space. Encountering the apparition, however, if you attract the attention of the apparition upon entering, or even directly confront it, resealing becomes as effortless as merely closing a door, with no cost incurred whatsoever. Mila noticed Shang Yi's concern for her safety, albeit not the typical kind of concern. Nonetheless, she felt considerably reassured by Shang Yi's intentions. After all, a person who cares about the safety of a stranger they have only met once is likely to have noble aims. Very well, let us commence. By the way, once I enter, you need not remain here waiting for an extended period. I will take care of everything within. Young clan leader Shang Yi, how will you exit then? I shall only emerge when I possess the strength to break free from the seal myself. That will signal the appropriate time for my departure. Although Shang Yi's words were somewhat convoluted, both Mithriya and Yamashita Jiro understood them clearly. We express our gratitude once again to you, young clan leader Shang Yi, for your assistance. May your martial endeavors be prosperous, and may you return victorious. Saint nodded slightly, turning to face the stone door of the sealing array. As the deep violet-black armor of the Yatengu re-emerged upon her form, Mithriya took a deep breath, slowly extending her hands towards the stone door. She concentrated, channeling the power within her, endeavoring to unravel the seal. Initially, the stone door remained unresponsive, yet Mithriya remained undeterred. Gritting her teeth, she persisted, beads of sweat beginning to form on her forehead. At last, the stone door emitted a deep, resonant hum and began to move slowly. Yamachujiro watched intently, his anxiety palpable. With Mithriya's steadfast efforts, the door gradually opened, and a powerful aura surged forth from within. Shang Yi gazed intently at the darkened entrance, feeling the ominous aura of malevolence surging forth. It seemed as though something was poised to emerge. As Shang Yi waved his hand, a fierce gust of wind surged forth, directly assaulting the sealed door, forcing back all that dared to emerge. Without hesitation, Shang Yi stepped into the fray, standing resolutely at the threshold of the seal, effectively blocking the entrance. Upon witnessing Shang Yi's entry, Milu swiftly re-established the seal, supported by the maid behind her. She affirmed her earlier words. With Shang Yi barring the door, her efforts to reinforce the seal would incur no cost. Apart from feeling slightly fatigued, she suffered no other detriment. Fatigue was inconsequential. A brief respite would suffice for recovery. The safety of the demon nation now rested in your capable hands. Young clan leader Shang Yi, Mi Lu, and the assembled onlookers clasped their hands in prayer, beseeching for Shang Yi's success and the liberation of the demon nation from its grim and predetermined fate. As Shang Yi entered the array, he found himself enveloped in a realm steeped in malevolent power. Countless entities, radiating an unsettling aura, drifted about him. Dark purple energy shrouded the entire expanse, which seemed to stretch infinitely. With Shang Yi's mental prowess, he could not discern the boundaries of this sealed space, whether in height or width. Moreover, his attire bore no semblance to the environment surrounding him, remaining strikingly incongruous amidst the ominous atmosphere. Shang Yi felt no sense of unease or discomfort. Suddenly, a series of ferocious roars echoed through the air. Shang Yi, audacious and skilled, soared directly towards the source of the sound. After a considerable flight, he finally beheld the so-called specter. From his elevated position, he discerned the entirety of the apparition, a spherical entity of a deep purple-black hue, adorned with countless elongated heads resembling serpents and an abundance of tails trailing behind. Upon the arrival of Shang Yi, every head turned in unison to fixate upon him. Pairs of eyes, glowing with a crimson hue and devoid of any semblance of reason, were intensely focused on Shang Yi. "Excuse me, may we converse?" Saint One shouted loudly. Subsequently, a multitude of heads, accompanied by countless tails, surged towards the direction of Saint One. With a swift motion, Shang Yi evaded the onslaught while wielding the autumn water blade, striking at the heads and tails of his adversaries. With each decisive slash, a head or a tail would be severed, dissipating into a swirling mass of purplish-black energy. Yet, almost immediately, fresh heads and tails would sprout forth anew. The strike of Saint One proved utterly ineffective. Even the use of evil breaking by Saint One yielded no better results. Upon utilizing the demon breaking technique, Shang Yi can indeed perceive the immediate dissipation of the malevolent energy, accompanied by a subtle weakening of his own essence. However, given this inefficiency, it appears that before the malevolent entity meets its demise, Shang Yi may succumb to exhaustion first. Shang Yi realized that this creature appeared to be impervious to easy destruction, prompting him to seek out its vulnerabilities. The saint has awakened the true, complete form of Susanoo. The towering entity, fully manifested as the Susanoo, now exceeds 400 meters in height, rivaling the formidable figure of the wraith. Whoosh! Enormous waves of golden sword energy surge forth towards the wraith. Roar! It seems the wraith has been incensed. A potent gravitational force begins to emanate from its being, drawing in the malevolent energies sealed within the spatial confines. Centered around the wraith, a colossal energy storm takes shape, rising to a height of 1,000 meters, with the wraith positioned at the very eye of this tempest. Shang-Yi narrowed his eyes. Through this battle, he discerned a flaw in the technique of breaking evil. It is indeed true that wounds inflicted by breaking evil cannot be healed. However, there are ways to circumvent this limitation. Much like the current state of the wraith, if regeneration is impossible, then so be it. He can simply regrow anew. The wraith dispersed the severed remnants of its head and tail, which could not be restored, and subsequently sprouted new ones from its vast, rotund body. It resembled an elemental creature endowed with immortality. If a hand is severed and cannot be restored, one can simply detach the entire arm and regenerate anew. Complete arm with a hand. Breaking evil proves effective against beings with robust healing capabilities, yet falls short against those endowed with formidable regeneration. Of course, this applies solely to soulless energy entities like the wraith. In contrast, beings with souls, such as those resurrected through impure reincarnation, cannot regrow limbs once a part of their soul has been severed. Shang-Yi attempted to assault the malevolent specter at the heart of the storm, yet his efforts proved futile. Every arc of sword energy was thwarted by the multitude of heads and tails, while the dissipated energy was promptly absorbed back by the specter. With no other recourse, Shang-Yi was compelled to relinquish his offensive rhythm, continuously evading the specter's onslaught. Although the complete body of Susanoo was substantial and less agile than the Crow Tengu armor, its defensive capabilities were unparalleled, far surpassing that of the diminished Crow Tengu armor. Thus, he dodged when possible, and when evasion was unfeasible, he braced himself against the strikes. With the formidable defense of the complete Susanoo, enduring a barrage was hardly a concern, particularly when faced with a few stray attacks. Nevertheless, Shang-Yi did glean some insights. After meticulous observation, he made a significant discovery. Shang-Yi discerned that all energy converged into the core of the entity known as Wangliang, situated at the very center of its being. Chapter 76. The conclusion of Wangliang's role. The ability to absorb energy indicated the significance of this organ to the energy entity, leading to a bold conjecture that it might well be the heart of Wangliang. With the astonishing vision granted by his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, Shang-Yi observed the organ responsible for energy absorption, which was shifting rapidly within the energy core. This also elucidated why his previous attempts to attack the central energy body had proven futile. The organ possessed the capability to move freely. Had Wangliang not engaged in extensive energy absorption, it would have been nearly impossible for an ordinary person to detect its presence. At that time, the only viable option to eliminate it would have been a saturating bombardment. However, the situation had now changed. Indeed, the old adage rings true. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined, and it does not deceive me. As Wangliang grew stronger, so too did its vulnerabilities. If Wangliang had not commenced its frenzied absorption of energy, Shang-Yi might have remained oblivious to this issue for a considerable time. He concentrated his focus, locking onto the rapidly moving core. Saint-Yi rushed forward like a madman, while countless heads and tails of the phantoms frantically sought to obstruct and assail him. Shang-Yi was unaware of how long he had been engaged in this relentless battle, nor could he ascertain the number of heads and tails he had severed. He had become almost numb to the violence. Even his complete Susanoo, a manifestation of his ultimate power, had begun to lose its opacity due to the incessant assaults from the wraiths. At long last, he found himself before the energy entity. The wraith seemed to instinctively sense the impending danger, and its offensive maneuvers, both from its head and tails, escalated in frequency and intensity, becoming increasingly frenzied. However, the proximity between it and Shang-Yi hindered many of the wraith's effective attacks. Shang-Yi discovered the previously identified core of the specter. In the next instant, the golden light on the blade of Qiu Shui's Bi-Yun surged forth. Death! With a furious roar, Shang unleashed his complete body Susanoo, gripping tightly the autumn water, distinct from clouds, and thrusting it, now transformed into a radiant beam of golden light, directly into the heart of the yokai. The shimmering blade pierced through the core, eliciting anguished howls from the yokai. In response, its assaults grew increasingly frenzied and chaotic. Shang Yi seemed to sense that his complete Susanoo was on the verge of collapse. Releasing his grip, he left Xiao Shui and Bei Yun behind, swiftly distancing himself from the wildly thrashing wraith. Fortunately, this was merely the creature's death throes, or perhaps a fleeting moment of brilliance before its demise. As the core was shattered, the wraith's form began to dissipate, ultimately dissolving into nothingness. Perhaps due to the nature of the ceiling space, the wraith did not vanish entirely. Instead, its essence transformed back into a purplish-black energy, seamlessly reintegrating into the sealed realm. Shang Yi could distinctly perceive the elevation in energy concentration within the sealed space. Although the increase was not substantial, its presence was nonetheless palpable. Shang Yi let out a sigh of relief, dismissing the Susanoo with a wave of his hand, and then sat down on the ground to regain his strength. This wraith was, without a doubt, the most formidable adversary he had encountered thus far. Had he not discovered the core of the wraith, the outcome of their battle would have remained uncertain. Shang Yi found himself perplexed, pondering the nature of the entity that could be vanquished by Naruto and that young girl, who together managed to craft a sphere that led to its demise. Considering the formidable strength of the apparition Shang Yi encountered, it was evident that even if the specter stood defenseless and allowed the duo to strike, they would struggle to breach its defenses. The notion of extermination seemed utterly preposterous. Could it be a contrived plot device? Shigi has forgotten something of utmost significance. That is, in the original work, Naruto and his companions vanquished the wraiths in the external world, and those wraiths did not possess such abundant, perhaps even inexhaustible, energy for replenishment. Furthermore, when one observes the physique depicted in the original text, it is nowhere near the size of this wraith, which spans several hundred meters. Setting these observations aside, one might attribute this discrepancy to the protagonist's halo. Alas, whether this is indeed the case remains a mystery to all. However, such matters have become trivial. What truly matters now is the fortuitous opportunity at hand. Shingi retrieved a palm-sized square box from his pocket. Upon opening it, he revealed several sealed, brown-colored elixirs resembling longan fruits. This box contained a total of 10 such potions. These were the latest innovation from the Uchiha research team, nutritional pills, an upgraded version of nutrient solutions. Each pill could fulfill the nutritional requirements of an average individual for 10 days, allowing one to abstain from food for that duration. Even for the hardy Akimichi clan, one pill could suffice for 2 days without issue. On this journey, Shingi had brought an ample supply, though he had not meticulously counted. He estimated he possessed several tens of thousands. Shang-Yi firmly believes in a saying: it is permissible to have items that are unnecessary, but it is unacceptable to find oneself without them when needed. The habit of stockpiling is ingrained in Shang-Yi's very being, an instinct that cannot easily be altered. Furthermore, these items are crafted using a unique technique, resulting in an exceptionally long shelf life, allowing them to remain unblemished for a decade or more. Shang-Yi plucked a nutritional pill and tossed it into his mouth. Ah, the flavor of strawberries, delightful. He did not bother to chew. Instead, he tilted his head back and swallowed it whole. Naturally, the proper method of consumption for this item is to swallow it directly. The nutritional pill is exceedingly hard, such that even those with poor dental health cannot break it down. This is also one of the reasons for its long shelf life. The pill is designed to be swallowed whole, gradually being digested in the stomach. The rate of digestion is contingent upon the secretion of gastric juices. In simpler terms, the hungrier one is, the faster the digestion occurs. Conversely, if one is not hungry, the digestion proceeds slowly, and one does not feel uncomfortably full. The nutrients provided are released gradually to satisfy the body's needs. Otherwise, if it were to supply an average person with 10 days' worth of nutrition all at once, it would not be a nutritional pill, but rather the latest model of a lethal poison. Even Shang-Yi is perplexed by how the research team managed to create such a phenomenon. If one were to classify it as scientific, there exists a modicum of irrationality. Conversely, should it be deemed unscientific, there remains a sliver of scientific merit. Alas, let us not overburden ourselves with such musings. Reflecting upon the magical beans in Dragon Ball, one could argue that this creation possesses far more scientific credibility. Shang-Yi felt remarkably at ease. After an indeterminate period of rest, he sensed that his physical strength had returned to its normal state. With a swift motion, he activated the colossal Susanoo and commenced his aimless wandering. As Shang strolled leisurely, he pondered over his next course of action. Suddenly, he beheld a group of bizarre creatures engaged in a chaotic brawl ahead. Saint Yi swiftly charged towards the horde of his Susanoo conjuring a formidable sphere of energy in his grasp. He hurled it towards the throng of creatures, which were struck by the energy orb and collapsed one by one. Subsequently, they transformed back into a swirling mass of purplish-black energy, returning to this realm. Saint E meandered leisurely while vanquishing monsters. Upon encountering corporeal beasts, he swiftly dispatched them. These tangible creatures were of an entirely different caliber compared to the previous phantoms. Even if they banded together, they could not withstand even a casual strike from Saint E. In Chapter 77, Searching for a Donkey on a Donkey, the Uchiha factory is sealed. Engaging them, Saint Yi's expenditure of energy was more than compensated by his rapid recovery. It required little effort, rendering the task both effortless and enjoyable. Saint Yi is not merely idling away his time. Rather, with each vanquished monstrous entity, he feels an intensification of the fortuitous sensations that accompany his destiny. This has rendered him a harbinger of doom for all fully formed aberrations within the confines of the sealing space. It is uncertain how much time has elapsed. Within this realm, there is no cycle of day and night to facilitate the measurement of time. Typically, an ordinary person would reach their limits after 2 or 3 dozen hours, which could serve as a rough method of gauging time. However, given Saint Yi's extraordinary stamina and vigor, he would be oblivious to the passage of time even if fatigue were to set in. Consequently, he has entirely lost any sense of temporal awareness. He is simply wandering and slaying. After an extensive flight, Saint E is yet to encounter a single fully formed aberration. The sensation of serendipity that once guided him has now reached its zenith. Why is there a lack of such encounters? Shang Yi was utterly certain that he had scoured the entirety of the sealed space during this period. He found nothing. In his desperation, he even resorted to indiscriminately attacking his surroundings. Yet, there was nothing more to uncover. Indeed, still, there was nothing at all. Xingyi felt that he might have overlooked something. Xingyi stood upon the ground, his left arm crossed over his chest while his right hand gently caressed his chin. He pondered what he might have overlooked. Yet, there seemed to be nothing left. He had turned the entire sealed space upside down. Aside from the boundless malevolent energies, there was naught but emptiness, devoid of even a single creature. He contemplated once more. Indeed, he was certain. Saint One remains decidedly certain. Within the entirety of the sealed space, there exists nothing but the malevolent energy. Goodness gracious. Shang Yi smacked his forehead with great intensity. What does it mean to be blinded by a single leaf, unable to see Mount Tai? What does it mean to seek a donkey while riding one? This perfectly encapsulates Shang Yi's current predicament. The hints were so glaringly evident, yet Shang Yi had not even considered that direction, which is why it took him until now to realize something was amiss. In the entirety of this space, there existed but a solitary object. Was its indication not sufficiently clear? He had been troubled for so long by a multiple-choice question with only one option. How foolish he felt for his own ignorance. Saint One dispels the Susanoo, standing still in place. Gradually, he loosens the restraints on his body and attempts to absorb a modicum of malevolent energy. As for the unsettling aura that such energy imparts, it is worth noting that the Uchiha's ocular prowess also emanates a chilling sensation. Ultimately, it matters little. After Shang Yi absorbed a trace of that malevolent energy, he felt nothing. However, his intuition surged forth once more, urging him onward. Absorb. Absorb with relentless fervor. Devour every last drop of this energy, leaving not a single trace behind. Breathe. Saint Yi extended his arms wide, tilting his head back and closing his eyes. He then completely relinquished the restraints on his body, commencing the unrestrained absorption of the malevolent energy within the sealed space. Before long, a small vortex, slightly taller than Saint E, began to take shape around him. This small vortex gradually expanded, evolving into a super-energy storm reminiscent of the one he had experienced while absorbing energy from the wraiths. As Shang Yi closed his eyes, he listened to the howling of the hurricanes swirling around him. His body was racked with waves of excruciating pain. This is what it means to temper one's muscles and cleanse one's marrow. This was the sole thought that persisted in Shang Yi's mind as he endured the agony. If someone were to observe from the outside, they would notice that the malevolent energy encompassing the entire sealing space was being affected, flowing towards the direction of the energy storm where Shang Yi was situated. It was unclear how much time had passed, from the initial moment until now. The small whirlwind, which was about the height of a person, had transformed into a colossal energy storm that surpassed even the most fearsome of phantoms, resembling a massive, purple-black tornado. This super tornado seemed to stand as a colossal pillar, supporting the heavens and the earth, its enormity beyond calculation. Before it, Even Xingyi's towering complete Susanoo could not serve as a suitable reference point. Within the eye of the storm, Shang Yi could distinctly sense that an immeasurable amount of energy was pouring into his body with each passing second, altering and enhancing him from the strands of his hair to the tips of his toes in a comprehensive and all-encompassing manner. The passage of time was unfathomable. Gradually, Shang Yi's body became transparent, his skin shimmering with a purple-black glow. As energy continued to surge into him, his body began to swell as if it were on the verge of bursting. Yet, at that moment, Shang Yi unleashed a furious roar, and his body exploded into countless purple-black specks of light. These points danced in the air, mingling with the energy, ultimately coalescing into a massive purple-black orb. This enormous sphere pulsated rhythmically, akin to a human heart, beating with a resounding thump. With each thump, its energy absorption efficiency surpassed that of Shang Yi before, multiplying exponentially. If there had been any onlookers, they would have witnessed the pillar-like super tornado growing even thicker. Moreover, the transformation did not cease. Its diameter continued to expand at an exponential rate. As Shang Yi transformed into a colossal energy heart, immersed in the baptism of the energy storm, time swiftly advanced, quietly arriving several years later, into the 54th year of Konoha. On this day, the Uchiha clan, having enjoyed a few years of peaceful existence, was bustling with activity. Chief, both of our major factories have been temporarily sealed since early morning. Furthermore, all the cash within the factories has been confiscated. The reason given is that our tax payments are insufficient, alleging that the Uchiha clan has been evading taxes. An Uchiha clad in a black uniform emblazoned with the character Chi reported to Fugaku. The 6th and 10th squads were purely combat teams, taking turns to patrol, and this month, it just so happened to be the 7th squad's turn. Who issued this order? Fugaku inquired. In times of great significance, one must remain calm, was a lesson Shinki had imparted to Fugaku. Are the Uchiha factories important? They are the lifeblood of our clan, crucial indeed. However, the Uchiha clan is currently affluent enough that we can afford this temporary seizure of time and cash. We must first ascertain who is orchestrating this behind the scenes, and then identify the mastermind, the root. A little joke. Higi, those who understand these two words must be at least 20 years old, right? Yet, it was merely a handful of individuals. They likely believed that since Shang Yi had not appeared in recent years, they could act without consequence to regain a sense of presence. Chief, this order comes from the Hokage building, from the elder office. Uchiha-do replied promptly. The elder responsible for finances was Tsunade's subordinate, Sh-10K Haru. Fugaku was unsure when he had begun to adopt his eldest son Xingyi's habit of squinting when faced with challenges. Chief, should we go to the Hokage building to seek the Hokage? Not yet. Let us wait a bit longer. And so they waited for 3 days. During these 3 days, the Uchiha factories remained sealed, and Fugaku feigned ignorance, even managing to pacify the agitated members of the Uchiha clan. On the 4th morning, Fugaku, accompanied by Uchiha-do, made their way to the Hokage building. Fugaku, what brings you to the Hokage building today? Is there something amiss? As Fugaku entered the Hokage building, he fortuitously encountered Minato, who was preparing to commence work. After a period of interaction, the relationship between Minato and Fugaku's family had grown amicable, extending to the entire Uchiha clan. Thus, upon seeing Fugaku, Minato greeted him with a smile. Minato, our 2 major Uchiha factories have been sealed, and all cash within them has been confiscated, with claims of tax evasion. I came to inquire about the meaning behind this. Fugaku did not engage in pleasantries, directly stating his purpose for the visit. Upon hearing this, Minato's expression turned serious. What? Is there a mistake? I was unaware of this situation. The order comes from the elder office, Uchiha-do interjected. Aware of Minato's friendship with the Uchiha clan and recognizing his own strength, thus showing him due respect. The elder council's orders. Minato furrowed his brow. Fugaku, I will accompany you to investigate. Minato took the lead as they ascended to the elder office. Minato knocked on the door. Enter. He pushed the door open, and the 3 of them stepped inside. What brings you here? Sh-10K Haru regarded the trio with a frown. Uchiha Fugaku HM, Elder Sh-10. May I ask why the Uchiha factories have been sealed and the cash confiscated? Before Fugaku could speak, Minato launched into an impassioned retort. Minato had never held the elders in high regard and was now thoroughly exasperated with them. The Uchiha factories are suspected of tax evasion, and I believe I made the announcement very clear. Sh-10K Haru remained unperturbed. When she issued the command, she had anticipated that the Uchiha would come to confront her and had already prepared her counterarguments. Moreover, this was an issue concerning the Uchiha clan. It was not a personal attack against them, and she was justified in her actions. Furthermore, the cash we confiscated is far from sufficient to cover your tax evasion. I had someone calculate it. Over the past decade, the Uchiha owe a staggering total of 120 billion ryo in taxes. The current Uchiha factories are akin to a conglomerate producing high-end seasonings, sauces, and condiments, monopolizing the market worldwide, making this figure not exaggerated. In fact, I was somewhat conservative in my estimates, fearing you might find it hard to accept. However, you have only voluntarily paid 12 billion ryo thus far. After deducting the confiscated sum of 2.7 billion ryo, the Uchiha clan still owes a staggering 105.3 billion ryo in evaded taxes. Additionally, in accordance with regulations, a penalty of 10 of the evaded tax amount, which equates to 1.2 billion ryo, must also be paid, bringing the total to 117.3 billion ryo. Uchiha Fugaku, you have arrived just in time. Take this document and proceed to settle both the taxes and the fines. The revelation of this astonishing sum left both Minato and Uchiha utterly astounded. Goodness! An initial tax amount of 120 billion ryo. Who would have thought that the seemingly simple seasoning of the Uchiha could be sold for such an outrageous price? When has it ever been the case that our Uchiha clan's taxes were insufficient? Fugaku patted Minato's shoulder, signaling him to regain his composure. He then approached Minato and cast his gaze upon the composed Tsunade sitting firmly in her chair. Matters concerning the Uchiha clan are best handled by the Uchiha themselves. We had previously failed to detect any issues within your clan until the fourth Hokage ascended to power, leading to rampant construction in the village and an urgent financial crisis. It was only during our comprehensive financial audit that we uncovered the hidden truth. Your Uchiha clan, which appeared to be a paragon of tax compliance, was in fact concealing a deep-seated financial scandal within Konoha, based on the proportion you contributed. The Uchiha clan's tax payments were merely 1/10 of those made by other ninja clans. To put it plainly, while others contributed 10 ryo, you only remitted 1 ryo. Is this justifiable? Your actions are utterly outrageous. Tsunade's face was filled with indignation. Goodness, during the era of Sarutobi Hiruzen, she would never have dared to act so brazenly, merely skimming a few benefits for her own family. Now, an Uchiha clan that they had previously dismissed dares to be so audacious. Moreover, it is astonishing that just 2 Uchiha factories have generated such immense wealth. No wonder. In recent years, the Uchiha invested heavily in rebuilding their factories near the village, constructing an even larger and more luxurious megafactory. They had assumed the Uchiha were merely being extravagant, but in truth, their vision was short-sighted. This revelation has certainly sparked jealousy among the higher-ups. Minato looked at Fugaku with surprise. Brother Fugaku, is what Elder Tsunade said true? Do not fret. I will elucidate the matter. It is not as you perceive it. We would never engage in tax evasion. Fugaku reassured Minato, asserting that the Uchiha clan would never stoop to such unscrupulous conduct. Never. You have already done so. And the evidence is irrefutable. Tsunade retorted mockingly, tossing several scrolls to Minato. He hurriedly caught them to prevent them from hitting the ground. Upon opening them, he confirmed that the investigation results were indeed as Tsunade had claimed. The Uchiha clan's tax contributions were merely 1/10 of those of other clans. Minato quickly handed the scrolls to Fugaku, seeking to determine if there was any error. Fugaku declined to accept the report. There is no need. While I may not recall the detailed figures, I have a rough understanding, and it aligns closely with Elder Tsunade's numbers. However, I doubt that Elder Tsunade reported this to the fourth Hokage. If she had, this situation might not have arisen. What? Do you expect the fourth Hokage to shield the Uchiha clan? Tsunade scoffed. Although she did not see eye to eye with Tsunade, she understood her personality well. Tsunade would not tolerate any wrongdoing. To rely on Tsunade to bail him out would be akin to seeking a blessing from the wrong deity. Utterly laughable. Enough of this idle talk. Let us proceed to the Hokage's office. Minato, is the Hokage present? Fugaku disregarded Tsunade and turned to Minato. Chapter 79, Clarifying the Situation. The Uchiha clan is innocent. Just as Tsunade looked down upon the Uchiha harbored disdain for the Konoha F4 and their families. Engaging in further dialogue with her seemed futile. It would be far more prudent to speak directly with Tsunade and resolve the matter swiftly. Time was of the essence. As Fugaku had calculated with the 3 elders that 3 days would suffice. It was not that Fugaku underestimated Tsunade. Rather, if the matter were to be prolonged, the Uchiha could face substantial financial losses that would not be compensated even if the Tsunade clan were sold off. Prompt action was necessary, and perhaps Tsunade's clan could scrape together some funds for themselves. Initially, Tsunade had intended to deliver a few more jabs, but upon noticing that Fugaku was ignoring her, she sulked and followed him out. Today, she was eager to see how Fugaku would persuade Tsunade to rectify this situation. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Fugaku opened the door, and the four of them entered the Hokage's office, where only Tsunade and Shizen were present. Oh, what brings you all here together? Tsunade was somewhat taken aback. There seemed to be no issue with Fugaku being with that Uchiha individual, nor with Fugaku alongside Minato. Even the scenario of Minato with the Uchiha person was plausible. However, the remaining configurations, whether it involved Fugaku with Sukun Koharu, or Minato with Sukun Koharu, or even Sukun Koharu with the Uchiha, felt rather disconcerting. Sukun Koharu feared Fugaku might initiate something troublesome, prompting her to hastily speak up and clarify the matters that had transpired in her office. This time, Sukun Koharu recognized her advantageous position and refrained from embellishing the facts, opting instead to recount the event straightforwardly. Nonetheless, Tsunade's expression left Sukun Koharu utterly bewildered. Initially, upon hearing that the Uchiha clan had been evading taxes, amounting to a staggering 120 billion ryo, Tsunade's reaction mirrored Sukun Koharu's expectations. She was furious. In fact, upon hearing the figure, Tsunade crashed her palm onto the table, shattering it. However, as the narrative unfolded, Sukun Koharu found herself increasingly perplexed. At first, Tsunade's evident rage suggested she might want to confront Fugaku physically. Yet, as Sukun Koharu continued her account, Tsunade's expression transitioned from anger to tranquility, as if something had quelled her fury. Subsequently, Tsunade's brow furrowed deeply, indicating she was lost in thought. Moments later, her eyes brightened as if a realization had struck her. She clenched her right fist and pounded it against her left palm, embodying an epiphany. Following this, Tsunade hastily began to sift through the remnants of the table she had shattered, seemingly attempting to restore it to its former state. After a futile effort, she discarded one of the table legs, casting a regretful glance at what had once been a rather comfortable piece of furniture. She then returned to her chair, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. At this juncture, Tsunade still wore an expression of profound disinterest. Sukun Koharu concluded her account, yet Tsunade's lack of response caused her countenance to droop. Tsunade, did you not hear my words? The Uchiha clan is evading taxes. Konoha's development requires funds, and the Uchiha are hindering our progress. This is your attitude? Is this how you honor your two grandfathers? Is this how you honor Konoha? Sukun Koharu's frustration escalated, culminating in an exasperated shout. What I deem appropriate is my own concern. I am fully aware of the situation, so there is no need for your worry. However, as an elder, why did you not inform me, the Hokage, before unilaterally sealing the Uchiha's factory and forcibly seizing their cash? Observing Tsunade's apparent attempt to change the subject, Sukun Koharu was determined not to allow her to divert attention. I commanded the sealing of this matter. We can discuss it later. Is the issue of Uchiha's tax evasion not of greater magnitude? The Uchiha have not evaded taxes. Tsunade rubbed her temples and calmly uttered, that is impossible. Sukun Koharu, nearly losing her sanity, shouted until her voice cracked. She had exerted immense effort, mobilized numerous personnel, and scrutinized vast amounts of data. It seemed that throughout her career, she had never approached her work with such seriousness. Yet, with irrefutable evidence before her, Tsunade could dismiss it outright by claiming the Uchiha were innocent. Sukun Koharu was now suspicious that Tsunade might be colluding with Fugaku. Otherwise, how could she be so protective of the Uchiha clan? Do not ignore me. Cleanse your mind of such nonsense. It was a collective decision during the founding of the village to grant special privileges to the Senju and Uchiha clans. Noticing Sukun Koharu's increasingly audacious gaze, Tsunade could not resort to violence against her, and instead hastily interjected to disrupt Sukun Koharu's delusions. Clarify your point. Sukun Koharu, undeterred, sought to unravel the matter at hand. Leaning back in her chair, Tsunade crossed her legs and placed her hands together on her lap before speaking slowly. The original Konoha village was established through the collaboration of the Senju and Uchiha clans, alongside other ninja clans. Among them, the contributions of the Senju and Uchiha were the most significant, and their sacrifices were the greatest, because either clan's achievements surpassed those of all other clans combined. The other clans proposed to grant these two clans a minor yet sincere privilege during the Ninja Council meeting, as a sign of respect. This minor yet sincere privilege was financial in nature. Money, while significant in improving living standards, lacks the strategic value of other rare resources. Thus, It was stipulated that if any members of the Senju or Uchiha clans chose to engage in commerce, their tax rate would be 1/10 of that of other ninja clans and commoners. In essence, while the standard commercial tax rate in Konoha is 1 in 10, the Senju and Uchiha clans would be taxed at 1 in 100. Tsunade, feeling parched, gestured for Shizen to pour her a glass of water. After quenching her thirst, she continued, "Of course, this is clearly designated as a commercial tax, thus only applicable to those from these clans who engage in business. Other activities, such as undertaking missions or commissions, do not benefit from this privilege." Chapter 80. The frustration of Tsukun Kohara. The privilege granted to the Senju and Uchiha clans was recognized by all other ninja clans, and it was even proposed by them. This practice had persisted for many years. Why then, with such a commotion, did you resurrect this archaic clause? I recall your clan, the Sarutobi, was among those who supported this during its inception. Do not attempt to claim ignorance. Tsunade gazed at Tsukun Kohara with a hint of confusion. Tsukun Kohara stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts clearly. After taking several deep breaths, she finally regained a modicum of composure. Tsunade, did you just say this has always been the case? But why has no one noticed before? Tsunade pondered for a moment, responding with a tone of uncertainty. Perhaps it is because there were very few, if any, members of the Senju and Uchiha clans who engaged in business, so this privilege remained unutilized. Indeed, you speak true, Hokage. I am not well versed in the Senju clan. Yet for us, the Uchiha, we have never availed ourselves of such privileges. In the past, there were not many among the Uchiha engaged in commercial endeavors. Even if a clan member occasionally set up a stall or opened a small eatery, the income was limited and the taxes paid were minimal. Thus, we deemed it unnecessary to go to great lengths to activate this privilege, as it would only be a cumbersome endeavor. Fayek, seizing upon Tsunade's words, elucidated the circumstances of the Uchiha clan. There you have the answer you sought, Tsunade remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the elder, Tsunade. Perhaps I was mistaken, she continued. I shall promptly issue an order to unseal the Uchiha factory. As for the cash that was previously confiscated, once it has been accounted for, I ask that a representative from the Uchiha clan come to the financial office at the Hokage building to retrieve it. Ensure to send several individuals to tally the money in person, for once it leaves the financial office, any issues arising will be beyond our department's responsibility. With such clarity, even Tsunade would find it difficult to raise a fuss. This time, let it be, for there shall be other opportunities. Observing Tsunade's nonchalant demeanor as she prepared to depart with a fleeting remark, Fayek could not acquiesce. The Uchiha had been paying taxes for many years, not merely at the onset. Now, she had stirred up trouble and, sensing the disarray, wished to slip away unscathed, devoid of accountability. Dream on, Elder Tsunade. Do not be so hasty to leave, Fayek interjected, blocking her path as she turned to depart. The matters have been clarified. What more do you desire? Do you wish for me to bow an apology? Tsunade's discontent was palpable, her expression sour, akin to one who has stepped into a pile of dog excrement. Apologies are unnecessary. The Uchiha are not in need of your insipid contrition. However, regarding the 3-day closure of our factory that you ordered, how shall we address the losses incurred? If this is indeed our fault, then the closure is warranted, and we accept the consequences as outlined by the village's reasonable penalties. Yet, as the situation stands, it is evident that your error led to this closure, which was executed without informing Lord Hokage. This was entirely your unilateral decision. Thus, I ask, who shall bear the responsibility for the losses we sustained during those 3 days? It is you, Elder Tsunade, who must take accountability. Tsunade was left reeling from Fayek's rapid-fire barrage of arguments. Yet, her long-standing experience with financial matters rendered her acutely aware of the implications. Even in her current state of bewilderment, she understood that the Uchiha's losses could not be placed upon her shoulders. While it may seem trivial to some, the financial repercussions for the Tsunade clan could potentially be catastrophic. Fayek, you speak nonsense. First and foremost, this was a standard procedure, and I issued commands in accordance with established regulations. Any losses incurred should be borne by your clan. Furthermore, even if a misunderstanding occurred, and the responsibility does not lie with you, as the village's financial elder, I represent the village, and it is the village that should address the matter, not I alone. If you insist on attributing these losses to me, who will dare take their responsibilities seriously in the future? Tsunade was now utterly irrational, regardless of the circumstances. This burden could not rest upon her or her clan, for they simply could not bear it. The tides had shifted, and now it was Fayek's turn to launch an offensive. No need to raise your voice, Elder Tsunade. Resolving issues is not a matter of volume. The need for your accountability arises from two key points. First, regarding the Uchiha's privileges, as a participant among many clans, both within your own and the village. There are records documenting this. Yet, without even conducting an inquiry, you hastily ordered the closure of our factory, which is a clear dereliction of your duties. Second, and most importantly, you acted without consulting Lord Hokage. Had you done so, regardless of whether he halted or permitted subsequent actions, this would have transformed the issue into one between the Uchiha and Lord Hokage, with your involvement being minimal. However, due to your failure to inform Lord Hokage, a significant error occurred within the normal workflow. Coupled with the aforementioned point, the responsibility falls solely upon you, Elder Tsunade, with no connection to others, the Hokage, or the village at large. Chapter 81. Elder Tsunade, am I really to be informed that I am bankrupt while I indulge in hot pot and song? Upon Faik's conclusion, Tsunade collapsed to the ground, her eyes vacant. This is not my fault. It cannot be my fault. I serve the village. You cannot treat me this way. Observing her pitiful state, Tsunade covered her face, feeling that Tsunade's conduct as a Konoha elder was a disgrace to the village. Thankfully, there were no outsiders present. Yet, Faik wore a look of amusement, finally understanding why the previous elder relished engaging in such nonsense. No, this was not mere nonsense. There was a certain satisfaction in this exchange that far surpassed the enjoyment of delivering a slap. They say that killing is one thing, but to torment the heart is far more profound. Elder Tsunade, do rise from the ground. Do not tarnish the reputation of our Konoha elite. It was merely a 3-day closure. What is the worth of such a sum? Hurry and inform your clan to compensate the Uchiha, and this matter will be resolved. Faik, calculate the amount so that the Tsunade clan can prepare promptly. Tsunade was not particularly adept with numbers, yet the expressions of Shizen and Minato were quite revealing. They regarded the still-dazed Tsunade with a mixture of sympathy and incredulity. Unlike Tsunade, they did not perceive her as a source of embarrassment for the Konoha elite. Rather, they recognized that should the Tsunade clan be compelled to pay this sum, it might indeed lead to their financial ruin, leaving the entire clan in a state of desperation. Fugaku lowered his head and performed a simple calculation before speaking. Our Uchiha clan's total revenue for the past year amounts to 450 billion ryo. What did you just say? How much? Fugaku's statement was abruptly interrupted by Tsunade. It's indeed 450 billion ryo, Lord Hokage, she exclaimed. That amount seems incorrect. Even with a tax rate of 10%, your payment should amount to 45 billion ryo this year. Yet, you have only paid 12 billion ryo over the past decade? Tsunade's words were once again cut short as Shizen, standing behind her, gently tugged at her sleeve, urging her to pause. Tsunade turned to Shizen, who leaned closer and whispered, Lady Tsunade, taxes are calculated based on profit, not total revenue. Please allow clan leader Fugaku to finish. Tsunade's face flushed with embarrassment. Fugaku, please continue. Certainly, Lord Hokage. Our Uchiha clan's total revenue for the past year is 450 billion ryo. However, due to the high wages we offer at our factories, after deducting labor costs, material expenses, and various other expenditures, our net profit for the recent year stands at 150 billion ryo. This information is available in the financial department of the Hokage building. Ah, I see. Tsunade exclaimed, her expression shifting to one of understanding. Then, how is the compensation for Tsukikage Shaoshi calculated? She suddenly realized that such a colossal sum, even when divided by days, amounted to astronomical figures. Lord Hokage, the compensation is, of course, based on total revenue, with 450 billion ryo divided across 365 days. That results in approximately 23 billion ryo per day. After 3 days, the total reaches about 69 billion ryo. Today marks the 4th day, and with noon approaching, our daily income is 23 billion ryo, translating to roughly 51 billion ryo per hour. Given that it is now 10 o'clock, that amounts to 51 billion ryo. Additionally, considering the losses incurred from order cancellations and other miscellaneous expenses, taking into account that Elder Tsukikage has some minor work commitments, we can round off the calculation, thereby concluding that a compensation of 5 billion ryo to our Uchiha clan suffices. Fugaku was not inclined to demand more, as he had already communicated with the clan's treasurer, Elder Gangmu, and understood that the Tsukikage clan had limited resources. Demanding more would yield little benefit and only complicate matters. 5 billion ryo? Tsunade, known for her gambling, had earned the notorious title of a great cash cow over the years, and it was evident how much she had lost. However, witnessing true expertise in negotiations, she waved her hand, concluding that a compensation of 5 billion Rio over 3 days was excessive. Although she could not calculate her own losses, in comparison, this was simply a matter of significant disparity. Fugaku, please make arrangements for your Uchiha factory to resume operations. As for the remaining compensation issues, you can discuss them with Tsukikage Shaoshi at your leisure. If we delay further, I fear that Tsukikage clan may go insane. Tsunade urged Fugaku to expedite the factory's reopening, for every hour of delay cost them 50 million Rio. And the Tsukikage clan could very well reach their breaking point. Fugaku instructed Du to return and notify the clan to restart the factory. Tsunade also sent word for the Tsukikage clan leader to come over. Soon, a middle-aged man entered the Hokage's office. This man was the current leader of the Tsukikage clan, Tsukikage Detu, the younger brother of Tsukikage Shaoshi. Upon entering, Tsukikage Detu first noticed the shattered desk and then saw his sister, slumped on the floor, mumbling incoherently. Seeing his sister in such a state, he rushed to help her up. Lord Hokage, what is the meaning of this? Tsukikage Detu helped Tsukikage Shaoshi to the sofa and furrowed his brow. He did not believe that his sister was being bullied by Tsunade and the others. He knew Tsunade's character. There must be something he was unaware of. Shizen, you explain. Tsunade, unsure of how to proceed, stammered before shifting the responsibility to Shizen. With no other option, Shizen, being the lowest-ranking individual present, succinctly recounted the entire situation to Tsukikage Detu. Initially, upon hearing that Tsukikage Shaoshi had shut down the Uchiha factory, Tsukikage Detu did not take it seriously. He was well aware of his sister's temperament. It was not surprising that she targeted the Uchiha clan. However, the developments that followed exceeded his expectations. As Shizen continued, Tsukikage Daido's expression grew increasingly animated. How much did you say? He exclaimed, doubting his own hearing. You heard correctly, 5 billion Rio. Your Tsukikage clan is required to compensate the Uchiha clan for their losses over the past few days, totaling 5 billion Rio. To ensure he understood, Shizen reiterated clearly. Tsukikage Detu hurriedly approached the sofa, grasping his sister's shoulders and shaking her vigorously. Sister, wake up. Please tell me this is a lie. It must be false. Despite his efforts, Tsukikage Shaoshi remained lost in her own world. Seemingly grasping the reality of the situation, Tsukikage Daido's expression shifted. This cannot be real. I refuse to believe it. This is a lie, he bellowed, only to be abruptly silenced by a sharp slap from Fugaku. He was sent soaring through the air, landing near the garbage can in the office with a pained cry. Do not feign ignorance. Tsukikage Shaoshi is a woman, and I have no intention of lowering myself to her level. But you are a man, and I shall not hold back. Fugaku's arms crossed, his gaze narrowed at Tsukikage Detu. Hearing Fugaku's words, Tsukikage Detu covered his face as he rose from the ground. Casting a dark look at Fugaku, the sum demanded was exorbitant. The Tsukikage clan did not possess the same wealth as the Uchiha clan. How much can you offer? 500 million Rio? Good heavens, Uchiha Fugaku, what are you trying to achieve? The mention of 500 million Rio earned Tsukikage Detu a free slap from Fugaku, who was incensed. I was going to ask you the same. How can you reduce 5 billion Rio to 500 million Rio? Do you even have the audacity to speak? Tsukikage Detu spat blood, revealing a decayed tooth as he exclaimed, You Uchiha are far too overbearing. Zhuanqin Datong covered his face with his left hand, tremblingly pointing at Fugaku with his right. Is there something even more outrageous? Do you wish to witness it? It is a natural law that debts must be repaid. This time, no one will openly stand by your side. Fugaku's words carried weight. With Zhuanqin Xiaochun as the elder sister, it was evident that the Zhuanqin clan harbored animosity towards the Uchiha. Their disdainful remarks were frequent, and they had even obstructed the payment of mission rewards to Uchiha ninjas. Approaching the Hokage had proven futile. It was that they refused to pay, but rather that they did so inconsistently. Moreover, Sarutobi, the old monkey, was in cahoots with them. Thus, Fugaku felt he had seized a golden opportunity. Short on funds? Fear not, we Uchiha are no strangers to exerting ourselves. We shall reclaim every last coin. As for whether we shall recover more, that remains uncertain. Zhuanqin Datong understood Fugaku's implication. He realized that evasion was no longer an option. He turned to glance at Zhuanqin Xiaochun, who was still feigning madness. Eventually, her gaze fell to the ground. Give me some time, and I will prepare the money. Zhuanqin Datong then looked back at Fugaku. How long? I remind you, do not utter nonsensical remarks. He swallowed the words a year and replaced them. 3 months. I require 3 months. Very well, then it is settled. 3 days. Wait, I said 3 months. Initially, Zhuanqin Datong found Fugaku to be quite accommodating. hoping he might allow for a reduction in the amount owed. However, having observed Zhuanqin Xiaochun's demeanor, he understood that this debt was inescapable. He knew his sister well. If there had been even a remote possibility of evading this debt or shifting the blame onto another, she would not have acted so foolishly in front of everyone. But upon hearing Fugaku's response, he realized that Fugaku was anything but lenient. Moreover, 3 days was insufficient. Zhuanqin Xiaochun has sealed our time for 3 days. So I shall grant you the same 3 days. This afternoon counts, starting tomorrow, if the money is not forthcoming after 3 days. I will bring my people to dismantle your Zhuanqin clan. After speaking, Fugaku nodded to Tsunade, Minato, and the others before departing. Hokage-sama, advisor-sama, just look at the Uchiha. They are utterly unreasonable. Zhuanqin Datong was infuriated by Fugaku's demeanor, shaking with rage and speechless. Enough. This is a private matter between your Zhuanqin clan and the Uchiha. We cannot overstep our bounds. Besides, did I not just suggest you communicate and resolve this? Off you go. If it becomes too late, I cannot restrain those Uchiha brutes. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, as if swatting away flies, signaling for the Zhuanqin siblings to leave. With no other options, they rose and exited the Hokage's office together. I never anticipated that the Uchiha factory, merely selling seasonings and foodstuffs, could yield such immense profits. No wonder they have forsaken the life of a ninja. The meager task commissions are hardly worth the effort. If it were me, I would not pursue that path either. After the commotion, Tsunade lost all desire to continue her work. Moreover, with her desk in ruins, what business could she conduct? I'm leaving. Minato, my desk is gone. And it affects my ability to work. The events of today are yours to handle. Without waiting for Minato's response, Tsunade took Shizune and brazenly left to enjoy the day. Minato surveyed the chaos of the office, contemplating a remark about the Hokage's position being unworthy of a dog. However, he refrained. Considering that should he truly have to take on the role, he would certainly do so. He promptly summoned someone to clean up and requested a new desk, nothing extravagant. Just functional. After all, in Konoha, regardless of the material, not even a steel desk could withstand Tsunade's wrath when provoked. A mid-range desk that would not tarnish Konoha's or the Hokage's reputation would suffice. Meanwhile, in the Zhuanqin clan's territory, Zhuanqin Datong confronted his sister. Sister, what on earth are you doing? In their meeting room, aside from the siblings, several elders of the Zhuanqin clan were present. I never expected it to unfold this way. Initially, I uncovered the Uchiha's tax evasion and, after thorough verification, believed there were no issues before taking action. Little did I know, the problem stemmed from decades past. Returning home, Zhuanqin Xiaochun, unwilling to give up, delved into the clan's records, clinging to the hope that Tsunade's words were mere deception. However, Zhuanqin Datong wasted no time. He was rational. His trust in Tsunade was not blind, but rather rooted in the belief that her deception would not be so easily exposed. The outcome turned out to be precisely as he had anticipated. Soon, Zhuanqin Xiaochun emerged from the records room, despondent and speechless, head bowed in silence. Seeing her demeanor, Zhuanqin Datong understood all too well without her uttering another word. He quickly gathered the clan elders for a meeting, succinctly relaying the events that had transpired. Upon hearing this, the elders erupted in chaos. At that moment, they no longer cared about Zhuanqin Xiaochun's ties to the Konoha elders, her status as the clan leader's sister, or her connections to former Hokage. It was all irrelevant. The paramount issue was survival. They could not afford to be buried under the consequences of her blunder. Furthermore, they were acutely aware of the strained relations between the Zhuanqin and Uchiha clans. More accurately, their relationship was fraught with conflict. In the past, they had lacked the opportunity to confront this, but now the Uchiha had unwittingly gained the upper hand. If the Zhuanqin clan failed to produce the funds, the Uchiha's brutish retaliation was an unknown that none wished to contemplate. Enough. Silence. How shall we resolve this predicament? The previously tumultuous meeting room fell into an immediate silence as Zhuanqin Daidong's words echoed through the space. All eyes shifted from one person to another, each reluctant to break the stillness, none daring to be the first to speak. Observing the silence, Zhuanqin Daidong felt the tension rise visibly on his forehead. Ladies and gentlemen, let us not remain mute. This cannot be evaded. Elder, it is your turn to speak. He directed his gaze toward the elder seated immediately to his left. With his name called, the elder could no longer feign ignorance. He sighed heavily before responding, Alas, second elder, do tally the family's remaining resources. I believe we have sufficient funds to cover our debts. We cannot afford to delay for the Uchiha clan, with whom I have dealt for decades. will not hesitate to turn our entire Junshin clan upside down should we fail to meet our obligations. This elder was no fool. His earlier reluctance stemmed from a flicker of hope that perhaps a miracle might occur. However, with Junshin Daidong's revelation, he acknowledged the necessity of addressing the issue at hand while maintaining a firm boundary, one that prevented the Uchiha clan from using any pretext to threaten the Junshin clan. For even if they did resort to threats, the debts would still need settling, rendering any further losses unnecessary. The assembly turned their attention to Junshin Xiaochun, the financial elder of Konoha and concurrently the second elder of the Junshin clan. She inhaled deeply and stated, "The aggregate value of our family's collectibles and rare resources stands approximately at 4.8 billion ryo. However, should we be pressed to liquidate them quickly, we may incur a loss of 20 to 30%. Junshin Daidong furrowed his brow at the thought of such substantial losses. The urgency of the situation rendered it impossible to fetch a fair price. They would be forced to sell at a discount. Time was of the essence, and finding buyers and negotiating prices within such a limited time frame was an insurmountable challenge. This involved not just one or two items, but a considerable volume that would ordinarily require about a month for a proper transaction. At this moment, Junshin Xiaochun regained her composure. Her task was now to rectify her mistakes to the best of her ability, with the option of monetary support off the table. She resolved to leverage her expertise in familiar domains. "How much cash does our clan possess?" she inquired. "Only around 1 billion ryo? That is far too little. Could we perhaps borrow from the Sarutobi or the Hyuga clans?" "Especially from the Sarutobi," she suggested, deliberately omitting any mention of the Uchiha clan. The elder Danzo had provided scant assistance to his own clan, which, while superficially bolstered by his position as Hokage, was ultimately lacking in resources and manpower. In reality, the Uchiha clan was the weakest among Konoha's 4 major clans. The Sarutobi clan, having produced the longest-serving Hokage and with Sarutobi Hiruzen's vested interest in his family's welfare, enjoyed both wealth and influence, placing them at the pinnacle. The Junshin clan, under Xiaochun's stewardship, ranked second in strength, while the Hyuga clan, managed by Hizashi, maintained a respectable standing, securing the third position. The Uchiha clan, however, had suffered under Danzo's neglect. Devoid of allies, they were left vulnerable. Without Danzo and his root organization, the Uchiha clan found itself in dire straits. Outmatched even by the Hyuga clan, Junshin Daidong turned his gaze back to Junshin Xiaochun, who lowered her head in silence, mirroring the quietude of the room. Eventually, she acquiesced, her resolve wavering. "I understand. I shall inquire immediately." Rising from her seat, she exited with a bowed head and weary posture. Soon after, uplifting news resonated through the air. Chapter 84. Has the matter concluded? Not yet. The bonds of friendship among the members of the Uzumaki clan and their companions from Konoha's F3 are indeed remarkable. Initially, the Mito clan provided an impressive interest-free loan of 500 million ryo. Following that, the Sarutobi clan demonstrated their generosity by offering a staggering interest-free loan of 2.5 billion ryo, alongside purchasing a collection of rare items and resources valued at 1.5 billion ryo from the Uzumaki clan at a price slightly below market value. The Sarutobi clan alone contributed a total of 4 billion ryo. It is evident that Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage who has held his position the longest, is not merely a figurehead. With the Sarutobi clan's substantial financial backing, which they offered without a hint of hesitation, they truly live up to their reputation. Coupled with the Uzumaki clan's own reserves of 1 billion ryo and 5 billion ryo in compensation, they finally managed to gather the necessary funds. Uzumaki Daito promptly took the money to the Uchiha clan. Once Uchiha had verified the funds without issue, Daito felt a wave of relief wash over him. Upon returning to the Uzumaki clan, he informed the elders of the situation, who also breathed a sigh of relief. Though the money was lost, the matter was resolved. As for the remaining debts owed to the Sarutobi and Mito clans, they could simply sell off the remaining collectibles to settle those, unlike the Uchiha clan, which did not require urgency. They could take their time to secure a good price. However, after returning from the two clans, Uzumaki Sakura fell gravely ill. This episode severely depleted the Uzumaki clan's vitality. To make matters worse, the Hokage's office issued a notice regarding a recent personnel reshuffle, which felt like a cruel twist of fate. The gist of it was that due to a significant error in Sakura's work, and considering her past contributions, her accountability would not be pursued. Additionally, since she was currently incapacitated by illness and unable to continue her duties, she was relieved of her position as the Konoha financial elder to focus on her recovery. The new financial elder appointed was Nara Shikaku's younger brother, Nara Shikamaru. Tsunade had long harbored dissatisfaction towards the older generation, particularly towards the detestable Sakura. At last, she saw her opportunity and seized it without hesitation, directly taking over Sakura's position as financial elder. The role was now held by the Nara clan, who had just aligned with her. Tsunade reveled in her cleverness. Not only had she successfully removed someone she disliked, but she had also gained a supportive faction. Such a double victory brought her immense satisfaction, making her feel as though she had achieved a true win-win scenario. Nonetheless, while these events stirred considerable controversy within Konoha, they were overshadowed by the astonishing revelation of the Uchiha clan's wealth, which left many in disbelief. An unknown individual had surreptitiously disclosed the Uchiha clan's financial status amidst the chaos. This news quickly spread throughout the entire village of Konoha and even reached ninjas from other villages. Previously, everyone was aware of the Uchiha's affluence, but few could have anticipated the sheer magnitude of their wealth. The Uchiha clan's riches were unparalleled, both in scale and quantity, marking an unprecedented moment in history. This astonishing news undeniably became the focal point of attention across the entire ninja world. In the Uchiha clan's assembly room, 20 individuals were seated, with the clan leader, Fugaku, at the forefront. Esteemed members, our recent affairs have stirred quite a commotion in the ninja world, and I am certain that some among us may become blinded by greed. What course of action should we take next? Should we simply eliminate the root of the problem or eradicate it entirely? I would like to hear your thoughts. Present were not only the 10 Uchiha elders but also 8 captains from various squads, as well as Uchiha Itachi. Yes, you read that correctly, to date. The Uchiha clan's entire squad leadership had no vice captains, as all had been promoted following the successful awakening of their Mangekyo Sharingan. The captain of the 3rd squad, Uchiha Taki, possessing the Mangekyo ability of 6th sense manipulation, spoke first. I believe we should eradicate the root of the problem. Those coveting the Uchiha clan's power must be completely removed to prevent future calamities. Furthermore, such decisive action serves as an effective demonstration of our strength. Elder Uchiha Izumi then interjected, however, taking such drastic measures may provoke resentment from other factions, leading to increased conflict. Fugaku pondered for a moment before turning to the previously silent Uchiha Itachi. Itachi, what is your perspective? Uchiha Itachi raised his gaze, his expression resolute. I stand in agreement with Taki's viewpoint. We cannot allow the Uchiha to be placed in a passive position. We must take decisive action to eliminate all desires for our downfall with overwhelming force. Having been born during the Warring States period, Itachi possessed an inherent brutality that surpassed that of the Uchiha in peacetime. Let us proceed to a vote. Those in favor of eradicating the root of the problem, please raise your hands. Following Fugaku's declaration, he lifted his right hand. Among those present, aside from a few hesitant elders, all the younger squad leaders supported the proposal. The final tally stood at 15 in favor and 5 against. Fugaku nodded. Very well, since there is a consensus, let us prepare accordingly. Hoshi, you will be responsible for issuing a public announcement. All squads are to execute their tasks as planned. Should the need arise, we will arrange for your direct involvement. Now, let us adjourn. Yes, clan leader. After the meeting concluded, everyone resumed their duties. Only the 6th elder responsible for diplomacy, Uchiha Hoshi, affixed the latest Uchiha public announcement to the bulletin board outside the Uchiha compound. At this moment, the Uchiha clan had become the epicenter of discourse within the ninja world. Any movement from the Uchiha would undoubtedly attract considerable attention. This announcement was no exception. Hey, I can't see from the back. Could someone in the front read it out loud? The bulletin board was crowded, with those unable to see trying to push their way in, while those who had read it sought to exit. All right, no shoving. I'll read it to you, and then let me out. As the crowd quieted, the individual proclaimed loudly. Chapter 85. Envious significant notice. The Uchiha clan hereby solemnly reminds, any form of surveillance, tracking, or investigation of the Uchiha is strictly prohibited. Any behavior coveting the resources or properties of the Uchiha is forbidden. Such actions constitute a grave infringement upon the privacy, dignity, and legal rights of our Uchiha clan, and are both unethical and in violation of relevant village laws. The Uchiha clan is now prepared to take necessary forceful actions against any potential violators. We urge all in the ninja world to respect their own safety as well as our privacy rights and other related interests. In order to jointly uphold the order of the ninja realm, violators will be held accountable. Let this serve as a forewarning. On the date of February 2nd, in the 54th year of Konoha, the surrounding crowd, upon hearing the individual fall silent, confirmed that the announcement had concluded. The vast majority of the crowd appeared bewildered. What did the Uchiha mean? What more could it mean? Did they not comprehend it? Very well, Allow me to translate. The essence of the Uchiha's message is quite straightforward. If you have no business, do not blindly follow our Uchiha members, nor fixate on our wealth. Should we discover such actions, prepare for a complete upheaval of your life. We have articulated our position clearly, at that time, regardless of misunderstandings. Your demise will be in vain. Did that clarify things? Within the crowd, there was indeed an astute translator who succinctly transformed the flowery rhetoric into blunt, straightforward language. Consequently, everyone present grasped the meaning. This led to an uproar. Goodness, the Uchiha is quite domineering. Such blunt words surely left many feeling uncomfortable. How would you feel if you earned a fortune only to be pursued daily by a throng of lesser beings? The individual who previously spoke had fallen silent. Humanity is a complex creature. When you possess what I lack, I feel envious. When I possess what you lack, you deserve it. To expect a mere paper announcement to resolve all potential threats is naivety. Even a child would not be so innocent. The primary purpose of this announcement is to provide an excuse for the Uchiha's potential ruthless retaliation in the future. Nonetheless, the announcement does have some effect. At the very least, it has dissuaded many ordinary individuals with thieving thoughts who lacked the courage to act. Others, possessing a bit more capability, ultimately trust in their own strength, still desiring to realize wealth through their own labor. As time passed, the content of the Uchiha's announcement gradually spread throughout the entire ninja world, particularly among those aware of the Uchiha's wealth, who now also understood their warning. In the capital of the Land of Fire, within the daimyo's residence, the daimyo of the Land of Fire, pale and slender, resembling a eunuch, spoke. Is the profit from this Uchiha factory truly so high? Upon reviewing the Uchiha's related information, the daimyo's eyes widened in astonishment. Even though his family possessed the entirety of the Land of Fire, with wealth surpassing that of the Uchiha, he still felt envious. Just like in reality. Can world-class billionaires truly envy the meager earnings of small businesses? The answer is yes. Otherwise, there would not be so many commercial competitions. Where the big fish devour the small, the affluent only desire more wealth. Those who claim otherwise are merely boasting. Anyone who believes them is foolish. The ninja world is no different. The family of the Land of Fire's daimyo has accumulated a fortune over generations, an astronomical figure. Even if the Uchiha were to earn at this rate for another decade, it would not come close to that astronomical number. Not to mention, the daimyo of the Land of Fire also has substantial tax revenues at regular intervals. The wealth gap between him and the Uchiha may narrow slightly, but only marginally. It would not lead to a significant change. However, the daimyo of the Land of Fire entertained a small thought. Why not give it a try? What has the harm in attempting? What if it succeeds? As for the Uchiha's announcement, he was unconcerned. He did not believe the Uchiha clan would dare to provoke him. If necessary, he could always leverage the Hokage against them. Is there anyone who can find a way for me to insert myself into this? The ministers below bowed their heads in silence. Useless, an entire bunch of useless people. What good are you to me? Speak up. What use is your existence to me? The daimyo of the Land of Fire, witnessing their ostrich-like behavior, became furious. He rose and began to pace around them, suddenly spotting a minister whom he found displeasing. He kicked him, sending the minister sprawling on the floor. The other ministers, upon witnessing this, lowered their heads even further, nearly touching the floor. Pointing at the minister who had been kicked down, the daimyo declared, "You, come up with a solution for me, or prepare to lose your head." The designated minister trembled. Stuttering, in response to the great daimyo, the Uchiha clan is renowned for its formidable strength and unique bloodline limit. Notably, their temperament makes them notoriously difficult to deal with. If we forcefully intervene, we risk inciting their resentment or even resistance. Upon hearing that the Uchiha might retaliate, the daimyo furrowed his brow. Then what do you propose? The minister hesitated briefly before suggesting, perhaps we could attempt to establish a cooperative relationship with the Uchiha clan, jointly developing projects for mutual benefit. The daimyo stroked his chin, finding the idea somewhat acceptable. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, that is indeed a possibility, though we must deliberate on the specifics of implementation. He added, and all of you, think carefully and report back to me tomorrow. With that, the daimyo of the Land of Fire stormed off in frustration. The ministers exhaled in relief, beginning to whisper among themselves about how to establish cooperation with the Uchiha clan. One minister proposed we could first send envoys to the Uchiha clan, expressing our sincerity and intent to collaborate. Simultaneously, we could prepare some generous conditions to entice them into cooperation. Another minister concurred, precisely. And we could leverage the daimyo's authority to attract other clans, allowing them to participate in this project and create a multi-party collaboration, thereby applying pressure on the Uchiha. This would not only alleviate the pressure from the Uchiha clan but also enhance our influence. Everyone expressed their agreement, beginning to discuss specific details and plans. At that moment, a young official stepped forward, presenting a different viewpoint. However, the Uchiha clan has always been quite independent and proud. They may not readily accept our proposals. What should we name the new nation if the Uchiha were to establish one? Fiery Sun? Great Universe? Or perhaps simply Uchiha? I wish to send a message here to inquire about your thoughts on a suitable name. Please share any good suggestions you may have, as I shall consider them with utmost seriousness. However, I must emphasize, no frivolous annex allowed. This will remain open for 5 days, until midnight on July 16th, when everyone is welcome to express their thoughts. A gathering for exceptional ideas. Chapter 86, Taking Action. Annihilating clans and homes. Should we not first comprehend their needs and interests before proposing a tailored collaboration plan? Upon hearing this, the assembly agreed with his reasoning and decided to dispatch intelligence agents to gather relevant information regarding the Uchiha clan, prior to formulating a more refined cooperation strategy. Patriarch. We have just apprehended several spies who were surveilling our Uchiha clan. Early one morning, Captain Lei Ming of the 9th Division strode into the residence of the clan leader. Fugaku. Have we identified who orchestrated this? Fugaku leisurely consumed his steamed buns and fried dough sticks, taking a sip of tofu pudding in between. We have traced it back to individuals from the capital of the Fire Nation. After a moment of hesitation, Lei Ming articulated, the capital? Those associated with the daimyo. What could their intentions be? Fugaku paid little heed to their identities. After all, who truly concerns themselves with the identities of the deceased? According to the intelligence acquired during our interrogations, their purpose is to investigate the needs and detailed benefits of our Uchiha clan. Fugaku swallowed his food and finished off the last of his tofu pudding. Thus, they have sent spies to collect information about us, followed by a plan tailored to our clan's needs. Patriarch, once we ascertain who orchestrated this, we must eliminate any traces. And if it is the daimyo? A warning shall be issued first. Should they return, well, the seat of the daimyo does not bear their name. Understood, Patriarch. With that, Lei Ming turned and left with purpose. Upon returning to the Division S headquarters, he learned from the spies about their superior. Subsequently, all spies vanished without a trace. Later, Lei Ming handpicked 30 individuals to personally lead the expedition to the capital of the Fire Nation. After several days of travel, they finally arrived at the capital by evening. They made no attempts at concealment, boldly entering the city adorned in their distinctive Uchiha insignia and unique black division uniforms, immediately attracting the attention of discerning observers. Word of their arrival swiftly reached the desks of various ministers and the daimyo. Everyone watched closely, curious about their intentions. Relevant ministers and the daimyo discreetly reinforced their security forces. Little did they anticipate that upon entering the city, Lei Ming and his party would first seek accommodation at the most luxurious inn within the capital. And so, they spent an uneventful night. By noon the following day, having satisfied their appetites, they emerged from the inn. Their first stop was a currency exchange shop. Upon exiting, Lei Ming brandished a stack of papers and strode purposefully in a specific direction. With a resounding crash, he kicked open the main gate of a minister's residence, inadvertently striking down 3 patrolling guards in the process. Intruders. Lei Ming granted them ample time to react. Once assembled, a voice boomed, Uchiha, what is your purpose? This is the residence of the Minister of Commerce in the Fire Nation. Is there no respect for decorum? From the throngs of onlookers, Lei Ming spotted his target, the Minister of Commerce. Raising his left hand to examine the documents, he compared them to the elderly figure before him. Indeed, Captain, that is he. With confirmation, Lei Ming ceased any further delay. Target confirmed. Proceed. Ensure the complete eradication of all life within this estate. Leave no trace. Understood, Captain. After issuing his command, Lei Ming did not engage, but rather stood atop the entrance, observing intently. For purple flames formation, for members of the division appeared instantaneously at the corners of the minister's estate, performing hand seals to enclose the entire premises. Fire style, great fire annihilation. With a resounding roar, the others unleashed their signature Uchiha fire technique, great fire annihilation. Once a rarity among the Uchiha, it had recently become accessible for all clan members to learn B-rank jutsu and below. Both great fire annihilation and great fire extinguishing were now commonplace choices, while the chunin and jinin were mentioned. It suffices to say that every Uchiha jonin was well versed in these techniques. The guards of the minister's estate, fully equipped and on high alert, hoped to secure their positions. However, what awaited them was an overwhelming inferno. The air was filled with anguished cries, though they did not last long. The four purple flames formation was in place, preventing the flames from escaping and trapping those within. The members of the 9th Division took turns, and even after the flames ceased to emit any sound, the powerful great fire extinguishing technique continued to be unleashed for a full 10 minutes. Once the flames dissipated, a foul odor reminiscent of burnt pig hair lingered in the air. None on the opposing side were spared. The earth lay charred and cracked, the courtyard's structures reduced to ashes. Scattered across the ground were the blackened remains, indistinguishable from one another, achieving a grim sense of equality. Nevertheless, the members of the 9th Division remained resolute, meticulously searching every room for potential hidden chambers. As anticipated, 2 concealed rooms were discovered deep underground, one harboring individuals and the other containing money and valuables. The latter was easily managed. All items were packed away using storage scrolls. Typically, a small storage scroll has limited capacity, around 5 cubic meters, and those of lesser skill struggle to utilize even that. However, the Uchiha clan's storage scrolls had been enhanced by Itachi, expanding their capacity 100-fold, surpassing even the previous giant scrolls of 100 cubic meters. The new storage space reached 500 cubic meters, eliminating the need to carry cumbersome giant scrolls in the future. After utilizing a blank scroll to pack away the valuables, only a third of its capacity was filled. Please, spare me, I know nothing. Hiding in the concealed chamber were twin brothers, appearing to be no older than their teens. Now it was time to deal with them. Handling the individuals was even simpler. Raime, who often grappled with decision-making, loathed multiple-choice scenarios. Thus, he commanded, "Bring this pair to their family, and ensure they receive a few great fire extinguishings. Hurry, do not keep their family waiting. Please, I beg you." Raime tossed the family's records into the flames and perused the remaining documents in his hands. Before departing, he took care to use earth manipulation to turn over the charred land, burying all signs of the battle beneath. The surface transformed into barren yellow soil, devoid of any remnants. After a few moments of observation, he compacted the ground. The entire residence of the commercial minister was now unrecognizable, save for the walls and gates that remained intact. From any angle, the once opulent estate appeared as a vacant lot leading directly to the street. A convenient canvas for future construction. Next on the list was the financial minister. Raime raised an eyebrow. Another financial overseer? Had the Uchiha clan been at odds with those in charge of finances lately? They were in for a misfortune. The procedure remained unchanged. Kick down the door. Assemble the team, verify identities, seal the estate, set it ablaze, and pack the valuables. The earth manipulation followed, completing their work seamlessly. Next, please. It was curious that not only did they all possess secret chambers, but each had 2. Even the locations of these chambers were identical. What constituted a secret chamber? A concealed room? If they all possessed the same hidden chambers, could they truly be called secret? It was as if they had all employed the same construction team. Raime found it increasingly difficult to comprehend the thought processes of these elite individuals, who seemed devoid of any intellectual depth. Their efficiency grew, and the stack of documents in hand dwindled. Within an hour and a half, they had systematically dismantled 9 affluent households, leaving only 2 remaining. These 2 individuals held no official titles, yet their identities were extraordinary. One was the nephew of the Lord, the other the Lord's son-in-law. Upon arrival, their residences were eerily empty, devoid of even a gatekeeper. The process was thus compelled to adapt, scour, pack valuables, seal the estate, and ignite the inferno. As the flames roared, Raime stood at a distance, observing the fiery spectacle and reflecting on the fate that awaited these so-called elites. Indeed, he was their destiny. At that moment, a gentle breeze stirred, carrying an unusual aura. Raime turned alertly, noticing several figures emerging from the darkness. "Captain, it's the Lord's personal guards." A member of the division recognized them. Raime's demeanor hardened. "What business do you have?" "Captain Raime, esteemed members of the Uchiha clan, the Lord requests your presence." The leader, a bald monk named Jiriku, was familiar to Raime. Jiriku, Raime acknowledged, recognizing the monk as a companion of Asuma Sarutobi, one of the 12 guardians of the Fire Country. "Very well, but we require a moment. What are you waiting for? Hurry up," Raime urged his team. "We are finishing the earth manipulation," came the reply. Quickly, several members joined forces to ensure the area matched the others. Upon witnessing this, Jiriku frowned. The Uchiha's actions were clearly intended for his observation. This would complicate discussions ahead. After they flattened the area, Raime even jumped atop it a few times. "Apologies for the wait. We are ready to depart." Jiriku led Raime and his team to the Lord's estate. "The others will remain here, Captain Raime." You may accompany me inside. Very well, Raime agreed. Before entering, he exchanged a knowing glance with his team and confidently followed Jiriku into the Lord's residence. Upon entering, Raime recognized several familiar faces. The Lord of the Fire Country, Asuma Sarutobi, son of the third Hokage, along with members of the Lightning Release four-man team, Hokuto, Namu, Saito, and Tomo. The 12 guardians of the Fire Nation were unexpectedly present in only half their number. Suddenly, Raime recalled a crucial matter. Although the 12 guardians were tasked with safeguarding the Fire Lord, their relations were far from harmonious. The Shinobi 12 guardians had fractured into two factions due to internal discord, the moderate faction led by Asuma and the radical faction spearheaded by Hama. Hama insisted that the Hokage was an unnecessary entity, asserting that the true power of the ninja should lie solely with the Fire Lord. A perspective he had even heard whispers of while in Konoha. It appeared that the Fire Lord was concerned that Hama's presence might incite unwarranted conflict, which was why only the moderates, such as Sarutobi Asuma, were present at this gathering. It seemed the Fire Lord was reluctant to resort to violence. Raime mused silently. The Fire Lord sat imposingly at the head of the table, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze upon Raime. Uchiha Raime, you have led the Uchiha clan in an unrestrained massacre within my Fire Nation's capital, committing arson and heinously harming the families of nearly 10 of my esteemed ministers. What is your intent? The Fire Lord questioned directly. Your Excellency, we were merely carrying out our orders, Raime replied with unyielding composure. These individuals have coveted the Uchiha clan for quite some time. Now that the evidence is irrefutable, we have come to fulfill the directive of our clan leader. Nonsense. Asuma interjected vehemently. You are openly challenging the capabilities of the 12 guardians and undermining the authority of the Fire Lord. Asuma, mind your words. Raime retorted. Our actions are entirely justified. You dare to annihilate entire clans and have wiped out the families of 9 ministers, and now you claim your actions are without fault? Indeed. I believe there is nothing amiss, Raime asserted, his tone unwavering, infuriating Asuma to the brink of explosion. As Asuma tightened his grip on the chakra blade, Raime activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. The other members of the 12 guardians instinctively lowered their gazes, avoiding Raime's piercing stare, as the atmosphere thickened with tension and hostility. Enough. With a resounding clap, the Fire Lord stood, his authority palpable. Are you two prepared to engage in combat before me? Do you not regard my position as the Fire Lord? Chapter 88. If we cannot reach an agreement, then let us not discuss it, observing the escalating situation. The Fire Lord slammed his hand on the table. Asuma, sheath your weapon. Uchiha Raime, cease glaring with those bloodshot eyes of yours. Here is the matter.